The engagement banquet was held in the banquet hall of the Zhao family villa. The crystal chandeliers blazed brilliantly, dazzling the eyes. Guests filled the hall holding champagne glasses, their laughter surging from all directions. I stood before the stage wearing the cheongsam that Zhao Mingyu's mother had chosen. A bright red, supposedly festive, but the style was as old-fashioned as a wedding host from 20 years ago. Zhao Mingyu had not yet appeared. The master of ceremonies had been standing on stage for 10 minutes, sweat beading on his forehead, as he kept checking his watch. The guests below began to whisper among themselves. I heard that the second young master, Zhao, never wanted this marriage. That Lin girl was always reaching above her station. Her mother died early. It was already good of her stepmother to feed her. Should keep your voice down. I heard it all. My stepmother Zhou Milan sat in the first row wearing a dignified smile, slowly rolling a string of jadeite beads between her fingers. Beside her sat my father Lin Jiangwo, staring at his phone with a frown, probably checking the stock market. Lin Weiner sat on Zhou Milan's right, wearing a champagne-colored gown, her hair elegantly styled. She held a wine glass, her gaze meeting mine over its rim, a faint curve on her lips, but the glee in her eyes was impossible to conceal. I recognized that expression. She wore that same look every time she was about to take something from me. At 12, she had put my mother's pearl necklace around her own neck, right in front of me, smiling with that same curve. My father said, "Your sister likes it, so just let her have it." At 18, when I received the acceptance letter from the Paris Jewelry Institute, she knocked over my soup bowl at the dinner table, saying, "Sister going so far away. How worried the family will be." The next day, my father told me the study abroad funds would go to Weiner for business school. I didn't cry then. Later in my third year in Paris, I completed my studies on scholarships and part-time jobs and returned home with my graduation project. I thought I had finally found my footing. Then Zhao Mingyu appeared. The second son of the Zhao group, who while courting me said he admired my talent and claimed he was different from those rich heirs who only cared about family background. My father was overjoyed, saying the Zhao family was prominent in Jingcheng, and this marriage was good for the Lin family. Zhou Milan for once did not obstruct. Instead, she urged to finalize it quickly. Back then I thought she had finally let me go. Now that I think about it, I was so naive. Suddenly the side door of the banquet hall opened. Zhao Mingyu walked in. He was not wearing the dark blue suit we had agreed on. Instead, he wore a pure black one, his hair gelled back. He looked more like he was attending a formal business event than an engagement party, a completely different aura from usual. He had someone on his arm, Lin Weiner. She had stood up from her seat, having changed clothes at some point, a white gown that made a glaring contrast with my red cheongsam. She slipped her arm into his, and they walked up to the stage together. The entire hall fell silent. The master of ceremonies stood with his mouth agape, nearly dropping the microphone. I stood still, watching Zhao Mingyu take the microphone from the MC. His fingers were long, knuckles distinct. When he used to hold my hand, he always said my fingers were too cold and that he was there to warm them. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice boomed through the speakers, steady and clear, as if announcing a business decision. "Thank you all for coming today. But today's engagement banquet is canceled." An uproar erupted below. Zhao Mingyu looked at me, his gaze as calm as a dead pool. Then he took Lin Weiner's hand, interlacing their fingers. "The one I want to marry is Weiner." Zhou Milan was the first to stand up. She covered her mouth, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling just right. "Well, what is this? Mingyu, what do you mean?" Her acting was as good as ever. Then she turned to me, her shock turning into anguish. "Wan, how could you do this? Your sister and Mingyu. What did you do to force them to this point?" I didn't say a word. Not because I didn't want to, but because I wanted to see how far this act would go. Zhou Milan took an envelope from her handbag, pulled out a few photos, and held them up for the surrounding guests to see. The photos showed a blurry back figure that looked like me trading something with someone. "These are photos from 3 years ago," Zhou Milan said with a sobbing voice. Wan hired someone to kidnap Weiner and threatened her to stay away from Zhao Mingyu. I kept it hidden, thinking family scandals should not be aired, but I never imagined she would go even further. Lin Weiner timely buried her face in Zhao Mingyu's shoulder, her shoulders trembling lightly. The guests' gazes stabbed like knives. Oh, my, kidnapping her own sister. How could the Lin family raise such a daughter? No wonder the Zhao family is calling off the engagement. My father Lin Jiangwo finally looked up. He stood up, face livid, and strode over to me. I thought he would ask me at least one question. Even just, is it true? He didn't. He raised his hand and slapped me. My ears rang, my cheek burning. I heard him roar, "How could I, Lin Jiangwo, have a daughter like you? I won't give you a single cent of your mother's inheritance. From today, get out of the Lin family." Lin Weiner lifted her head from Zhao Mingyu's shoulder and glanced at me. She was smiling. That curve on her lips, exactly the same as 12 years ago. Zhao Mingyu added at this moment casually, as if commenting on the nice weather, "Lin Wan, I agreed to be engaged to you only out of respect for the Lin family. Now you have nothing. Do you think I would still want you, eh?" Someone in the hall laughed. Security guards walked over, and 2 of them grabbed my arms. I did not struggle. They dragged me through the crowd past gazes of mockery or pity through the archway decorated with flowers and balloons, where a photo of Zhao Mingyu and me still hung. In the photo, I smiled quietly. I thought that was dignity. Behind me, Zhao Mingyu's voice came, "Sorry for the disturbance. Drinks are on me today as an apology." The laughter grew louder. The guards pushed me out of the Zhao family villa's gate. The iron gate closed behind me with a dull thud. It was raining outside. Heavy rain poured down instantly, soaking the Cheongsam, which clung cold and heavy to her body. She stood by the roadside, rainwater streaming down her hair, the slap mark on her face stinging numb in the cold rain. My phone vibrated in my bag. I looked down. The screen lit up, raindrops blurring the text. I wiped it with my sleeve and saw a text message. "Marry me. I can help you take back everything." I stared at the line, raindrops continuously falling on the screen, blurring it again right after I wiped it. Scrolling down, I saw the signature, Lu Qinyuan. I stood in the heavy rain, my hand holding the phone, trembling. Not because of the cold, but because I knew that name. President of the Lu Empire Group, the ruler of Jingqing's top Tycoon family. People in the business world lower their voices when mentioning his name. He and I were from completely different worlds. I stared at the line on the screen, raindrops dripping from my eyelashes, blurring my vision. "Take back everything." The phone vibrated again. A second text came in. "You have 3 minutes to consider." I stood outside the Zhao family gate, the brightly lit banquet hall behind me, where through the rain curtain, I could see the shadows of people toasting inside. Lin Weiner was probably nestling in Zhao Mingyu's arms, receiving guests' congratulations. Zhou Milan was probably still playing the heartbroken stepmother. My father had probably sat back down, continuing to stare at his phone. They would never imagine that Lin Wan, thrown out by them, had a text from Lu Qinyuan on her phone at this moment. I used my thumb to wipe the raindrops off the screen. I replied, "Address." After sending it, I lifted my head and looked at the Zhao family villa. That brightly lit house, the people I once thought I could rely on, those called family and fiancé. They thought if they trampled me into the mud, I would lie there forever. But they forgot. Before she died, my mother told me those who have been trampled into the mud, as long as they can get back up, every scar on their body will become armor. The rain grew heavier. I turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The phone screen lit up again. Lu Qinyuan sent a location with 4 words, "I await your arrival." I gripped the phone tightly, stepping through the puddles, walking step by step. Behind me, the lights of the Zhao family villa grew dimmer and dimmer, like a fire sinking into water, slowly extinguishing. The Cheongsam was soaked through, and the high heels rubbed my heels raw. I took off the shoes, holding them in my hand, and continued walking barefoot. My eyes felt hot, but the rain was so heavy that it was hard to tell what was rain and what was something else. 30 minutes ago, I was still the daughter of the Lin family and the prospective daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. 30 minutes later, I was slapped by my father, publicly dumped by my fiancée, dragged out of the banquet hall by security, and thrown into the rain like a bag of trash. But they don't know that on this rainy night, I made a decision they could never dream of. This decision will bring down one by one everyone who laughed at me today. The address Lu Qinyuan gave me was in the eastern part of the city. I hailed a taxi at the gate of the Zhao family villa. The driver kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror. My qipao was soaked through, my feet were bare, and the slap mark on the left side of my face had yet to fade. He said nothing, simply turned the heater up to its highest setting. Outside the window, the nightscape of Beijing streamed rapidly backward, neon lights dissolving into blurred halos in the rain. Leaning against the seat, I watched my phone screen dim and light up again and again. There were no new messages from Lu Qinyuan. I opened the browser and searched his name once more. The entry popped up: Lu Qinyuan, CEO of the Lu Empire Group, 3rd generation, head of the Liu family, with an estimated net worth of $360 billion. The accompanying photo was a business portrait, black suit, sharply defined brows, eyes as cold as a midwinter lake. There were few reports about him, and even fewer pieces of gossip. The only piece of sensational news was a magazine interview from 3 years ago. When the reporter asked about his criteria for choosing a partner, he answered with just 4 words: not worth the effort. I turned the phone face down on my lap and closed my eyes for a moment. 30 minutes later, the taxi pulled up in front of a private club in the eastern part of the city. The facade of the club was understated without any signboard. Only the 2 security guards in black at the entrance signaled that this was no ordinary place. Rainwater slid from the eaves of the porch, splattering onto the bluestone floor. I had just reached the entrance when a woman in a gray suit approached. She looked to be in her early 30s, with short hair and clean, sharp makeup, a silver brooch pinned neatly near her collar. "Miss Lin Wan." "That's me." Her gaze swept over my drenched chi-pao and bare feet without a flicker of expression. She simply took a pair of slippers from behind her and placed them at my feet with a slight bend of her waist. "Mr. Liu is waiting for you. Please follow me." I slipped on the slippers and trailed behind her down the corridor. The interior of the club was much larger than it appeared from outside. Dark wooden walls lined the corridor, the lighting was dimmed low, and a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. We passed several glass doors that required keycard access and finally stopped before a set of double wooden doors. The woman in gray pushed them open, stepped aside for me to enter, then closed them gently from outside. There was only one person in the room. Liu Qinyuan sat in a single armchair by the window, a tea set laid out on the low table before him. He was not wearing the suit from the business photo, but a dark gray shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a clean, sharply defined wrist. He looked younger than in the photo, and even more aloof. It was not the aloofness of someone deliberately putting on a stern face, but rather, as if he had been born with no excess emotion to waste on expression. "Sit." He lifted his chin slightly, indicating the seat opposite. I walked over and sat down. The wet fabric of my chi-pao met the leather sofa with a faint sound. Liu Qinyuan poured a cup of tea and slid it toward me. The tea was a deep amber steam curling upward. I did not touch it. "Mr. Liu," I spoke, my voice steadier than I had expected. "When you say take back everything, what exactly do you mean?" Leaning back against the sofa, he studied me for a few seconds. That gaze was not evaluative so much as confirming. "A contractual marriage," he said at last. His tone was as detached as if he were discussing an ordinary business contract. "The term is 1 year, each of us taking what we need. I require a Mrs. Liu name to deal with my family and the board. You need the capital to exact your revenge." "Why me?" I asked. "You happen to appear in the right predicament at precisely the right moment," he replied, utterly straightforward, without the slightest adornment. I wrapped my hands around the teacup. The warmth of the porcelain slowly seeped into my palms. The fragrance was faint, some kind of old tree tea, though I could not discern exactly which. "And the terms?" I asked. "We divorce after 1 year. You leave with nothing. During this year you are Mrs. Liu and enjoy all the status and resources that title entails," he said. "I will not interfere with how you choose to use them." "Anything else?" I asked. Lifting his own cup, he took a sip. Through the thin veil of steam, his expression was indistinct, though the corner of his mouth seemed to move faintly. "An additional condition," he said. "Within this year, you are not allowed to fall in love with me." I almost laughed. Not out of amusement, but out of sheer absurdity. A woman who had just been publicly rejected by her fiancé, slapped by her own father, and thrown into the rain by security, now sat facing the most powerful man in Beijing, listening to him say, "You are not allowed to fall in love with me. You overestimate yourself, Mr. Liu," I replied. He did not answer. Instead, he drew a document from beneath the coffee table and slid it toward me. On the cover, the words "marriage contract" were printed in bold. The paper was thick, with a faintly embossed texture beneath my fingertips. I opened it. The clauses were clearly laid out, cleaner than I had expected. There were no convoluted legal twists, each clause as blunt and clean as a cleaver slicing through tofu. Rights, obligations, duration, liability for breach, all laid out at a glance. When I reached the last page, I paused. "There's something missing here." Liu Qinyuan arched a brow. I took a pen from beneath the coffee table, no idea who had left it there, and wrote a line in the blank space at the end of the contract. When I finished, I pushed the document back to him. Lu Qinyuan lowered his gaze and glanced at it. Additional Clause 2 Party A Lu Qinyuan must assist Party B Lin Wan in investigating the true cause of Ms. Lin Chinsuhua's death in a car accident 20 years ago. Silence settled over the room for about 10 seconds. The sound of rain outside seeped in, thudding dully against the glass. Then Lu Qinyuan lifted his eyes. You suspect your mother's death was not so simple? He asked. I was only 4 when my mother passed away, I replied, my voice calmer than I had expected. Everyone told me it was a car accident. But I remember one thing. On the day of the accident, my mother was never supposed to go out. She left only after taking a phone call. Whose call? He asked. I don't remember. I was too young. As he looked at me, something in his gaze shifted. Subtle, so subtle that if I had not been staring right at him, I would never have noticed. Then he picked up the pen and signed his name beneath the line I had written. Agreed. After signing, he handed the document back to me. In the space designated for Party B, I wrote my own name, Lin Wan. 2 characters, each stroke drawn slowly. Not because I was hesitating. It was because I knew that once the ink dried, there would be no turning back. After signing the final stroke, I set the pen down. Lu Qinyuan glanced over the document, then slipped it into a document envelope beside him. He rose to his feet, took a woman's trench coat from the coat rack beside the sofa, and handed it to me. Put this on. Tomorrow morning, we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The trench coat was brand new, the tag still attached. The moment I touched the fabric, I knew it was expensive. Light as water under the fingers, yet crisp and structured. How did you know my size? I asked. He had already walked to the door at my words. He glanced back at me. The video of you being thrown out of the Zhao house has been online for 40 minutes, he said. I saw the qipao you were wearing. That was enough. With that, he pushed the door open and walked out. I stood there, the trench coat clenched in my hand, suddenly aware of one thing. I had been thrown out of the Zhao house only 40 minutes ago. 40 minutes later, he had already prepared clothing in precisely my size. This man was far more terrifying than I had imagined. But at this moment, terrifying was not a bad thing for me. I slipped on the trench coat, tied the belt, and stepped out of the room. The woman in the gray suit was still waiting at the door. When she saw me, she handed me an umbrella and a room card. Miss Lin, Mr. Lu has arranged accommodation for you tonight. A driver will pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I accepted the room card, and a thought suddenly occurred to me. When did he find out the Zhao family would call off the engagement today? I asked. The woman in gray merely smiled, offering no reply. The meaning of that smile could not have been clearer. You'll have to ask Mr. Lu yourself. I did not press further. By the time I stepped out of the club, the rain had eased slightly. I opened the umbrella and glanced at my phone. Social media had already exploded. On Lin Wanner's account, a 9-photo grid had been posted, photos of her with Zhao Mingyu. The caption contained only 4 words: true love is never late. In the photos, she leaned against Zhao Mingyu's shoulder, the diamond ring on her ring finger glaringly bright. The comment count had already exceeded 3,000. Congratulations, rubberneckers, people asking, and what about your sister? She had even gone out of her way to tag me. Standing in the rain, I read that post twice. Then I exited her profile, opened my own account, and pulled up a photo from my gallery. A shot of the cover of the marriage certificate I had casually taken after we signed the contract, my fingertip blocking out the groom's information. I typed a 2-word caption, already married. Then added 2 more, do not disturb. I hit send. After that, I switched off my phone and stepped forward into the rain. Behind me, the lights of the club blurred into a warm, hazy glow through the curtain of rain. Tomorrow, the Civil Affairs Bureau awaits. And before dawn, that single post would blow a hole in Lin Wanner's world that she would never be able to fill. She thought she had won. She had no idea who was now standing behind me, a man named Lu Qinyuan. The next morning at 7:45, I stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The wind had ceased, the ground was still wet, and the air carried the scent of rain mingled with earth. I was wearing the clothes that Lu Qinyuan had sent over last night. A navy blue waist-fitting dress with a cream-colored trench coat on top and flat shoes, as if anticipating a long walk today. The clothes fit perfectly. A black Maybach was parked at the bottom of the steps. The driver got out and opened the door, and Lu Qinyuan stepped out of the back seat. He wore a dark gray suit today, no tie, with the top button of his shirt undone. He looked less like someone there to collect a marriage certificate and more like someone who had just stopped by to sign a document before rushing off to the next meeting. Did you bring the household registration book? Yes. Let's go. The entire process of obtaining the certificate took less than 20 minutes. While taking the photo, the photographer repeated groom, smile, 3 times. Lu Xinyuan's lips twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. The photographer gave up and pressed the shutter. When the photo came out, I glanced at him. A faint smile lingered on my face. Not from happiness, but a serene calmness of I know what I am doing. He stood to my left, his expression stern, his gaze locked on the camera, as if taking an ID photo rather than a wedding photo. The stamp came down with a dull thud. 2 red books were handed over. Lu Xinyuan picked one up, glanced at it, closed it, and placed it in his suit pocket. He handed the other one to me. Keep it safe. I took it. The cover of the red book with marriage certificate embossed in gold reflected the light under the fluorescent lamp. From this moment on, I was Mrs. Lu. As we walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Xinyuan glanced at his watch. We need to go to the company. There are some people you should meet. When he mentioned some people, his tone was as casual as saying the weather is nice today. The Maybach drove into the underground parking garage of the Lu Corporation. The exclusive elevator went directly from B3 to the 36th floor, the display screen in the elevator flickering with the floor numbers, the only sound being the air conditioning. When the elevator doors opened, a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows greeted my vision. The view from the 36th floor overlooked half of the capital city. At the end of the corridor stood a pair of double wooden doors. The assistant was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing me following Lu Xinyuan, her gaze shifted slightly, but she asked nothing. Is everyone here? Everyone's here, Mr. Lu. All 7 members of the board and 5 vice presidents of the group are connected online. Good. Lu Xinyuan pushed open the conference room door. The long table was filled with people. All the men were in suits and ties, the women in professional attire, each with standardized notebooks and tablets at hand. In the center of the conference table was a vase with white roses and eucalyptus leaves, a very cold arrangement. The moment the door opened, all eyes turned toward us. They first saw Lu Xinyuan, then turned their attention to me. There was a silence lasting about 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, I received at least 20 different gazes. Surprised, scrutinizing, speculating, and dismissive. Sitting in the 3rd position on the left side of the long table was a middle-aged man, his hair meticulously styled, gold-rimmed glasses, and a name tag reading Senior Vice President Zhou Mao, whose lips curled downward slightly. He thought no one noticed. Lu Xinyuan walked to the head of the table, but did not take a seat. He placed his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward. I called everyone here for 2 matters. First, I want a detailed report on the overseas merger progress for this quarter. Second, he turned slightly and extended his hand toward me. I placed my hand in his palm. His fingers were warm and dry, applying a bit of pressure as if making a discreet. This is my wife, Lin Wan. The air in the conference room seemed to have been sucked out. A woman sitting opposite us, dressed in navy blue with short hair and exquisite makeup, her name tag reading Chief Brand Officer He Min, dropped the pen she was holding. The pen rolled to the edge of the table, and she hurriedly pressed it down. The sound was soft, but in the quiet conference room, everyone heard it. Zhou Mao's lips froze completely. Lu Xinyuan appeared to ignore everyone's reaction and continued. In the Lu Corporation, she has the same access rights as I do. In all external occasions involving the group, her identity is Mrs. Lu. He paused. Any questions? No one spoke. Who would dare to ask questions? Lu Xinyuan turned his head to look at me, his voice suddenly dropping a notch, yet still clear enough for everyone in the conference room to hear. Madam, do you have anything to add? I looked at the room full of people, observing the various expressions on their faces that hadn't yet fully retracted. Zhou Mao's lingering contempt, He Min's tightly clenched pen, and the slightly raised eyebrow of a young man at the end of the long table. No, I said. Everyone, I look forward to your guidance in the future. My tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. It was simply a normal, appropriate social phrase. But with Lu Xinyuan standing beside me, the weight of those words felt different. As the meeting adjourned, I heard hushed discussions behind me. I heard she was dumped by the Zhao family. Don't say that here. I did not stop walking. Lu Xinyuan walked ahead, but suddenly paused, glancing back at the conference room. His voice was not loud, but the corridor was quiet enough for every word to be heard clearly. The woman I, Lu Xinyuan, have chosen does not need anyone's evaluation. The whispers behind me instantly ceased. Back in the car, Lu Xinyuan's assistant handed me a new phone. Miss Lin, this is for you from Mr. Lu. The number is activated and all social accounts are pre-installed. I took it. The screen lit up, and the most prominent icon on the homepage was for a social media platform. The message notification in the upper right corner was already buzzing. The red number started in the hundreds. I clicked it open. Under the post from last night, saying married, do not disturb, there were over 20,000 comments. There were 80,000 likes. The top comment read, this must be fake, right? Getting married the day after being dumped. She must have randomly found a wild man to play along. Below it were hundreds of replies filled with every kind of insult. I didn't scroll down any further. I switched to the message list. Lynn Wayner's avatar was at the top. She sent 3 messages in a row. The first was sent at 11 last night. Sister, which wild man did you marry? Don't tell me it's a taxi driver. You didn't want someone like Zhao Mingyu, yet you ended up with someone worse. Hilarious. The second was at 1 in the morning. Why aren't you replying? Did I hit the mark? You dare to ride on the title of Mrs. Li, you really are something. The third was this morning at 7. I'm going to pick out a wedding dress today at that shop on Champs-Élysées. If you're free, come and take a look, learn how to marry well. Oh, by the way, that shop requires an appointment. You might not get in. I finished reading those 3 messages without replying. I opened the camera and placed the marriage certificate on my lap to focus. I took a photo. The red cover with gold embossing was not open, just the cover. The sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating the words marriage certificate with a slight shine at the corners. I wrote and deleted captions, and in the end, only 4 words remained. Happy wedding. I sent it. Then I switched back to Lin Weiner's chat, sending her the photo directly. I added a note: I won't be going to that shop. Mrs. Liu's wedding dress will not be bought on that street. As the phone screen darkened, the car passed by Champs-Élysées. I saw the bridal shop's window where a white satin wedding dress shone under the lights and a woman stood outside her back facing me, wearing a champagne-colored trench coat, her hair neatly pinned up. It was Lin Weiner. She was looking down at her phone. Our car drove past her, and through the dark-tinted window, I saw her suddenly lift her head, looking at the photo on her phone screen, her expression crumbling in an instant. That expression was not one of anger, but something deeper: fear. Because she finally realized that the cover of that marriage certificate was real. And the sister she mocked for marrying a taxi driver was marrying someone who was an existence she could not provoke in the entire capital city. As the car passed 2 intersections, my phone vibrated. It wasn't Lin Weiner. It was a message from an unknown number. Miss Lin, Mr. Zhao Mingyu asked me to inform you he has seen the post you made last night. He said he doesn't care who you found to play the part, but please do not disturb Miss Lin Weiner again. She is still young and cannot withstand your revenge. After reading the message, I smiled. Then I replied, tell Zhao Mingyu I have never disturbed Lin Weiner. It was she who sent me messages one after another. As for revenge, he will soon learn what revenge really means. After sending it, I flipped the phone over. Lu Qinyuan had been flipping through a document since he got in the car, and now he closed it. Have you finished handling it? For now. He glanced at me, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, more than when taking the photo. The invitation for the charity gala has arrived. Tomorrow night at 7 at the Beijing International Conference Center. Do I need to prepare anything? No need. He said, his gaze returning to the document. You just need to stand next to me. The car continued. I leaned back in my seat, watching the tall buildings outside retreat one by one. My phone vibrated again. This time it was a message from Lin Weiner, sending 5 messages in a row. The first message was full of question marks. The second was a voice message. I didn't click to open it. The third started turning into questions. The fourth was, who did you marry? And the fifth contained only 4 words. Impossible. Impossible. I did not reply. I set my phone to silent, flipping it face down on my lap. Sunlight streamed through the car window, landing on the red cover of the marriage certificate. The embossed golden letters gleamed brightly. Tomorrow night at 7. Beijing International Conference Center. Lin Weiner will be there. Zhao Mingyu will be there. Everyone who laughed at me yesterday at the Zhao family villa will be there. And I will walk through that door arm in arm with Lu Qinyuan. The car window reflected my face. The curve of my lips, a perfect match for the smile Lin Weiner had when she took my mother's pearl necklace at the age of 12. Only this time the one smiling was me. The lights of the International Conference Center in the capital illuminated the building, making it appear as if coated in gold. As I got out of the car, Lu Qinyuan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow slightly furrowing. It's a company matter. I need to handle it. How long? 20 minutes. You go in first. After speaking, he handed me a black invitation, his fingertip pressing briefly against my hand, as if conveying some silent message. Then the car door closed, and the Maybach drove down the lane, its taillights leaving 2 red streaks in the night. I turned to look at the entrance of the conference center. Behind the revolving door, the light of the crystal chandeliers poured out. Men and women in formal attire emerged from luxury cars, linking arms as they walked down the red carpet into the glow. The doorman in white gloves continuously opened the glass doors, each opening releasing a waft of perfume and laughter. I took a deep breath and then pushed the door open. The banquet hall was more than 3 times larger than the Zhao family's. The dome was high enough to accommodate another floor, and the crystal chandelier hung down from the center of the dome like an inverted waterfall. Long tables were covered with white tablecloths, and the silverware gleamed blindingly under the lights. Waiters moved through the crowd with trays of champagne, their uniforms impeccably pressed. I arrived early. Or rather, Lu Qinyuan made me arrive early. It was intentional. He made me stand here alone first, allowing everyone to see me. Seeing Lin Wan, the woman who was rejected by the Zhao family, appearing solo at the most prestigious charity gala in the capital. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after I stepped into the crowd, I heard that voice. Sister. Lin Weiner's voice was always like this. The pitch rose, the ending drawn out, sounding almost coquettish but hiding a sharpness beneath. I turned around. She stood 3 steps away, linking arms with Zhao Mingyu. In a champagne-colored mermaid skirt, the neckline perfectly cut, she wore a diamond necklace, my mother's. The pearl necklace she took from my jewelry box 12 years ago had been reset with diamonds transformed into a completely different style. But I recognized the luster of the pearls themselves. My mother wore that necklace for 20 years, and I could identify every tiny scratch on each pearl with my eyes closed. Zhao Mingyu stood beside her, dressed in a deep blue suit, his hair still slicked back with gel, wearing a smile he thought was charming. When he saw me, his smile froze for half a second before he plastered it back on, wider this time, as if trying to bolster his courage. Lin Wan. He nodded, his tone resembling that of someone casually greeting an unfamiliar colleague. I ignored him, focusing on the necklace around Lin Weiner's neck. That necklace belongs to my mother. Lin Weiner hesitated for a moment, then smiled. She reached out to touch the largest pearl, her fingertip slowly circling it. Sister, you must be mistaken. This was a birthday gift from my mother for my 20th. The receipt is still around. Zhou Milan stepped up from behind her. In a dark green chipao with jade earrings, she held a glass of champagne. Standing beside Lin Weiner, the two mother and daughter had the same curve at the corners of their lips. Wan, Zhou Milan spoke, her voice so gentle it could drip water. I've already sorted through your mother's belongings. I kept anything of value, but the useless items were all disposed of. She emphasized the word disposed of lightly. It was as if she was talking about an ordinary household chore. Guests around started to look in our direction. A few women who looked like socialites approached with their wine glasses, their gazes sweeping over me. A dark blue dress, a cream-colored trench coat, without any jewelry, no bag, no accessories that signified status. I was too familiar with their gazes. They mirrored the looks from those people in the Zhao family villa yesterday. Is this the eldest daughter of the Lin family who was rejected? How did she get in? The invitations tonight aren't something just anyone can obtain. Perhaps she slipped in through someone's connection. I heard she lost her mother early, and her stepmother can't control her at all. Look at what she's wearing. Not even a decent bag. Their voices were low, but just loud enough for me to hear. Lin Weiner clearly heard it too. The curve of her lips lifted a little more, tightening her grip on Zhao Mingyu's arm, leaning her head against his shoulder. Sister, she said, her voice loud enough for everyone within 5 meters to hear. I saw that post you made last night. Congratulations on your marriage. But, where's your husband? Why did he let you come alone? Zhao Mingyu picked up on this. He scrutinized me from head to toe, that gaze sliding over my empty wrist and neck, finally landing on my face. Lin Wan, the man you married, can't even enter this kind of occasion, can he? Laughter erupted from those around us. Lin Weiner seized the opportunity to add, Sister, if you need a male companion, Mingyu knows quite a few friends. While they may not match the Zhao family, it's better than standing here alone. I looked into her eyes. I don't need any. Don't need. Lin Weiner tilted her head. Then where is he? Before I could speak, Zhao Mingyu laughed first. Forget it, Weiner, don't put your sister in a tough spot. He shoved his hands into his pockets, shoulders slightly leaning back, assuming his usual stance of I won't stoop to your level. Lin Wan, it doesn't matter how unremarkable your new husband is, but in a setting like tonight, not just anyone can rent a suit and blend in. Let me kindly remind you, don't embarrass the Lin family. Zhou Milan sighed beside me. Wan, I know you're uncomfortable inside, but Weiner and Mingyu truly love each other. Why must you come to such occasions to make things difficult for yourself? Just go home, don't cause a scene. As she spoke, she even reached out to pat my shoulder. I took a step back, letting her hand fall empty. Aunt Zhou. I called her Aunt Zhou, never Mom. You just said that you kept the valuables from my mother's belongings but disposed of the useless ones. So may I ask? I lifted my hand, pointing at the pearl necklace around Lin Weiner's neck. What category does this necklace fall into? Zhou Milan's face changed for a fraction of a second. Quickly, so quickly that if I hadn't been watching her I wouldn't have noticed. But her fingers tightened around the champagne glass, knuckles turning white. I bought this myself. The receipt. What? You just said there's a receipt. Show it. Lin Weiner laughed softly, but that laugh clearly lacked confidence. She released Zhao Mingyu's arm and stepped forward, bringing her face close to mine. Her voice dropped low enough for only the two of us to hear. Lin Wan, don't push your luck. What's wrong with your mother's things? Your mother has been dead for 20 years. I can do whatever I want with her belongings. Now that you've been kicked out of the Lin family and Zhao Mingyu doesn't want you either, what do you have to fight with me? After saying that, she stepped back, relinging her arm, with Zhao Mingyu putting on that obedient smile again. Her volume returned to normal. Sister, if you are truly married, let your husband come out to meet us. Hiding away, what kind of man is that? Zhao Mingyu chimed in. Lin Wan, stop pretending. If you really married someone respectable, Weiner, and I would be the first to congratulate you. When he said the words congratulate, the smile at the corners of his mouth was barely contained. The guests around us began to gather closer. A few socialites had already pulled out their phones, aiming their cameras at us. I could almost imagine how they were broadcasting in their group chat. The eldest daughter of the Lin family was publicly humiliated by her ex-fiancé, suspected of a sham marriage to save face. I stood there surrounded by a circle of gazes. The light from the crystal chandeliers fell down, landing on the pearl necklace around Lin Weiner's neck. The surface of the pearls reflected a soft glow, a light I had seen all my life. My mother used to say, when wearing this necklace, one pearls must be worn close to the skin to nurture them well. When you grow up, I will give it to you. She never waited for me to grow up. The necklace didn't either. Suddenly, I felt a deep calmness. Not the kind stifled by anger, but a true peace beneath the surface. Like something that had waited a long time was finally about to arrive. Do you want to see? My voice was not loud, but clear enough. Lin Weiner raised an eyebrow. See what? See the man I'm marrying. Zhao Mingyu snorted, pulling his hand from his pocket and making a gesture as if to say please. Sure, call him out. I want to see which man in the whole capital would want a woman rejected by me, Zhao Mingyu. His words were cut off. The revolving door at the entrance of the banquet hall suddenly stopped. It wasn't stuck. Someone walked in and the doorman had pressed the stop button. The two glass doors remained completely open, as if even the doors were making way for that person. All conversations lowered in volume simultaneously. It wasn't silence. It was as if everyone unconsciously suppressed their voices. It felt like an invisible weight pressed in from the entrance layer by layers, sweeping over the crowd, over the light of the crystal chandeliers, over the hands holding champagne, and the murmurs of conversation. Zhao Mingyu's smile lingered on his face, but the muscles at the corners of his mouth began to stiffen. Lin Weiner's fingers instinctively tightened on Zhao Mingyu's cuff. Zhou Milan's champagne glass froze in midair. I stood still, not turning around, because I knew who had walked. The sound of black leather shoes stepping on the marble floor echoed step by step, neither fast nor slow. That footstep cut through the automatically parting crowd, through the suddenly held breaths, walking straight toward me. Then a hand rested on my shoulder from behind. Warm, dry fingers carrying a faint hint of cedar. Lu Qinyuan's voice fell from above me, neither high nor low, just right for everyone present to hear clearly. Sorry for being late. He paused for a beat. Madam. When those two words fell into the banquet hall, everyone's breath paused for a moment. Madam. Lu Qinyuan's hand rested on my shoulder, his fingers closing in gently, yet solidly, like a stone that had settled. I felt his warmth seeping through the fabric of my trench coat, dry and warm, contrasting sharply with the icy clinks of glasses beneath the crystal chandelier. I looked up. He was wearing a dark blue suit with subtle patterns today, with a silver brooch at the collar. Not the logo of the Lu Corporation, but an eagle in flight, its lines minimalist, shimmering coldly under the light. His gaze swept from the crystal chandelier above to the socialites frozen in place with their champagne glasses, over Zhao Mingyu, whose mouth was slightly agape, and finally landing on Lin Weiner's face. Lin Weiner's lips trembled. It was not anger, but a bodily reaction before her mind could process the shock. She had seen photos of Lu Qinyuan, who anyone of significance in the capital had. The head of the Lu Empire, the master of billions in assets, even the Zhao family, whom she had worked so hard to climb up to, was unworthy to even carry his shoes in front of him. And this man was currently resting his hand on her sister's shoulder, calling her madam. Zhao Mingyu's reaction was 3 full seconds slower than Lin Weiner's. His complexion changed from red to white, and then to an unappealing shade of gray. When he pulled his hand from his pocket, it knocked over a nearby champagne glass, spilling its contents onto the tablecloth, leaving a dark stain. No one laughed at him, because all eyes were fixed on Lu Qinyuan. Lu. Mr. Lu. Zhao Mingyu's voice had changed pitch. He tried to steady himself, but the Lu that squeezed out from his throat ended on a high note, as if someone had choked. Lu Qinyuan glanced at him. Just a glance. Then he averted his gaze as if Zhao Mingyu were a speck of dust in the air, not worth lingering on for even half a second. His hand slid down from my shoulder, grasping my fingers, intertwining them, 10 fingers clasped. His palm completely enveloped the back of my hand. Who is madam chatting with? He asked me, his tone as casual, as if he were asking what we were having for dinner. My ex-fiancé, I replied, my voice not loud, but clear enough, and my stepsister. And my stepmother. I listed the 3 titles one by one, unhurried. Lu Qinyuan's brow twitched slightly, as if he finally felt a bit of interest in this conversation. Ex-fiancé. He repeated those 3 words, then turned to Zhao Mingyu from the Zhao Corporation. Zhao Mingyu straightened his back like a student called out in class. He forced a smile, the muscles at the corners of his mouth stiff, looking more like he was in pain than smiling. Yes, Mr. Lu, I've heard much about you. What happened before? No need to mention the past. Lu Qinyuan interrupted him, his face devoid of any, not the kind of blank expression that was intentionally stony, but something deeper. It was as if every word that Zhao Mingyu spoke was unworthy of his time. Zhao Mingyu's smile froze on his face. Lu Qinyuan tightened his grip on my hand and took a step forward. This step was so natural that it effectively blocked Zhao Mingyu from our direct line of sight. It wasn't an intentional obstruction, but rather, you're in the way of my wife's line of sight, please step aside. Zhao Mingyu retreated half a step. He was even unaware of his own retreat. At this moment, Lin Weiner finally found her voice. She released her grip on Zhao Mingyu's sleeve. The fabric had been wrinkled in her grasp, and took a small step forward, re-erecting that obedient smile on her face. Mr. Liu, her voice regained that upward lilt. I didn't expect you to come. My sister really should have informed us after getting married, so we wouldn't have all misunderstood. Just now I jokingly told my sister that the person she married must be what? Lu Qinyuan did not look at her. He was taking a cup of warm water from a passing waiter's tray. It was not champagne, but a steaming cup of water. He tested the cup's temperature, then handed it to me. Your hands are cold. Warm them up first. I took it. The warmth of the cup seeped through my palm, traveling up my wrist. The air conditioning in the banquet hall was strong in September, and my fingers had been cold since I came in. I hadn't even noticed. He had. Lin Weiner's words were left hanging mid-sentence. Her smile faltered, the corners of her mouth beginning to droop. Mr. Liu, what I mean is, Miss Lin. Lu Qinyuan finally turned to her. He said those 3 words lightly without any emotional fluctuations. But the next sentence drained the last bit of color from Lin Weiner's face. That necklace around your neck was a relic. The air in the banquet hall seemed to be sucked out. Zhou Milan finally lost her grip on the champagne glass, the bottom clattering against the marble floor, producing a crisp sound of shattering. The wine splashed onto the hem of her dark green qipao, leaving a dark stain. She didn't have time to wipe it off, her entire face taut like a drum. Lin Weiner instinctively reached up to cover the pearls around her neck. The motion was so abrupt that everyone noticed. She was protecting something. She was guarding something that didn't belong to her. This is a gift from my mother, the receipt. Lu Qinyuan spoke those 2 words with the same tone I had used earlier. But the weight was entirely different. When I said receipt, Lin Weiner could smile. When Lu Qinyuan said receipt, no one in the capital dared to smile. He pulled out a folded paper from the inner pocket of his suit, unfolding it. The yellowed paper had slightly worn corners, and the handwriting was in ink darkened to a deep brown. Ms. Lin Chinsawa purchased a South Sea pearl necklace with 37 pearls in March 2004, bought at Chow Tai Fook's Sim Sha Sui flagship store. Receipt number, purchaser's signature, and pearl appraisal certificate number. He paused here, raising his eyes to look at Lin Weiner. Do you need me to continue reading? Lin Weiner's hand slipped down from her neck. Her lips parted slightly, then her gaze began to dart around from Zhou Milan's face to Zhao Mingyu's, then to the socialites surrounding them holding up their phones. Everyone was watching her. Those phone cameras were no longer aimed at me. They were all focused on Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner wearing her deceased sister's relic publicly exposed by Lu Qinyuan. The pearls around her neck gleamed in the lens, each pearl a piece of evidence. Zhou Milan finally spoke up. Mr. Liu, her voice was hoarse, but still holding firm. This is a relic of my husband's first wife. As the lady of the house, I have the right to dispose of it. Giving it to Weiner is only reasonable, Mrs. Zhou. Lu Qinyuan interrupted her in the same manner he had interrupted Zhao Mingyu. Like scissors cutting a taut line, crisp and decisive, without any unnecessary movements. The right to dispose of relics belongs to direct blood relatives. You do not qualify. Zhou Milan's mouth hung open like a fish pulled out of water. Furthermore, Lu Qinyuan glanced down at the shattered champagne glass on the floor. The glass you broke is a customized item from the conference center worth 2008. The bill will be sent to the Lin family. Someone nearby couldn't help but let out a faint pff. Then they immediately covered their mouth. But they couldn't stifle their laughter. It leaked out like water slipping through fingers, bit by bit seeping out from every corner of the banquet hall. Some pretended to cough, others bent down to adjust their skirts, and some turned away, their shoulders shaking slightly. No one was laughing at the broken glass. Everyone was laughing at the Zhou mother and daughter who had to be singled out for even a 2008 glass in front of Lu Qinyuan. Because they did not deserve any let it go from Lu Qinyuan. Zhao Mingyu's expression could no longer be described as merely difficult. He stood beside Lin Weiner, neither advancing nor retreating. Lu Qinyuan had only spoken one sentence to him. Exfiance. Still ending with a question mark. Not even a complete sentence was spared for him. This disregard was harsher than any insult. I held that cup of warm water in my palm, completely warmed through. Then I took a step forward. This was the first proactive step I had taken tonight. Before this I had been standing beside Lu Qinyuan, letting him hold my hand, letting him block Zhao Mingyu, letting him present that receipt. I was like a quiet, protected Mrs. Liu. But at this moment I was no longer. I walked up to Lin Weiner. She was 2 centimeters shorter than me, but at this moment her entire posture was retreating, making her seem much shorter than that. Her hand was still shielding her neck, her fingers covering the largest pearl, as if guarding the last bit of something. Take off the necklace. My voice was very soft. Soft enough for only her to hear. Lin Weiner's eyes turned red. It was not from grievance, but from unwillingness. She bit her lower lip, her gaze crossing over my shoulder to Zhao Mingyu, who had turned his face away. She looked to Zhou Milan. Zhou Milan's lips moved, but no sound came out. No one would help her. Lu Qinyuan stood behind me, not stepping forward. He took a new cup of warm water from the waiter, holding it in his hand, slowly waiting. like he was waiting for me to handle my business. Lynn Wayner's hand finally moved. She reached behind her neck, her fingertips trembling, fumbling several times before finding the clasp of the neck. The smallest pearl got stuck in the clasp, though she tugged twice, without success, then pulled harder on the third try. When the clasp sprang open, her nail scratched her skin, leaving a thin red mark. She took off the necklace. The moment the pearls left her skin, their luster seemed to brighten. She extended her hand. Her fingers clenched the chain, tightly pressing into her palm. I didn't take it immediately. I watched her. There's one more thing I want you to remember. This necklace was worn by my mother for 20 years. You wore it for 12 years, and the pearls have been nourished by your body heat, reflecting your luster. I will restore it. I took the necklace from her hand. The moment the pearls landed in my palm, they were warm, carrying Lynn Wayner's residual body heat. I closed my fingers. 37 pearls, not a single one missing. At this moment, Lu Qinyuan approached. He took the necklace from my palm, glanced at it, then returned it to me. His fingers lingered on the back of my hand for a moment. Restore it, he said, his voice low enough for only me to hear. I will accompany you. Then he raised his head, his voice returning to its normal volume. That volume was just right for everyone within 5 meters to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, my wife has an announcement to make tonight. All eyes refocused. I looked at Lu Qinyuan. He hadn't mentioned this sentence to me beforehand. He slightly tilted his head, using an angle only I could see. The corner of his mouth moved. It wasn't the nearly zero angle of a photo, but a genuine arc filled with warmth. You say it yourself, I tightened my grip on the pearl necklace, turning to face the dense gazes in the banquet hall. Those gazes were completely different from 10 minutes ago. There was no more scrutiny, no more disdain, no more whispers of how did she get in here. Instead, there was something more complex. Surprise, fear, regret, and some were already calculating how to approach Mrs. Lu once the event was over. I took a deep breath. Then I spoke. My brand, Wansei. The first series will be launched on the 30th of this month. There was a second of silence. Then at the other end of the banquet hall, someone began to applaud. The applause first erupted from Chief Brand Officer He Min. She stood at the edge of the crowd, dressed in a dark green evening suit, clapping at a steady pace. Yet with each clap, she put in a lot of effort. The people next to her followed suit, and then more joined in. The applause spread from the edges of the banquet hall toward the center, like the tide creeping up the beach. Lynn Wayner stood frozen, the red mark on her neck still fresh. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, as if still clutching the necklace that was no longer there. Zhao Mingyu had somehow retreated to the outermost layer of the crowd, his back moving towards the exit. Zhou Milan squatted on the ground, wiping the wine stains from her kipeo's hem with a tissue. After a few wipes, she paused, likely realizing that the stain wouldn't come off. I no longer looked at them. Lu Qinyuan took my hand again, his fingers weaving through mine, clasping tightly. His hand was large, completely enveloping mine. The warmth of his palm seeped through my skin, traveling along my veins to my wrist, forearm, elbow, and shoulder. Together with the pearls around my neck, it slowly warmed me. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall shone above. Under the dome, everyone was watching us. In my other hand, I held 37 pearls left by my mother. Not a single one was missing. Before the applause fully faded, the atmosphere in the banquet hall had already shifted. The waiter once again balanced the champagne tray as he weaved through the crowd. The sound of crystal glasses clinking began to resonate. The conversation resumed, like the gradual increase of a volume knob slowly returning to this space. Yet all eyes, whether directly sideways or pretending to glance casually, never strayed from the area where I stood with Lu Qinyuan. I saw He Min approaching with a glass in hand. She had changed into a dark green velvet gown, her short hair meticulously styled, and her brooch had switched from silver to jade, elegantly matching the color of her dress. After all, the chief brand officer never falters in her attire. Miss Lin, she halted in front of me, raising her glass. No, now I should call you Mrs. Lu. He General, what you said on stage today, the first series of Wansei will be released on the 30th of this month. Has the venue been confirmed? Not yet. Lu Art Center is available on the evening of the 30th. She glanced at Lu Qinyuan as if waiting for his approval. Lu Qinyuan remained silent, merely nodding slightly. He Min smiled and took out a business card from her handbag, handing it to me. This is my personal number. You can contact me anytime regarding the venue. I took the card. The golden letters read, Chief Brand Officer of Lu Group, He Min, with a subtle texture that felt distinct to the touch. Just as I was about to put it away, a voice came from behind. He General certainly acts quickly. Zhou Mao had appeared without me noticing. His eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, curved with a friendly smile. He held a glass of champagne, the amber liquid clinging to the cup's wall in delicate arcs. The Zhou Mao I had seen in the conference room earlier, who had a downturned mouth, now seemed to wear a different expression. Mrs. Lu, he lifted his glass towards me. I apologize for my rudeness in the conference room this afternoon. Please don't take it to heart. He spoke with ease, as if acknowledging his misjudgment bore no psychological. Indeed, someone who could hold the position of senior vice president at Lu Group was no simple character. I didn't put on airs. I took a glass of champagne from the waiter and gently clinked it against his. You are too kind, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Mao took a sip, his gaze sliding from my face to Lu Xinyuan's, then back to me, narrowing his eyes behind the lenses. It was a quick calculation, determining how to face this suddenly emerged Mrs. Lu. For the launch on the 30th, if the group needs to coordinate any resources, please let me know directly, Mrs. Lu. He articulated Mrs. Lu, distinctly, as if both reminding himself and making a declaration. Before I could reply, another voice interrupted from the crowd. Mr. Zhou, is this where you start to curry favor? The speaker emerged from the crowd in his 30s, wearing a deep brown suit, without a tie, his shirt collar loosely undone, looking much more relaxed than the rigid executives in the conference room. I had seen him earlier in the conference room, the young man at the end of the long table who had slightly raised an eyebrow. His name tag read, General Manager of the Overseas Business Department, Shen Rang. Zhou Mao was taken aback by this remark, but showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he smiled. Shen Rang, stop pretending to be above it all. You ran to my office 3 times this afternoon asking only about Mrs. Lu. Shen Rang, caught off guard, flushed slightly, but quickly composed himself. He approached me, raising the glass in his hand. Not champagne, but a whiskey, its amber hue much deeper than Zhou Mao's. Mrs. Lu, I am Shen Rang from the Overseas Business Department. I have just one thing to say. If your brand wishes to enter the overseas market, my team is always ready. He paused, not because you are Mrs. Lu, but because of what you said on stage tonight. What did I say? Those who have been trampled into the mud, as long as they can stand again, every scar will become armor. He recounted my mother's words verbatim. I looked at him. His expression was serious, lacking Zhou Mao's calculating scrutiny, and unlike He-Min's precise balance. He simply looked straight at me, waiting for a response. Thank you for remembering. No need to thank me. He raised his glass and downed half of his whiskey. My sister was also cast out by her in-laws. She later started her own company and is now doing better than her ex-husband's family. You reminded me of her. After finishing, he walked away, swaying back into the crowd, his deep brown suit disappearing into the champagne-colored light. Lu Xinyuan's voice whispered in my ear very low. Shen Rang is the most capable one in the group. He has a 93% success rate in overseas merger and acquisition deals. Did you deliberately place him at the end of the conference room table? Lu Xinyuan did not answer, but the curve of his lips, equivalent to a non-existent smile that had appeared twice tonight, resurfaced. This person was truly calculating everything. Halfway through the banquet, the buffet area opened. The long table was filled with seafood and cold dishes, with neatly arranged piles of lobsters, oysters lined up, and lemon slices cut as thin as paper. I took a glass of warm water and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view outside. The lights of the capital formed a golden net, with the traffic slowly moving within its mesh. Lin Wan, came Zhao Mingyu's voice. I thought he had left, but he had not. He was standing 2 steps behind me, holding a largely untouched glass of champagne. There was a slight crease on his deep blue suit's shoulder, likely from earlier when he had been squeezed in the crowd. He looked at me, his gaze entirely different from 2 hours ago. Not the condescending, pitying glances, but a more complex expression, one he likely could not articulate. Congratulations, he said. Congratulations for what? For Lu Qinyuan. He pronounced those 3 words slowly, as if chewing on a fact he could not swallow. There are so many women in the capital who want to marry him that they could line up all the way to the 5th Ring Road. You married him. So, Zhao Mingyu fell silent for a moment. His fingers traced the rim of the champagne glass, the soft friction against the glass producing a faint sharp sound. The brand you mentioned on stage today? I can invest. I looked at him. Zhao Mingyu, you blocked me at the door tonight, saying my new husband wasn't good enough. That's fine, just don't tarnish the Lin family's name. Now you want to invest in my brand. His Adam's apple bobbed. At that time I didn't know you were marrying Lu Qinyuan. So now that you know my brand is worth investing in. That's not what I meant. What you mean doesn't matter. I placed the water glass on the windowsill and turned to face him. The city lights outside the floor-to-ceiling window unfurled behind me, his face somewhat unclear in the backlight, but the glint in his eyes, an afterthought mixed with reluctance and calculation, was illuminated clearly. Zhao Mingyu, at the engagement banquet, you said marrying me was for the sake of the Lin family's reputation. In front of all the guests, you held my half-sister's hand, watched me get slapped by my father, and saw the security guards escort me out. You never spoke a word for me from start to finish. Now that I'm married to Lu Qinyuan, you stand here, saying you want to invest in me. I paused. Do you think I would want it? Zhao Mingyu's expression completely changed. It was not anger, but a kind of emptiness that surfaced after something deeper had been unearthed. He opened his mouth, but Lu Qinyuan's voice rang out first. Young Master Zhao. Zhao Mingyu's shoulders flinched. Lu Qinyuan had approached from behind me somehow, without me noticing. His footsteps were so light that Zhao Mingyu did not even realize he was looking directly at him. The dark blue suit with subtle patterns turned into a shadow in the backlight of the floor-to-ceiling window, only the eagle-shaped brooch at his collar reflecting a hint of cold light. He walked to my side without looking at Zhao Mingyu. He reached for the glass of water I had placed on the windowsill, checked the temperature of the cup's wall, then filled a new glass with warm water from the nearby water station and handed it to me. "It's cold." I accepted it. The cup's wall became warm again. Then he turned to Zhao Mingyu. "You just said you want to invest in my wife's brand." Zhao Mingyu's jaw tightened. He struggled to maintain his composure, but the voice that came from his throat still carried a thin tremor. "Yes, Zhao Group has certain channel resources in the jewelry sector if Mrs. Liu is willing to collaborate." The channel resources of Zhao Group in the jewelry sector. Lu Qinyuan repeated this phrase slowly, as if savoring an unappetizing dish. Zhao Group's revenue in the jewelry sector last year was 2,300 million. In contrast, Qingwang Jewelry under Lu Group earned 47 billion in the same period. Zhao Mingyu's lips pressed into a thin line. "Channel resources." Lu Qinyuan continued. "Qingwang has 1,300 direct stores nationwide. How many does Zhao Group have? 87, of which 62 are franchises." Every number he mentioned felt like nails driven into the air. "Young Master Zhao, what do you have to invest?" Zhao Mingyu stood there, the champagne glass in his hand, tilting the liquid, nearly spilling over the rim. His Adam's apple bobbed again, but this time nothing came out. Lu Qinyuan no longer looked at him. He turned around, facing the guests in the banquet hall who were conversing, but were actually all eavesdropping on us. His voice was not loud, but every word drowned out all the noise in the banquet hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I borrow a moment of your time to speak?" The chatter quickly subsided. "I believe everyone has heard of the past affairs between Zhao Group and my wife. I won't concern myself with what happened in the past." He paused, but starting today, his hand rested on my shoulder, fingers curling gently, the pressure light, yet steady, as if nailing something in place. "Lu Group will reassess all ongoing cooperative projects with Zhao Group. There are a total of 17 projects involving an amount." He glanced at the assistant who had appeared at his side without my noticing. The assistant opened the tablet in hand and clearly reported in a voice that was not loud, a total of 2,360 million. The banquet hall fell silent. The sound of the central air conditioning could be heard. Lu Qinyuan nodded. "These 17 projects will all enter the review process starting tomorrow. During the review period, all financial transactions will be suspended." Zhao Mingyu's champagne glass finally slipped from his hand. The sound of shattering glass was much louder than the previous cup that Zhou Milan had dropped. The champagne glass smashed against the marble floor, the liquid and shards splattering, with several pieces of glass sliding to Zhao Mingyu's leather shoes. He did not look down. His entire face appeared as if someone had drained it from the inside out, leaving only his features hanging in place. 2,360 million. Zhao Group's annual revenue was less than 40 billion. With a single sentence from Lu Qinyuan, he had severed half of the Zhao family's life. I did not know when Zhou Milan had stood at the edge of the crowd. Her qipao hem still bore the wine stain that had not been wiped away, and she no longer held a glass. She watched Zhao Mingyu, standing there staring at the shattered glass on the ground, observing Lu Qinyuan's hand resting on my shoulder. Her lips moved. Then she took a step forward. "Mr. Lu, Ms. Zhou." Lu Qinyuan didn't even turn his head. His gaze returned from Zhao Mingyu's face to the cityscape outside, his voice as indifferent as if he were discussing something trivial. "The Zhao family's affairs have nothing to do with you." Zhou Milan's steps were frozen in place. "What you should consider now is something else." His finger lightly tapped on my shoulder. "The pearl necklace belonging to my mother-in-law has been worn by your daughter. The maintenance costs for the pearls, the appraisal report fees," and he finally turned to look at Zhou Milan. "The natural were caused by each time the necklace was worn over these 12 years, calculated into its value. The bill will be sent to the Lin family." Zhou Milan's face turned as pale as the trim of her qipao, along with that cup. Laughter erupted around us again, this time even harder to suppress, the sound seeping from every corner of the banquet hall, like air escaping from a punctured balloon, hissing and rising in waves. Zhou Milan's daughter had worn the pearl necklace for 12 years, and now it was being pursued for wearing fees by the original owner's daughter. This debt would be calculated for her by the entire capital. Zhao Mingyu squatted down to pick up the shards of glass. His fingers trembled when they touched the glass pieces, a tiny bead of blood oozing from his fingertip. He did not wipe it away, but gathered several larger shards together, as if giving himself a task with this action. The cuff of his suit brushed against the wine stain on the ground, leaving a dark mark. No one helped him. Lin Weiner stood at the outermost layer of the crowd, the thin red mark on her neck clearly visible in the light. She watched Zhao Mingyu squatting on the ground collecting glass shards, saw Zhou Milan frozen like a wax figure, and observed my hand being held by Lu Qinyuan, our fingers intertwined. Her gaze finally landed on my other hand, clutching 37 pearls. Her lips moved, as if trying to say something. But the whispers and uncontrollable laughter in the banquet hall completely drowned. Lu Qinyuan leaned down and said something in my ear. His voice was very low, audible only to me. Madam, I've dealt with your exfiance's matter. Then he straightened up, leading me deeper into the banquet hall. Behind us, Zhao Mingyu remained squatting on the ground, his fingers stained with blood and champagne. He raised his head to look at our retreating figures, the shoulder line of his deep blue suit completely wrinkled. That expression was of two different people compared to the one he had when standing at the entrance of the banquet hall 2 hours ago, hands in his pockets, saying, "Don't tarnish the Lin family's reputation." The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall still shone brightly. The sounds of toasting and mingling resumed. He-Min was already engaged in conversation with several fashion magazine editors. Zhou Mao was clinking glasses with an investor with a freshly swapped glass of champagne, and Shen Rang leaned against the bar, slowly swirling his whiskey glass, his gaze passing through the crowd and landing on me with a hint of an expression that was hard to tell if it was admiration or respect. I tightened my grip on the pearl necklace in my hand, following Lu Qinyuan forward. 37 warm pearls pressed against my palm. Outside the window, the night view of the capital formed a golden net, and the fish caught within it had only just begun to struggle. In the latter part of the banquet, I went to the restroom. The corridor was much quieter than the banquet hall. The deep gray marble walls absorbed much of the light from the crystal chandeliers, leaving only a warm yellow halo cast by the wall lamps on the floor. The sound of my high heels echoed back from the walls, carrying a hint of emptiness. I stood in front of the sink mirror, unfolding the pearl necklace from my palms. 37 pearls glimmered softly under the mirror's light. Each one was round and full, with faint scratches on the surface, remnants left by my mother after wearing it for 20 years. I touched each pearl with my fingertips, moving from the first to the last, until I felt a very shallow engraving at the end of the 37th pearl. It wasn't a scratch. It was an engraving. I brought it closer to the light. It was an engraved letter W. Very small, inscribed at the edge of the pearl's hole. You wouldn't notice it unless you looked closely. W. Was it the initial of Lin Chen Sua's Chen? No, my mother's surname is Chun. It should be C. W stands for sister. I closed my hands and tucked the pearl necklace back into my palms. Lin Weiner stood at the restroom door. The hem of her champagne-colored mermaid gown shimmered with a cold silk sheen under the light. The thin red mark on her neck was more pronounced than before, as if someone had scratched it with their nails. Her makeup was still intact, but the eyeliner had slightly smudged at the corners, probably unnoticed by her. "Do you need something?" I didn't turn around, watching her through the mirror. She stepped in her high heels, tapping on the marble floor one step at a time, slow and unhurried. She stopped at the sink beside me, turned on the faucet, and placed her hands under the running water. The sound of water splashing filled the air as her fingers slowly rubbed together, as if washing away something invisible. "You seem quite pleased today." Her voice was half covered by the sound of water, but every word was clear. "Lu Qinyuan is backing you. The whole capital has seen it. Zhou Mao toasted you. He-Min handed you her business card, and Shen publicly declared his stance." Zhao Mingyu was on the floor, picking up broken glass. She turned off the faucet. The sound of water ceased. The restroom was silent save for the low hum of the central air conditioning. She shook the water off her hands, looking at me through the mirror. Those eyes were completely different from 2 hours ago. The obedient wronged Lin Weiner with reddened eyes from the banquet was nowhere to be found. The person looking at me in the mirror had a dry gaze, pupils tightly constricted like the tips of 2 nails. "Do you think marrying Lu Qinyuan means everything will be fine?" She pulled out a tissue from her handbag, slowly wiping each finger one at a time. "What kind of person is Lu Qinyuan? The head of the Lu Empire, the master of billions in assets. The women around him, from socialites to stars, from supermodels to heiresses, what hasn't he seen?" The tissue was crumpled into a ball and tossed into the trash. "What makes you think he will take you seriously?" I looked at her through the mirror, not responding. "Sister, I know you too well." She turned around, leaning against the edge of the marble sink, crossing her arms, tilting her head to look at me, her posture identical to 12 years ago, when she took the pearl necklace from my jewelry box. "Aren't you just lucky to stand in the rain when he needed a missus? Lu, have you checked Lu Qinyuan's marital status?" Her expression froze for a moment. It was quick, but I caught it. "No need to check." Her voice regained that upward lilt. If Lu Qinyuan truly wanted to get married, women all over the capital would line up. Why would he choose you? Because you just happened to be dumped, just happened to be thrown out, just happened to need a support. To him, you are merely a tool. She leaned a little closer. "A tool once used is discarded." I put the pearl necklace into my pocket and turned to face her. "So what? What do you want to say?" "I want to say," she straightened her posture, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly, "do you think Lu Qinyuan will still want you after he learns about your past?" "My past? What happened between you and Zhao Mingyu?" I looked at her. "Zhao Mingyu pursued you for half a year and you agreed. You dated for a year and a half, even held an engagement banquet." She articulated each timeline distinctly, as if reciting a well-prepared document. "In that year and a half, what did you do? Where did you go? Which hotels did you stay in? Do you really think no one knows? You want to use this as leverage. Not leverage. She laughed. It's to let Lu Chunyuan know that the woman he marries has been used by his worthless ex-fiancé. The last 3 words were spoken softly. Soft enough to feel like a needle. I withdrew my hand from my pocket, palm up, 37 pearls glimmering under the mirror's light. Lin Weiner, your mother took my mother's life. You took my mother's necklace. You took my fiancé. You took my father's trust. You took everything from the Lin family. Now you want to take my past too. I counted each pearl one by one. But have you ever thought of a question? She said nothing. You've taken so much, why are you still afraid of me? Lin Weiner's pupils constricted for a moment. It was so quick that I wouldn't have noticed had I not been staring into her eyes. But she couldn't maintain the curve of her lips, which began to droop slowly like paper soaked in water. Afraid of you? Her tone shifted. Why should I be afraid of you, a discarded daughter? Because you know. I gathered the pearl necklace again and placed it back in my pocket. Then I took a step forward. It was a small step, but Lin Weiner stepped back. The edge of the marble sink pressed against her lower back, leaving her no room to retreat. You know I didn't marry. You know that every word Lu Chunyuan said and every action he took in the banquet hall was not a performance. You know, he never looked at you even once. The last 5 words I said in the same tone she used when she remarked, it's probably a taxi driver in the banquet hall. Rising in pitch, the ending drawn out. Lin Weiner's expression changed completely. It wasn't anger, but a fear seeping from deep within her bones. Because what I said was true. Lu Chunyuan glanced at Zhao Mingyu, glanced at Zhou Meilan, even cast a look at the broken champagne glass on the floor during the banquet. But he never looked at Lin Weiner, not once. For a woman who had grown accustomed to using beauty and weakness as weapons, being completely ignored by a man at the pinnacle of power was more terrifying than public humiliation. Because at least humiliation meant he saw her. Ignoring her meant she wasn't worth any of his attention. You don't need to put in any effort with Lu Chunyuan. I walked past her to the restroom, door hand resting on the cold doorknob. He won't listen. What makes you so sure? I turned back. Lin Weiner leaned against the edge of the marble sink, her fingers gripping the edge tightly, knuckles widening. The hem of her champagne-colored mermaid gown dragged a little on the floor, slightly dampened. Because he once said a phrase. What phrase? The woman I Lu Chunyuan choose does not need anyone. The doorknob twisted in my palm. Including you. I walked out of the restroom. The wall lamps in the corridor, the deep gray marble walls stretched my shadow long, and the sound of my high heels echoed back from the walls, one step at a time, unhurried. As I took my 3rd step, I paused. A figure stood at the corridor's corner. Dressed in a deep brown suit, no tie, a half-full glass of amber liquid remaining. Shen Rang leaned against the wall, one hand in his pants pocket, the other slowly swirling the glass. He noticed me walking out of the restroom, and his brow moved slightly. Did you hear everything? I asked him. Shen Rang didn't deny it. He finished the whiskey in his glass, the ice clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. It wasn't on purpose. I came out to take a call and happened to walk by. He straightened up from the wall, placing the empty glass on a high table by the corridor. Then he looked at me, his gaze very direct, just like when he said my sister was also thrown out by her in-laws 2 hours ago in the banquet hall. You don't need to take her words to heart. I don't. I know you don't. He smiled slightly. I mean, Mr. Lu. The corridor was silent for a moment. Shen Rang withdrew his hand from his pants pocket, pulled out a business card from his suit pocket, and handed it over. The card was plain white background with black text, no titles, just a name and a string of phone numbers. This is my personal number. Not from the overseas business department. Why give me this? Because soon Lin Weiner will definitely bring those words back to Mr. Lu. She won't say it directly to Mr. Lu. She doesn't have that courage. But she will find a way to get those words to Mr. Lu's ears. I took the business card. The paper was thicker than he mince edges, without gold embossing or textures, just simple. Do you think I will need help? Not needed. Shen Rang picked up the empty glass from the high table and walked toward the banquet hall. He paused briefly as he passed by me. But having one more person on your side is never a bad thing. His figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. I placed the business card into my pocket with the pearl necklace. 37 pearls and a black and white business card resting in the same pocket against the same fabric. When I returned to the banquet hall, Lu Chunyuan was talking to an elderly man with gray hair. The man wore a dark gray Zhongshan suit with a small red badge pinned to his chest, his demeanor unlike that of any businessman in the banquet hall. When Lu Chunyuan saw me approaching, he extended his hand toward me. I grasped his hand and stood beside him. This is Mr. Chen from the Business Association. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit nodded at me, his gaze resting on my face for a moment before shifting to the hand I held with Lu Chunyuan. His hand had age spots, but the grip was steady. Young Master Lu, I was also a witness at your father's wedding. His voice was hoarse, but every word was clear. You have better taste than your father. Lu Chunyuan's lips twitched. After Mr. Chen took his tea and left, Lu Chunyuan glanced down at me. You have something extra in your pocket. It wasn't a question. I took out Shen Rang's business card for him to see. He glanced at it without any extra expression, just flipped it over. The back was blank. What did he say when he gave it to you? He said having one more person on my side is never a bad thing. Lu Qinyuan returned the card to me. Keep it safe. No more than 10 people in the capital have received Shen Rang's business card. He said keep it safe as if it were a casual remark. But his hand lingered on my wrist for an extra second. As the banquet neared its end, guests began to leave one. Before He Min left, she confirmed the venue details for the 30th Lu Art Center with me, while Zhou Mao brought over his third glass of champagne to bid farewell, his attitude warmer than 2 hours ago. Shen Rang had left at some point. The empty whiskey glass on the high table had been cleared away. Lu Qinyuan and I walked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Passing by the buffet area, I saw Lin Weiner still standing there. In front of her stood a person. It wasn't Zhao Mingyu had left at some point, probably after picking up the broken glass slipping out through the side door when no one was paying attention. The person standing in front of Lin Weiner was Zhou Mao. He held his champagne glass, slightly leaning forward speaking to Lin Weiner. His expression was completely different from when he spoke to me. There was no warmth, no calculation, but a more subdued demeanor, as if completing a task. Lin Weiner was listening. Her lips pressed into a line, fingers gripping the base of her champagne glass tightly. After Zhou Mao finished his last sentence, he straightened up, raised his glass toward her, then turned and walked into the crowd of departing guests. Lin Weiner stood still, her gaze passing over Zhou Mao's back, staring directly at me. That look was different from the one she had when I left the restroom, leaning against the marble counter. There was no fear, no reluctance, but something harder, like shattered glass pressed back together, its edge. Then she smiled. The curve of her lips was identical to 12 years ago, when she took the pearl necklace from my jewelry box. Lu Qinyuan's hand rested on my waist, giving it a gentle pull. No need to look. His voice fell from above, not high, not low. She won't stir up any waves. As the Maybach drove away from the conference center, the night in the capital had deepened. Outside the car window, the tall buildings receded one by one, the neon lights creating flowing lines on the dark glass. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Weiner. Sister, tonight was truly exciting. Do you think Lu Qinyuan will still protect you like this tomorrow? I didn't reply. The second message followed closely. Do you think you've won? Zhou Mao just told me that a third of the Lu board is very dissatisfied with you, the discarded Mrs. Lu Qinyuan can protect you today, but he can't protect you every day. The third message. By the way, let me share some good news with you. Zhao Mingyu's father just called Lu Qinyuan's assistant to schedule a face-to-face apology tomorrow at 10 in the morning. The fourth message. I will go too. I flipped my phone face down on my lap. The city outside the car window was ablaze with lights. Lu Qinyuan sat beside me, flipping through a document with long, steady fingers. He sensed my gaze on him, but didn't look up. Lin Weiner's messages. How did you know? The way you held your phone. He flipped to another page of the document, just like when handling Zhao Mingyu's messages. We fell into silence for a moment. Tomorrow the Zhao family will come to the Lu Corporation to apologize. I said. The assistant told me. Lin Weiner will be there too. Lu Qinyuan closed the document. He turned to look at me. The neon lights outside the car window slid across his face, light and dark alternating, with only the light in his eyes remaining constant. It wasn't cold, it was a deep, unfathomable warmth. If she comes, that's just right. He paused. Some accounts need to be settled face to face. As the Maybach entered the tunnel, the light outside the window suddenly darkened. The tunnel lights receded one by one, casting continuous light spots on the dark glass. The pearl necklace in my palm warmed with my body heat. 37 pearls. Tomorrow they would become 37 bullets. At 10 o'clock the next morning at the Lu Corporation building, I stepped out of the elevator to find a row of people standing in the hallway. The Zhao family's display was greater than I had anticipated. Zhao Mingyu's father, Zhao Zhengwo, stood at the front dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, his hair dyed jet black, gripping a briefcase tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Zhao Mingyu stood to his father's right, wearing a new light gray suit, though the shoulders were still wrinkled, as if he hadn't had time to iron it after returning home last night. Dark circles were evident under his eyes, covered only partially by foundation. Lin Weiner stood next to Zhao Mingyu. Her champagne-colored outfit had been replaced with a plain white one, and a small pearl brooch was pinned at her collar. Her makeup was much lighter today than last night, with her lipstick changed from bright red to a muted pink, giving her an appearance of being gentle and harmless, like a jasmine flower just washed by rain. The red mark on her neck was hidden under a silk scarf. Zhou Milan did not come. When Zhao Zhengwo saw me walking out of the elevator, the muscles in his face twitched, forcing a smile. The smile seemed glued to his face, corners pulled up, but his eyes remained unmoved. Wan, Uncle Zhao. I interrupted him, saying, at the company, call me Mrs. Lu. Zhao Zhengwo's smile froze for half a second. He probably didn't expect that the Lin Wan who had been thrown out of the Zhao family's villa by security would use those 3 words to silence him. Yet after decades in the business world, he quickly readjusted his smile, which even widened a bit more. Mrs. Lu, he emphasized each word. I am here today, representing the Zhao Group, to formally apologize to you and President Lu for Mingyu's inappropriate remarks and actions at last night's banquet. He finished speaking and glanced sideways at Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu took a step forward, looking at me, his lips moving like a tape recorder stuck on repeat. Lin Wan, Mrs. Lu, I corrected him. Zhao Mingyu's Adam's apple bobbed. When he lowered his head and looked up again, his eyes carried a complex emotion. Not guilt, but more like the discomfort of someone used to being on top suddenly being forced to bow their head. Mrs. Lu, what happened last night was due to my improper words and actions. I am sorry. He pronounced I am sorry, as if reciting from memory. I looked at him. I accept Zhao Gongzi's apology. However, the commercial dealings between the Zhao Group and the Lu Corporation are not for me to decide. I turned my head. President Lu will personally discuss this with you. Zhao Jiangwo's expression changed slightly. His visit today was a facade for the real goal. Those 17 suspended projects. With $36 billion in business, the Zhao family had half their life tied to it. He thought that by bringing Zhao Mingyu to bow and apologize, I would say a few good words in front of Lu Qinyuan and the projects would resume. He was thinking too simply. Lu Qinyuan's assistant walked down the hallway, her leather shoes tapping rhythmically on the marble floor. She stopped in front of me, slightly nodding. Mrs. Lu, President Lu requests that you and Mr. Zhao go to the reception room. The reception room was on the east side of the 36th floor with a full floor-to-ceiling window facing the CBD skyline of the capital. Lu Qinyuan sat at the main seat wearing a dark gray shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his wrists, a document spread out in front of him. He heard the sound of the door opening, but did not look up. Zhao Jiangwo walked in, placing the briefcase at his feet, his hands hanging at his sides, adopting a very low posture. President Lu. Lu Qinyuan turned a page of the document without responding. The reception room fell silent for about 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling on the dark walnut table, on Lu Qinyuan's fingers as he flipped through the document, and on the beads of sweat forming on Zhao Jiangwo's forehead. Director Zhao? Lu Qinyuan finally spoke, closing the document, pushing it away, and leaning back into his gaze swept from Zhao Jiangwo's face to Zhao Mingyu's, then to Lin Weiner's, finally resting back on Zhao Jiangwo. Your son told my wife last night that he got engaged to her for the sake of the Lin family. He said she had nothing left and wouldn't be needed. Sweat droplets on Zhao Jiangwo's forehead multiplied from 1 to 3. He also mentioned that my wife's new husband is not that great, and she shouldn't embarrass the Lin family. Today you stand here to apologize. Lu Qinyuan's finger tapped lightly on the table, not because my wife needs your apology, but because you need my projects. Zhao Jiangwo took a step forward. President Lu Mingyu is young and inexperienced, speaking without thinking. I apologize on his behalf to Mrs. Lu. The 17 projects have consumed a large amount of preliminary funding from the Zhao family if they are all suspended. How much? The preliminary investment. How much? 430 million. Lu Qinyuan nodded. 430 million. The Zhao family's annual revenue is less than 4 billion with a net profit of less than 500 million. If all 17 projects are terminated, the Zhao family's cash flow won't last 3 months. Every figure he mentioned was as precise as a scalpel. Zhao Jiangwo's expression was beyond difficult. He stood there, the collar of his Zhongshan suit seemed to tighten suddenly, his Adam's apple-bobbing lips moving several times before finally squeezing out, President Lu, please state your conditions. There is only one condition. Lu Qinyuan stood up. He was a head taller than me, and when he rose, the air pressure in the reception room changed. Zhao Jiangwo instinctively took a half step back. Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu's shoulders shook slightly. From today onward, all interactions between the Zhao Group and the Lu Corporation will be personally handled by your father. You, Lu Qinyuan looked at him, will no longer participate in any Zhao business involving the Lu Corporation, including, but not limited to, meetings, emails, phone calls, and social occasions. If you appear in my wife's line of sight at any business event, I will terminate one of Zhao's projects for each instance I see you. Zhao Mingyu's face turned completely pale. This was not economic sanctions. It was effectively kicking him off the table of the capital's business community. A person publicly labeled by Lu Qinyuan as not to be seen in Mrs. Lu's line of sight would find no second company in the capital willing to hire him, nor any business circle daring to accept him. His career was sentenced to death from that moment on. Zhao Jiangwo's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. He wanted to say something, but after glancing at Lu Qinyuan's expression, he swallowed the words back. He dared not. Zhao Mingyu stood still, the shoulders of his light gray suit now wrinkled even worse. He looked at me, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. Resentment, unwillingness, but more so a regret seeping from his very bones that he probably didn't want to admit. Regret about what? Regret for having held Lin Weiner's hand. Regret for saying those words at the engagement banquet. Or regret for never truly considering me. It no longer mattered. Lin Weiner had been standing behind the Zhao father and son, her plain white figure almost blending into the beige walls of the reception room. Her fingers clutched the chain of her handbag, tightly digging the chain into her palm. The silk scarf concealed the red mark on her neck, but could not hide the glint in her eyes, something that had been pressed down to the lowest point, deformed, yet never extinguished. She hadn't spoken a single word the entire time. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that Lu Qinyuan had not looked at her even once since she arrived. Zhao Zhengwo led Zhao Mingyu towards the door. As they passed by me, Zhao Mingyu's footsteps paused for a moment. He turned his head, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. Zhao Gongzi. I spoke up. He stopped. Last night in the banquet hall you said that the man I married couldn't even enter such an occasion. Today you stand here carrying your father's bag. I did not continue further, because it was no longer necessary. His expression had already conveyed everything I needed to say. After the Zhao father and son left, Lin Weiner did not follow. She stood in the center of the reception room, the hem of her plain white outfit creased from her grip. She raised her head, first glancing at me, then turning towards Lu Qinyuan. President Lu. Her voice regained that upward lilt. Not the lowered, threatening tone from the bathroom last night, but the softer voice she had used earlier, at the Zhao family villa, at the banquet hall entrance, and all the occasions where she needed to play the obedient stepsister. I have a few words I'd like to discuss with you privately. Lu Qinyuan leaned back in his chair, spinning a pen in his hand. Speak. It's about my sister. She paused. Some things you might not know. The pen stopped. Lu Qinyuan raised his eyes. Not looking at Lin Weiner, he was looking at me. That glance was short, so brief that Lin Weiner probably didn't notice it. But in that look I read an unspoken question. Do you want me to listen? I nodded slightly. I wanted to hear. I wanted to know what else she could fabricate. Lu Qinyuan set the pen down. Mrs. Lu, my sister, and Zhao Mingyu have been dating for a year and a half. During that time, they have traveled to many places together, Sanya Shaman, Bangkok, Tokyo. Each time it was Zhao Mingyu who booked the hotel, and each time. She paused as if organizing her words. Each time it was a double bedroom. The reception room fell silent for a moment. Sunlight from the floor-to-ceiling windows fell on Lin Weiner's plain white outfit, making her appear clean and innocent. When she uttered those 3 words, her face even bore a look of I didn't want to say this, but for your sake, President Lu. I did not speak. Lu Qinyuan remained silent as well. Lin Weiner probably interpreted this silence as effectiveness. She took half a step forward. President Lu, I don't intend to sow discord between you and my sister. I just think you have the right to know what kind of person you are marrying and what her past is like. She invested so much effort in Zhao Mingyu, even holding an engagement banquet only to turn around and marry you. She paused, her voice softening further. You know better than I what her intentions are. The silence in the reception room lasted about 5 seconds. Then Lu Qinyuan spoke. Miss Lin. His tone was exactly the same as when he spoke with Zhao Zhengwo. Not high, not low, without any emotional fluctuations. I know all that you have mentioned. Lin Weiner's expression froze. The timeline of Lin Wan's relationship with Zhao Mingyu, their travel records, the hotel booking information. I had already mastered all of this before signing the marriage contract. He picked up a document from the table and opened it. It was not the one he had just looked at. This one was thicker with colorful index tabs on the corners. Sanya, March 2024, Hilton Yalong Bay. Xiamen, May of the same year, Conrad. Bangkok, July of the same year, Mandarin Oriental. Tokyo, September of the same year, Amman. He pronounced each hotel name with the same calmness as when he read the invoice for the pearl necklace last night. Do you need me to continue? Lin Weiner's lips trembled. It wasn't the fear of being exposed from last night. It was a deeper realization. She thought she held a trump card that could ruin me, but Lu Qinyuan had already seen through the whole deck. Not only had he seen through it, but he had also marked every card. The commonality of these hotels is, Lu Qinyuan closed the document, pushing it aside, they are all double-bedroom suites. Lin Weiner's pupils suddenly contracted. Zhao Mingyu did indeed book double occupancy. However, every time they traveled, Lin Wan's best friend Shin Mani was present. Records of the room upgrades to double-bedroom suites are all archived in the hotel system. He pushed the document aside. Miss Lin, you should have been more meticulous in your research. Lin Weiner stood there, her plain white outfit no longer wrinkled, because her grip had completely loosened. The chain of her handbag slid down from her shoulder, the metal making a faint sound as it brushed against her fabric. Her entire face looked as if someone had pulled out the inner support structure, leaving her features hanging in place, but with nothing behind them. Additionally, Lu Qinyuan stood up. He walked in front of Lin Weiner, a whole head taller than her. He did not lower his head to look at her, his gaze passing over her head to the city skyline outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The things you said to my wife in the bathroom last night were clearly captured by the corridor surveillance. The audio has been extracted. Lin Weiner's body swayed slightly. Do you need me to play it for you? Her lips parted, but no sound came out. Like a fish pulled from the water, her mouth opened and closed, only air escaping. President Lu, you told my wife if Lu Qinyuan truly wanted to marry, all the women in the capital would line up. Why did he choose you? Because you just happen to need a backer. To him, you are merely a tool. You also said once a tool is used up it must be discarded. Lynn Wayner's eyes turned red. This time the tears were genuine. Not out of grievance, not out of acting, but a surge of uncontrollable shame that arose from being publicly exposed in a meticulously woven trap. Miss Lynn, the matters between my wife and me are not for you to comment on. Lu Xinyuan's voice remained steady throughout. Moreover, I heard that your engagement banquet with Zhao Gongzi was announced at Lin Wan's engagement banquet. You two really are a perfect match in taste. Lin Wayner finally couldn't hold back. Her shoulders began to shake, gripping the sliding handbag chain so tightly that her knuckles cracked. Tears rolled down her cheeks, smudging the carefully applied muted pink eyeshadow, leaving a faint gray streak. She turned and walked towards the door. The plain white figure paused for a moment at the door of the reception room. She turned back to look at me. That gaze no longer held any pretense. There was no obedience, no grievance, no softness of sister, don't misunderstand. Only a raw, unmasked, and burning unwillingness after being stripped of all disguise. Lin Wan. She called my name, not sister. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Then she pushed the door open, and the door to the reception room closed behind her with a dull thud. I stood there, sunlight pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling window, warming the back of my hand. Lu Qinyuan walked to my side, lowering his head, his voice dropping to a whisper that only I could hear. Madam, about what she just said, I know you have investigated. He paused for a moment. Aren't you angry? You checked my background before we registered our marriage, isn't that I looked at him. It's only normal for a man to clear a woman's background before deciding whether to marry her. Lu Xinyuan's lips twitched slightly. It wasn't the almost non-existent curve from when he took a photo, nor the warm arc from last night's banquet hall. Rather, it was a more relaxed expression, as if he had finally let go of something. Mrs. Lu is more perceptive than I imagined. President Lu is more meticulous than I imagined. He looked at me for a moment, then reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. His fingertips brushed against my ear, carrying a faint scent of cedar. That time in Sanya at the Hilton Yalong Bay, it was a double-bedroom suite. Shinmani stayed in one room, and you stayed in another. Zhao Mingyu, he stayed at another hotel. I completed his sentence. Lu Qinyuan raised an eyebrow. Shinmani took many photos and posted them online. Zhao Mingyu was not seen in any of them. I said you should have that information in your records. I do, he said, but I want to hear you say it. Footsteps echoed from outside the reception room, and the assistant's voice came through the door. President Lu, Ms. Zhou Milan called, saying she is willing to return all of Ms. Lin Xin Sua's belongings, but under one condition. Have her wait. Lu Xinyuan's voice resumed its normal volume. He picked up the document on the table, took my hand, and walked towards the door. What does Mrs. Lu want to eat for lunch today? You still have the mood to eat. Why wouldn't I? He pressed the elevator button, turning to look at me. The Zhao family has apologized. Lin Wayner was exposed. Zhou Milan took the initiative to return the belongings. The elevator doors opened, and he guided me inside. The wind has changed. As the elevator doors closed, the numbers began counting down from 36. The pearl necklace in my palm pressed against my skin, the 37 pearls warmed by my body heat. The wind had indeed changed. But Lin Wayner's tear-filled eyes as she left made me realize one thing. She would not let this go so easily. A woman who has been publicly stripped of all disguise is more dangerous than one holding a knife. Because her weapon is no longer lies, but a ruthless disregard for any boundaries. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a message from Shinmani. Wan, I have news about the matter you asked me to investigate. The last call your mother received before the incident came from the Lin family's landline. The second message followed closely. The user of that landline was Zhou Milan. The elevator reached the 5th. I gripped my phone tightly. The pearl necklace in my other hand, 37 pearls, none missing. The sunlight outside the floor-to-ceiling windows shone brightly over the capital. But my hand grew colder little by little. I read Shinmani's message 3 times. Then I flipped my phone face down on the table and continued eating the steamed perch ordered by Lu Qinyuan. The restaurant he chose was on the top floor of the Guomao with a full floor-to-ceiling window facing Chang'an Street. The midday sun turned the entire street into a silver river with cars flowing slowly along its bed. He sat across from me using the public chopsticks to place the tenderest piece of fish from the belly onto my plate. Aren't you going to ask? I picked up the fish, dipping it slightly into the steamed fish soy sauce at the edge of the plate. Ask what? What did Shinmani say? Lu Qinyuan put down the public chopsticks and picked up his teacup, taking a sip. He doesn't drink alcohol at lunchtime, it's his rule. The head of the Lu Empire Group has a schedule down to the minute every afternoon and never touches alcohol during lunch. You will tell me at the appropriate time, he said. Now you must tell me, not I can find out. It's you will tell me at the appropriate time. I ate that piece of fish. It was very tender, perfectly steamed, quivering slightly when picked up with chopsticks, melting in my mouth. The last call my mom received before the incident was from the landline of the Lin family. The user of that landline was Zhou Milan. Lu Xinyuan's chopsticks paused for a moment. It was very brief, so short that if I hadn't been watching him, I wouldn't have noticed at all. Then he continued to serve the dishes, picking the largest piece of garlic broccoli and placing it into my bowl. When did you find out? Just now. The message from Manny. He nodded. What do you need me to do? Not for now. Manny is still digging deeper. All right. Just one word. No follow-up questions. No, what are you planning to do? No, I'll help you investigate. A simple all right left all the initiative in my hands. I looked at him as he poured himself some tea, the amber liquid flowing from the teapot steaming. Lu Qinyuan. My. Is there anything you don't know? He put down the teapot and thought for a moment. When you first met me, what was the temperature of the water you handed me? I was taken aback. 3 years ago at the Paris jewelry exhibition, he had handed a glass of water to a stranger. That stranger was me. I couldn't remember this at all. He said he remembered. Now he said he didn't know what the temperature of that water was. This person remembered for 3 years, even the temperature of the water. It was probably around 40 degrees, I said. The temperature of the warm water from the drinking fountain in the exhibition hall is usually around 40 degrees. His lips curled into a slight smile again. Good. Now I know. After finishing the meal, he said he had no urgent appointments in the afternoon and could accompany me for a stroll. I said I wanted to look at jewelry materials. The launch on the 30th still needed a few quality South Sea gold pearls. Let's go to Yensha. The jewelry section in Yensha is on the 4th floor. As I ascended the escalator, I had already spotted the store's window from the glass railing. On the golden velvet display, a row of South Sea gold pearls was showcased, the largest one estimated to exceed 16 millimeters in diameter, its surface smooth like solidified honey, glowing with a rich golden aura under the spotlight. That was exactly what I needed. But before I stepped into the store, I heard that voice first. Sister. Lin Weiner was standing in front of the jewelry counter. She had changed out of the plain white suit from earlier in the Lu building and was now wearing a pale yellow dress with a silk scarf tied at the neckline, not the one from the morning. This one was a new Hermes design with orange chain prints tied around her neck, just covering that red mark. Zhao Mingyu stood beside her. He had swapped his light gray suit for a dark blue one. The shoulder lines were finally smoothed out, but he looked even more listless than this morning. When he saw me come in, his gaze flickered for a moment before quickly shifting away. He didn't dare to look at me. The words Lu Qinyuan said in the reception room earlier were probably still swirling in his mind. If you appear in any business setting within my wife's line of sight, I will terminate one of the Zhao family's projects each time I see you. He was now standing within my line of sight, but he didn't dare to move. Because Lin Weiner was tightly clinging. Sister, are you here to shop for jewelry too? Lin Weiner's voice had regained that upward lilt, completely different from the flustered tone she had in the reception room earlier. She probably spent the entire afternoon piecing herself back together, changing her dress, reapplying her makeup, suppressing all her shame and frustration to the very bottom, and then layering a new smile on top. Is Mr. Lu not accompanying you? Her gaze passed over my shoulder to look behind me. Then her smile. Lu Qinyuan parked the car and arrived a step behind me. He pushed open the glass door of the jewelry store, wearing a navy blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, the Patek Philippe on his wrist reflecting subtle light under the spotlight. When he saw Lin Weiner and Zhao Mingyu, there was no change in his stride. He walked straight to my side. Which one do you like? He asked me casually, as if he were asking what to eat for dinner. Lin Weiner's hand slipped from Zhao Mingyu's arm. Her fingers bent slightly at her side, and then Reg ripped the chain of her handbag. The sensation of the metal chain from the morning gripping her palm probably still lingered, but she suppressed that feeling as well. Mr. Lu, her voice returned to that soft and harmless tone. What a coincidence. Mingyu is accompanying me to choose an engagement ring. She articulated the words engagement ring very clearly. As she spoke, she raised her left hand, the diamond ring on her ring finger, turning slightly to catch the light. The fire and brilliance flashed for a moment, bright, but not overwhelming. It looked to be just over 1 carat with clarity, probably at the VS level, the cut average. Zhao Mingyu's expression changed. He probably didn't want Lu Qinyuan to notice that he was here. But Lin Weiner had already put the words out there. He could only stand still, his lips pressed into a line. Lu Qinyuan didn't look at them. He walked to the counter of the South Sea gold pearls, glanced at the largest one, then raised his hand and gently tapped twice on the glass countertop. The sales assistant immediately approached. She probably recognized Lu Qinyuan. The sales assistant at Yensha wouldn't have poor eyesight. Her voice was half a pitch higher than when she greeted ordinary customers, but not in a harsh way, rather nervous. Sir, this one is a South Sea gold pearl with a diameter of 16.5 millimeters, produced in the Philippines, flawless skin, and the gold concentration reaches. She glanced at the certificate. The concentration of pure gold. Take it out. The sales assistant put on white gloves, opened the cabinet door, and brought out the pearl along with the... On the golden velvet, the 16.5 millimeter gold pearl shimmered under the spotlight, its surface smooth as a mirror with no visible flaws. Lu Qinyuan picked up the pearl, examined it in his palm, and then handed it to me. What do you think? I took it. The gold pearl was heavy warm against my skin. I turned it towards the light, its surface indeed flawless with the highest concentration among South Sea gold pearls. The base light was sufficient, and as I turned it the whole pearl resembled a small clump of solidified sunlight. The quality is excellent, I said. It can be used as the main stone for earrings or as a pendant for a necklace. Then let's buy it, he said casually. Then he turned to the sales assistant. This one is for keeping. What else does my wife need? Bring them all together. The sales assistant's eyes brightened. She turned and came back with several trays from the safe. A mix of gold pearls, white pearls, Tahiti and black pearls, and conch pearls, all neatly arranged according to color and size, filling half the counter. I examined them one by one. When selecting gold pearls, the hand feel is the most important. Even pearls of the same diameter can vary in price by double based on the thickness of the skin and the quality of the base light. I placed several similarly concentrated gold pearls side by side on the black velvet. The subtle color differences and thickness of the surface light clearly visible under the bright light. Lynn Weiner stood 3 steps away. Her gaze swept over the pearls spread out on the counter, then landed on the 1-carat diamond ring on her ring finger. She lowered her hand, turning the diamond ring towards her palm. The movement was light, but I saw it. Sister really understands jewelry. Her voice chimed again, her tone rising. Unlike me, who only knows to look at size. Mr. Lou is really good to sister buying so many pearls. But, she paused, her tone carrying a hint of concern, as if she were thinking of others. Mr. Lou, these pearls add up to quite a bit, right? Although the Lou family is wealthy, spending excessively on his wife still requires some moderation. After all, she glanced at me. When my sister was in the Lin family, she was particularly extravagant. My dad's monthly allowance for her was never enough. Zhao Mingyu chimed in from the side. His voice was lower than Lin Weiner's, lacking confidence, but he still spoke up. Yes, Mr. Lin Wan really doesn't know how to budget. When she was with me, a single shopping trip could wipe out half a month's salary. After finishing that sentence, he glanced at Lu Xinyuan's expression. Lu Qinyuan was looking at me selecting pearls. He didn't even turn his head. Zhao Gongzi. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the jewelry store heard it. How much is your monthly salary? Zhao Mingyu was taken aback. He probably didn't expect Lu Qinyuan to ask this question. 100,000. 100,000. Lu Qinyuan repeated the 2 words slowly. Zhao Group's vice president, with a monthly salary of 100,000. My wife goes shopping once, spending half of your monthly salary, which is about 30 to 50,000. He lowered his head, picked up a gold pearl from the counter in front of me. Not the largest one, but one about 14 millimeters in diameter, of a quality 1 tier lower than that 16.5 millimeter one. He weighed it in his palm. 30 to 50,000. What can you buy in the jewelry section of Yinsha? He placed the gold pearl back on the velvet. You can't even buy a regular South Sea gold pearl. Zhao Mingyu's face changed from white to red, then to a very ugly gray. Lu Qinyuan finally turned his head to look at him. Zhao Gongzi, you can't even afford the bill for my wife's shopping. So don't comment on whether she knows how to spend money. The jewelry store fell silent for a moment. The sales assistant lowered her head to organize the pearls on the velvet, her movements much slower than before, probably listening intently. The 2 customers at the nearby counter also paused their actions, pretending to look at jewelry, but their eyes kept Lin Weiner's smile completely faltered. She clung to Zhao Mingyu's arm, leaning closer to him, as if using this gesture to tell everyone. It's okay, my fiancé may earn less, but I'm still standing by him. Mr. Lu. Her voice trembled slightly, but she was still holding on. You are indeed generous to sister. However, no matter how much a man spends, it's not as reassuring as what one earns oneself. Isn't that right? She was stirring the pot. Lu Qinyuan listened to her words, and then lowered his head to ask me. Madam, have you decided on that 16.5 millimeter one? I have. Besides that one, which others do you want? I pointed out the selected pearls to the sales assistant. 3 South Sea gold pearls, 2 Tahiti and black pearls, and 1 conch pearl. All of the quality is among the best in their category, with a total price exceeding 8 million. The sales assistant's voice trembled when she quoted the price. It wasn't from nervousness, but excitement. The commission from this order was enough for her half a year's salary. Lu Qinyuan pulled out a black card from his suit pocket and placed it on the counter. Swipe it. Just 1 word. Then he turned to Lin Weiner. Miss Lin, you just said that no matter how much a man spends, it's not as reassuring as what one earns oneself. You are right. He took out a folded document from the other side of his suit pocket and unfolded it. The paper reflected light under the spotlight with the words, Chengwang Jewelry Brand Joint Cooperation Framework Agreement, printed at the top, stamped with a red seal below. This is the cooperation agreement between my wife and Chengwang Jewelry under the Lu Group. The minimum profit-sharing ratio for her first series of designs is 25%. The industry average is 8%. He turned the agreement to the signature page. My name was signed on it, and the date was 3 days ago. This series' first product hasn't been launched yet, but the estimated market sales have already exceeded 20 million. based on the 25% profit-sharing ratio my wife will earn from this series. More than 10 years' worth of your salary, Zhao Gongzi. Lin Weiner's expression completely changed. That change wasn't anger or shame, but a deeper emptiness, as if something foundational was uprooted. She stood there, the pale yellow dress making her look bright and vibrant, but her face resembled a piece of paper that had been crumpled and smoothed out, all expressions falling away. Zhao Mingyu pulled his hand from his pants pocket, clenched it into a fist, and then relaxed it. His lips moved several times before he finally squeezed out one sentence. Weiner, let's go. Lin Weiner didn't move. She stared at the black card on the counter, the cooperation agreement, and the 16.5mm gold pearl in my hand. Her gaze finally landed on my face. Sister is really impressive. Her tone had changed. No longer the upward lilt soft tone, but a flatter voice squeezed out from between her teeth. You married a wealthy man and made him help you earn money. 20 million in estimated sales. Loose channels are there, anyone could sell it. What kind of skill is that? She emphasized the word skill. I put down the gold pearl and turned to face her. You're right. Loose channels are indeed good. But no matter how good the channel is, a poor product won't sell. My design drafts are over there. Do you want to take a look? Lin Weiner remained silent. Your light luxury brand, the necklace released last month, has design elements that are over 70% similar to Van Cleef Arpels' limited Christmas edition from last year. Consumers are already criticizing under your brand's WeChat account. Did you know? Her pupils constricted. How do you? Because I'm also in the jewelry circle. I said, in this circle, if any brand releases a plagiarized item, it will spread the same day. Your brand's design director was recruited by Zhao Mingyu, right? He worked as an assistant at Chow Tai Fook for 3 years and couldn't even be considered an independent designer. Lin Weiner's lips trembled. You can't even plagiarize properly. Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover is a 3-dimensional inlay, and you made it flat with mid-range materials, the electroplating layer so thin that it fades in 3 months. Consumers aren't fools. As I said this, my tone was very calm. It wasn't mockery or flaunting, just stating the facts. Because she said I relied on Lu Xinyuan's channels, she didn't understand the jewelry design industry at all. Channels can amplify good products 100 times, but they can't save bad products. Her light luxury brand has been a joke from the start. Lu Xinyuan took the black card from the counter and placed it in my hand. Madam, she questions your ability not because you're not good. He paused, but because she only understands price and doesn't see value. The sales assistant had already finished wrapping the pearls. The deep blue velvet box and golden ribbon felt heavy in my hand. Lu Qinyuan took the shopping bag and held my hand with the other. As we passed by Zhao Mingyu, he paused. Zhao Gongzi, your fiancé's light luxury brand has a registered capital of 5 million. How much has actually been paid in? Zhao Mingyu's face froze. It can be found in the business registration system. Actual payment, 0. After finishing, Lu Qinyuan pulled me toward the exit. Behind us, the jewelry store was as quiet as if all the air had been sucked out. Then Lin Weiner's voice rang out sharp and thin like glass scraping against glass. Zhao Mingyu, you told me the registered capital was 5 million. I couldn't hear the rest. The glass door closed behind us, cutting her voice into fragmented pieces. As we descended the escalator, I clutched the 16.5mm gold pearl. It felt warm, heavy, pressed against my palm. Lu Qinyuan walked beside me, suddenly speaking. Madam, you mentioned she plagiarized the Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover. How did you know? Because the original designer of the necklace she copied is my mentor at the Paris Jewelry Academy. My graduation project was the evolution of that element. Lu Qinyuan fell silent for a while. Then he smiled, not just a slight curve of his lips. It was a genuine smile, his brows and eyes relaxing. So Lin Weiner plagiarized right onto your mentor's head. Exactly. In front of you she truly is. Showing off her skills in front of an expert. The escalator reached the first floor. Sunlight poured down from the glass dome in the mall, landing on the gold pearl in my palm. 16.5mm concentrated gold, level, flawless surface. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was Shun Manus' message. Wanwan, I found another lead. On the day your mom had the incident, Zhou Milan was not at the Lin family. She went to a place, the repair shop in the east of the city. Second message. The owner of that repair shop is Zhou Hai. Third message. Zhou Hai's sister is... I tightened my grip on the gold pearl. It felt scorching hot against my palm, heavy. Lu Qinyuan glanced, then his expression changed. It wasn't anger or surprise, but a deeper emotion, like dark currents beneath deep. Then his expression changed. It wasn't anger or surprise, but a deeper emotion, like dark currents beneath deep waters, the surface calm, while turmoil brewed below. Get in the car. He took my hand and led me toward the parking lot. We will talk about this when we get back. The Maybach exited the underground parking lot of Yansha. The sunlight in the capital city streamed through the car window, landing on the gold pearl in my palm. 37 pearls in the left pocket. 1 gold pearl in my right palm. The next morning, I was awakened by the vibration of my phone. The message notifications on the screen jumped up. WeChat social media text messages. 3 channels of notifications crowded together. The number had already surpassed 4 digits. I rubbed my eyes and opened the top message. It was from Shin Manny. Wanwan, quickly check the comments section of your social media. Lin Weiner has gone crazy. I sat up, leaned against the headboard, and opened the social media. Last night before sleeping, I had posted an update with a picture of the 16.5mm South Sea pearl that Yinsha bought. On the golden velvet, the pearl gleamed under the light, and I wrote a line: the main stone for the 30th release conference is set. There were probably over 2,000 likes, about 300 comments, all normal interactions. Questions about the price, compliments on the pearl's quality, inquiries about the details of the release conference. But now the comments section had completely changed. The top hot comment with over 30,000 likes: I heard you were dumped by the Zhao family because of infidelity. Does Lu Qinyuan know? The second comment: you lived with Zhao Mingyu for a year and a half before marrying Lu Qinyuan, then turned around to play the pure character. Disgusting. The third comment was even more direct: Lin, when your mother died early and no one taught you, but you should at least have some basic sense of shame. I scrolled down. New comments kept pouring and adding, dozens more with each refresh. The language grew increasingly harsh, from infidelity to materialistic, from pretending to be pure to using the body to rise in status, like a pot of boiling dirty water bubbling over. I clicked on the topic tag, Lin Wan's infidelity, with over 20 million views. The top of the topic page was a long article from a marketing account with a very toxic title: Mrs. Lu's past and present, the truth behind being dumped by the Zhao family. The article detailedly exposed the specifics of my alleged numerous infidelities during my relationship with Zhao Mingyu. Times, places, people, all fabricated with a believable narrative. It claimed that during my studies in Paris, I had a chaotic personal life, and after returning to the country, while being engaged to Zhao Mingyu, I maintained inappropriate relationships with multiple men and was dumped by the Zhao family after they discovered this. Accompanying the text were several blurry screenshots of chat records, the avatars pixelated, but the dialogue content was very pointed. Lin Wan was involved with 3 men at the same time while with Zhao Mingyu. The night before the engagement banquet, she even went to a hotel with a man driving a Porsche. Zhao Mingyu publicly ended the engagement because he discovered these. Each sentence was crafted to sound real. I stared at those chat record screenshots for a few seconds. The avatar was pixelated, but the background of the chat interface was a pink rose, Lin Weiner's phone wallpaper. She had shared it in her friend's circle last year, caption: girls should live among flowers. I had casually scrolled past it at the time, not paying attention. Now this image appeared in the whistleblower's chat record background. It was a screenshot she took herself. Using her own account, she forged the so-called insider's tip. The door was pushed open. Lu Qinyuan walked in holding a cup of warm water. He was wearing a dark gray loungewear shirt, the collar unbuttoned, his hair unkempt with a few strands falling. He saw me with my phone, didn't ask if you saw it, simply placed the cup on the bedside table and sat down at the edge of the bed. The Lu family's legal team started at 6 this morning. His voice was calm, as if talking about today's weather. All marketing accounts involved in reposting have had their IP addresses locked. The main information for the original account has been retrieved. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, opened a document, and handed it to me. On the screen was a table listing the detailed information of 37 marketing accounts, account holders, operating companies, legal representatives, registered addresses, and posting records for the past 3 months. Each entry was clearly marked. These 37 accounts belong to 4 marketing companies. The actual controllers of these 4 companies point to the same person. He flipped to the last page of the table. Zhou Hai. I looked at that name. Zhou Hai, from the repair shop in the eastern part of the city. Zhou Milan's brother. Yesterday, Shin Manny had just discovered that the place Zhou Milan went before my mother had an accident was his shop. Today, his marketing company began spreading rumors about me across the internet. Isn't he running a repair shop? The repair shop is the front. Lu Qinyuan said behind the scenes he registered 3 marketing companies in the suburbs of Beijing specifically for black public relations work. The fee Lin Weiner paid for his marketing account was a total of 470,000. The transfer records have been retrieved. He opened another document. The bank transfer receipt showed that the payer was Lin Weiner's personal account and the payee was a cultural communication company under Zhou Hai. Transfer time 10:23 last night. 10:23 last night, less than 3 hours after the confrontation at Yinsha jewelry store. After returning from the mall, she took a shower, changed clothes, sat in front of her phone, and systematically transferred 470,000, purchased 37 marketing accounts, and fabricated an entire set of my infidelity evidence. Then she lay down in bed waiting for dawn. Lu Qinyuan. Wasn't she tired doing all this? Lu Qinyuan put down his phone and looked at me. A person who lives life as a continuous scheme won't feel tired, because she no longer knows how to live a normal life. I leaned against the headboard holding the cup of warm water, my palm slowly warming up. How do you plan to handle this? It's not about how I handle it. He said it's about how you want to handle it. Me. She is spreading rumors about you. The method, intensity, timing of the counterattack. You decide. He paused. I am only responsible for execution. I looked at him. The deep blue morning light seeped in through the gap in the curtains, landing on his profile. He wasn't saying I'll help you handle it or leave it to me, but you decide. I execute. This man mobilized the entire Lu legal team, technical team, and public relations team, thoroughly checked the details of 37 marketing accounts, even obtained the bank transfer records. Then he sat here and asked me, how do you want to handle it? I want her to slap herself in the face. Lu Xinyuan's mouth twitched slightly. All right. At 9 in the morning, the Lu Group's press conference hall. Not the conference room in the Lu building, but a real press conference hall. 3 stories high, a full LED background wall, professional live streaming equipment, with seating for 200. When Lu Xinyuan scheduled this press conference here, his assistant asked if he wanted to notify the media in advance. He said no. Within half an hour of the news being released, the seating was full. I stood in the preparation room on the side of the conference hall, looking outside through the one-way glass. A large part of the media in the capital had come, financial, entertainment, social news, with 3 rows of cameras set up. On my phone screen was the real-time trending list on social media. Lin Wan's infidelity was still in first place, and Lu's press conference had climbed to third. Lu Xinyuan stood next to me, flipping through a document. Today he wore a black suit, the tie perfectly knotted with a silver eagle-shaped tie, clipped the same series as the brooch in the banquet hall. He flipped to the last page, then closed it and handed it to me. This is the press conference's draft. Take a look. I took it and flipped through it. It was written very concisely, without any emotional wording, all factual statements and timelines. Details of the 37 marketing accounts, relationships between the 4 marketing companies, the identity of Zhou Hai as the actual controller, Lin Weiner's transfer records, and the comparison results of chat record screenshots and Lin Weiner's phone wallpaper. Each entry had an attached evidence index number. I left the last paragraph blank, Lu Xinyuan said. I flipped to the last page. The last paragraph of the draft contained only one line: in response to this incident, Ms. Lin Wan will take the following legal actions. The rest was blank. You will fill in this line. I looked at the blank space. Outside, the seats in the press conference hall were already fully occupied with people adjusting microphones, setting up live streaming equipment, and others taking photos of the scene. Voices from 200 people blended together, transmitted through the one-way glass, turning into a low humming sound. I picked up the pen. I wrote 4 characters after that blank line. Pursue to the end. At exactly 10 o'clock, the press conference began. When Lu Xinyuan stepped onto the stage, all the shutters clicked simultaneously. He didn't sit down, standing behind the podium, his hands resting on the surface, his body slightly leaning forward. The LED background wall lit up, displaying the detailed list of 37 marketing accounts, each account followed by a string of IP addresses and operational information. Today's press conference will only address one matter. His voice spread through the speakers, not loud, but every word overshadowed the sound of the shutters. From 11 last night until this morning, 37 marketing accounts have published and reposted false information regarding my wife, Ms. Lin Wan. The content includes, but is not limited to, fabricating romantic experiences, forging chat records, and defaming personal character. The LED background wall displayed a different screen. The blurred chat record screenshots appeared on the big screen side by side with the screenshots of Lin Weiner's post from last year. Same pink rose wallpaper, same phone layout, same font settings. The 2 images were enlarged to the same proportion, overlapping perfectly. Even the battery display positions in the status bar completely matched. The phone wallpaper used by the whistleblower in the chat records is completely consistent with the photo publicly released on Ms. Lin Weiner's social account. The sound of shutters was dense, like a rainstorm hitting a tin roof. The images continued to switch. The bank transfer records appeared on the big screen. Payer Lin Weiner, payee Zhou Hai's cultural communication company, amount 470,000 yuan. The transfer note stated marketing fees. Next was the equity structure diagram of Zhou Hai's company, 3 companies, all actual controllers pointing to Zhou Hai. Then there was Zhou Hai's identity information, Zhou Milan's biological brother. Finally, the last thing to appear on the big screen was a waveform diagram of an audio file. Last night, Ms. Lin Weiner threatened my wife face-to-face in the reception room of the Lu building. The audio portion of the surveillance footage has been certified by a judicial appraisal agency, confirming that the original file has not been tampered with. The waveform began to pulse. Lin Weiner's voice came through the speakers, accompanied by a slight electrical noise, but every word was clear. Lin Wan, don't get cocky. Do you think that marrying Lu Xinyuan means everything is fine? Let me tell you, I have plenty of ways to ruin you. The press conference hall fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then the shutter sounds erupted. Lu Xinyuan waited for the shutter noise to subside a bit and continued speaking. His voice remained unchanged throughout, like a knife slowly pushing in. Not fast, but every inch was precise to the millimeter. The Lu legal team has completed all evidence collection. All involved marketing accounts, operating companies, the actual controller Zhou Hai, and the financier Lin Weiner, all listed as defendants. He picked up a document from the podium, held it up for all the cameras to capture. The document's header bore the name of the court with a red filing stamp underneath. Criminal private prosecution defamation. Civil tort lawsuit reputation rights and privacy rights the compensation amount. He read out a number. That number was drowned out by the shutter sounds, but simultaneously appeared on the big screen. 10 million. All compensation will be donated to the Women's Rights Protection Foundation. He placed the filing notice down, his hands returning to the podium. Finally, I would like to say something on behalf of my wife. He looked at the cameras below. That gaze pierced through the one-way glass, through all the cameras, through the millions of screens watching the live broadcast at that moment. She will not respond to rumors. She will only respond to the rumor mongers with the law. When the press conference ended, my phone vibrated. It was a push notification from social media. Lin Weiner's account had posted a new update. I clicked in. It was an apology letter. It was not written voluntarily by her, but was attached to the final deadline clause in the lawyer's letter issued by the Lu legal team. Publicly apologize on social media. By noon today, admit to the rumors, and civil liability may be mitigated. Otherwise, there will be no concessions on the criminal prosecution's sentencing recommendations. She chose to. The wording of the apology letter was probably drafted by a lawyer, very formal, admitting to reposting unverified false information, admitting to the damage to Ms. Lin Wan's reputation, expressing deep regret. The comments section had already been closed, but the reposts had surpassed 50,000, and each repost was filled with insults. I scrolled to a popular repost. The apology letter was posted for less than 10 minutes, and the comment section was closed. Why didn't you close it when you were spreading rumors? Below were thousands of comments, all urging her to come out and face it. Her social media account dropped from 300,000 followers last night to 120,000. 3 brand endorsements, a skincare brand, a mid-range bag company, and a viral milk tea brand. All released statements terminating their partnerships within 2 hours. The statement from the mid-range bag company was the harshest. The brand's cooperation with Ms. Lin Weiner is terminated effective immediately. We respect the reputation rights of every woman and will not tolerate any form of slander. I put down my phone. Lu Qinyuan walked out from the side door of the press conference hall, his tie loosened by half an inch, the silver eagle-shaped tie clip taken off and held in his hand. He walked up to me, handing me the tie clip. Keep it. Why? The eagle is the Lu family's emblem. From today on, it is also yours. I took it. The silver tie clip carried the warmth of his palm. The wings of the eagle stretched out, the lines minimalist, shining coldly under the light. Have you seen Lin Weiner's apology? Yes. Is it enough? I looked at the eagle in my palm. This is just the beginning. Lu Xinyuan's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't the near-zero arc from when he was taking photos, nor the warm arc from the banquet hall, but a deeper one, as if he had finally waited for the prey to enter range. Yes. This is just the beginning. My phone vibrated again. This time it was from Shin Manny. Wan Zhou Hai has been taken away for questioning. The police intervened in the defamation case and also sealed off the accounts of the 3 marketing companies under him. The second message followed closely. Do you know what they found when they sealed off the accounts? The third message. 20 years ago, the financial records of the repair shop under Zhou Hai. A week before your mother's accident, Zhou Hai's account received a deposit of 500,000. The fourth message. They'll send you the name of the remitter. The fifth message was an image. A yellowed bank transfer receipt with 3 characters in the remitter's signature section. Zhou Milan. The lights at the press conference venue shone down from above. The eagle-shaped tie clip in my palm warmed up. Outside, the sunlight and the capital shone on the glass curtain wall of the Lu building, making the entire building look like a huge mirror reflecting light in all directions. Zhou Milan transferred 500,000 to her brother. A week later, my mother's brakes failed and she died on the way to the eastern part of the city. 20 years. I tightened my grip on the tie clip, the silver edge pressing into my palm. Lu Xinyuan's voice sounded beside me. From Shin Manny. Yes. What did they find? I turned my phone screen toward him. He glanced at it. Then his expression didn't change. It wasn't shock, but a calm before the storm. Clouds pressing down to the sea's surface, the gap between sky and sea compressed into a thin line. All the wind stopped. Zhou Milan is going to the Lin family's old house this afternoon to retrieve your mother's belongings. She has an appointment with her assistant at 3 o'clock. He glanced at his watch. It's currently 1:40. He handed my phone back to me. Let's go. It's time to retrieve your mother's things. The Maybach drove out of the underground garage of the Lu building. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the car window, landing on the eagle-shaped tie clip in my palm. 37 pearls in the left pocket. 1 golden pearl in the right palm. An eagle tie clip between my fingers. My mother's belongings. The cause of my mother's death. Zhou Milan's 500,000. It has been 20 years. Today it is time to settle the score. The Lin family's old residence is located in the north of the city. As the Maybach drove into the street lined with French sycamores, the sunlight was fragmented by the leaves casting dappled patterns on the windshield. I have walked this road for over 10 years, from elementary school to middle school, from middle school to high school, then went to Paris, and after returning, I rarely walked it again. Nervous? Lu Xinyuan's voice came from beside me. His hand rested on the steering wheel, fingers long and steady. Today he was driving himself without a chauffeur. Not nervous, I replied, but there is one thing I have never understood. What? Why did my mother marry my father back then? Lu Xinyuan did not answer. Shadows from the sycamore trees slid across his face, alternating between light and dark. As the car approached the iron gate of the Lin family's old residence, the guard Old Chen peeked out, recognized me, and froze for 2 seconds before hurriedly pressing the button to open the gate. As the iron gate slowly opened, his gaze remained fixed on the Maybach, his mouth slightly agape, as if he had witnessed something beyond his comprehension. The old residence looked the same as before. The grayish-blue exterior walls were covered in ivy, a 3-story standalone building with a garden that was meticulously maintained. Zhou Milan loved roses, and the garden was filled with various species blooming fervently and neatly, each flower positioned, as if measured with a ruler. The osmanthus tree that my mother planted is still there, squeezed into the corner of the garden, its crown pruned to a small size, as if someone deliberately prevented it from growing. Yet it still lived on, its branches adorned with delicate golden yellow flowers, the fragrance faint, nearly overwhelmed by the strong scent of the roses. I stood beneath the osmanthus tree, gazing up for a while. There was a shallow mark on the trunk, one I carved with a small knife when I was 7, a crooked character for one. The bark had grown over the past 20 years, and the character had grown with it, the strokes spread out and deformed, yet still recognizable. Lu Qinyuan stood beside me, following my gaze. Did you carve this? Yes. I got scolded by my mother for it. She said the tree could feel pain. And then, oi. Later she helped me find a duller knife, saying that way the tree wouldn't hurt. Lu Qinyuan fell silent for a moment, then extended his hand, gently touching the deformed one character on the trunk with his fingertip, as if he were caressing something very old and fragile. The living room of the old residence still retained the decoration style of 20 years ago. Redwood furniture, genuine leather sofas, and a huge landscape painting hung on the wall framed in golden silk nanmo. Zhou Milan sat on the sofa, her dark green qipao replaced with a navy blue one, and the jade beads in her hand swapped for honey amber. When she saw me walk in, the muscles in her face twitched, squeezing out a smile. That smile was identical to the one Zhao Jiangwo forced out in the Lu Corporation building. Lips curled upwards, but the eyes remained still. Wan is here. Her voice was still that gentle, melodious tone, as if the morning's press conference never happened, as if her brother Zhou Hai being taken away by the police for questioning never happened, as if the 500,000 yuan transfer record from 20 years ago never existed. Beside her sat Lin Jiangwo, my father. He wore a dark brown jacket, his hair dyed, but the roots had grown half an inch white. He saw me, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but after glancing at Lu Qinyuan behind me, he swallowed the words back down. Lin Weiner stood by the window. Her pale yellow dress had been changed to a cream-colored knitted top, paired with khaki pants, her hair tied in a low ponytail, and her makeup was very light. When she saw me enter, her pupils dilated slightly, then she quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head to look at her phone. The apology letter from this morning was still pinned to her homepage, and its shares had surpassed 100,000. The comments section was closed, but the backlash in the shares had not diminished at all. She no longer called me sister. Zhou Milan picked up a dark brown wooden box from the coffee table and pushed it over. The box was roughly the size of a shoebox, its surface worn down, and the copper clasp at the corners had oxidized to a bluish green. Your mother's belongings are all here. I opened the box. The top item was an album. The cover had the word Paris printed on it, bought by my mother during a business trip to Paris. Opening it, the first page featured a photo of her and me beneath the Eiffel Tower. I was 4 years old, held in her arms with an ice cream cone in my hand, grinning and revealing a missing front tooth. She looked down at me, not at the camera. Her hand pulled me closer as if afraid I would fall, as if she were holding something more precious than anything else. Below the album were several pieces of jewelry. A pair of pearl earrings, the pearls having turned yellow with a bit of rust on the ear pins. A thin gold chain, the pendant a small heart shape engraved with the words Suhua. A jade bracelet made of Hetian jade, warm and smooth like solidified sheep fat, with a very fine crack on the inner circle, probably from when it was bumped against something. I picked up the jade bracelet and slipped it onto my wrist. It fit perfectly. Zhou Milan's gaze lingered on the jade bracelet for a moment. She probably did not expect my mother to have something valuable. At the bottom of the box was a letter. The envelope was made of craft paper, already yellowed and brittle, with a stamp affixed to the seal, depicting the zodiac sign of that year. The recipient was my name, Lin Wan. The sender section was blank. The postmark was so blurred it was almost unreadable, only the year could be discerned, 20 years ago. It was sent out by my mother before the incident. I did not open it. I placed the letter in the inner pocket of my coat, pressing it against my chest. Zhou Mylan's gaze followed the letter, her lips moving slightly. Wan, I have sorted out all your mother's belongings. I kept the valuable ones and disposed of those that were of no use. Everything in this box is all that's left. Her words were identical to what she said that day in the banquet hall. The valuable ones were kept, and the useless ones were discarded. But the pearl necklace, the most valuable item of my mother, had been worn by her daughter for 12 years. The items in the box, the pearl earrings had turned yellow, the gold chain was as thin as a strand of hair, and the jade bracelet was something she did not know the value of. Hitian jade, the crack, only proved its age worth at least 6 figures. The truly good things had long been taken away by them. I closed the wooden box and stood up. Aunt Zhou, she looked up at me. 20 years ago, a week before my mother's incident, you transferred 500,000 to your brother Zhou Hai. What was that money for? The air in the living room felt as if it had been sucked out. Lin Jiangwo's head shot up abruptly, his gaze jumping from my face to Zhou Mylan's, then back to mine. His lips parted, but no sound came out. The smile on Zhou Mylan's face remained, but it felt frozen, her lips still curved upwards while the light in her eyes dimmed little by little. The honey amber beads in her hand had stopped moving, her fingertip pressed hard against the largest bead until her knuckles turned white. What 500,000? I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Qinyuan took out a piece of paper from his suit pocket, unfolded it, and placed it on the coffee table. The yellowed bank transfer receipt with the remitter Zhou Mylan, the payee, Zhou Hai, the amount 500,000 yuan. Date, November 13th, 20 years ago. My mother's incident occurred on November 20th. 1 week later. Zhou Mylan stared at the receipt, the color draining from her face. This is a forgery. The original has been submitted for judicial appraisal. Lu Xinyuan's voice was not loud. The appraisal results will come out in 3 days. Lin Jiangwo finally spoke. His voice was dry like sandpaper rubbing against wood. Mylan, what is going on? I don't know. This must be a forgery. Zhou Mylan's voice suddenly rose, shattering the gentle tone. Lin, when you married Lu Qinyuan, your wings have hardened, and you've come back to settle old scores, haven't you? Your mother's death was an accidental car crash. The police have already determined that. Now you're bringing out a transfer receipt from who knows where. Ms. Zhou. Lu Qinyuan interrupted her. He used the title Ms. Zhou, just as he did in the banquet hall and the reception room. The police's determination was brake failure. However, the reason for the brake failure was not specified in the assessment report at the time. He took out a second document from another pocket of his suit. The paper was newer, the corners neat, with the heading printed with the words Motor Vehicle Judicial Appraisal Institute. This is the second appraisal report of the archived photos of the accident vehicle from back then. Appraisal conclusion. The brake line was deliberately severed. The severed area had neat cut marks, not natural wear and tear. He placed the report on the coffee table positioned beside the bank transfer receipt. 500,000 transferred a week later. The brake line was cut. The recipient is your own brother, who owns a car repair shop. He paused. Ms. Zhou, you need to explain. Zhou Mylan's lips trembled. Her fingers clenched the honey amber beads so tightly that the string was about to snap, making a faint sound. Lin Weiner walked over from the window. Her steps were hurried, the hem of her cream-colored knitted top fluttering in the breeze. She approached the coffee table, glanced down at the 2 documents, then lifted her head to look at me. The apology letter from this morning was still on her homepage, with the backlash and the shares increasing continuously. Her brand endorsements had all fallen through, and her social media followers had dropped from 300,000 to 120,000. Her fiancé Zhao Mingyu had been directly kicked out of the business scene in the capital by Lu Qinyuan. Her mother Zhou Mylan was sitting on the sofa, her face as pale as the trim of her qipao. But the look she gave me was devoid of pleading, devoid of fear, not even the shame she felt when she saw the apology letter broadcasted live during the press conference this morning. It was something harder, like shattered glass pressed back together, the edges still sharp, but beneath it, pressing down on a ball of fire. Sister, she called me. Not Lin Wan, but sister. Your mother's death, my mother doesn't know about it. That transfer receipt was for the money Zhou Hai borrowed from my mother. He needed it to expand the repair shop. The issue with the brake oil pipe had nothing to do with my mother. After she finished speaking, she turned to Lin Jiangwo. That sister has been used. Lu Qinyuan helped her investigate this, wanting to completely sever her ties with our family. He wants to take sister away from us. Lin Jiangwo's gaze shifted back and forth between me and Lu Qinyuan. His Adam's apple bobbed, his lips moved like a fish washed ashore. He glanced at Zhou Mylan's pale face, then at the 2 documents on the coffee table, and finally at the osmanthus tree squeezed into the corner of the garden outside. Wan, his voice was hoarse. The police have determined your mother's death was an accident. Your Aunt Zhou hasn't treated you well over the years, but she wouldn't do something like that. I looked at my dad. He was sitting on the sofa, the zipper of his deep brown jacket only halfway up, revealing the pilled collar of his sweater underneath. His hair had been dyed, but half an inch of white roots had already emerged. He couldn't bear to look me in the eye when he spoke, his gaze drifting to the 2 documents on the coffee table before quickly averting as if a prolonged glance would burn him. He did not believe. He was afraid to believe. Because once he believed these past 20 years, his 20 years of marrying Jo Mylan, his 20 years of raising Lynn Weiner as his own daughter, his 20 years of rearranging the master bedroom less than a year after my mother's death, would all become a joke. A joke he couldn't bear to face. I reached into my pocket. The left pocket contained 37 pearls, and the right pocket held a 16.5mm gold bead. In the inner pocket of my chest, there was the letter my mother sent 20 years ago. Through the fabric, the thin layer of paper pressed against my heart. Dad, I didn't come here today to ask you to believe. My voice was very calm. Much calmer than I had anticipated. I came to take back my mother's things. I picked up the wooden box on the coffee table. And one more thing. I looked at Jo Mylan and Lin Jiangwo sitting side by side on the sofa. One with a pale face, the other avoiding eye contact. From today on, I am no longer a member of the Lin family. My mother's surname is Chun. From now on, I will be Chun. Lin Jiangwo's body swayed slightly. Wan. Mr. Lin, I interrupted him. Just like when I interrupted Zhao Jiangwo at the Lu Corporation, from now on, please call me Chen Wan. The living room fell silent for about 5 seconds. Then Jo Mylan's voice broke the silence, sharp and thin like glass scraping against glass. Good. You leave. If you leave, don't come back. Your mother's matter has nothing to do with us, believe it or not. Whether you change your surname or sever ties. Malian. Lin Jiangwo shouted. Jo Mylan's mouth closed. But she looked at me, that something in her eyes, something pressed down to the very bottom, deformed but never extinguished, was exactly the same as what was in Lin Weiner's eyes. I held the wooden box and turned to walk towards the door. Lu Qinyuan followed behind me. He paused when passing by Lin Weiner. Miss Lin, the identification report regarding your mother's case will come out in 3 days. You can hire a lawyer for her in advance. Lin Weiner's pupils contracted slightly. Additionally, your apology letter from this morning has a wording issue. You wrote unverified forwarding of false information. But the transfer records to your mother, the fabricated chat records, and the 37 marketing accounts you hired. It's not forwarding. It's manufacturing. Lin Weiner's lips parted. But Lu Qinyuan was already no longer looking at her. He pushed open the door and took my hand, leading me into the garden. The fragrance of the osmanthus tree was overwhelmed by the strong scent of the roses, but I still caught a whiff of it as I passed underneath. Very faint, but still there. As I walked out of the iron gate of the Lin family's old house, the guard, old Chun, stood by the guardhouse watching me. His mouth moved, but in the end he said nothing. When I walked past him, he suddenly bent slightly at the waist. It wasn't a bow, but a more awkward gesture, like someone who had watched me for over a decade, unsure of how to say goodbye. I nodded at him. The iron gate closed behind me. The Maybach drove away from the street lined with French parasol trees. A few leaves were blown off by the autumn wind, twirling down onto the windshield, gently brushed away by the wipers. Lu Qinyuan was driving, not asking me, "Are you okay?" He drove much slower than on the way there. The afternoon sunlight leaked through the branches and leaves of the parasol trees, casting trembling spots of light inside the car. I took out the letter from the inner pocket of my chest. The brown paper envelope, yellowed and brittle, had a stamp depicting the zodiac from 20 years ago. The recipient was written as Lin Wan, and the sender section was blank. The postmark was so blurry that it was almost unreadable, only the year could be discerned. I tore open the seal. The envelope was too fragile. When I tore it open, a small piece of the edge crumbled away, the paper falling onto my lap like a small dried leaf. Inside was only a piece of letter paper. Folded 3 times, when unfolded, the paper bore my mother's handwriting. Her handwriting was beautiful, not the kind that was meticulously neat, but rather one that flowed between strokes, with the ends slightly curling up, just like her. My grandfather said she was a literary backbone in college when she was young, able to write poetry, paint, and play the pipa. Wan. When Mommy wrote this letter, you were chasing butterflies in the yard. You chased for 2 laps, but couldn't catch one, fell, and scraped your knee, crying very sadly. Mommy put a band-aid on you, and you smiled again. Wan, if one day Mommy is not around, you must remember a few things. First, your dad is not a bad person. He is just too weak. Weak people can easily be led by others, but he doesn't do it on purpose. Don't hate him. Second, if one day you learn the truth about Mommy's death, don't be afraid. The truth won't hurt you, it's the concealment of the truth that will. Third, you must find someone. His name is Lu Zhengsheng. He is a friend from Mommy's youth. If one day you find yourself in a hopeless situation, go find him. He will help you. Finally, Wan, Mommy is sorry. Mommy couldn't be with you as you grew up. But Mommy will watch over you from above. You must take care of yourself. Mommy's handwriting. The letter paper trembled slightly in my hand. Not because of sadness, but because of those words written on the letter. If one day you learn the truth. 20 years ago, my mother wrote this sentence in the letter. She knew she might die. She wrote me this letter 3 days before the accident. She knew. Lu Qinyuan parked the car by the roadside. In the shade of the parasol tree, sunlight leaked through the leaves, falling on the letter paper. He didn't speak, only stretched out his hand to cover the back of my hand that held the letter. The warmth of his palm transmitted through my skin, dry and warm. She mentioned my dad in the letter. Lu Xinyuan's voice was low. She told you to find Lu Zhengsheng. I looked up at him. You knew all along. I didn't know. I only knew my dad knew your mom. They were old friends in their youth. He looked at the name on the letter, but she entrusted her life to the Lu family. The car was silent for a long time. Parasol leaves fell one by one onto the windshield, only to be blown away by the wind. I folded the letter neatly and placed it back into the envelope. I gently pressed down on the crumbled corner of the envelope with my finger, like pressing down on something very old and fragile that could fall apart at any moment. Lu Qinyuan. She said my dad is not a bad person, just too weak. Do you think she's right? Lu Qinyuan fell silent for a moment. Your mom understood him well, but she might not understand you. What do you mean? She told you not to hate him but kindness is her affair. He looked at me. Whether to hate or not is your affair. I pressed my chest where the letter was. The envelope pressed against my heart, the thin, brittle, warm texture transmitted through the fabric. I don't hate him now, but I don't want to call him dad anymore. Okay. He withdrew his hand from the back of my hand and grasped the steering wheel again. When he started the engine, he said a sentence, his voice very light. Chenwan. I looked at him. It was the first time he called this name. My mother's surname, my new name. Spoken from his lips, it was like a stone sinking into water, leaving the last ripple on the surface before it submerged. Sounds good. The Maybach re-entered the road. The shade of the parasol trees was left behind, and sunlight shone in from the front, landing on the wooden box in my arms. Inside the box were all my mother's belongings, a photo album, a pair of yellowed pearl earrings, a fine gold chain, and a jade bracelet with cracks on the inner circle. And the letter in my chest. 3 things. First, do not hate my dad. Second, do not fear the truth. Third, go find Lu Zhengsheng. My mother used the letter she wrote 20 years ago to turn her death into a puzzle left for me. She knew the brake oil pipe had been cut. She knew Zhou Mailan. She knew she might die. But she didn't run away, didn't report it, didn't tell anyone. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Shenmani. Wan, there has been a breakthrough in Zhou Hai's interrogation. He confessed. The second piece. He said that 50,000 was given to him by Zhou Mailan. But it wasn't to kill anyone. It was to keep an eye on your mom. The third piece. Keep track of her whereabouts and report back at any time. The fourth piece. The one who actually acted was I stared at the screen. Someone else. The interrogation record of Zhou Hai was sent over by Shenmani via encrypted email. The document consists of 47 pages, each stamped with the electronic seal of the Public Security Bureau. I leaned back in the chair of Lu Xinyuan's study, flipping through the pages one by one. Outside the window was the garden of the Lu family villa, the lawn trimmed like a carpet, and the fountain's water column created a faint rainbow under the sunlight. On the desk was a cup of Longjing tea brewed by Lu Qinyuan, the tea leaves having settled at the bottom, the water temperature just right. Zhou Hai's explanations were very straightforward. It was not because he had a change of heart, it was the Lu family's legal team that unearthed all the shady public relations dealings the marketing company had been involved in over the years. Tax evasion, extortion, illegal operations. Multiple crimes compounded enough to make him serve until his hair turned completely white. He wanted to earn credit for his misdeeds, so he answered whatever was asked. When I flipped to the 23rd page, I found the section that Shenmani had mentioned. The interrogator asked, on November 13th, 20 years ago, Zhou Mailan transferred 500,000 yuan to you. What was the purpose? Zhou Hai answered, she asked me to keep an eye on her sister, on Lin Chinsawa. Every day, I had to record where she went, whom she met, and how long she stayed, reporting back to her. Question: why? Answer: she said Lin Chinsawa had someone outside. She wanted to gather evidence to secure a larger share of the assets during the divorce. Question: how long did you keep an eye on her? Answer: 7 days. From November 13th to November 20th. Question: what happened on November 20th? Answer: that day after Lin Chinsawa left, I followed her as usual. She drove to the east of the city and stopped by the roadside to take a phone call. After hanging up, she turned around and drove out of the city. I followed her out, but lost her near the national highway. When I found that car again, it had already crashed into the mountainside. Question: did you see her expression while she was on the phone? Answer: I did. After hanging up, she sat in the car for a long time, probably 5 or 6 minutes. I was too far away to see her face clearly, but I saw her leaning on the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking. It looked like she was crying. Question: what happened next? Answer: then she wiped her face, turned around, and drove out of the city. The car was going very fast. I read these segments 3 times. My mother received a phone call. She cried. She wiped her tears and turned around to drive out of the city. The car was going very fast. Then the brakes failed, crashing into the mountainside. Who made that call? Why was she crying? Why did she drive so fast after wiping her tears? Like she was rushing to a place, yet also like she was escaping from something. My phone vibrated. It was Shenmani. Wan, I found out about the call your mother received before the incident. It was made from the Lin family's landline. But Zhou Mylan wasn't home that day. She went to Zhou Hai's repair shop. So who made the call from the landline? Shin Manny sent a voice message, her voice low, as if she was afraid of being overheard in the office. The Lin family's old house landline made only 2 calls that afternoon. One was answered by your mother, lasting 4 minutes and 12 seconds. The other was to the Zhao family, Zhao Zhengwo, lasting 6 minutes. Zhao Zhengwo. Zhao Mingyu's father. I fixated on this name, my finger pausing on the phone screen. Zhou Mylan wasn't home. The person who made the call from the Lin family's landline was not Zhou Mylan. It was Lin Zhengwo, my father. He made that call to my mother. For minutes and 12 seconds. Then my mother cried in the car for 5 or 6 minutes, wiped her tears, turned around, and drove out of the city speeding. And then she died. I put down my phone and took a sip of the Longjing tea. The tea had grown cold, slightly bitter. Lu Qinyuan entered holding a document. He glanced at my expression, didn't ask what's wrong, placed the document on the desk, and sat across from me. This is the interview notice from Qingwang Jewelry. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I don't need an interview, I said. Qingwang is my co-branding partner, not my employee. I know. He flipped to the last page of the document. But if you want to enter as an anonymous designer, you must go through the interview process. He's right. This was my own request, without the identity of Mrs. Lu, without the identity of a co-brand designer, just as an ordinary jewelry designer, starting from the bottom at Qingwang Jewelry. I wanted to know how much my designs were worth without any identity backing. When Lu Qinyuan heard my thoughts, he was silent for a few seconds, and then said one word, all right. He didn't say there's no need or Mrs. Lu doesn't need to prove herself. He merely had his assistant anonymize my resume, changing my name to Chin Su, omitting the Paris Jewelry Academy, and replacing it with a certain overseas design school, selecting 3 medium-quality pieces that were neither too good nor too bad, just enough to pass the resume screening. After everything was arranged, he handed me the interview notice. The next day at 9:50 in the morning, I stood in the lobby of Qingwang Jewelry's headquarters. Qingwang's building was located on the east side of the CBD, the entire structure made of glass and titanium alloy resembling a cut crystal from the outside. Behind the reception desk in the lobby was a massive LED screen looping through Qingwang's classic series from previous years. I stood in front of the screen for a while. Last year's Galaxy series, the year before's Nirvana series, and the year before that's First Encounter series. The design language was mature, the craftsmanship impeccable, yet it lacked something. It was missing a touch of humanity. It was too perfect to the point of having no temperament. The interview was in the conference room on the 12th floor of the design department. When I pushed the door open, 3 people were seated at the long table. In the middle was the design director, Su Qing, in her 40s, with short hair, black-rimmed glasses, wearing a navy blue cotton linen shirt, without any jewelry. On the left was the HR manager, and on the right was a man I hadn't seen before, in his 30s, in a suit and tie with a nameplate reading Vice General Manager of Brand Strategy Department, Su Window. Su Qing flipped through my resume and portfolio. Chin Su. Graduated from a certain overseas design school. Portfolio consists of 3 pieces. She looked up at me. Why do you want to join Qingwang? Because Qingwang has the best craftsmanship among domestic jewelry brands. I want to learn. Your design style leans Western. Qingwang's clientele prefers a more Chinese aesthetic. Styles can be adjusted. The foundation of craftsmanship cannot. Su Qing's eyebrows moved slightly. She closed the portfolio and placed the 3 design drafts side by side on the table. One was a pearl earring, one was a colored gem brooch, and one was a plain gold necklace. Why did you place the class design for the pearl earring on the side instead of the back? Because pearls have growth lines. If the perforation on the side overlaps with the growth line, it will crack over time. Placing it on the back is the safest, but the curvature of the back will cause the earring to flip outward when worn. Placing it on the side avoids the growth line while maintaining the wearing angle. Selecting pearls is necessary. Out of 100 pearls, about 3 meet the conditions. Su Qing was silent for 2 seconds. She picked up the design draft for the pearl earring, inspected it closely, and then set it down. Have you ever selected pearls? I have. Nanyang pearls or Japanese pearls? Nanyang. Japanese pearls are too small for earrings. There isn't enough operational space on the side. Su Qing nodded. She returned the 3 design drafts to the portfolio, closed it, and pushed it aside. Chin Su, your fundamentals are excellent. But have you considered a question? Your designs are too cold. I looked at her. Jewelry is not an industrial. It is meant to be worn. Your designs are technically perfect, but lack emotion. A good jewelry designer does not just draw, they speak for the person wearing it. She stood up after saying this. The interview ends here. Wait for the notification. As I walked out of the conference room, Su Window followed me. He called out to me in the hallway, wearing a very professional smile, the curve of his lips precise, as if measured with a ruler. Chin Su, right. I've seen your works. They are very promising. May I add you on WeChat? Qingwang is currently working on a project for emerging designers. I can help you connect. Thank you, General Manager Su. I'll just wait for the HR notification. The HR process is slow. I can recommend you directly. He took half a step forward, reducing the distance by about 10 centimeters. At Chengwang, besides drawing connections are also very important. You just returned to the country, knowing more people won't hurt. People passed by in the hallway, some nodding at him and greeting, and he responded with a nod, his gaze never leaving me. That kind of gaze I was familiar with. It wasn't admiration, but a weighing. Weighing whether this young female designer was worth his time to cultivate. General Manager Su, you just mentioned that Chengwang is working on a project for emerging designers. May I ask who the project leader is? He was taken aback for a moment. It's me. Can you tell me how many designers were successfully incubated through this project last year? What are their names and representative works? Su Window's smile stiffened for half a second. This involves internal company data, which is inconvenient. Last year, the number of designers selected for the incubation project was 0. A voice came from the other end of the hall. Su Qing leaned against the conference room doorframe, holding a thermos with the sleeves of her navy cotton linen shirt rolled up to her forearms. She looked at Su Window, her expression unchanged. The year before last was also 0. The year before that one was incubated, but left 3 months later. The reason for leaving was, she unscrewed the thermos and took a sip, unable to endure General Manager Zu's constant unknown connections. Su Window's expression changed. The footsteps of those passing in the hallway noticeably slowed down. Some pretended to look at their phones, while others simply stopped their gazes, shifting back and forth between Su Window and Su Qing. Director Su, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, Su Qing tightened the lid of her thermos. If Chen Su joins Chengwang, her mentor will be me. You don't need to worry about General Manager Su's incubation project. Su Window's lips moved slightly, finally squeezing out a smile. That smile was exactly like the one Zhao Mingyu wore when Lu Qinyuan publicly asked him about his monthly salary of 100,000. The corners of his mouth turned up, but the light in his eyes shattered. Director Su has the final say. He turned and walked quickly down the hallway, his pace much faster than when he came. Su Qing watched his figure disappear, then turned to me. Chen Su, come to work tomorrow. Didn't the interview say to wait for a notification? That was the notification. She tucked the thermos under her arm, pulled out an access card from her pocket, and handed it to me. The design department is on the 15th floor. The workspace is by the window with me on the left and a coffee machine on the right. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, don't be late. I took the access card. The front of the card was printed with Chengwang Jewelry's logo, a light point cut into multiple facets. Director Su, you mentioned in the conference room that my designs are too cold, lacking emotion. That was for Su when she pulled the thermos from under her arm, unscrewed the lid, and took another sip. Your designs do have emotion, but it's not the kind he can appreciate. After saying this, she turned and walked back into the conference room, the hem of her navy shirt creating a light breeze. I stood in the hallway holding the access card. Sunlight streamed in from outside, falling on the multifaceted light point on the card. Lu Qinyuan was right. Chengwang's design director was indeed a figure to reckon with. At 3 in the afternoon, I returned to the Lu family villa, changed my clothes, and prepared to go out. Lu Qinyuan was sitting on the living room sofa reading documents and looked up at me. How was the interview? I start work tomorrow. Su Qing. Do you know her? I know everyone at Chengwang. He flipped to the next page of the document. Su Qing is the best design director since Chengwang was founded. She has a bad temper, but a sharp eye. Those she chooses won't be mediocre. It seems she doesn't get along with Su Window. Su Window. When Lu Qinyuan pronounced this name, his tone was the same as when he said Zhao Mingyu, the vice president of the brand strategy department, who was scolded 3 times by Su Qing in front of the entire department last year. He tried to leverage Su Qing's newly hired designer for personal gain, but Su Qing moved the girl to the office next door and then wrote a report to the board. Su Window was suspended for 2 months. What happened afterward? He came back. The CEO of Chengwang is his uncle. I put the access card into my bag. Then I suddenly remembered something. Lu Qinyuan, you had your assistant anonymize my resume, changing my name to Chen Su, omitting my school. But were the design drafts in the portfolio original or modified? Original. Su Qing saw the originals. She said my designs were too cold and lacked emotion. But later she said that line was for Su Window's ears. Lu Qinyuan set down the documents. Su Qing has been at Chengwang for 12 years and has handled over 100,000 design drafts. Even though your portfolio was filled with medium-quality pieces, the underlying logic of the design language wouldn't escape her attention. So she recognized me. She might not have recognized you as Mrs. Lu, but she definitely recognized that. The owner of this portfolio is not limited to this level. I looked at the access card in my bag. She told me to come to work tomorrow. Then go. Lu Qinyuan picked up the documents again. Chengwang is yours. He said these 4 words with the same tone as when he said all right. Neither heavy nor light, just stating a fact he had confirmed. In the evening, I was in the study sketching new designs. I was about to enter Chengwang's design department tomorrow. Su Qing had assigned me the position of assistant designer, and for the first 3 months, I could only participate in model making and process follow-ups, not independently create designs. But my hands were itching. During the interview, Su Qing mentioned that Chengwang's clientele preferred a more Chinese aesthetic, and that line lingered in my mind all day. I spread out the paper and sketched a pair of earrings. The main stone was made of Hitian jade carved into the shape of an osmanthus flower. The flower center was inlaid with a small Nanyang golden pearl with a diameter of no more than 4 millimeters. The golden pearl's luster leaked through the gaps of the white jade petals, resembling moonlight filtering through the branches and leaves of an osmanthus tree. The craftsmanship was challenging. The white jade had to be hollowed out and the golden pearl needed to be embedded, but not completely fixed, leaving a bit of room for movement, so that when worn the golden pearl would gently sway and the light would follow suit. When I finished the last stroke, the door to the study was pushed open. Lu Qinyuan walked in with a cup of heated milk, glancing down at the design drafts on the table. Osmanthus. How could you tell? The one your mother planted. He pointed to the small golden pearl in the flower center. This is moonlight. I looked at the pair of earrings on the sketch paper. The osmanthus carved from white jade, the golden light point leaking from its center. It truly was moonlight. I remembered my mother standing under the osmanthus tree looking up at me, sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves casting flecks of light on her face. She squinted and smiled, saying, "Wan, come down, it's dangerous up there." I said I wouldn't come down. Ew, I could see far, far away from up there. That was when I was 7. I didn't recall it, but my hands remembered. I only realized it after drawing it out. Lu Qinyuan placed the milk on the table and sat down on the chair beside me. These earrings are not meant for Chengwang. How do you know? Because Su Qing was right. Your designs have but the emotion in these earrings is not meant for clients. I looked at the osmanthus on the sketch paper. My mother said in her letter that she would watch over me from above. I want to create something that she can see. Lu Qinyuan remained silent for a long time. Then he picked up a pencil from the table and wrote a line on the blank space of the design draft. The handwriting was light, the strokes connected, and the ending slightly curling upward. Series name, Moonlight. I gazed at those two characters. My mother's handwriting was different from Lu Qinyuan's. My mother's handwriting was soft, the connections like ripples. Lu Qinyuan's handwriting was firm, with clean and neat strokes. But he wrote Moonlight slower than usual, and at the turning points of the strokes there was a slight pause, as if he deliberately restrained his strength. My phone vibrated. It was Shin Manny. Wan, your father. Lin Zhangwo. He went to the Loop building this afternoon. What did he go there for? He stood in the lobby for 40 minutes saying he wanted to see you. The security wouldn't let him in. What happened afterward? He left. Before leaving, he left something at the front desk saying it was for you. A picture. It was taken next to the front desk registration book. On it was an envelope made of craft paper identical to the one from 20 years ago. The envelope was labeled with 3 characters, Wan receives. It was my father's handwriting. I recognize my father's handwriting. When he writes the character Wan, late or evening, he always draws the final stroke unusually long, as if reluctant to finish it. When I was a child, he signed my school home communication notebook, 3 Wan characters stacked vertically, each ending stroke progressively longer than the last. My mother laughed beside him, saying, "Your father's drawing snakes." He didn't protest, just smiled, closed the notebook, handed it to me, and said, "Go on. Study well tomorrow." That was between the ages of 4 and 7. After my mother passed away, he never signed my school home notebook again. Now he has written those 3 characters on a brown craft paper envelope. It resembles the letter from 20 years ago, and yet it is different. The one from 20 years ago was written by my mother. The addressee read Lin Wan recipient, while the sender field remained blank. This one bears his handwriting. The addressee reads Wan recipient, and in the sender field appears 3 characters, Lin Zhangwo. I did not open it. I placed the envelope on my desk side by side with my mother's letter. 2 letters, one yellowed, brittle, its edge chipped and frayed, the other fresh craft paper, still carrying the faint, clean scent of raw pulp. Between them lies 20 years. Lu Qinyuan glanced at the 2 envelopes on the desk and asked nothing. He nudged the glass of milk slightly closer to me, then picked up the design draft for the Moonlight collection and walked to the standing lamp by the window, holding the sketch up into the light. The white jade osmanthus glowed translucently from behind its hollowed petals, casting layered shadows. The golden bead at its heart settled precisely at the focal point of the beam, as though the flower itself were radiating light. For this collection, don't make earrings for the first piece. Why? Earrings are too small. The osmanthus hollow carving technique requires sufficient scale to reveal its depth and dimension. He set the draft down. Make pendants instead, about 3 centimeters in diameter. Use Hitian mountain jade for the white jade portion, high whiteness, rich oiliness. Only then will the interplay of light and shadow emerge fully after carving. Enlarge the golden bead to 6 millimeters, premium grade gold, and embed it within the flower's center, leaving just enough room for subtle movement. When worn, it will sway gently with the wearer's heartbeat. His words matched my thoughts exactly. Su Qing once said I was too calm, but Lu Qinyuan had never uttered that phrase. Whenever he reviewed my design drafts, he never said you should change this. Instead, he'd say if it were me, I would do it this way, then leave every choice entirely to me. Lu Qinyuan. How does a CEO know the difference between Hetian Mountain Jade and River Pebble Jade? He paused, then laid the draft back on the table and sat down opposite me. 3 years ago at the Paris Jewelry Exhibition, you handed me that glass of water. Afterward, I had you looked up. Did you find out I studied jewelry design? I found your thesis topic, he said, meeting my gaze. Deconstruction and reconstruction of Hetian Jade in contemporary jewelry. Your thesis earned top honors in your department. Your professor's comment was, this student doesn't design jewelry. She gives voice to the stone. Silence lingered in the study for a long while. The lamplight fell upon his shoulders, softening the deep navy of his shirt into a faint warm hue. I had no idea he knew any of this. I thought he only remembered the temperature of that glass of water. Yet he could recite my professor's exact commentary on my thesis. What else did you uncover? Every design sketch you've ever published. I've seen them all. His voice was quiet, as if recounting something utterly ordinary, that 4-season series you created in your junior year. The magnolia brooch for vernal equinox. The petal thickness tapered precisely 0.3 millimeters from the center outward. That technique, no current model maker at Chunguang can replicate it. I had no words. That 4-season series was merely my junior year academic project displayed for a single day at our college's internal exhibition, not even photographed for public release. And yet, he had seen it. How? My assistant photographed it on the day of the exhibition. So 3 years ago 3 years ago I hadn't yet decided how to appear before you. So I sent my assistant first. He spoke calmly, but unconsciously rotated the pencil on the table, his knuckles whitening with quiet tension. This man commands boardrooms like storm-tossed seas. Zhao Zhengwo stammers before him. Zhou Mao suppresses even the slightest downward curve of his lips in his presence. Yet here he sat, confessing he'd sent an assistant to secretly photograph my graduation exhibition 3 years prior, his fingers gripping the pencil until it turned bone white. I reached over and gently pulled the pencil from his grasp. His fingers went momentarily slack, then slowly curled around mine. Why didn't you come 3 years ago? Because Zhao Mingyu stood beside you then. You investigated Zhao Mingyu. You knew who he truly was. I did. He tightened his grip on my hand. But back then you hadn't yet been jilted by the Zhao family. You hadn't been cast out by the Lin household. You hadn't stood drenched in rain receiving my text message. You hadn't yet reached that point, the moment you'd finally turn and look back at me. His palm was warm. Just as it had been the day he held my hand outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, and just as it had been when he placed his hand on my shoulder in the banquet hall. His body temperature seemed eternally fixed, neither hot nor cold, just steady enough to gradually warm my fingertips one by one. The next morning at 9 o'clock sharp, I arrived at Chunguang Jewelry's 15th floor design department. Su Qing had indeed assigned me a window-side workstation. On my left, her office, separated by glass partitions, with half-open Venetian blinds revealing her flipping through a stack of design sketches. To my right stood a fully automatic imported coffee machine, its bean hopper filled with dark roasted Arabica, filling the entire design studio with the rich, smoky aroma of roasted beans. My desk held a computer, a set of colored pencils, a pad of blank sketch paper, an access card, and a cafeteria card. The computer screen glowed softly, its desktop wallpaper displaying Chunguang's previous season's flagship collection, Stellar River. Su Qing emerged from her office holding her thermos cup, now wearing a light gray shirt instead of yesterday's indigo linen. Chinsu, your task today. She placed a thick stack of technical specification sheets on my desk, some 20 pages each, densely annotated with dimensions, materials, fabrication procedures, and quality inspection criteria. Read them all thoroughly. Then go to the prototyping workshop and walk through every sample with Master Gua, the master model maker. Deadline, 3 days. 3 days. Too many. Too few. Su Qing's eyebrows lifted, barely perceptibly, so subtly that only someone watching her face intently would notice. Then 2 days. She turned thermos in hand, then paused halfway. Master Gua, the prototyping master on the 16th floor, has a temper, but his craftsmanship is unmatched at Chunguang. Don't argue with him. Master Gua's prototyping workshop occupied the 16th floor. When I pushed open the door, he was bent low beneath a high-magnification work lamp setting prongs for a ring. The centerpiece was a pigeon blood ruby, slightly over 1 carat, its color astonishingly pure, glowing like a tiny frozen flame under the light. His tweezers were needle-thin, like acupuncture needles, gripping a diamond fragment less than 1 millimeter in diameter, guiding it precisely into a prong. His hand was utterly still, as if anchored midair, his breath invisible, his focus absolute. I watched silently for 40 minutes. Only after securing the final fragment did he lift the ring to inspect it under a microscope, then straighten up, remove his glasses, and glance at me. Master Gua was in his early 60s, hair streaked with silver, fingers short, and thick palms calloused from decades of labor. Those hands bore no resemblance to the delicate instrument he wielded, like the hands of a lifelong laborer performing the most refined jewelry craft in Beijing. New arrival. Jinsu. Director Su sent me to review the spec sheets with you. He took the stack from my hands, flipped through it, and gave a low, dismissive hum. That hum carried layers of meaning. Irritation at Su Qing assigning a novice to him silent assessment of the specification's difficulty, and something else a flicker of unspoken challenge, or perhaps curiosity. Su Qing gave you 2 days to get through all these. Yes. Have you worked in jewelry fabrication before? I studied it. Never practiced it. He hummed again, this time simpler exactly as I expected. He plucked the top sheet from the stack and slapped it onto the workbench. Study this. Tell me what's wrong. I picked it up. A diamond engagement ring spec sheet, 1 carat center stone F color versus clarity, triple excellent cut. The band was platinum 6-prong setting. The process requirements listed exhaustive parameters. Prong, thickness 0. 8 mm, prong angle 42 degrees, setting diameter. I saw it. The setting diameter is incorrect. A standard 1 carat round brilliant measures 6. 5 mm in diameter. This sheet says 6. 2 mm. Master's eyebrows twitched. He snatched the sheet back, adjusted his glasses, scanned it, then set it down. Anything else? The prong thickness, 0. 8 mm, is excessive. For a 1 carat diamond in a 6-prong setting, 0. 6 mm suffices. At 0. 8 mm, it obscures fire. Master Guo removed his glasses and studied me for 3 seconds. What was your name again? Jinsu. Jinsu. He repeated it slowly, as if filing it away in some mental drawer. Where did Su Qing dig you up from? I came for the interview myself. You came yourself. He appraised me up and down. Fine. Today, 10 sheets. Identify the flaws. Write your revision notes. Tomorrow, you begin Hansen work. Start with pave setting. He retrieved a brand new pair of safety goggles and a pair of tweezers from a drawer beneath the workbench, placing them before me. The tweezers handle bore Chun Guang's logo, identical to the faceted light point engraved on my access card. Keep your tools safe. Lost items won't be replaced. I lifted the tweezers, lightweight stainless steel with an anti-slip grip. Across the fingertip-sized contact surface ran impossibly fine intersecting grooves. As I stepped out of the workshop, afternoon sunlight flooded the 16th floor corridor. I cradled the goggles and tweezers in my palm, my skin brushing against those delicate anti-slip ridges. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Lu Qinyuan's message. How was your first day? Rugua told me to start with pave. Did he let you hold his tweezers? How did you know? Master Guo's tweezers. Few designers at Chun Guang have. If he lets you use them, he's accepted you. I stood in the corridor reading the message twice. Sunlight caught the tweezers in my hand, the anti-slip grooves shimmering faintly silvered. At 4:30 p.m., I returned from the 16th floor to the 15th. Most desks in the open-plan design studio were empty, designers likely offsite at workshops or supplier facilities. My window-side desk bathed in western light, its surface pleasantly warm. I sat powered on my computer and logged into Chun Guang's design system. Su Qing had granted me read-only access to historical project archives, no permission to initiate new projects. I navigated to Chun Guang's first snow collection, 5 years old, launched the year Su Qing became design director. It featured bold Hetian white jade pieces. His sales were modest, but critical acclaim was unanimous. One review remarked, too quiet. So quiet it feels unfit to wear around the neck. I scrolled through every sketch and spec sheet of first snow. Su Qing used white jade boldly, large unadorned planes relying solely on the material's intrinsic texture and carving mastery to carry each piece. Beautiful, yes, but undeniably quiet. Not a flaw, but an unyielding refusal to please. Then I opened my own sketchpad and drew for 3 hours. Not the osmanthus earrings from the Moonlight collection. Those belonged to my mother. To no brand, they belonged only to that osmanthus tree squeezed into the corner of our garden. What I sketched was an entirely new collection. Its inspiration came from Su Qing's remark. Chun Guang's clientele prefers Chinese aesthetics, and from Master Guo's tweezers, the coarsest hands crafting the finest details. The collection was named Rebirth, not the grand myth of phoenixes rising from ashes, but smaller, quieter resurrections, a chrysalis splitting a cicada's empty shell, a lotus seed sprouting from millennia-old silt. Things that die and live again always bear a scar. The first piece was a ring. Center stone black opal cut into an irregular oval. The play of color shifting from deep blue to inky green like aurora compressed into stone. Band gold. Not polished, but antique, finished with fine linear texturing, its surface etched with countless micro-scratches, each running in a different direction. The black opal nestled at the band's center, encircled by those rough, chaotic scratches, like a still glowing heart excavated from ruins. I held the sketch up to the window's sunlight. In imagination, the opal's iridescence flowed, the gold's textured surface resembled countless healed scars. Su Qing called me too calm. This piece was not calm. Its pulse was erratic, racing, suppressed, then rebounding violently from the deepest layer. It was my own heartbeat. My phone vibrated, not Luchin Yuan. Lin Weiner. Her profile picture had changed to pure black. No motif, no symbol. Her message read, "Only Zhou Mylan has been formally arrested. Are you satisfied?" Before I could reply, another appeared. Instantly, Lin, why do you think I don't know what your mother's letter said? And the third, what your father wrote in his letter to you. I know that too. Then your mother wasn't killed by Zhou Mylan. But your father, he'll never tell you the truth. Her message read, "Only Zhou Mylan has been formally arrested. Are you satisfied?" Before I could reply, the opal's iridescence softened into a silent flame. The gold's textured grooves cast intricate, shifting shadows. The first piece of the Rebirth collection glowed quietly in the dying light. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner's messages remained lit on the screen, like a thorn embedded deep. Not yet. I did not reply to any of Lin Weiner's 3 messages. It wasn't that I didn't know how to respond, it was simply not worth it. The purpose of her messages was never to convey information, but to drive nails into my heart. Once the nail is driven and she waits for me to twist it deeper myself. If I don't respond, the nail remains on the surface. If I do, it means I am the one pushing it in. I placed my phone screen down on my workstation and continued drawing the second piece of the Rebirth series. The craft sheet for the black opal ring was already completed with the main stone selected from the Australian Lightning Ridge mining area. Its color shifted from deep blue to dark green, intertwined with a fine streak of orangered fire resembling embers in the night. I detailed the parameters for the aged brushed finish of the ring setting, a brushing depth of 0.3 mm, random grain direction, and a density of no less than 40 lines per square centimeter. When Master Guo received the craft sheet, he put on his reading glasses and examined it for a full 5 minutes. Then he placed the sheet on the workbench, took off his glasses, and pointed at the black opal section with the leg of his glasses. Do you know how much a black opal of this quality costs? I do. The retail price is roughly 6 figures. For the mid-range line, the main stone cost should be controlled within 5,000. This stone of yours is enough to make 20 mid-range rings. This is not for the mid-range line. Master Guo raised his eyebrows slightly. He picked up the craft sheet again and flipped to the last page. I had left the series positioning section blank. It wasn't that I forgot, it was because this series currently only existed on my draft paper and in my mind, with no one having approved it, no project established, no budget, and even Su Qing hadn't seen it yet. Master Guo set the craft sheet aside, took a pair of tweezers engraved with the Qingguang logo from the workbench, and practiced inlaying small diamonds on a piece of scrap for 40 minutes. He taught very slowly, without discussing theory, only demonstrating how to hold the tweezers, how to rotate the wrist, and how to slightly adjust the angle of the tweezers when bringing the diamond to the inlay edge. I would do it once, he would observe, and then he would take my hand with his calloused fingers, guiding me to adjust the tweezers' angle by a fraction of a millimeter. You're too impatient. Inlaying stones isn't a fight, it's a negotiation with them. But the stones can't talk. They can. He removed the small diamond from the inlay, red-dripped it, and handed it back to me. The force you use, it remembers. If the force is right, it will stay inside for a lifetime. If it's wrong, it will fall off after 3 months. After work, I returned to the Liu family's villa and laid out the 3 design drafts for the Rebirth series on the study desk. The black opal ring is the first piece. The second is a pair of earrings with the main stone made of jade, not fully green, but white with green specks, like a spring stream breaking through the surface of a frozen lake in winter. The third piece is a necklace with amber as the main stone, encasing a complete leaf, its veins clear as if it had just fallen yesterday. When Lu Qinyuan walked in, I was adjusting the craft parameters for the necklace. He glanced at the 3 drafts spread out on the desk, said nothing, poured 2 cups of water, and set them on the table, then sat down across from me. Has Su Qing seen it? Not yet. When will you show it to her? Once I finish all 5 pieces. He nodded, neither asking why nor saying you should show Su Qing earlier. He picked up the design draft for the black opal ring, held it up under the light for a moment, then set it down. You named this series Rebirth. How did you know? He pointed to the bottom right corner of the draft paper. There were 2 handwritten characters, Rebirth. The letters were small, written in pencil, and I had almost forgotten them myself. That name isn't good. I looked at him. Rebirth is the result. He lined up the 3 design drafts side by side. But these 3 pieces, the black opal is light reassembled after being shattered, the jade is the color seeping out after the ice surface cracks, and the amber is a moment sealed for millennia. They aren't saying how good it is after rebirth. They are saying, I have been shattered, I have cracked, I have been buried. Yet I still exist. He picked up the draft for the black opal ring and drew a line over the 2 characters rebirth with a pencil. Then above that line he wrote 3 new characters. Breaking the cocoon. Not rebirth, but breaking the cocoon. Rebirth is the result, breaking the cocoon is the process. It's still in the cocoon, hasn't broken free, yet its wings still wet, unsure of what lies outside, but has already begun to bite. Bite by bite. My mother's relics were worn by Zhou Mylan's daughter for 12 years, and now they have come back. Zhou Milan's record of a 500,000 transfer lies yellowed at the Judicial Appraisal Office, while Zhou Hai slowly spits out events from 20 years ago in the detention center. Lin Jiangwo stood in the lobby for 40 minutes, leaving behind a letter addressed to Wan Wan. None of these matters have reached a conclusion. They are all still suspended in the air, like a pupa in a cocoon still unable to bite through the last layer of shell. Breaking the cocoon. I read these two characters aloud. The pencil writing was light with the strokes slightly curving up at the end, just like when I wrote Moonlight. Better than the name I came up with myself. Lu Xinyuan's lips twitched slightly. Outside, the night in the capital darkened. The study's light cast the shadows of the two of us onto the draft paper, blending with the unfinished designs. The next day at work, the atmosphere in the design department's open space fell off. As I came out of the pantry with my coffee, several designers were gathered around the printer, leaning in to look at a phone. Someone said in a hushed voice, "This is way too similar." And another voice chimed in, "Chen Su has only been here for a few days." As I walked over, they quickly dispersed. They scattered quickly like smoke blown away by the wind. But those gazes did not disperse. They were cast over from behind the work partitions, from behind the glass door of the pantry, and from around the corners of the corridor. I sat down at my workstation and opened my computer. A message from Su Qing popped up on WeChat. "Come to my office." In Su Qing's office, the blinds were tightly drawn. She sat behind her desk with a laptop open in front of her, the screen facing me. On the screen was an article from a social media platform published by an account called Jewelry Circle Insider with about 100,000 followers. The title was quite provocative. Chengwang's new designer Chen Su exposed for plagiarizing a niche foreign brand. The article placed my black opal ring design draft alongside another image. That image was from a niche Nordic brand's autumn-winter collection last year, featuring a main stone of black opal and an aged brushed finish. When viewed together, they indeed looked similar. Not in the details, but in the overall aura. So similar that if I hadn't drawn it myself, I would even doubt whether I had seen it somewhere. The comments below the article had already exceeded 1,000. The top comment read, "Chengguang is now being so blatantly shameless." The second one remarked, "What is Chen Su's background? Just parachuting into the design department, surely she didn't get in through the back door." The third was even more direct, "The Jewelry Circle despises plagiarists. Get out." Su Qing turned the laptop back to herself and closed it, looking at me. "Have you seen it yourself?" "Just saw it." "Did you plagiarize?" "No." Su Qing stared at me for 3 seconds, then took a tablet out of her drawer, opened a folder, and pushed it toward me. The folder contained the complete product catalog of that Nordic brand from the first season 3 years ago to the latest season, with high-definition images, design descriptions, and craft parameters, all meticulously organized. "This brand is called Winterlies from Norway, and the founder is my junior from St. Martin. The designer of last year's autumn-winter black opal ring is her." She enlarged the images on the tablet. "Your design draft was drawn the day before yesterday. Her work was released last October. On the timeline, you are indeed behind her." "I have not seen her work." "I believe you." Su Qing turned off the tablet and leaned back in her chair, "But people outside won't believe it. The Jewelry Circle is so small, once the accusation of plagiarism is made, it's 100 times harder to remove that label than to put it on." Outside the office, the sound of the printer stopped. The entire design department fell silent, as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone was waiting for the office door of Su Qing to open, waiting for my expression, waiting for a reaction that could spread throughout the company. I picked up the tablet from Su Qing's desk and reopened the high-definition images of Winterlies' autumn-winter collection. Black opal, aged brushed finish, its overall aura was indeed similar. Then I zoomed in on the craft details on the inner side of the ring. Winterlies' brushed lines were regular, arranged in parallel, with each line's depth and spacing perfectly consistent, the typical characteristics of machine brushing. My design draft indicated hand brushing with random grain direction, and the density and depth had subtle non-repetitive variations. These parameters were discussed with Master Guo in the workshop for a whole afternoon. "Director Su, does Chengguang have a physical example of Winterlies rings?" "No. There are no specialty stores in the country. I need to see the physical example." Su Qing looked at me. Her fingers lightly tapped on the desk twice, then she picked up the landline and dialed a number. "Old Joe, help me check where the latest physical example of Winterlies' black opal ring from last year's autumn-winter collection is." She waited for a moment. "Tokyo. Isiton department store. In the display case." "I'm going to Tokyo." Su Qing hung up the phone and opened the blinds a crack. Sunlight sliced in through the gap, landing on her desk. The gazes from the design department's open space turned sharply toward her, then quickly shifted back. "No need." She stood up from her chair, picked up her phone, and dialed another number. It rang twice before the other party answered. Su Qing spoke in English. Her English pronunciation was quite hard, carrying a bit of a northern accent, but each word was enunciated clearly. "Is this and from Winterlies? I'm Su Qing from Chengguang Jewelry. We spoke about the craftsmanship of your black opal ring at the alumni meeting last year. Yes, the hand-brushed one. She set it to speaker mode. A woman's voice came through the phone with a Nordic accent, her English rising in pitch. Sue, I remember you. That ring was later changed to machine brushing. Only 3 samples of the handcrafted version were made due to high costs. Are you able to take a look at the design draft I sent you? A new designer at Qingguang has created a piece that closely aligns with your handcrafted sample concept. I wanted to show it to you. Of course. Send it over. Su Qing took a photo of my design draft and sent it. The phone call was quiet for about 2 minutes. The air in the design department's open space felt like a tightly wound spring, all ears straining to hear that voice. Anna's voice rang out again. Sue, this design isn't plagiarizing mine. Why not? Because my handcrafted version has never been published. It was only displayed internally at St. Martin's alumni and no photos leaked. Moreover, she paused, her approach to hand brushing is completely opposite to mine. I pursue the controllable handcrafted trace. Oh, every line's depth and angle are within my precise. She pursues the uncontrollable handcrafted trace. Random grain direction, subtle variations in density and depth simulating the texture of natural wear. The sound of paper rustling came from the other end of the call. This approach is more thorough than mine. If I am imitating hand feel with craftsmanship, she is transforming craftsmanship into an extension of handwork. This is not plagiarism. This is someone who is going further in one direction. So what is this designer's name? Su Qing glanced at me. Jinsu, and repeated these 2 characters, her pronunciation twisted into a curve by her Nordic accent, sounding like Jinsu. Tell her I look forward to seeing this piece turned into a physical object. Su Qing hung up the phone. Outside the office, the printer's sound resumed, and conversations sounded like the volume knob being gradually turned back up in the design department's open space. Someone started typing on keyboard, someone walked to the pantry with a cup, and someone reopened the web page they had just closed. Su Qing placed her phone on the desk and looked at me. You got lucky. And is my junior. It's not luck, I said. It's because you were willing to make that call. Su Qing's lips moved slightly similar to the arc she made yesterday in the corridor when she said too many, very subtle, but there was substance beneath it. Jinsu. The IP address of that article about Winterlease was traced back to the domestic region. You've checked. I'm also in the Liu family legal group's notification chat. She settled back into her chair. The original account, Jewelry Circle Insider, is actually operated by a marketing company called New Vision. The legal representative of this company. She turned the laptop toward me, and on the screen was a business registration information document. Lynn Weiner. I looked at that name. The pale yellow dress, the cream-colored knitted sweater, the pure white suit. The Hermes scarf tied around her neck concealing red marks, and an apology letter pinned to her homepage, while the comments section was filled with curses. Then she opened a marketing company, and on the 3rd day of my joining Qingguang precisely placed an accusation of plagiarism on the biggest gossip account in the Jewelry Circle. Su Qing closed the laptop. How do you plan to handle this? She accused me of plagiarism. Then let her provide the evidence. What if she can't? Then she must pay the price for her accusation. Su Qing looked at me for a moment, then took out a blank document from the drawer with Qingguang Jewelry's logo and the words Brand Co-Branding Cooperation Framework Agreement printed on the cover. This is a collaboration contract between Qingguang and emerging designers. The minimum profit-sharing ratio is 8%. She flipped to the profit-sharing section, crossed out 8% with a pen, and wrote a new number beside it. 25%. Your series, Rebirth. Breaking the Cocoon. No matter what it's called, Qingguang has signed it. She pushed the contract over. Outside the office, sunlight streamed in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting light on every workstation in the open space of the design department. Those gazes remained, but what was cast from behind the partitions had changed. I picked up a pen and signed my name on the last page of the contract. Jinsu. The 2 characters were written slowly, each stroke deliberate. Just like when I signed the marriage contract at Liu Xinyuan's clubhouse that day. Not from hesitation, but from knowing that once I put pen to paper there would be no turning back. As I exited Su Qing's office, my phone vibrated. Lynn Weiner's message. Sister, have you seen that article about Winterlease? What a coincidence, you just finished drawing, and they released it last year. The Jewelry Circle is so small, it's normal to have similar designs. Don't take it too seriously. I stood in the design department, hallway sunlight streaming in from the floor-to-ceiling window onto the back of my hand holding the phone. Then I replied, Lynn Weiner. The founder of Winterlease just said on the phone that the handcrafted version of that ring has never been publicly released. The comparison image used in the article accusing me of plagiarism is a photo of the handcrafted sample. This photo can only be accessed by those who attended the internal alumni exhibition at St. Martin. I have already obtained the alumni list. You are not on it. Send. The second message. But you are the design director you poached from Chow Tai Fook last year. He is an alumnus of St. Martin. The third message. I have asked the legal department to retrieve the attendance records from the alumni meeting. That design director of yours had better not have brought out any photos from the internal exhibition. Otherwise, Winterlease International Intellectual Property Lawsuit has a compensation standard of 3 times the sales revenue. Lynn Wayner's messages stopped. It wasn't silence. It was the other party is typing message appearing and disappearing repeatedly above the chat box. It appeared 3 times and disappeared 3 times. Like a fish pulled out of water, its mouth opening and closing, but only air inside. I put my phone in my pocket. 37 pearls in the left pocket, a 16. 5mm gold pearl in the right pocket, and my mother's yellowed letter against the inside of my chest. There was also a silver eagle-shaped tie clip pinned to the lining over my heart. Later, the lights in the workshop, Master Guo wearing reading glasses bent over under the high-powered work light working on the initial wax model of the black opal ring. The wax model was fragile, his fingers held the carving knife, etching the brushing lines onto it. The lines were not arranged in order, but were random of varying depths and directions. I stood beside him watching. Wax shavings fell onto the workbench, white and fine like snow. Master Guo, do you believe that I didn't plagiarize? He didn't even raise his head. Your hands won't plagiarize. Why, oi? He held the wax model up to the light, blowing off the wax shavings on the surface. Those who plagiarize have tense hands. They fear not replicating the original or fear replicating it too closely. Your hands are relaxed. When you draw, there is only the stone in your mind, no one else. The wax model spun in his hands. The setting for the black opal had already been reserved, and the aged brush texture covered the entire ring setting, each cut marked different, with varying depths and directions. Like something worn by time, like something picked up and put down countless times, like traces left behind after experiencing something. Master Guo set the wax model down. I heard that phone call in Su Qing's office this afternoon. The direction and mentioned, turning craftsmanship itself into an extension of handwork. He took off his reading glasses. Chen Su, do you know how many years it has been since Qingguang produced a design of this caliber? He placed the wax model into a protective box and closed the lid. 7 years. The workshop's light fell on his graying hair. Outside, the night in the capital darkened. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It wasn't Lin Wayner. It was Lin Zhangguo. Wan, have you seen the letter? I held my phone looking at this message. That letter still sat on Lu Xinyuan's study desk next to the one my mother wrote 20 years ago. 2 letters, one yellowed and brittle with a corner torn, and the other a brand new piece of craft paper, still carrying the scent of the paper itself. 20 years between them. I still hadn't opened it. Not because I didn't want to know what was written inside, but because of what my mother said in the letter. Your father is not a bad person, he is just too weak. She told me not to hate him. But she also said, hate or not, that is your business. I replied with 2 words. Lin Zhangguo's message came in quickly again. It's okay. Dad will wait. I looked at those 3 words. Dad. He used that term. After hiding my mother's letter for 20 years, after Zhou Milan had stripped everything from him, after standing in the lobby for 40 minutes and being blocked by security. He said Dad will wait. I put my phone back in my pocket. Outside, the first light flickered on in the night of the capital. The workshop light cast Master Guo's bent figure against the wall. He was making the second wax model, the carving knife, moving slowly across the wax surface, 1 stroke at a time, neither fast nor slow. Breaking the cocoon. Just 1 last layer of shell remains. The interview invitation from the magazine Elegance was forwarded to me by Su Qing. The email's subject read, exclusive interview invitation, emerging designer Chen Su of Chengwang Jewelry, sent by Gu Ning, the editor-in-chief of the magazine's personality column. The email was very polite, stating that Gu Ning had seen Winterlease founder and publicly praised my designs on social media, highlighting the phrase someone who has gone further in a direction in bold. She expressed a desire to conduct an exclusive interview tentatively titled From Anonymity to Breaking Free, Chen Su's Journey in Design. When Su Qing forwarded the email to me, she added a note. Elegance is one of the top 3 magazines in the jewelry industry. Gu Ning's personality column had previously interviewed the senior jewelry director of Cartier. I read the email twice at my workstation. The sunlight outside illuminated the computer screen, and next to Gu Ning's name was a very small profile picture, a woman around 40 with short hair, no makeup, and a direct gaze. It was not a scrutinizing directness, but rather an unadorned straightforwardness, as if she had seen too much and was too tired to beat around the bush. The interview was set in a small meeting room on the 15th floor of Chengwang. Gu Ning appeared thinner than in her profile picture, wearing a black linen shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and on her wrist, she wore a very old steel watch, its dial worn to a dull sheen. When she entered, there were no pleasantries, no business cards exchanged. She simply sat down across from me and took out a voice recorder from her bag, placing it on the table. Do you mind if I record this? Not at all. She pressed the record button and the red indicator light lit up. And from Winterlease said your designs are someone who has gone further in a direction. Do you agree? What and expressed is her perspective. My perspective is quite simple. I just drew what I wanted to wear. What do you want to wear? Things pieced together after. Gu Ning's pen paused on the notebook for a moment. She did not lower her head to look at the notebook, her gaze still resting on my face. In your portfolio, that black opal ring is called Breaking Free. Why not call it Rebirth? I looked at her. She was not asking what does breaking free mean, but rather why not use. She understood. From the time she received my portfolio to sitting in this meeting room, she grasped the reason I changed Rebirth to Breaking Free. Because rebirth is the result. Breaking free is the process. It is being still in the cocoon, not having emerged yet, wings still damp, not knowing what lies outside, but already biting through. Guning lowered her head and wrote a few words in her notebook. Her handwriting was small and dense, and from my angle, I could only see a patch of deep blue strokes. Let's talk about your past. There's not much to talk about in the past. Being rejected by the Zhao family, being kicked out by the Lin family, isn't there anything worth discussing? The air in the meeting room fell silent for a moment. The red indicator light of the voice recorder blinked slowly like a small, slow heartbeat. She knows. She had thoroughly investigated my background before coming. Chen Su is Lin Wan. The emerging designer of Chengwang is the one who was publicly rejected by her former fiancé, slapped by her father, and thrown into the rain by security. She knew everything, but did not include it in the interview outline of the email, nor did she ask it as her first question upon sitting down. She waited for this moment for me to verbally express the meaning of breaking free, and then gently flipped that card over. Editor Gu, when did you find out? When the article from Winterlies was published. She put down her pen. There are daily plagiarism accusations in the jewelry industry, but for a case that could mobilize the entire Liu family's legal team and complete cross-border evidence collection within 48 hours, there is only one designer in all of Beijing. Liu Xinyuan's wife. Correct. She looked at me, but I'm not here to interview Mrs. Liu. I'm here to interview Chen Su. The Chen Su who painted Breaking Free. I turned the water cup in front of me half a turn. The condensation on the glass slid down, leaving a thin trail of water. My engagement banquet with Zhao Mingyu was in November last year. That day he took my stepsister's hand and walked on stage saying that the person he wanted to marry was her. My stepmother presented several forged photos claiming I had hired someone to kidnap my stepsister 3 years ago. My father slapped me and had security escort me out. It was raining outside. I stood in the rain and received a text message. From Liu Qinyuan. Yes. Guning did not ask about the content of the message. Her pen moved quickly across the notebook, the deep blue ink flowing line by line. Do you hate them? What about now? I turned the water cup back. I no longer hate. Hate takes up too much space. I have many things to fill my mind with now: the color-changing parameters of black opal, the density of hand-drawn textures, and the micro-setting technique that Master Guo will teach me next month. There's no room for hate anymore. Guning noted this down. After she finished writing, she looked up. If Zhao Mingyu were standing in front of you right now, what would you say to him? The sunlight outside streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the meeting room, casting light on the table between Guning and me. Fine dust floated in the light, slowly drifting down. I would say thank you for not marrying me back then. Guning's pen paused for a moment. Then she smiled. It was not a professional smile, but one that came from the depths of her eyes when an interviewer finally got what she wanted. This sentence could serve as the title. The interview lasted for 2 hours. Guning asked in detail about my experiences at the Paris Jewelry Academy, the theme of my graduation project, how many designs I created that did not come to fruition during the 3 years I was suppressed by the Lin family, in the afternoon, when Master Guo first let me handle his tweezers, as well as the inspiration behind each of the 5 pieces in the Breaking Free series. When she inquired about that black opal ring, I told her how the color change of the main stone was selected, the black opal from the Lightning Ridge mining area in Australia, shifting from deep blue to dark green, with a fine streak of orangerd in between. What is that streak of orangerd? Embers. Guning noted these 2 words down. She did not press further, but circled the words embers and drew a small star next to them. When the interview concluded, Guning turned off the voice recorder and closed her notebook. The publication date is next Wednesday. The electronic version will be online simultaneously. She stood up, putting the voice recorder and notebook into her bag. As she reached the door, she turned back. Chen Su, you just said that you can no longer hold on to hate in your mind. But that streak of orangerd in the Breaking Free ring, you call it embers. What are embers? They are things that are still smoldering after being burned out. Hate has not extinguished. You have simply transformed it into something else. The door closed behind her. I sat in the meeting room as the sunlight slowly moved across the table. Guning was right. Embers are things that are still smoldering after being burned out. I retrieved it from the ashes, embedding it within the color-changing facets of the black opal nestled amid the brushed patterns of the gold ring. It is no longer hate, but it indeed emerged from hate. Wednesday, the electronic version of Elegance goes live at 10 in the morning. I sat at my workstation with the magazine's official website open on my computer screen, my finger hovering over. The design department's open space was unnaturally quiet. Usually, at this time, the sounds of keyboards, ringing phones, and printers would fill the air. Today all sounds were muted, as if the entire floor was holding its breath waiting for something. At 10 o'clock sharp the page refreshed. The title area of the cover scrolled out a line of text from abandoned daughter of a wealthy family to jewelry designer Lin Wan Chen Su's journey of breaking free. The subtitle was the phrase Gu Ning noted during the interview, "Thank you for not marrying me." I scrolled down the page. The body of the exclusive interview was lengthy, with Gu Ning almost verbatim capturing my words. It covered Zhao Mingyu Lin Weiner that rainy night and Lu Xinyuan's message. She did not embellish or dramatize, she simply placed every word I said in the appropriate spot. Within 10 minutes of the interview's publication, over 500 comments flooded in. I scrolled down. Kicked out by security on the day of her engagement. What a trash man. Her stepsister stole her fiancé and her stepmother forged kidnapping evidence. What a real-life palace drama. Did only I notice that she is now a co-designer with Cheng Wang. The kind personally endorsed by, and for the top comment within half an hour of posting, "Thank you for not marrying me, that sentence is too cool." The second comment from being kicked out to appearing in elegance, she took less than a month. The third comment, as someone in the jewelry industry, I must say. The Breaking Free series by Chun Su, that black opal ring was crafted by Master Gua from Cheng Wang. Master Gua hasn't personally taken on an apprentice in 7 years. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Qinyuan. I saw it. And then, "Gu Ning wrote you well, but you are even better than what she wrote." I held the phone, the words on the screen reflecting the sunlight from outside. In the open space of the design department, the sound of keyboards resumed. Someone poked their head out from behind a workstation divider, gave me a thumbs up, then quickly withdrew, pretending nothing had happened. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the reading volume of the electronic version of Elegance surpassed 5 million. At 12 noon, the hashtag, "Thank you for not marrying me," surged to the 17th spot on the trending list on social media. By 2 in the afternoon, Zhao Mingyu's social media account's comment section had been flooded. I did not initiate the attack. It was the netizens who flocked there after reading the interview. Zhao Mingyu's last post was from 3 months ago, featuring a photo of him with Lin Weiner at a Western restaurant captioned, "Having the simplest dinner with the one I love most." The post originally had only a few dozen comments, mostly from people in his friend circle showing their support. For hours after the interview was published, the number of comments exceeded 8,000. The top comment read, "Are you the scumbag who called off the engagement by holding your stepsister's hand at the engagement banquet? Thank you for not marrying me back then, as it has allowed Chun Su to thrive today." The second comment, "Your current fiancée is your former fiancée's stepsister. You two are truly a match made in heaven." The third comment had no text, only a screenshot. A screenshot of my description of the engagement banquet. I could still feel the sting of the slap from my father. The security guards escorted me through the crowd. Zhao Mingyu said, "Now you have nothing left. Do you think I would still want you?" That screenshot was shared over 30,000 times. Zhao Mingyu deleted his comments. He probably used a batch delete tool, as the number of comments decreased at a visible speed. 8,000 comments turned into 5,000, 5,000, to 2,000, 2,000, to 500. But for every 10 comments he deleted, 20 new ones surged in. He spent an hour deleting comments, reducing the count from 8,000 to 20,000. By 4 in the afternoon, he closed the comment section. But the sharing section could not be closed. The post with the group photo at the Western restaurant was shared over 100,000 times, each share carrying the same phrase, "The grace of not marrying." Some shared essays, some only wrote 3 words, others posted screenshots of the paragraph about my mother's osmanthus tree from the interview. The shares grew larger like a snowball. Lin Weiner's account was silent. The apology letter still hung on her homepage, and the comment section remained closed. The last message she sent was my reply to her 3 texts: Alumni Association sign-in records vendorless cross-border intellectual property lawsuit, and a reminder for her design director to prepare a lawyer. She never replied again. The typing indicator above the chat box, which kept appearing and disappearing, vanished and never appeared again. At 7 in the evening, I stepped out of the Chengwang building. The setting sun painted the skyscrapers of the CBD in a deep golden hue, and the glass facades reflected the light, making the entire street appear to be soaked in amber. My phone vibrated. An unfamiliar number. I answered. Lin Wan. It was Lin Weiner's voice. Not a WeChat message, not a private message on social media, but a direct call. Her voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't drunk water in a long time, or like her throat had been salted after crying for a long time. "Are you satisfied now? What did you say?" This afternoon, Zhao Mingyu's father held a board meeting and dismissed Zhao Mingyu from his position as vice president. Zhao Zhengwo signed it personally. Her voice trembled on the phone, not out of fear, but a rage that was forced out from a corner laced with blood. "Your interview completely ruined his son's career." I stood on the steps in front of the Chengwang building. The setting sun illuminated the whole street in a golden glow. "Lin Weiner, I did not ruin Zhao Mingyu's career. It was he who held your hand at the engagement banquet, watched as my father slapped me, and saw the security guards escort me out. He ruined it himself. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then her voice changed. It was neither anger nor hoarseness, but something I had never heard from her before. Sister. She called me sister. Zhou Milan is in custody. Zhou Hai is also in custody. Zhao Mingyu has been dismissed. I have nothing left. Her voice shattered into pieces on the phone. But there is one thing you don't know. What is it? On the day your mother had her accident, Lin Jiangwo called your mother on the landline. For minutes, and after your mother hung up, she cried in the car for 5 or 6 minutes, then turned around and drove out of the city. The sun sank behind the skyscrapers of the CBD. The last ray of light slid down the glass facade. Do you know what Lin Jiangwo said to her during that call? My fingers tightened around the phone. Lin Weiner's voice came through the receiver low and slow like a dull knife, dragging slowly. He said, Su Hua, I'm sorry. I chose Milan. The evening breeze poured in from the street corner. I stood on the steps of the Qingwang building, my phone pressed to my ear, listening to Lin Weiner's breathing rising and falling. How did you know that? Because I was at home that day. I was playing with building blocks in the corner of the living room. Lin Jiangwo thought I couldn't understand. But I remembered. I remembered every word he said. The call ended. The twilight descended among the skyscrapers of the CBD. The streetlights lit up one by one from the beginning of the street to the end. I stood on the steps, 37 pearls in my left pocket, a 16.5mm gold bead in my right pocket, and my mother's yellowed letter against my chest. The letter read, your father is not a bad person, he is just too weak. Su Hua, I'm sorry. I chose Milan. Did she let him choose? Did she tell him about transferring 500,000 to Zhou Milan? Did she tell him about the brake line being cut? Did she beg him on the phone? Beg him to choose her to live? I don't know. But Lin Weiner knows. She was 4 years old, sitting in the corner of the Lin family's living room, playing with building blocks, memorizing every word Lin Jiangwo said. She remembered for 20 years. My phone vibrated again. Lu Qinyuan. I'm across from you. I looked up. Across the road, a Maybach was parked in the shade of the Polonia trees. Lu Qinyuan leaned against the front of the car, the cuffs of his navy shirt rolled up to his forearms. He didn't come over, just stood there watching me across the flow of traffic in the twilight. The green light turned on. I walked down the steps and crossed the crosswalk. His figure became clearer in the twilight. When I reached him, he asked nothing. He simply opened the car door and rested his hand on the top frame of the door. Let's go home. The Maybach merged into the flow of traffic in the twilight. The lights of the Capitol flowed past the windows like splattered paint. I leaned back in my seat, the phone screen, dimming. Lin Weiner's call history stopped at 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Just as long as the call with my mother. Lu Qinyuan. On the day my mother had her accident, my father called her. He said, Su Hua, I'm sorry I chose Milan. What are you planning to do? I don't know. The green light turned on. He started the car and drove through the intersection. The streetlight's glow slipped past his profile, alternating between light and shadow. Your mother said in the letter, don't hate him. She also said whether to hate or not is your business. He reached out his right hand and placed it over the back of my hand, resting on my lap. The warmth from his palm seeped through my skin, dry and warm. Like that day at the Civil Affairs Bureau, like in the banquet hall, like every time he rested his hand on the back of my hand. Then don't rush to decide. When you eventually think it through, whatever your decision is, I'll stand by your side. In the night of the Capitol, outside the car window, countless lights shone like a sea. I pulled my hand out from his palm and held onto his fingers instead. I gripped tightly. My phone vibrated in my bag. Not a call, but a message. Guning. Chen Su, the interview's readership has surpassed 20 million. The publisher is asking if you can publish a book. The second message. Additionally, this afternoon, Zhao's group issued a statement that Zhao Mingyu has resigned from the position of vice president. The statement used the phrase resigned due to personal reasons, but the whole capital knows he was dismissed. One more thing. Lin Weiner just posted a new update on her social account. Just one sentence. A screenshot. Lin Weiner's homepage, a pure black avatar. The latest post contained only 5 words, sister. I'm sorry. I turned the phone screen towards Lu Qinyuan. He glanced at it, then turned his gaze back and continued to drive. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Neither do I. The Maybach drove into the driveway of the Lu family villa. The headlights illuminated the osmanthus tree in the garden. Not the one from my mother, but the one Lu Qinyuan had transplanted from Suzhou a few days ago, over 30 years old, its crown filled with golden flowers. The fragrance seeped in through the gaps in the car window, rich and sweet, reminiscent of the scent that clung to my mother's clothes when she carried me down from the osmanthus tree 20 years ago. The car stopped. I pushed the door open and stood under the osmanthus tree. Lu Qinyuan walked to my side. Did you know when you had this tree move that my mother had planted an osmanthus tree? I knew. How did you know? When you drew the earrings titled Moonlight, you drew a tree on the back of the draft. It was small, drawn in the corner. He looked up at the tree full of flowers. I had people look for it. Guangfu, Suzhou, the hometown of osmanthus. This tree is about the same age as the one your mother planted. The night breeze swept through the crown of the tree. The osmanthus flowers fell landing on my hair, shoulders, and palms. Small, golden, fragrant. I stood under the tree holding those 37 pearls, gripping that gold bead, and holding that letter from my mother against my chest. The osmanthus flowers fell all over me. My phone vibrated for the last time in my pocket. Not Lin Weiner, not Gu Ning. It was Lin Jiangwo. Wan the osmanthus I planted has bloomed, accompanied by a photo. In the corner of the Lin family's old house garden, the osmanthus tree squeezed among the rose bushes, its crown trimmed very small, but the branches were full of flowers. Golden, delicate, exactly the same as in my memories. I zoomed in on the photo. On the trunk, the crooked one character carved when I was 7 still remained. The bark has grown over 20 years, the strokes have spread and changed shape, but it is still recognizable. I did not reply. I simply held the phone in my palm as the screen dimmed little by little. Lu Xinyuan's hand rested on my shoulder. Let's go inside. It's getting chilly outside. I nodded. The osmanthus flowers continued to fall. The signing ceremony is scheduled for Friday at 10 in the morning in the 15th floor conference hall of Qingguang Jewelry. I arrived at 8:30. Su Qing said it wasn't necessary to come so early, but I couldn't sleep. I woke up before dawn lying next to Lu Qinyuan, watching a thin beam of light seep in through the curtain, transforming from gray to a pale golden hue. He was still asleep, his breathing light and steady, one hand resting on my wrist, his fingertips touching my pulsing heartbeat. I didn't move. I just lay there listening to his breathing and to the birds outside starting their first calls. My mother's jade bracelet is on my left wrist. Made of Hetian jade, it's as smooth as solidified sheep fat, and the thin crack on the inner circle is pressed against my skin, warmed by my body throughout the night. When I brought it out from the old Lin family house, Zhou Mylan's gaze lingered on the bracelet for a moment. She probably didn't expect that my mother still kept something truly valuable. It's not valuable like a pearl necklace, it's a kind of value she doesn't understand. At exactly 9 o'clock, Su Qing pushed open the conference hall door and walked in. Her navy blue suit was changed to a smoky gray, her short hair perfectly styled, and a very small brooch pinned to her chest. It's a sample from the Breaking the Cocoon series, the black opal shifting colors under the light, with the brushed gold setting revealing every line clearly magnified to brooch size. Master Guo worked through the night on it. She glanced down at the sample brooch and said, he said before the launch everyone should see the actual piece. How long did he take? Since the night you gave him the craft list. He worked a little after work every day for an entire. Su Qing took the brooch off and handed it to me. He said, this piece belongs to you. You should wear it at today's launch. I accepted it. The black opal felt heavy in my palm. The brush texture on the back of the setting felt like the surface of a rock worn by the wind for ages. The warmth from the week of Master Guo's calloused hands still lingered on it. At 10 o'clock sharp, the conference hall was filled with people. Representatives from the Qingguang brand media, from the jewelry circle in Beijing, several independent designers, and Vintalise, and joined via video link, her voice with a Nordic accent coming through the speakers as she wore a gray-green sweater. Chinsu, I saw the actual piece. Su sent me the photos last night. Her face leaned close to the camera. The handcrafted brushed lines are even more powerful in person than in the photos. You made it. You truly made it. I hadn't had a chance to respond when the conference hall door was pushed open. Lu Qinyuan walked in. He didn't come in through the front, but entered from the side door, sitting in the last row against the wall. Dressed in a dark gray suit without a tie, the collar of his shirt loosely buttoned. After he sat down, he glanced at the stage. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. An arc so small, it was almost negligible for a photo. Then he leaned back in his chair, resting his hands on his knees like the most ordinary listener in the room. But no one in the room could treat him as an ordinary audience member. From the moment he walked in, the air in the conference hall changed. It was not tension, but a calmness that felt like something pressing down. Like a current beneath deep water, the surface remained still, but everyone felt the power underneath. Su Qing leaned in close to my ear. Did you invite him? He came on his own. Lu Qinyuan attending the signing launch of his own brand. Qingguang has been established for 12 years. This is the first time. The signing process was very straightforward. Su Qing represented Qingguang Jewelry, and I signed a co-branding cooperation agreement as an independent designer. All intellectual property rights for the 5 pieces of the Breaking the Cocoon series belong to me personally, while Qingguang is responsible for production, promotion, and sales with a profit-sharing ratio of 25%. The industry average is 8%. As I put down the pen, the shutters of all the cameras in the conference hall clicked simultaneously. After signing the last word, I set the pen down. Su Qing extended her hand, and I shook it. Her grip was strong, more like the silent confirmation between two artisans after finishing a batch of work rather than a social greeting between women. Then it was time for the free questioning session. The first few questions were all routine. Design concepts, technical difficulties, and the collaboration experience with Master Guo. I answered each one, my voice steadier than I had expected, until a male reporter in the middle of the third row wearing black-rimmed glasses raised his hand. Ms. Chinsu, I am a reporter from the Jinghua Business Daily. May I ask when you signed this contract as a co-designer with Qinguang Mr. Lu Qinyuan was sitting in the last row. How do you respond to the doubts about climbing up using Lu's resources? The conference hall fell silent for a moment. Su Qing's fingers moved slightly on the table, and on the video Link frowned. In the last row, Lu Xinyuan's hand lifted from his knee as if he were about to stand. I spoke before he could. He'll answer this question. I looked at the reporter with black-rimmed glasses. Mr. Lu Qinyuan and I indeed have a marital relationship. He is my husband. This matter I have never concealed. The silence in the conference hall deepened. But this contract today is signed under the name Chen Su. Not Madame Lu. I turned the signed contract around to show the signature page, lifting it up so all the cameras could capture it. The name Chen Su was given to me by myself. Chen is my mother's surname. Su means plain. My mother was named Lin Chen Suwa. She liked to wear plain clothes during her lifetime. White shirts, gray skirts without any patterns. She passed away when I was 4. Among the belongings she left me there was a letter. I took the letter out of my pocket. The craft paper envelope was yellowed and brittle with one corner crumbled away. This letter was sent 20 years ago. The date on the postmark was 3 days before her accident. She told me 3 things in the letter. First, don't hate your father. Second, don't fear the truth. Third, go find a person. His name is Lu Zhengsheng. I pulled the letter from the envelope, unfolding it. My mother's handwriting glistened with the old inks brown under the conference hall lights. Lu Zhengsheng is Lu Xinyuan's father, a friend from my mother's youth. She told me to find him when I was in dire straits. But I wasn't in dire straits. I went to Qinguang Jewelry starting as an assistant designer. My workstation was by the window with Director Su's office on the left and the coffee machine on the right. My pattern master was surnamed Gua, 60 years old, his fingers covered with calluses, and he had me start from setting small diamonds. Today's contract was obtained after I created 5 pieces, revised the craft list 17 times, and stood countless afternoons in the workshop. Lu Qinyuan is sitting here not as the president of the Lu Group to support me. He is here as my husband attending his wife's first launch. I folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. Just like 20 years ago, my mother told me to find Lu Zhengsheng, not because he is rich, but because she believed that no matter where her daughter goes, someone will always catch her. The conference hall remained silent for a long time. Then applause erupted. It didn't come from the media seats, but from the Qinguang design department. Master Gua was sitting at the edge of the second row, his calloused hands raised to his chest, clapping rhythmically. Next to him, several young designers from the design department joined in. Then it was Su Qing, followed by the representatives from the front row, and then the media seats. The reporter with black-rimmed glasses was the last to start applauding. He clapped slowly but continuously. After the launch ended, I stood in the corridor outside the conference hall. The sunlight outside illuminated the black opal brooch in my palm. Lu Qinyuan walked out of the conference hall, the sound of his leather shoes echoing against the marble floor step by step, neither hurried nor slow. He approached me without saying anything. He merely took the brooch from my palm, glanced down at it, then pinned it to the collar of my coat. His fingers brushed past my collarbone, carrying a faint scent of cedar. About what you said earlier, regarding my mother's letter about your father. How did you know? The letter only mentioned the name Lu Zhengsheng, not that he is your father. I guessed. He secured the brooch, stepped back slightly to check its position, and nodded in satisfaction. Your mother asked you to find him. So he must be someone your mother trusted. My mother once told me that my father had a friend in his youth whose surname was Lin, who married into the Lin family and later had an accident. My father felt guilty about it for 20 years. So you know, I know my father knew your mother. I didn't know your mother mentioned him in her letter. He looked into my eyes when you unfolded the letter on stage today. It was the first time I saw your mother's handwriting. The corridor was quiet for a moment. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting our shadows close together on the marble floor. Lu Qinyuan. Did your father wait for this day for 20 years? Lu Xinyuan's lips twitched slightly, but it was not the arc from the photo. It was something deeper. He has waited for this day for 20 years. In the afternoon at the Lu family old, Lu Zhengsheng stood by the window in his study. He was taller and thinner than I imagined, his hair completely white, but his back was straight. He wore a dark gray cardigan with a small shiny patch on the cuff. When he turned around, his gaze first fell on my face, then on the jade bracelet on my wrist. He recognized it. Suwa's bracelet. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. She wore it for 30 years. Since university. You remember. I remember everything she had. He walked to the desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a very old album. Opening it, the first page revealed a black and white photo. In the photo, a young woman stood under an osmanthus tree, wearing a white shirt and gray skirt, her hair tied back with a plain-colored hairband. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes when she smiled, with small parentheses at the corners of her mouth. My mother. This photo was taken the year she graduated from university. The osmanthus was planted by me. Lu Zhengsheng's fingers gently traced the edge of the photo. She said she liked osmanthus. I said I'd plant one, and she could come and pick it every autumn. He closed the album. Later she married into the Lin family. When Lin Jingwo pursued her, he stood under her dormitory for a month, writing her a letter every day in small script. I thought he would treat her well. The study window was slightly ajar. The autumn wind blew through the gap, causing the curtains to billow slightly. A week before she had her accident, she called me. She said if one day she were no longer around, I should help watch over you. His voice was dry like sandpaper rubbing against what I asked her what was wrong. She didn't say. She said, Zhengxing promised me. I promised her. Then she hung up. A week later, I received the obituary. He placed the album back in the drawer and closed it. For the past 20 years, I have regretted not following up that day. Regretted not saying one more sentence when I promised her. Suwa, what happened? The scent of osmanthus from outside seeped in through the gap. In the garden of the Liu family old residence, there was also an osmanthus tree older than the one Liu Qinyuan transplanted, with a trunk so thick that one person couldn't wrap their arms around it, its crown shading half the yard. Wan. He called me. Not Lin Wan, not Chen Su, but Wan. Just like my mother used to call me. Your mother asked you to find me. You came. From now on, the Liu family will be your home. He reached out gently, laying his hand over the wrist where I wore the jade bracelet. His palm was thin with prominent knuckles and the thin, cool skin of an elderly person. But when his fingers closed around mine, the force was steady. This isn't compensation. It's returning it to her. As I left the Liu family old residence, the sunset filtered through the branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree. Liu Qinyuan walked ahead while I followed behind. When we reached the osmanthus tree, he stopped and turned around. What did my dad say to you? He said from now on the Liu family will be my home. It's not compensation, it's returning to my mother. Liu Qinyuan fell silent for a moment. Then he reached out, broke off a small branch from the osmanthus tree, and handed it to me. Golden yellow petals fell onto his shoulder. My mother loved this tree the most during her lifetime. She said osmanthus is the quietest flower in the world. It doesn't compete for color, it only gives fragrance. I took the branch, small, golden, fragrant. Just like the one my mother planted, just like the one Liu Qinyuan transplanted from Suzhou, just like the osmanthus tree in the photo sent by Lin Jingwo squeezed in among the roses. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Su Qing. Chen Su, the press release for the signing ceremony has been sent out. The question from that reporter from Jinghua Business Daily, and your answer will be published in full. The reading volume exceeded 3 million within an hour after the release. Second message. By the way, the Zhao Group just contacted Chengwang's business department, saying they want to discuss cooperation. Third message. I declined. I stood under the osmanthus tree reading these 3 messages twice. Su Qing rejected Zhao's cooperation. Liu Xinyuan's action of breaking the osmanthus stopped for a moment. Zhao Zhengwo won't let this go so easily. With Zhao Mingyu removed, Zhao's channel resources in the jewelry sector still remain. He will look for other brands to cooperate with, like Lin Weiner's affordable luxury brand. The evening breeze swept through the osmanthus tree. Petals began to fall. Lin Weiner's brand, after being accused of plagiarizing Van Cleef Arpels last time, has lost consumer trust. But Zhao's channels can help her restock. Zhao Zhengwo needs a new co-branding partner to fill the gap left by Zhao Mingyu. The two of them are a perfect match. Liu Qinyuan nodded. On the day Zhao Mingyu was removed, Lin Weiner's brand's official account posted a preview saying a new series is about to launch. I opened my phone and found Lin Weiner's brand homepage. The pure black avatar remained unchanged, but the pin dynamic featured a new poster. With a deep red background, it had 2 large characters printed on it, Nirvana. In the lower left corner of the poster, there was a very small line of text: co-branding partner, Zhao Jewelry. Nirvana. She named her new series this. Last time she copied Van Cleef Arpels, this time I wonder who she will copy. Liu Qinyuan took the osmanthus branch from my hand and pinned it to the other side of my coat, alongside the black opal brooch. No matter who she copies, your breaking the cocoon is already ahead of her. The twilight deepened. The fragrance of osmanthus grew stronger in the evening breeze. My phone buzzed one last time. It wasn't Su Qing nor Shin Manny. It was a message from an unknown number. Ms. Chen Su. I am Zhao Jingwo. If convenient, I would like to arrange to meet you. Not to discuss cooperation, but to talk about a phone call you received before your mother's death. I know some things you are not aware of. I held my phone, the screen glowing in the twilight. The osmanthus continued. I did not respond immediately to Zhao Zhengwo's message. It was not a matter of pride. I needed to think clearly about one thing. Why did he choose this moment to contact me? Zhao Mingyu had just been dismissed, and the Zhao family stock prices had yet to stabilize. The promotional poster for his collaboration series with Lin Weiner Nirvana had just been released for less than 24 hours. At this critical juncture, instead of rushing to extinguish the fire, he came to meet me, claiming to know about the phone call from my mother. How coincidental. I showed my phone to Liu Qinyuan. He stood under the osmanthus tree, the twilight, casting a faint golden hue on his profile. After looking at it, he returned the phone to me. He wants to exchange information for information. Exchange what? Your sales data for the Cocoon breaking series, and the upcoming scheduling for Qingguan. He brushed off the osmanthus flowers that had fallen on his shoulder, saying the Zhao family's collaboration series with Lin Weiner is launching next week. He needs to know your sales rhythm to avoid scheduling conflicts. So what he said about knowing some things I don't could be true or it could be bait. He looked at me. Do you want to go? Osmanthus flowers fell from the branches, landing on the shoulder of his dark blue shirt next to the black opal brooch on the collar of my coat. I reached out to pluck the petals from his shoulder, a tiny flower golden yellow with 5 petals, fragrant yet restrained. Yes, but I won't go alone. Lu Xinyuan's lips twitched slightly. The place Zhao Jiangwo had arranged was a Western restaurant on the top floor of the Guimao Phase 3. The entire floor-to-ceiling window faced Chang'an Street, with the night scenery unfolding like a river strung together by lights. When I arrived, he was already seated by the window, his dark gray Zhongshan suit replaced with a dark blue one. His hair was dyed black, darker than the last time I saw him at the Lu building, but the white roots had already started showing like old paint not covered at the base of a wall. He saw me walk and stood up and pulled out the chair opposite him. Mrs. Lu, thank you for coming. Director Zhao, please speak directly about the matter you mentioned. He sat down, his fingers intertwined on the table. The premium wine had not yet arrived, nor had the bread basket. There were only 2 glasses of ice water on the table, with a thin layer of mist condensing on the glass walls. His fingers gently circled the bottom of the glass. The last call your mother received on the day of the incident was made from the landline of the Lin family's old residence. The call lasted 4 minutes and 12 seconds. I already know that. Then do you know that the call was not made solely by Lin Jiangwo? My fingers tightened around the glass of ice water. Zhao Jiangwo took out an old flip phone from the inner pocket of his suit, its silver gray, shell-polished, shiny, likely a model from over a decade ago. He placed the phone on the table, opened it, and pressed a few buttons. The screen lit up, revealing the message interface. In the sent box lay a message, the recipient being a string of numbers not saved as a contact, with the sending time showing November 20th, 20 years ago, the day my mother had her incident. At 2:11 in the afternoon, less than 10 minutes after the Lin family's landline made that 4-minute-long call. The message contained only one line. Suhua Jiangwo asked me to tell you he chose Mylan. I'm sorry. The sender's number was not saved as a contact by Zhao Jiangwo, but that string of numbers I recognized. It was the Zhao family's landline. This message was sent by my wife. Zhao Jiangwo's voice was low, like sandpaper rubbing against wood. She was a college classmate of your mother. That day she was visiting the Lin family. After Lin Jiangwo made that call, he was trembling so much he couldn't hold the phone. My wife asked him what was wrong. He couldn't bring himself to say it. My wife then picked up the phone, not to call but to send this message. He pushed the phone towards me. She knew Lin Jiangwo choosing Zhou Mylan was his choice. She shouldn't have repeated it. But seeing him like that, Zhao Jiangwo's fingers tightened on the table, his knuckles turning white. She said Suhua probably didn't hear it clearly on the phone. She had to ensure she heard it clearly. The water droplets on the glass of ice water slid down, leaving a small dark stain on the tablecloth. I stared at the message on the screen of that old phone. At 2:11 in the afternoon on November 20th, 20 years ago, my mother received Lin Jiangwo's call, lasting 4 minutes and 12 seconds. After hanging up, she cried in the car for 5 to 6 minutes. Then she wiped her tears and turned back towards the city. Shortly thereafter, she received this message. Not just one phone call. It was a phone call followed by a message. Lin Jiangwo said, I choose Mylan. Mrs. Zhao repeated it for him. My wife passed away 3 years. Zhao Jiangwo's voice became even lower. Before she left, she gave me this phone, saying that if one day Lin Wan asked about it, I should show this to her. She said she was sorry to Suhua. He left the phone in front of me and withdrew his hand. Mrs. Lu, the reason I invited you today is not for the Zhao family scheduling nor for that useless Mingyu. It was something my wife asked me to handle before she left. I have delayed it for 3 years. The traffic on Chang'an Street flowed slowly outside. The taillights formed a red river, the headlights a silver one, and the 2 rivers flowed in opposite directions, never intersecting. I picked up that old phone. The hinge of the flip cover was already loose, making a faint creaking sound as it opened like a door that hadn't been opened in a long time. The screen's backlight had a slight yellow tint, and the message interface lingered in the sent box, that 20-year-old message quietly lying at the bottom of time. I closed the phone and put it in my pocket. Director Zhao, I understand your wife's situation now. I accept this message. Zhao Jiangwo raised his head. There was something in his eyes that I had never seen on his face before. It was neither the calculation of the business world nor the fear of being suppressed by Lu Qinyuan, but a deep-seated weariness, as if looking back in old age, realizing that the things done in youth could never be erased. One more thing. He picked up a document bag from his seat and pushed it over. The bag was made of brown paper tied with cotton thread at the seal, very old, with frayed edges. Your mother's forensic report. The one about the brake line being cut. The original from back then. I opened the document bag. Inside was a stack of yellowed forensic documents titled Beijing City Public Security Bureau Traffic Management Bureau Vehicle Technical Appraisal Institute, dated November 21st, 20 years ago, the day after my mother's incident. On the third page of the report, there was an enlarged photo of the cut brake line. The rubber hose was cut horizontally by a sharp object. The cut was clean, about 3 centimeters long, and penetrated through the wall of the hose. The conclusion in the appraisal section stated the brake line was cut by a person, not caused by natural wear or an accident. In the lower right corner was a red official stamp. This report was suppressed back then. Zhao Jiangwo's voice was dry. It was not Lin Jiangwo who suppressed it. It was Zhou Milin. Her brother Zhou Hai worked at the repair shop and knew people at the appraisal institute. After the report was issued, the original was taken away and replaced with a conclusion stating brake failure due to natural aging, which was filed away. This original document was secretly kept by a retired technician from the appraisal institute. He is over 80 this year, and last year he sent this to my wife. He did not know that my wife had already passed. I flipped to the last page of the appraisal report. In the signature section of the report, there was a name. The ink had faded to a deep brown, but the strokes were still discernible. I did not recognize that name. But next to that name, a small line of text was added with a ballpoint pen. This is the original. The archive document is forged. Kept by Zhao Chunlin. Zhao Chunlin is probably that retired technician. Why didn't he leave it for his own family? He said he waited his whole life for someone to come and ask about this matter. He never waited. The lights in the restaurant shone down from above. The red official seal on the appraisal report reflected faintly. I stood up. Zhao Jiangwo stood up as well. Director Zhao, I accept this report. Regarding your wife's matter, she left this phone, and today you handed it to me. This matter is cleared. He stood there, the collar of his dark blue Zhongshan suit slightly wrinkled. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing, only nodded. I turned to walk towards the restaurant entrance. After taking 3 steps, I stopped. Director Zhao, Lin Weiner's Nirvana series is launching next week. He paused for a moment. Yes. Next Wednesday. Have you seen her design drafts? Yes. The main piece is a necklace called Ashes. Ashes. The main piece of the Nirvana series is called Ashes. What are the design elements? Feathers. Charred feathers made with black diamonds and smoky quartz. I nodded. Director Zhao, the jewelry industry is quite small. The element of charred feathers was used in the high fashion collection of the French brand Lucent last autumn and winter. The chief designer is of Chinese descent, named Su Meng. She is Su Qing's cousin. Zhao Jiangwo's expression changed. Are you saying I am not saying anything? I'm just stating a fact. I put the appraisal report and the old phone into my bag. Next Wednesday, I wish the Nirvana launch goes smoothly. As I walked out of the Western restaurant, the night wind of Chang'an Street rushed towards me. I stood on the steps of Guamao Phase 3 and took out the old phone that belonged to Mrs. Zhao. As I flipped it open, the screen lit up, and that 20-year-old message was still there. I pressed the delete key, and the system popped up a confirmation box. Yes, no. I pressed yes. The message disappeared. The sent box became empty. I turned off the phone and put it back in my pocket. 37 pearls on the left, golden pearl on the right, appraisal report in the bag. The message from Mrs. Zhao was deleted, but the reason she kept this phone for 3 years, she wanted me to know that my mother did not receive a single betrayal in her last afternoon. It was 2 betrayals. Lin Jiangwo's call. Her message. My mother cried for 5 to 6 minutes in the car. Not because of just one call, but because after one call she received a message from her college classmate to push the knife in deeper for her husband. The phone vibrated. Lu Qinyuan. I'm on the roadside. I looked up. The Maybach was parked on the auxiliary road outside Guamao Phase 3, its hazard lights blinking like a heartbeat in the night. Lu Qinyuan leaned against the front of the car, still wearing that dark blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. The streetlights cast a long shadow of him extending all the way to the steps below. I walked down to him, standing in front of him. What did Zhao Jiangwo give you? I handed him the appraisal report. He took it, flipping to the 3rd page in the light of the street lamp. The photo of the cut brake line. His finger paused at the edge of the photo, then he closed the report. The original? Yes. It was taken away by Zhou Milin back then. A retired technician kept it for 20 years. He returned the report to me. What else? There was also a message from Mrs. Zhao to inform her that Lin Jiangwo had chosen Milin. Lu Qinyuan was silent for a long time. The light from the street lamp fell on his shoulder, and the scent of osmanthus wafted from somewhere, faint and almost imperceptible in the night breeze. Did you delete it? I did. Why? Keeping it won't bring my mother back. The night wind blew in from the direction of Chang'an Street. He reached out, tucking a strand of hair that had been blown by the wind behind my ear. His fingertips brushed against my earlobe, carrying the warmth of his palm. Home. The Maybach merged into the traffic on Chang'an Street. I leaned against the seat, the lights outside sliding by one after another. The phone vibrated in my bag. Su Qing. Shensu, the Cocoon Breaking series officially goes on sale tomorrow. The pre-sale data has come in. How many? Within 24 hours post-launch, the total pre-orders across all channels reached 8,700 pieces. The second message. Do you know which series from Chingguang broke 5,000 in pre-sales on its first day? It was First Snow 7 years ago. Su Qing's own series. The third message. She just said something in the office. This apprentice of mine was not taken in vain. I turned the phone screen towards Lu Qinyuan. He glanced at it, and the arc at the corner of his lips appeared again. 8,700 pieces. Where does it rank in Chingguang's history? First, the car passed through the lights of Chang'an Street. I rested my head against the window, the glass slightly cool to the touch. Mrs. Zhao's old phone lay in my bag. The message deleted, the appraisal report still inside. Zhao Chunlin, the old technician who kept the report for 20 years, said he waited for someone to come and ask about this matter, but he never did. My mother waited for 20 years. And she never did. But her daughter did. On Wednesday, the Cocoon Breaking series officially launches. At 10 in the morning, I sat at my workstation on the 15th floor of Chingguang, the computer screen displaying the back-end sales data page. Su Qing stood behind me holding a thermos, her dark blue cotton and linen shirt sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Everyone in the design department was at their workstations. The sound of keyboards stopped, the ringing of phones ceased, and even the printer was quiet. At 10 o'clock sharp, the page refreshed. In the first minute, sales exceeded 3 million. By the 10th minute, it surpassed 8 million. In the first hour, it exceeded 20 million. Su Qing's thermos hovered in midair. 20 million. She repeated those two words as if confirming she hadn't misread. In 1 hour, 20 million. Applause erupted in the design department. It wasn't the polite, restrained applause of a launch hall. It was the kind where young people jumped up from their stations, patted each other on the shoulder, and someone whistled. Master Guo walked out of the workshop, his reading glasses still perched on his nose, holding a pair of tweezers. He stood at the door of the design department, not stepping inside, just leaning against the door frame, watching the cheering young designers, inside a slight upward curl at the corner of his mouth. At 2 in the afternoon, the total sales of the Cocoon Breaking series surpassed 50 million. At 4 o'clock, the black opal ring from the Cocoon Breaking collection sold out. Chingguang's e-commerce department urgently increased the pre-sale inventory from 2,000 to 5,000, and it sold out again. In Master Guo's workshop, the initial wax model still rested in its protective case. The brush texture he carved by hand on the wax surface was used to create the silicone mold, then cast into a gold ingot, and subsequently polished into a finished product. One turned into 5,000. Each knife mark on those 5,000 rings came from Master Guo's calloused hands, carved painstakingly into the wax in that deep night. At 6 in the evening, Su Qing walked to my workstation. Today's total sales across all channels exceeded 100 million. After saying this, she placed her thermos on my desk, opened the lid, and took a sip. Shensu. Chingguang Jewelry has been established for 19 years, and there have only been 3 series that exceeded 100 million in a single day. The first was Starshine 12 years ago, the second was First Snow 7 years ago, and the third, she capped her thermos again, is your Cocoon Breaking. A moment of silence fell over the spacious room. Then applause erupted again, louder and longer than in the morning. Su Qing stood amidst the applause, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. It was not the same as the curve she had when she said, then let it be 2 days on interview day. It was something deeper. At 8 in the evening, I walked out of the Chingguang building. The phone vibrated. A notification from a social media platform. Lin Weiner's official brand account posted a new update. Preview poster for the Nirvana series, Second Wave. The main piece, Ashes, is inspired by the phoenix bathing in fire, burned to rebirth. The accompanying image was a well-edited poster of a necklace. Black diamonds shaped like charred feathers, smoky quartz polished to mimic ash laid against a pure black background. Beautiful. The similarity to Lucent's Ember's necklace from last autumn and winter exceeded 80%. I forwarded this poster to Su Qing. She replied with a voice message, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Su Meng saw it just now too. She said the legal department of Lucent has already sent out the first lawyer's letter. My phone vibrated again. This time it was Lin Weiner. Her message contained only one line, sister, between Nirvana and your Cocoon Breaking, which one will win? I stood on the steps at the entrance of the Chingguang building. The evening breeze swept through the clusters of buildings in the CBD. Then I replied, Lin Weiner, I have never wanted to compare wins or losses with you. You have always been competing with me. You copy Van Cleef Arpels, you copy Lucent, releasing every time ahead of me. But have you noticed? Those brands you copied, I know the original designers. While you were copying, I was drawing. While you were comparing, I was still drawing. Even when you weren't competing with me, I was still drawing. Sent. The second message. That's the difference. Lin Weiner's messages stopped. The typing indicator above the chat box no longer appeared. I put my phone back in my pocket. 37 pearls on the left, golden pearl on the right, appraisal report in the bag. The phone vibrated for the last time. It wasn't Lin Weiner. It was Shin Manny. Wan, there's new progress in Zhou Hai's interrogation. He revealed the person who cut the brake line back then. The second message. It wasn't him. It was a man named Ma Dong. A temporary worker at a repair shop in the eastern part of the city. He vanished right after that incident 20 years ago. The third message. Do you know who Ma Dong is? The fourth message. Lin Weiner's biological father. I held the phone standing on the steps at the entrance of the Chengguang building. The evening breeze swept through the clusters of buildings in the CBD, causing the black opal brooch on my collar to sway slightly. Lin Weiner's biological father. Zhou Mailin's ex-husband. The person who cut my mother's brake line 20 years ago. He had vanished for 20 years. The scent of osmanthus was carried by the evening breeze from afar, faint, nearly unnoticeable beneath the city's exhaust and neon lights. But it was still there. Lin Zhangwo's call came on Saturday morning. I was in Lu Xinyuan's study flipping through that appraisal report when my phone vibrated. The enlarged photo of the severed brake line was scanned into digital format, magnified to pixel level on the computer screen, with the metallic fatigue patterns along the edge of the cut, as clear as contour lines on a map. When Master Gua saw this photo yesterday, he remained silent for a long time before saying the person who made this cut has a steady hand. This isn't their first time. Lin Zhangwo's name lit up on the phone screen. I stared at those three characters for a few seconds. The last time he called me was the day after the Zhao family's engagement banquet at their villa. He said over the phone Wan Dad was too angry that day. Can you come back for a visit? I didn't respond. Later he stood for 40 minutes in the lobby of Lu's building blocked by security, leaving a letter in a brown paper envelope. The letter was still on my desk, placed beside my mother's letter which I hadn't opened. I picked up the phone. Wan. His voice was hoarser than last time, as if his throat had been sanded down many times. Dad wanted to see you today. Your Aunt Zhou is coming too. And Weiner. Our family, Mr. Lin. I interrupted him. My surname is Chun. The other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds. I could hear his breathing through the receiver, rough and irregular, like someone who hadn't slept well in a long time. He changed his tone, lowering his voice. Dad knows you hate me. But your Aunt Zhou, she wants to speak to you in person about your mother. Zhou Mailin. The Zhou Mailin who was on bail. The Zhou Mailin that Zhou Hai had implicated in the detention center. She wants to speak to me about my mother. What time? 3 in the afternoon. He'll send you the address. Lu Qinyuan walked in from the study door holding 2 cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea. He wore a light, gray home shirt, the collar unbuttoned, the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. The aroma of tea spread through the study, faint, nearly overshadowed by the sweet osmanthus scent wafting in from outside. Lin Zhangwo. He wants to bring Zhou Mailin and Lin Weiner over. To our home. To the Lu family. He placed the teacup in front of me and sat down opposite at the desk. Are you ready? I picked up the teacup. The leaves of the Longjing tea unfurled in the hot water, standing upright, like bamboo shoots sprouting in a rain-soaked grove. The warmth of the cup seeped through my fingertips, pleasant but not scalding. I'm ready. At exactly 3 in the afternoon, the doorbell of the Lu family villa rang. The housekeeper led them into the living room. Lin Zhangwo walked in first, his dark brown jacket replaced with navy blue, his hair recently dyed, covering the gray at the roots, though the smell of dye lingered detectable even across the coffee table. Zhou Mailin followed behind him, her navy cheongsam, changed to a plain gray one, her hands empty of any prayer beads, her fingers slightly bent at her sides. She had lost a lot of weight, her cheekbones protruding just beneath the skin, creating shallow ridges in her foundation. Lin Weiner walked in last. Her plain white suit was replaced with black, her hair pulled into a low ponytail with no jewelry. The Hermes silk scarf around her neck was gone, and the thin red mark had completely faded, her skin smooth, as if nothing had ever happened. As she entered, her gaze swept around the living room. Crystal chandelier, floor-to-ceiling windows, and the osmanthus tree in the garden that had been transplanted from Suzhou. Her gaze lingered on that tree for a moment before it returned to her toes. Sit. I took my seat at the main. Lu Qinyuan sat beside me, wearing a dark gray shirt, the collar neatly buttoned with a silver eagle-shaped tie clip affixed to his chest. He didn't look at anyone, picking up the teapot from the coffee table to pour me a cup of water. The cup turned half a circle in his hands as he checked the temperature before pushing it towards me. Lin Zhangwo's gaze shifted between us for a moment before he took a seat. Zhou Mailin sat on his left and Lin Weiner on his right. The three of them sat in a row on the sofa opposite us, like 3 pieces of porcelain arranged stiffly, knees together, unsure of where to place their hands. Wan Lin Zhangwo spoke first. Dad came today to tell you. Come back. The door of the Lin family will always... When he said this, his gaze landed on my face, but only stayed for a moment before drifting away, landing on the cup of water on the coffee table, then the osmanthus tree outside, seeking any place to avoid making eye contact with me. The police are still investigating your mother's case. But no matter what the outcome, you will always be Dad's daughter. Your Aunt Zhou also, Wan. Aunt Zhou picked up the conversation. Her voice still held that sweet tone, but something beneath had changed. It wasn't a facade, it was a thin layer that once stripped could shatter at any moment. Andy hasn't treated you well before. Andy knows. Your mother's belongings, the pearl necklace, the jade bracelet, and those pieces of jewelry. Annie has asked Wayner to return them to you. She glanced at Lynn Wayner, who took out a deep blue velvet box from her bag and opened it on the coffee table. Inside the box were several pieces of jewelry. A pair of pearl earrings, unlike my mother's yellowed ones. These were new South Sea white pearls with a thick luster shimmering silver white under the light. A gold chain much thicker than my mother's with a heart-shaped pendant encrusted with small diamonds. A jade bracelet fully green of glass quality, translucent, like a pool of spring water frozen in time. These are Annie's compensation for you. Joe Mylan pushed the box towards me. Your mother's things were taken by Wayner when Auntie is returning them. I did not look at the box. Aunt Joe, my mother's pearl necklace. The receipt is with Lu Qinyuan. Those 37 South Sea pearls were purchased at the Chow Tai Fook store in Tsim Sha Tsui, Hong Kong, and your daughter wore them for 12 years. The wear on the surface of the pearls is clearly stated in the appraisal report, corresponding to 12 years of daily wear. Joe Mylan's face turned a shade paler. My mother's jade bracelet has a crack on the inner circle. The cause of that crack is also noted in the appraisal report. External force impact approximately 10 years ago. After your daughter took the bracelet, Lynn Wayner's fingers gripped the armrest of the sofa. My mother's gold chain has the characters Su Hua engraved on the pendant. Your daughter melted it down, reshaped it into a heart, encrusted it with small diamonds, and engraved her own name. I pushed the deep blue velvet box back. Aunt Joe, your daughter took my mother's things, used them for 12 years, melted them down, altered them, engraved her name. Now you buy a new set of jewelry and say it's compensation for me. I looked at her. Can it be compensated? Joe Mylan's lips trembled. The neckline of her plain gray cheongsam swelled with her quickened breaths. Her fingers clenched the hem of the cheongsam, turning the knuckles white. At this moment Lin Jiangwo spoke up. Wan, your Aunt Joe is here today sincerely to apologize. She has chosen these pieces of jewelry for a long time. Mr. Lin Lu Xinyuan's voice was not loud, but all sounds in the living room came to a halt. He picked up the teapot, replacing my now cold cup of tea with a new one. The sound of water pouring was particularly clear in the quiet living room, the stream flowing from the spout and rising in circles to the bottom of the cup. Your wife's way of sincerely apologizing is to buy a new set of jewelry to replace the pieces that your daughter destroyed. Lu Qinyuan leaned back into the sofa, his fingers crossed on his knees. His tone was very calm, as if discussing a business contract unrelated to him. Your daughter took my mother-in-law's belongings, wore them for 12 years, melted them down, altered them, engraved her name. Your wife came today bringing a new set of jewelry, saying it was an apology. But in this apology, there is not a single word spoken by your daughter. No sorry, no I was wrong, no, I am willing to bear the consequences. Only a box, and a pile of stones that can be bought with money. Lin Wayner's lips moved slightly. Lu Qinyuan did not look at her. His gaze shifted from Lin Jiangwo's face to Zhou Mylan's, and back to Lin Jiangwo. Mr. Lin, you came today saying your daughter should come home. But since you entered, you haven't asked her a single question. How she has been doing this past month. You only said 3 things: come back, you will always be Dad's daughter, and your Aunt Joe is here to apologize. He emphasized the word Dad lightly. You didn't ask if she has a window seat at Cheng Wang's workstation. You didn't ask if Master Gua scolded her when teaching her to set diamonds. You didn't ask how many nights she stayed up while drawing the breaking cocoon ring. You didn't ask how she coped with the plagiarism accusation from Winterlies during those 2 days. Lu Xinyuan's voice remained steady throughout. You only care about when she will return. After returning, the Lin family's face can be restored. Zhao Mingyu was dismissed, and the Zhao family's marriage proposal fell through. You need a new marriage bargaining chip. Lin Jiangwo's expression completely changed. That change was not anger nor the shame of being exposed, but something deeper, being peeled layer by layer under the bright light, revealing parts of himself that he didn't dare to look at. President Lu, I didn't, you did. Lu Qinyuan interrupted him. Your wife didn't come here today to apologize. It's because Zhou Hai implicated her in the detention center. A transfer of 500,000 watching Lin Chen Sua's movements, reporting at any time. She wants to confirm in person how much evidence my wife still holds. As for your daughter, Lu Xinyuan's gaze finally fell on Lin Wayner briefly, like scissors cutting a thread. She is here to check the sales data for the Breaking Cocoon series. Cheng Wang's single-day sales exceeded 100 million yesterday. Her Nirvana series will launch next week, and the evidence for the main style Ashes plagiarizing Lucent has already been submitted to the legal department by Su Meng. She needs to know how much time she has left. Lin Wayner's face drained of the last bit of color. The living room fell silent for a long time. The osmanthus scent from outside seeped in through the half-open window, thick and sweet, reminiscent of the osmanthus tree squeezed among the roses in the Lin family's old garden 20 years ago. I stood up. Dad. Lin Jiangwo looked up. I called him Dad. For the first time in a month. You just said that the Lin family's door will always be open for me. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the osmanthus tree glistened in the afternoon sun with a golden hue, while delicate petals fell onto the lawn and along the pathway leading to the backyard. Less than a year after my mother passed away, you married Joe Mylan. She redecorated the master bedroom, changing the wallpaper to a beige color she liked, and replacing the curtains with patterned ones. My mother's dressing table was moved to the attic piled high, with the shoes Joe Mylan no longer wore. I did not look back. You never asked me if I wanted to keep my mother's things. You just thought the child is still young and will forget after a few years. Lin Jingwo's voice came from behind, hoarse and fragmented. When I was 7, I carved the word Wan into the osmanthus tree in the garden. My mother scolded me, and then helped me find a duller knife, saying it would not hurt the tree this way. I pressed my hand against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass was slightly cool, and the shadow of the osmanthus tree fell into my palm. That tree was pushed into the corner of the garden by the woman you married. Its crown was pruned to a small size, as if someone deliberately prevented it from growing. But it still lives on, blooming every autumn, fragrant and golden, just as it did 20 years ago. She said not to hate you. I picked up the deep blue velvet box from the coffee table and opened it. Pearl earrings, a gold chain, a jade bracelet. Joe Mylan's supplement to my mother's possessions. I won't accept these things. I placed the box back in front of Joe Mylan. But my mother's belongings. The pearl necklace worn by your daughter for 12 years, the gold chain melted down by your daughter, the jade bracelet cracked by your daughter. I will keep every mark on those things. I looked at Lin Jingwo, not out of hate, but because they were touched. She wore the jade bracelet for 30 years, and it carries her warmth. She wore the pearls for 20 years, and they bear her fingerprints. She wore the gold chain for a lifetime, and the pendant is engraved with her name. The woman you married took these things away. You let her. You did not stop her. Tears fell from Lin Jing. It was not just the redness around his eyes. Real tears rolled out from the corners, flowing down the wrinkles on his face. He did not wipe them away, sitting there on the sofa, the shoulders of his navy jacket slightly trembling. Wan, Dad was wrong. His voice was like something crushed flat and broken, squeezing out bit by bit from his throat. On the day something happened to your mother, I made a phone call to her. I said, Suhua, I'm sorry I chose Mylan. All sounds in the living room stopped. She asked me why. I said I didn't know. I truly didn't know. His fingers gripped the fabric on his knee, knuckles cracking. Joe Mylan was pregnant with Wayner. She said if I didn't marry her, she would sue me. Sue me for what? I didn't know. But at that moment I was scared. Your mother was perfect in every way, just too good. So good that I felt unworthy of her. Joe Mylan was different. She would throw tantrums, cry, and threaten me. I didn't have to feel unworthy in front of her. His voice was so low it was almost inaudible. So I chose the one who made a scene. Joe Mylan's lips, but no sound came out. Lin Wayner sat at the edge of the sofa, the hem of her black suit skirt crumpled in her. Her gaze shifted from Lin Jingwo's face to mine, then from my face to the osmanthus tree outside the window. There was something in her eyes I had never seen in this woman's eyes before. It was not hatred, nor was it unwillingness, not the shame after being exposed. It was envy. She envied me. She envied that my mother was remembered by a man for 20 years. Envy that Lin Jingwo 20 years later sat next to another woman shedding tears and saying, I chose Mylan, but I have regretted it for 20 years. Her biological father Ma Dong, the one who cut my mother's brake line 20 years ago, had vanished. Joe Mylan had never made that man shed a single tear for her. I walked up to Lin Jingwo. Dad, you said you were wrong. He looked up at me. My mother waited for you for 20 years, waiting for you to regret. Waiting for you to turn back. Waiting for you to suddenly remember that she lay alone beneath the mountain wall in the east of the city with the brake line cut, wondering what she thought in those last few minutes. She did not wait. I took out my mother's letter from my pocket. The craft paper envelope was yellowed and brittle with one corner torn. The postmark date, 20 years ago, 3 days before her accident. This is the letter she left for me. She asked me not to hate you. She said you were just too weak. I took the letter out of the envelope and unfolded it. Your father is not a bad person. He is just too weak. Weak people are easily led by others. Do not hate him. I held up the letter for Lin Jingwo to see those lines. She was thinking of you until her death. Lin Jingwo's body bent down. It was not a bow, it was something more thorough, like a tree being sawed off at the roots, the trunk still standing, but the fibers inside snapped one by one. He buried his face in his palms, his shoulders shaking violently. Only his suppressed broken sobs remained in the living room. I folded my mother's letter, put it back into the envelope, and returned it to the inner pocket of my chest, against the spot closest to my heart. Dad. Today I call you Dad because my mother asked me not to hate you. Not because you deserve to be this dad. I picked up the deep blue velvet box from the coffee table, opened it, and emptied out the pearl earrings, gold chain, and jade bracelet onto the table. The stones clinked against the marble tabletop, producing a crisp sound. Take these things back with you. I placed the empty box back in front of Joe Mylan. I won't give you a single one of my mother's things. But what you owe her. I looked at Joe Mylan. And Joe High's confession in the detention center was not just about the transfer of over $500,000. He also implicated Ma Dong. Joe Mylan's face turned completely pale. It was not the kind of white that faded layer by layer. It was as if someone had suddenly drained all the blood from her body. Her lips parted, then closed and opened again. Like a drowning person, her mouth opened and closed, gasping for air. The living room fell silent for a long time. Then Lynn Weiner stood up. She walked from the edge of the sofa to Joe Mylan's side, bent down, and helped Joe Mylan up from the ground. Joe Mylan's legs trembled and gray-white marks had formed on her knees where her light gray cheepow had rubbed against the ground. Lynn Weiner supported her towards the door. After taking 3 steps, she stopped. She did not look back. Sister. Her voice was soft as light, as osmanthus falling from a branch. That phone call from your mother was arranged by my dad. I stood still. That day after Lin Jiangwo made the call, his hands trembled so much that he could not hold the receiver. My mother asked him to call again. He said he couldn't. So my mother picked up the phone and dialed the Zhao family's number. It was Mrs. Zhao who answered. My mother said, Jiangwo asked you to tell her that he chose Mylan. Mrs. Zhao sent that text. My mother was watching from the side. Lynn Weiner spoke without any intonation, as if reading a document unrelated to herself. That year I was 4 years old, playing with blocks in the corner of the living room. I remembered every word. She helped Joe Mylan push open the door to the living room. The sunlight outside streamed in, casting a rectangle on the marble floor of the entrance. Sister, all my life since I was 4, I have been listening to my mother teach me how to take things from others. To take your necklace, to take your father, to take your fiancé. She taught me well. I got them all. She stepped over the threshold. But nothing I took was ever warm. The door closed behind her. Lin Jiangwo was the last to stand up. He walked to the door, stopped, and rested his hand on the doorknob. His silhouette became a long, thin shadow in the sunlight. 1-1. The osmanthus tree your mother planted, I had someone move it from the corner of the garden to the center of the yard. He did not look back. It bloomed exceptionally well this year. The door closed. The living room fell silent. The fragrance of osmanthus seeped through the half-open window, rich and sweet. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, landing on the pile of jewelry spilled onto the coffee table. Pearl earrings, a gold chain, a jade bracelet. The stones shimmered in the light. Pearls were silver white, gold was warm yellow, and jade was emerald green. They were beautiful, but that light was cold. Lu Qinyuan stood up from the sofa and walked to my side. When you showed her the letter just now, your hands were trembling. Yeah, what about now? I looked down at my hands. They were no longer trembling. My mother waited for 20 years, but did not see him regret. I let him see that letter today. I reached out and held his fingers. The things she did not see I saw for her. Lu Qinyuan tightened his grip on my hand. His palm was warm. Outside, the osmanthus continued to my phone vibrated in my pocket. Shinmani. 1-1. The lead on Ma Dong has been cut off. But we found out something else. During Joe Mylan's bail period, she went to the east of the city once. It was not the repair shop. It was the cemetery in the east of the city. The second piece of information. She stood in front of a tombstone with no name for a long time. The third piece. The person buried there is called Ma Dong. I held the phone tightly, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Osmanthus petals fell outside the glass, golden and delicate. Ma Dong is dead. Joe Mylan said he took the money and left 20 years ago. But he lies in the cemetery in the east of the city beneath a tombstone with no name. Was the person who stood there for a long time the one who was to carve his name? The osmanthus continued to fall. Ma Dong's grave lay in the most remote corner of the Chengdong cemetery. The location Shinmani sent showed that the unnamed marker stood by the northwest wall of the cemetery, beside a row of old graves whose inscriptions had been worn almost illegible by wind and rain. Joe Mylan had gone there 3 times while out on bail. The cemetery's surveillance is retained for 30 days, which conveniently covered her most recent visit. In the footage, she wore a dark gray coat and a mask, but Shinmani recognized her walk at a glance. Slightly hunched, the left foot touching the ground a touch heavier than the right, exactly the gait Joe Mylan used pacing the living room of the Lin family old residence while pouring tea. She stood before that unnamed stone for nearly an hour. The surveillance had no sound, and the image was coarse, but her shoulders could be seen trembling. It was not the tremor of crying, but a finer, colder shiver like one produced by a low temperature. After an hour, she left. A bundle of white chrysanthemums had been placed before the tombstone. Lu Xinyuan's people had obtained that segment of footage 3 days earlier. At that moment, I was sitting in his study with 3 items spread before me: screenshots from the cemetery surveillance, Ma Dong's household cancellation certificate from 20 years ago, and a cremation record pulled from the Chengdong funeral parlor. The cremation record was dated December 20 years ago, the month after my mother's accident. The applicant's name was signed Zhou Hai. The relationship to deceased field red brother-in-law. Ma Dong was Zhou Milan's former husband. Zhou Hai had applied for the cremation on behalf of his sister's former husband. That man had died 20 years ago, less than a month after cutting my mother's brake line. The cremation record listed the cause of death as a traffic accident. Lu Qinyuan sat opposite me. His cup of Longjing tea had gone cold, leaves settled at the bottom. He had not topped it up. I had someone pull the traffic accident files from that year, he said. Qingdong National Highway, late at night, single vehicle crashed. The car struck the mountainside. The same location as my mother's accident. The same place. Lu Qinyuan nodded. Qingdong National Highway. The same place. My mother's brake line had been severed, and the car struck the rock face. 1 month later, the man who had cut her brake line on that same road struck the rock face as well. I asked, and he produced a photograph from his drawer. I had an expert examine the scene photos from the accident file, he said, placing the picture on the desk. The photo was old, edges yellowed. It showed a wrecked black sedan with its front lodged into the mountainside and the hood folded into a V shape. The driver's door was open. Nobody remained inside. The injured had already been taken to hospital, but did not survive. What did the expert say? I asked. The length of the skid marks does not match. His finger rested on the tire imprints on the road in the photo. Working back from the collision speed and the skid length, the braking was delayed by at least 2 seconds compared with a normal reaction. Had he been drinking? No. The autopsy report showed 0 blood alcohol. Then, he did not. The study was quiet for a long time. The scent of osmanthus from the garden seeped through the window gap, rich. The 30-year-old osmanthus tree Lu Qinyuan had transplanted stirred in the night wind. Petals sifted down onto the lawn and the stone path. Ma Dong had cut my mother's brake line. A month later, he delayed his braking by those 2 seconds on the same road. It was not an accident. It was a man who, after completing an act, found he could not go on living. Zhou Milan knew. Lu Qinyuan put the photograph away. She knew. Zhou Hai knew too. That's why when Zhou Hai applied for the cremation, he put brother-in-law in the relationship field, not former brother-in-law. Zhou Milan's divorce from Ma Dong had been a sham to marry Lin Jiangwo. Ma Dong and Zhou Milan staged a fake divorce, and Zhou Milan married into the Lin family with Lin Weiner. Ma Dong stayed on at the Chengdong repair shop as the missing ex-husband. Then Zhou Milan had him cut my mother's brake line. He went. He did it. A month later, he drove onto that same national highway, and at the same bend his foot hit the brake 2 seconds late. There is one more thing, Lu Qinyuan said, pulling a document from the bottom drawer, stamped Jingxing Public Security Bureau Forensic Evidence Institute. The paper was fresh. The date was 3 days ago. After Zhou Hai named Ma Dong, the police opened the coffin at Qingdong Cemetery to collect DNA. They compared it with skin tissue scraped from an old work uniform left at the repair shop. He flipped to the final page. The conclusion read that the DNA profile of the tested sample matched the skin tissue DNA extracted from Ma Dong's work uniform, with a probability of kinship of 99%. Confirmed. The body buried under that nameless stone is Ma Dong. Does Lin Weiner know? Zhou Milan went 3 times while out on bail. Lin Weiner never went even once. I closed the report. Lin Weiner's line in Lu's living room yesterday remained in my mind. Nothing taken by force is ever warm. When she said it, she did not look back. Her voice was as light as osmanthus petals falling from a branch. Her biological father had lain beneath a nameless stone for 20 years, and she had never gone to see him. Perhaps she genuinely did not know. Perhaps Zhou Milan had never told her. Lu Qinyuan, when did you start investigating Ma Dong? When Zhou Hai first mentioned the name. He poured away the cold Longjing and brewed a fresh cup. The tea's fragrance unfurled in the study again. I had Shin Manny pull the list of all temp workers at the Chengdong repair shop from 20 years ago. Ma Dong appeared on it. In the employee registration, his emergency contact was Zhou Milan, the relationship listed as spouses. So you knew then that their divorce had been false? Yes. He pushed the newly steeped cup toward me. Its warmth came through the porcelain. But Ma Dong's household registration had been cancelled. There were no records of him in the registration system for 20 years. A living person would not leave no trace for 2 decades. Only one possibility remained. He had long been dead. From the moment Zhou Hai spoke the name Ma Dong, Lu Qinyuan suspected the man probably was no longer alive. He had not told me until he had the cremation record, the accident files, and the DNA report in hand, until all the pieces had been fitted together. Only tonight did he set them before me. It was not that he was hiding things from me. He knew that if I were to assemble the pieces myself, I would do so in a way. The fact that Zhou Milan went to the cemetery. She violated bail by leaving without permission. The police already have that on record. He opened the teapot lid, and the tea scent rose. Couple that with Zhou Hai's latest confession. The 500,000 transfer, the surveillance, Ma Dong cutting the brake line. Multiple charges will apply, and her bail will soon be revoked. And after that, then she will be taken in. Just like Zhou Hai. Outside, the osmanthus tree shivered, and more petals fell. I pressed my hand against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. It was cool, and the tree's shadow lay across my mother's jade bracelet hugged my left wrist. Hetianqing, white jade smooth and warm like congealed mutton fat. A fine crack on the inner rim pressed against my skin warmed by my body heat. Ma Dong had been dead for 20 years. He had chosen to delay his breaking by those 2 seconds. No one had pushed him. Was my mother waiting for him beneath the rock face? I did not know, but he had made the same choice at the same bend. Lu Qinyuan on the day my mother had her accident was Ma Dong at the repair shop. No. He slid an attendance sheet across the desk, yellowed pages titled Qingdong Repair Shop Attendance, dated November 20th, 20 years ago. In Ma Dong's row the remark column bore 2 characters went out. On the day Zhou Hai sent him out he had been assigned an external rescue job. The rescue location was near the Changdong National Highway. Lu Xinyuan's finger paused over the 2 characters. He left in the repair shop's rescue vehicle. It was loaded with tools. Tools, the instruments to cut a brake line. Was that rescue assignment fake? It was. There was no broken down vehicle and no rescue record. Zhou Hai gave him that job, so he would have a legitimate reason to be on the Changdong National Highway. I closed my eyes. Qingdong National Highway, just after 2 in the afternoon. My mother's car was stopped at the roadside as she had just finished a call with Lin Jiangwo and had received a text from Mrs. Zhao. She sat in the car and cried for 5 or 6 minutes. Then she wiped her eyes, turned the car, and drove outward. She drove fast. Ma Dong waited somewhere by the roadside in the repair shop's rescue vehicle. He waited for her. After she drove past, he followed from behind. What happened next no one truly knows. Zhou Hai's interrogation record said that when Ma Dong returned, he said nothing, tossed his tools into the toolbox, washed his hands, and smoked a whole pack of cigarettes sitting at the repair shop's doorway. Zhou Hai asked if it was done. He nodded. Zhou Hai asked about the car. He said it had crashed. Zhou Hai asked about the person. He gave no answer. A month later, Ma Dong himself drove onto that highway. Did Zhou Milan know Ma Dong was dead? She knew. Lu Qinyuan drew a photograph from the bottom of the file and placed it before me. The photo showed a bank remittance slip, remitter Zhou Milan payee, Qingdong funeral parlor amount, 3,000 yuan remittance date, December 20 years ago. The note field read cremation fee for Ma Dong. She paid for his cremation. Then she bought him the most remote plot in the cemetery. Why leave no name? If she had left his name, someone would ask who Ma Dong was. Someone would discover that before she married Lin Jiangwo, her divorce from her first husband had been false. The study light fell across that remittance slip. Zhou Milan's handwriting was neat and precise, every stroke clear, as if afraid the funeral parlor might mistake the recipient. 3,000 yuan. She spent 3,000 to have her former husband cremated and buried beneath a nameless stone, and over 20 years, she went 3 times. Each time she brought a bunch of white chrysanthemums. Lu Qinyuan. Yes. What do you think Zhou Milan was thinking when she went to the cemetery? He was silent for a moment. Outside, fallen osmanthus had dusted the windowsill golden. She thought if only she had not sent Ma Dong to cut that one line. Not regret for having caused your mother's death, but regret for having sent Ma Dong. Because after he did it, he did not survive either. He paused. The only person she ever truly cared about in this life may have been Ma Dong. Lin Jiangwo was the prize she wrested. Mrs. Zhao was a tool she used. Lin Weiner was the successor she groomed. But Ma Dong, the man willing to carry out her bidding and who then could not live on, was the price she paid. She gained everything the Lin family could give her and lost the only person who would have done anything for her. She has been reckoning that debt for 20 years. After her bail is revoked and before she is taken in, will she want to see Lin Weiner? She will. Lu Qinyuan gathered the documents and placed them into a brown paper archive bag, winding the cotton twine several times and tying it tight. But Lin Weiner may not go. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Shenmani. 1-1. Zhou Milan's bail has been officially revoked. She will be taken in tomorrow morning. A second message, she made one request. She wants to see Lin Weiner before she goes in. A third, Lin Weiner refused. A fourth, she said, let her ask Ma Dong. I held the phone standing at the window. The osmanthus continued to fall. Lin Weiner refused Zhou Milan's request for a final meeting. She said let her ask Ma Dong. She knew who Ma Dong was. She knew where he was buried. She knew who Zhou Milan went to see at the cemetery. She knew everything, yet she had never gone. Lu Qinyuan. Yes. When Lin Weiner was 4, she sat in a corner of the living room playing with blocks, while Zhou Milan taught her how to seize other people's things. She remembered every sentence. She remembered for 20 years. But she did not become Zhou Milan. I turned around. She took everything from me. My necklace, my father, my fiancé. Yet yesterday she said, nothing taken by force is ever warm. Lu Qinyuan rose and came to my side. Outside, the osmanthus swayed in the night breeze, petals landed on his shoulder and on the collar of his dark gray shirt. Because at 4 she had already seen the ending. Ma Dong took a life for Zhou Milan and in the end gave his own. Zhou Milan gained the Lin family's property but every autumn she must stand for an hour before that nameless stone in the cemetery. He laid a hand on my shoulder. Lynn Weiner took your things not because she desired them, but because Joe Mylan taught her, if you want something, take it. She followed that for 20 years. Yet each time she took something, she saw Joe Mylan standing before the nameless stone. So she said nothing taken by force is ever warm. Will she go to the detention center to see Joe Mylan tomorrow? I don't know. But there is one thing I do know. Lu Qinyuan picked a small handful of osmanthus from the windowsill and placed it in my palm. Gold and fragile, still carrying the night's chill. The thing Joe Mylan regrets most in this life is not sending Ma Dong to cut that line. It is that only after Ma Dong had done it did she realize she had seized all of the Lin family's wealth, but lost the only person who would have pressed the brake 2 seconds late for her. The osmanthus in my palm was light. I slipped it into the envelope that held my mother's letter. A brown paper envelope, yellowed and brittle at the edges. 37 pearls lay in the left pocket, gold beads in the right, and folded inside the chest was the letter my mother wrote 20 years ago. Now the envelope held a small handful of osmanthus. They had fallen from the 30-year-old osmanthus Lu Qinyuan had recently planted. The same golden, fragile, fragrant blossoms as the tree tucked in the corner of the Lin family's old garden 20 years ago. The phone vibrated one last time. Not Shinmani. It was Lynn Weiner. Sister. Tomorrow my mother will be taken in. I'm going to accompany her. Second message, not for her. Third, for my father. Ma Dong. He's been buried there for 20 years. Joe Mylan visits him every year, but never once took me. Fourth message, after I see her off tomorrow, I'll go see Ma Dong. For the first time in 20 years. I stood at the window and turned the phone screen toward Lu Qinyuan. He glanced at it. Outside, osmanthus carpeted the courtyard. The recording was given to me by Lu Qinyuan 3 days ago. It is not the interrogation recording of Zhou Hai, but rather another one. The complete audio of Joe Mylan and Lin Weiner confronting each other in the Lu family's living room. The Lu family's security system covered all angles of the living room. That day when Lin Zhangwo brought Joe Mylan and Lin Weiner to apologize, Lu Qinyuan did not inform me in advance that he would be recording. Afterward, he handed me the audio file saying, whenever you need it, you decide. I listened to it 3 times on my... Each time I could hear something new. The first time I heard Joe Mylan's voice, the kind of gentle tone that could drip water. When she mentioned Ma Dong took the money and left, her voice suddenly cut off. It was like a string pulled to its limit, trembling with a subtle, nearly inaudible quiver just before breaking. That tremor was not an act. It was as if the person had betrayed herself when uttering the biggest lie of her life. In the second playback, I heard Lin Weiner's voice. From the moment she entered until she left, she only spoke 3 segments. The first was placing the deep blue velvet box on the coffee table for Joe Mylan. The second was helping Joe Mylan, who had slipped off the sofa. The third was a line she said without turning back at the door, nothing taken by force is ever warm. In the silence between the 3 segments, I could hear her breathing. It was not steady. Every time Joe Mylan spoke, her breath would involuntarily hold for a beat, then return to a steady rhythm before she spoke herself. In the third playback, I heard my father's voice. When he said, I chose Mylan, the quiver in his voice was different from Joe Mylan's tremor forced out by lies. His came from deep within his bones. It was like an old house in disrepair, with the outer walls still standing, but the beams inside had rotted one by one, and with a gust of wind the whole house emitted a low, almost collapsing sound. I edited these 3 audio segments together. It was not a mixtape. I isolated each moment betrayed by breath and lies, arranging them in a line. Joe Mylan's tremor at the end of her sentence. Lin Weiner holding her breath. Lin Zhangwo's sound of decaying beams. There was no narration or background music between the 3 voices, only quiet intervals. Each interval was just long enough for the listener of the previous segment to transition into the next. I named the file You Don't Have to Lie. At 10 o'clock this morning on a social media platform, the release time was discussed with Su Qing. The Breaking the Cocoon series has been on sale for a week, and the total sales across all channels surpassed 300 million. The Black Opal ring sold out, went into pre-sale again, and sold out once more with a waiting list extending to March. In Master Gua's workshop, the initial wax model was placed under a dust-proof glass cover with a line engraved on the base, Breaking the Cocoon first piece. Yesterday afternoon, the legal department of Lucent officially sent a second lawyer's letter to Lin Weiner's brand, accompanied by a comparison report of design elements provided by Su Meng, an 82% similarity. The stock price of the Zhao Group fell another 12% this week. Zhao Zhangwo sent me a message with just 4 words: Nirvana postponed. I did not reply. This morning at 10 o'clock was the original release date for Nirvana. Lin Weiner's brand official account was as quiet as if frozen, with the preview poster still pinned at the top. The 2 large characters Nirvana were drowned in countless comments urging for its release. At 9:55 in the design department of Qingyuan Building, Su Qing stood behind my workstation, holding a thermos cup, her dark blue cotton linen shirt replaced by a misty blue one. All keyboard sounds in the large open space ceased. Are you sure you want to release it? Yes. The part in that recording where Zhou Milan mentions Ma Dong involves a criminal case. The police side, Lu Qinyuan, has already synchronized it. The original, unedited version. I hovered the mouse over the release button. What is posted on social media is the edited version. It only retains the voice characteristics of her lying without involving specific case details. Su Qing took a sip of tea. Lin Weiner will see it. I want her to see it. 9:59. I checked the edited page one last time. Title: You Don't Have to Lie. Content: 3 audio segments. Zhou Milan's tremor at the end. Lin Weiner's held breath. Lin Zhangwo's sound of decaying beams. Below the audio there was a short text: Some people wear Chanel and speak the dirtiest words. This recording, I make no interpretations. Everyone can listen for themselves. At 10 o'clock sharp it was released. In the first minute the play count surpassed 1,000. By the 10th minute it exceeded 100,000. At the 10th minute the first popular comment that flooded in read only 3 words: I heard it. The second comment, the place where that ending note cut off, gave me goosebumps. The third comment, that young woman's breath in the middle. Every time she held her breath, I was gasping for her. I did not watch the numbers in the comment section rise. I switched the computer screen to the sales data page of Chengwan's backend. The real-time sales of the Breaking the Cocoon series today started at 10 o'clock with the curve rising sharply as if someone had pushed it up from the bottom. They were not new customers. They were repeat purchases. Those who had previously bought the black opal ring came back to buy earrings. Those who had bought earrings returned to buy the necklace. In the comments section, someone had taken a screenshot of their order page with only one sentence accompanying it: This is the design fee for Chinsu. At 11 o'clock the audio play count surpassed 10 million. On the social media trending list, You Don't Have to Lie jumped from 17th to 5th, and then from 5th to 2nd. The first place was Lin Weiner's apology letter. It was not a new one, it was the previous one, regarding the Winterlease plagiarism accusation that was pinned on her homepage with comments closed. Netizens connected the two events. Someone dug up Lin Weiner's brand's business registration information, including the legal representative registration time and Zhou Milan's shareholding ratio. Someone unearthed her engagement photo with Zhao Mingyu where her pearl necklace was enlarged and brightened to compare it with the invoice number for my mother's Hong Kong Chow Tai Fook necklace. Someone took a screenshot of the 82% similarity report from the Lucent lawyer's letter and posted it side by side with the Nirvana preview poster. These things were not done by me. They were dug up by those who heard that audio. At 11:30 Lin Weiner's social media follower count dropped from 120,000 to 60,000. 3 brand endorsements, skincare products, affordable luxury bags, and a trendy milk tea had retained their collaborations after the last apology letter incident, but this time all released termination statements. Among them, the statement from the affordable luxury bag brand had only one sentence: We respect the reputation of every woman, but we cannot respect the right to lie. At 12 o'clock sharp, Su Qing placed the thermos cup on my desk. She posted. I opened Lin Weiner's homepage. The pure black avatar had not changed. The pin dynamic was replaced. The Nirvana preview poster was taken down, and in its place was a line of text. It was not an apology letter. It was 7 words: Nothing taken by force is ever warm. The comments section was open. This was her first time opening the comments section. The top comment read, Did you say that yourself? She replied with 1 word: Yes. The second comment, What were you thinking when you held your breath in that audio? She replied, I was thinking when my mother would say Ma Dong's name. The third comment, Have you seen him? She replied, I will go this afternoon. For the first time in 20 years. I put down my phone. Outside the window, the afternoon sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, landing on my workstation. The design drafts for the Breaking the Cocoon series were still spread out on the desk, and the craftsmanship sheet for the black opal ring was marked with dense modifications in red by Master Gua, with the last line reading Brush Texture 7th version, ready for mass production. His handwriting was firm, clean, and neat, matching the style of his carving on the wax model. My phone vibrated. It was not Lin Weiner. It was Lin Zhangwo. Wan. Dad heard that recording. I also know about your Aunt Zhou's bail being revoked. Before she went in, she had someone pass on a message to me. She said, Tell Wan that the cremation fee for Ma Dong was paid by me. 3,000 yuan. But the grave I bought for him was in his name. It wasn't that his name wasn't engraved. It was engraved, but overgrown with grass. I stared at the last line of text on the screen. The gravestone was engraved with a name, but overgrown with grass. Zhou Milan went 3 times a year, stood for an hour, and placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. But she had never bent down to pull out the grass. It was not that she forgot. It was that she dared not. Because once she squatted down to clear the grass, the name on the gravestone would be revealed. Ma Dong, her ex-husband, the biological father of her daughter, the man who killed for her and then killed himself. She buried him in the most remote corner of the eastern cemetery, engraved his name, and then covered that name with 20 years of wild grass. She went 3 times a year, standing in front of the wild grass, without bending down. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I met Shin Manny on the steps at the entrance of Chengwang Building. She was wearing a black trench coat, her hair cut short, and holding a file folder in her hand. When she saw me come out, she handed over the file folder. The latest developments in Joe Mylan's interrogation. She confessed to something after going in. What thing? On the rescue vehicle Ma Dong drove that day, there were not only tools for cutting the brake oil pipe. Shin Man's voice was very low. Even though there was no one on the steps, there was also a bucket of gasoline. The afternoon sunlight illuminated the file folder. The color of the craft paper was slightly heated by the sun. His original plan was not just to cut the brake oil pipe. After cutting it, if the person didn't die, he would use gasoline. Shin Man pushed the file folder toward me, but he waited a long time by the national road, and after my mother's car crashed into the cliff, he didn't go over. He took the gasoline can back. Zhou Hai asked him why he didn't use it. He said, "She looks like someone." Like whom? Like Zhou Mylan when she was young. I held the file folder standing on the steps at the entrance of Chingwang building. The sunlight washed the entire street white. Ma Dong waited a long time by the national road. He carried the gasoline can, but he did not go over. Because my mother looked like Zhou Mylan when she was young. He killed for Zhou Mylan, but at the last moment he could not pour gasoline on a woman who looked like Zhou Mylan. A month later he drove onto the same national road at the same bend and slowed his brakes for those 2 seconds. Did Zhou Mylan know about this matter? She knew. Zhou Hai told her at the time. She was silent for a long time after hearing it, and then she said one sentence. Shin Manny took out a page of the interrogation transcript from the file folder. Zhou Hai confessed. Zhou Mylan said, "Then why did he still have to die?" I took the page of paper. Zhou Mylan's voice crossed through the interrogation transcript from 20 years ago through Shun Manis recounting and landed on this page of photocopy in my hands. Then why did he still have to die? Because she knew the answer. Ma Dong realized that the person he killed looked like her. In that moment, he understood that what he had done for her was not love, but turning himself into her shadow. After he returned, he was restless, smoked an entire pack of cigarettes outside the repair shop, and then a month later drove onto the same national road. He did not slow down for those 2 seconds. Zhou Mylan has gone to the cemetery 3 times a year for these years. Shin Manny took back the file folder, the collar of her trench coat, slightly flipping in the afternoon breeze. It's not to mourn. It's to ask him. Ask him what? To ask him, why didn't you come over? If you came over, I would have won. If you died, I would have won everything from the Lin family, and that would still be a loss. I stood on the steps. The fragrance of osmanthus was carried by the afternoon wind from some unknown place. It was faint. Shin Manny. Lin Weiner is going to see Ma Dong this afternoon. Shin Manny was silent for a moment. Her mother has asked him for 20 years. She has never asked. Will she ask today? I don't know. But there is one thing I know. Shin Manny tucked the file folder under her arm, turned around to watch the flow of cars across the street. Lin Weiner has been listening to Zhou Mylan teach her how to rob since she was 4 years old. She has robbed for 20 years, and every time she gets something she sees Zhou Mylan standing in front of the wild grass asking a person who has been dead for 20 years, "Why didn't you come over?" She turned back to look at me. The audio you released this morning was not to have netizens curse her. Then what was it for? To let her hear her own breath. The half-beat she held whenever Zhou Mylan lied. She may have never noticed it, but you isolated it and placed it before her. You made her hear. It was her own breath that had long betrayed. Shin Manny walked down the steps. After taking a few steps, she stopped. 1-1. Lin Weiner is going to see Ma Dong this afternoon. Her mother has asked him for 20 years, why didn't you come over? She might ask another question. What question? Why didn't you take her with you? Shin Man's figure disappeared around. I stood on the steps at the entrance of Chingwang, building the afternoon sunlight warming the steps. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was Lin Weiner. "Sister, I have arrived at the cemetery." The second message was a photo. In the northwest corner of the eastern cemetery beside the wall was a gravestone covered in wild grass. The grass had been pulled out. Fresh soil was exposed, and the gravestone was engraved with 2 characters Ma Dong. The font was ordinary, the type uniformly engraved by the funeral home, with no embellishments, no dates. Only 2 characters. The third message. I pulled the grass. I pulled it for a long time. The roots were very deep. The fourth message. I asked him a question. It was not the one my mother asked for 20 years. The fifth message. I asked him, why didn't you pour the gasoline that day by the national road? The sixth message. He didn't answer. But I know the answer. Because that woman looked like my mother. Your mother looked like my mother when she was young. He softened at the last moment. He softened, and after returning, he could not go on living. He died. My mother visits him 3 times a year, stands for an hour asking him why he didn't come over. She is not asking him. She is asking herself, why did she let him go? The seventh message. Sister, my mother taught me how to rob others for 20 years. But she never taught me what to do after I robbed. The eighth message. Today is my first time seeing him in 20 years, and it will also be the last time. I will not come again. The ninth message. Not because I hate him, but because, if I came, my mother would win. She waited for me for 20 years, waiting for me to become her. I did not become her today. I put down my phone. The afternoon sunlight fell on the glass curtain wall of Qingyuan Building, making the entire building like a gigantic mirror reflecting light in all directions. My mother's jade bracelet was on my left wrist, made of Hitian jade, with a fine crack on the inner circle pressed against my skin. 37 pearls were in the left pocket, the golden pearl was on the right, and inside my chest was my mother's letter. There was a small pinch of osmanthus in the envelope. The osmanthus flowers that fell from the 30-year-old osmanthus tree that Lu Qinyuan had transplanted. My phone vibrated for the last time. It was Lu Qinyuan. I am behind you. I turned around. He was standing on the steps at the entrance of Qingyuan Building, wearing a dark gray shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, holding a branch of osmanthus that he had just picked from the garden. It was not from that 30-year-old tree. It was from the small one next to it, newly planted this year, not yet in bloom, but several tender flower buds had already begun to emerge. Golden yellow, small, not yet open, but already fragrant. He walked down and handed me the flower branch. That small one bloomed its first cluster today. How did you know? Master Gua told me. He goes for a stroll in the garden during his lunch break every day. When he came back today, he said, "Chinsu, that small osmanthus has bloomed." Lu Xinyuan's lips moved slightly. He calls you Chinsu, not Mrs. Lu. I took the branch. The flower buds were tiny and translucent under the afternoon sunlight, with golden yellow light filtering through from the back of the petals. Not yet blooming, but the fragrance was already present. Lu Qinyuan. Lin Weiner did not become her mother today. He nodded. She knows that nothing taken by force is ever warm. It took her 20 years to realize this. But she knows now. I tucked the osmanthus branch beside the black opal brooch on my chest. The golden yellow flower buds brushed against the shifting colors of the black opal embers and rebirth. Lu Qinyuan, the audio I posted this morning was not meant to ruin her reputation. I know. He reached out and held my fingers. You wanted her to hear her own breath. Her mother taught her to lie, but she never learned to breathe. The afternoon sunlight shone on the steps. We stood at the entrance of Qingyuan Building with freshly bloomed osmanthus in our palms. In the northwest corner of the eastern cemetery, a gravestone that had been abandoned for 20 years was cleared. The person who pulled out the grass did not become her mother. She said, "I will not come again." Not because she hated him, but because I came my mother won. She spent 20 years without letting her mother win. The osmanthus flowers are still blooming. The small golden one newly planted this year opened its first cluster of flower buds in the afternoon sunlight. My phone vibrated in my pocket for the last time. It was Su Qing. Chinsu. The legal department of Lucent has withdrawn the lawsuit. Su Meng said that discussions between designers do not need to go through lawyers. The second message. By the way, what's the name of your new series after the Rebirth series? No, after the Breaking the I stood under the osmanthus tree, thought for a long time, and then replied with 2 words. Rebirth. Lu Qinyuan lowered his head and glanced at the screen. Good name. He held my hand and walked into Qingyuan Building. As the elevator doors closed, the fragrance of osmanthus filled the small space. The small new one bloomed for the first time this year. Zhao Chunlin lived at the very end of a narrow alley in the east of the city. The alley was so narrow that Lu Xinyuan's Maybach could not enter. He parked the car at the entrance and took my hand to walk inside. The bluestone pavement had been polished to a shine by the passage of time, with walls on both sides covered in climbing ivy. The leaves of autumn had begun to turn red, hanging down from the walls like dried bloodstains. Zhao Chunlin, the retired technician who had hidden the original report on the brake oil pipe for 20 years, lived at the end of this alley. On the address written by Shun Manny, the house number was 147 East Alley. The house numbers in the alley were not arranged in order. Next to 113 was 128, and across from 128 was 99. I asked the old lady selling candied chestnuts at the alley's entrance how to get to 147. She scooped a handful of chestnuts from the hot sand, rolled them in a newspaper cone, and handed it to me, then pointed to the deepest part of the alley. Looking for old Zhao? Just go in, and you'll see a persimmon tree at the entrance. At the end of the alley, a persimmon tree leaned over from the top of the wall. Most of the leaves had fallen, with the remaining few glowing red and transparent on the branches. 7 or 8 ripe persimmons hung from the treetop, illuminated by the autumn sun like tiny red lanterns. Under the persimmon tree stood a rusty iron gate with no house number on it. But on the wall next to the gate, 3 numbers were scrawled in chalk, 147. The chalk marks were old, washed away by rain many times, but someone had repeatedly traced over them. I knocked on the door. The iron sheet produced a hollow sound under my knuckles. The door opened a crack. A face of an old man appeared, thin with cheekbones protruding from beneath his skin and deep-set eyes, but his eyes were bright. He wore a faded blue work uniform with faded letters on the pocket that could barely be recognized as Beijing City Public Security Bureau, Traffic Management Bureau, Vehicle Technical Appraisal Institute. The cuffs of his uniform were frayed and the buttons had been replaced, each a different color. Mr. Zhao Chunlin. Who are you? Lin Chinsawa is my mother. He tightened his grip on the doorframe, his knuckles turning white. Then he opened. Come in. I've waited 20 years for someone to ask about this matter. I've waited too long. Today I won't wait. The yard was small with blue bricks on the ground, and in the corner stood a loquat tree. On the stones beneath the tree, several persimmons were drying, half-coated in sugar white as early frost. He moved 2 bamboo chairs under the loquat tree and sat on the stone steps, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his uniform pocket, taking one out, without lighting it, pinching it between his fingers. You don't look like your mother. Your mother's eyes are curved while yours are straight. He twirled the cigarette between his fingers. But your chin resembles hers. He pointed with the cigarette, but to his own chin. She had a very small mole here. You have one too. My hand unconsciously went to touch my chin. That mole was so small that I often forgot it existed. Master Zhao, do you know my mother? I've only seen her. He put the cigarette back in his pocket, stood up, and walked into the house, returning a moment later with a rusty iron box. The iron box was originally used for Danish cookies with a blue base, printed with ancient European castles. The paint on the edges of the lid had worn off, revealing the rusty iron beneath. He opened the lid, and inside were not cookies but a box full of photos and papers. He picked up a photo from the top and handed it to me. The photo was old with yellowed curled edges, depicting a national highway, a mountain wall, and a wrecked car. My mother's car. The front was embedded in the mountainside, the hood crumpled into a shape, and the door of the driver's seat was open with no one inside. At the time the photo was taken, my mother had already been sent to the hospital. It was the same angle as the accident scene photo that Lu Qinyuan had found, but this one was in color. I was at the scene that day. East City National Highway received the alarm at 3:20 p.m., and when I arrived it was 3:50. His finger pointed to the area under the driver's side door in the photo, the brake oil pipe. The cut was 3 centimeters long, penetrating the pipe wall deeply. I determined at the scene that it had been deliberately cut. It was not natural wear nor an accident impact. Someone used a very sharp knife, cutting from underneath. The person was either not very tall, or was crouching while cutting. His finger moved to an earring left on the steering wheel by my mother. In the photo, the earring reflected a faint glimmer among the shattered glass of the windshield. It was a small pearl. By the time I arrived at the scene, your mother had already been taken away by the ambulance. Only this earring was left in the car. I picked it up and placed it in the evidence bag. Later, when the evidence bag was submitted, the earring was gone. He took out a very small transparent evidence bag from the iron box. The bag was new, containing a pearl earring. The pearl had yellowed, and there were some rust spots on the ear pin. It was a pair with the one that remained among my mother's belongings. The lost item, you have found it. I did not find it. It was Ma Dong. He placed the evidence bag in my palm. After Ma Dong died, Zhou Hai cleaned out his belongings and found this earring at the bottom of the toolbox. Zhou Hai didn't dare to keep it or throw it away, so he stuffed it into the archive cabinet of the repair shop. When Lu's legal department went to retrieve evidence that day, the archive cabinet was pried open, and this earring fell out. Zhou Hai said, just keep it, waiting for someone to ask about it. I held the earring. The pearl felt small and light in my palm, and its yellowish luster was illuminated by the autumn sun, casting a faint warm color. My mother wore a pair of pearl earrings the day she had the accident. One was left in the wrecked car, picked up by Zhao Chunlin, and placed in an evidence bag, then disappeared, taken away by Ma Dong, and hidden for 20 years. The other was kept by Zhou Milan in my mother's belongings, worn by Lin Weiner for 12 years, and then returned to me. The pair of earrings had been separated for 20 years. Today in my palm, only one is missing. Master Zhao, why did Ma Dong take this earring? Zhao Chunlin stood up from the stone steps and walked to the persimmon tree. The ripe persimmons fell to the ground with a gust of wind, splattering onto the blue brick surface, turning into a pile of golden red fruit pulp. He bent down to pick up the smashed persimmons and placed them in the soil at the base of the tree. Ma Dong was also at the scene that day, not when the brake oil pipe was cut. After the collision, he was driving the rescue car from the repair shop parked across the national highway. When I arrived at the scene, I saw a rescue car parked across the street, and the driver was a man in his 30s wearing a navy blue work uniform, standing in front of the car smoking. I thought he was just a passerby watching the commotion and didn't pay much attention. Later, after I finished taking pictures and recording the scene, when I looked back, that rescue car had already driven away. He took out a second photo from the iron box. The photo depicted a panoramic view of the accident scene, the mountain wall, the wrecked car, long skid marks on the road, and across the national highway. A blurry white rescue car with a vague figure standing in front of it. The navy blue work uniform was just a dark spot in the photo. After this photo was developed, I enlarged it to look at it closely. Zhao Chunlin's finger pointed at that dark spot. He was standing there looking this way. It was not the kind of gaze associated with curiosity. He stood still like a tree nailed to the ground. Ma Dong did not leave after cutting the brake oil pipe. He waited across the national highway, waiting for my mother's car to crash into the mountain wall. How long did he wait? From the moment my mother wiped her tears and turned to drive out of the city, to when the oil in the brake pipe leaked, to the critical point, to when the brake pedal pressed down and found it empty, to when the car's front collided with the mountain wall. He was watching from across. What did he see while standing there? He saw your mother being carried out of the car. Zhao Chunlin's voice was low. By the time the ambulance arrived, she had already lost consciousness. He stood across the national highway smoking, watching your mother being loaded onto the stretcher. I later asked the doctor on the ambulance. The doctor said that from the moment of the crash until she was carried out, your mother's fingers had been moving. It wasn't struggling, though she was touching her ear. My fingers touched the small mole on my earlobe. She was searching for that earring, the pearl earring. She had worn it for 30 years, and one was knocked off, falling among the shards of the windshield. In her last moment of awareness, she was looking for that earring. Ma Dong stood across and saw her touching her ear. Zhao Chunlin placed the photo back in the iron box. He didn't know why, but he remembered. Later, when I wasn't paying attention, he took that earring from the evidence bag. He hid it, hidden until his death. I clenched that earring in my palm. The pearl pressed against my skin, slightly warm from the autumn sun. Ma Dong took the last thing my mother touched, not out of guilt, nor because he felt pity when he watched her being loaded onto the stretcher, but because her last gesture of touching her ear reminded him of Zhou Meilan. The way his wife looked when she was young. Her searching for the earring in the car resembled Zhou Meilan. Her face was covered in blood, her eyes resembling Zhou Meilan's. The last moment of her awareness touching her ear was like Zhou Meilan. He took that earring and hid it. Then he returned home restless and smoked a whole pack of cigarettes at the door of the repair shop. Then he drove on the same national highway and took 2 seconds longer to brake at the same bend. Master Zhao, did Zhou Meilan know about Ma Dong taking that earring? Yes, Zhou Hai told her. Zhao Chunlin took out a piece of paper from the bottom of the iron box, the paper torn from an old-fashioned letterhead with frayed edges. On it was a line of text written in pen. The ink faded to a deep brown. Ma Dong, the earring you took, return it to Suhua. The signature was a person's name, Zhao Chunlin. The date was from December 20 years ago, the day after Ma Dong died. Did you go to find Zhou Meilan? I went to the Lin family. Zhou Meilan answered the door. I handed her this note saying that the earring Ma Dong took from the evidence bag was hidden by your ex-husband. You should make him return it. It is Suhua's relic. She took the note, glanced at it, then tore it up right in front of me. She ripped it into 4 pieces and threw it into the trash can. Zhao Chunlin took out the 4 torn pieces of paper from the iron box and pieced them together. The note had been ripped into 4 pieces and had been taped back together from the back, the torn edges resembling 4 thin scars. I picked it up from the trash can. It has been taped back together. I waited 20 years for someone to come and collect it. I took the taped note. The words on the note had been torn and reassembled, the scars forever left on it. The person Zhao Chunlin waited for was not here to collect this note. They were here to collect my mother's earring. He had kept it safe for 20 years. He had kept Ma Dong's earring for 20 years. For the man who stood across the national highway for a long time and eventually took away the last thing she had touched, he kept it for 20 years. Master Zhao, before Ma Dong died, did he leave any message? Zhao Chunlin remained silent for a long time. A leaf from the persimmon tree fell in the wind, landing on his shoulder. He picked up the leaf and placed it in his palm. Zhou Hai said that after Ma Dong returned from the national highway that day, he sat at the door of the repair shop and smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. That night, Zhou Meilan came to find him. He had placed something at the very bottom of the toolbox. Zhou Meilan asked what it was, but he did not answer. The next day, he drove onto East City National Highway. He took 2 seconds longer to brake. Zhao Chunlin placed the persimmon leaf in the iron box. He left no words. But he placed that earring at the very bottom of the toolbox. Not hidden, but placed. Secured it, closed the lid, and locked it. Then he drove to that bend. He closed the lid of the iron box. The cookie tin with a blue base and castles, the paint on the edges worn away, revealing the rusty iron beneath. The lid closed with a faint metallic click. Master Zhao, you have kept this iron box for 20 years. Not just this box. He stood up, walked to the loquat tree in the corner of the yard, and bent down to lift a stone slab at the base of the tree. Under the stone slab was a small dirt pit in which a rusty toolbox was buried. It matched the key that Lu Qinyuan had from the drawer. Ma Dong's toolbox. He lifted it out and placed it in front of me. The rusty box had a lock that was completely rusted shut. Lu Qinyuan took out the key from his pocket, the one he had brought from the desk drawer. The key was inserted into the lock, but could not be turned. Rust had seized the lock cylinder and the key together. Zhao Chunlin took a small bottle of machine oil from his uniform pocket and dripped 2 drops into the lock. After a moment, he twisted it. The lock opened. The lid of the toolbox was lifted. Inside were not tools, but an envelope made of brown paper sealed with transparent tape. The envelope was labeled with 2 words, Suhua. It was Ma Dong's handwriting. Firm strokes, both the start and end of each stroke filled with strength, as if he were trying to carve the letters into the paper. I opened the envelope. Inside was only a photograph. The edges of the photo were worn, showing a young woman standing under a osmanthus tree in a white shirt and gray skirt with her hair tied back with a plain-colored headband. When she smiled, her eyes curved into crescent moons and the corners of her mouth formed small parentheses. My mother. Inside Ma Dong's toolbox locked for 20 years was not a tool. It was a photo of my mother. He pursued her for 2 years, and she had never looked at him directly. He had hated her for so many years only to find out in the last moment that he was actually hating Zhou Mylan. He hid the last thing she touched at the bottom of the toolbox, locked her photo in the toolbox, and then on the same national highway took 2 seconds longer to brake. He left nothing behind. But he stood across the national highway for a long time, smoking, watching her being loaded onto the stretcher, watching her touch her ear. He took away the last thing she had touched. It was not stealing. It was taking. He took it, hid it well, locked it up. Then he went to find her. I turned the photo over. On the back was a line of text written in pen, the ink faded to a deep brown. It was not Ma Dong's handwriting. It was someone else's, softer with connections between the strokes, the ends of the strokes slightly curling up. It was my mother's handwriting. Suhua the osmanthus is blooming. There was no name at the bottom, only a small drawing of an osmanthus flower. 5 petals with a dot of ink at the center. My mother's handwriting. She wrote this sentence on the back of the photo. I don't know when she wrote it or for whom. Ma Dong had locked this photo in the toolbox for 20 years. On the back of the photo, my mother wrote, "The osmanthus is blooming," and he looked at it for 20 years. Zhao Chunlin stood under the persimmon tree. A ripe persimmon fell again, splattering golden red pulp on his uniform pants. After Ma Dong died, Zhou Hai handed his toolbox to me. He said, "Old Zhao, there are things belonging to Su Hua in here. You keep them for her. I am not worthy." Zhao Chunlin closed the toolbox. I kept it. For 20 years. He pushed the toolbox in front of me. Today I return it to her daughter. I squatted under the loquat tree and reached into the toolbox. Inside was another item, a very small velvet bag, drawstring dark blue. I pulled the drawstring open and poured it out. A pearl earring. The one in my palm that had yellowed was a pair. The one taken by Ma Dong was in my left hand. The one that Zhao Chunlin picked up from the evidence bag was in my right hand. 20 years. A pair of earrings separated for 20 years reunited in this courtyard in my palm again became a pair. I placed both earrings side by side in my palm. The yellowed pearls, both with rust on the ear pins. One was touched last by my mother, the other she had worn for 30 years. They were separated at the East City National Highway in the wrecked car among the shards of the windshield. They were reunited at 147 East Alley under the persimmon tree in the yard where Zhao Chunlin had guarded for 20 years. Lu Qinyuan stood at the entrance of the yard, not coming inside. He left that quiet moment for me and Zhao Chunlin. I put the 2 earrings into the velvet bag, stood up, and bowed to Zhao Chunlin. "Master Zhao, 20 years. Thank you." He lifted the toolbox and placed it in my hands. "No need to thank me. I promised your mother." He pulled out the taped note from his uniform pocket. The one he had written to Zhou Mylan 20 years ago, which Zhou Mylan had torn apart, and he had picked up and retaped from the trash can. "Ma Dong, the earring you took, return it to Suhua. Today it has been returned." He placed the note in the toolbox and closed the lid. Twilight poured into the alley from the entrance. The red lanterns on the persimmon tree dimmed one by one. Zhao Chunlin stood at the door, the sleeves of his blue work uniform fluttering slightly in the evening breeze. As I walked out of yard 147, he called out to me. "Girl, your mother called me once before her accident. She said, 'Master Zhao, my car's brakes have not been working well lately. Oh, I want to come to check it.' I told her then come. She said okay, and would come in a couple of days." His voice sank low in the twilight. She never came. The first call I received on the afternoon of the 3rd day was the police notification from East City National Highway. He stood under the persimmon tree, its shadow falling over him, dyeing his blue work uniform in a deep twilight hue. I waited for her for 20 years. Waiting for her to come check the brakes. Today her daughter has come. The door gently closed behind him. In the alley, Lu Qinyuan held my hand as we walked out. The bluestone pavement was soaked in deep gray twilight. The red leaves of the climbing ivy swayed slightly in the evening wind. The toolbox felt heavy in my hand. Inside were the photos that Ma Dong had locked away for 20 years, the note Zhao Chunlin had taped back together for 20 years, and the pearls of my mother's earrings that had been separated for 20 years. And on the back of a photo, the words she had written herself, "Suhua the osmanthus is blooming." My phone vibrated in my pocket. Su Qing, Chen Su. "The white magnolia brooch for return has gone through the 23rd version." He said the angle of the golden pearl at the flower center is still lacking a bit. I asked him what was lacking. He said, "What your mother waited a lifetime for, but never received." Twilight flowed from the end of the alley. The persimmon tree had turned into a dark silhouette, the last few persimmons hanging like small red lanterns suspended in the twilight. I replied with 2 words, "Wait for me." As I exited the alley, Lu Qinyuan took the toolbox from me. "What did Zhao Chunlin give you?" "My mother's earrings. A pair. Separated for 20 years. He kept them for me, kept them for 20 years." He placed the toolbox in the trunk and closed the trunk door. "He also gave you that photo of Ma Dong." "Yes." On the back of the photo, my mother wrote a sentence. "Suhua the osmanthus is blooming." Lu Xinyuan's hand paused on the steering wheel. That was what she wrote before the accident. How do you know? Because the osmanthus blooms in autumn. She passed away in autumn. In that autumn before she left, she wrote this on the back of the photo. I don't know for whom she wrote it. Ma Dong locked this photo away for 20 years. He didn't know for whom she wrote it either. The car drove out of East City Alley. In the rearview mirror, the candied chestnut stall at the alley entrance lit up a dim yellow light. The old lady was still scooping chestnuts from the hot sand the newspaper cones piled at the stall's corner. I leaned back in my seat, gripping the velvet bag in my palm. The moment Lin Weiner burst into the press hall, Su Qing's thermos froze midair. She had entered through the side door, not the main entrance pushed open at the end of Chapter 30, but the fire escape on the side of the press hall. Security later reviewed surveillance footage and discovered she had slipped into the underground parking garage of Chunguang Tower 2 hours before the press conference began, and had remained seated on the fire escape stairs waiting. The footage captured her sitting motionless on the concrete steps, wrapped tightly in a black trench coat, clutching a brown paper file folder to her chest, her back leaning against the gray cement wall. A cleaning staff member passed by and asked whom she was looking for. She replied, "I'm waiting for my elder sister." Assuming she was a relative of some designer, the woman didn't press further. She sat on those fire escape steps for 2 hours, then rose, brushed dust from her trench coat, pushed open the fire escape door, and walked into the press hall. No crashing doors. No shouting. She simply walked in, past the packed rows of journalists and industry guests, past every designer from Chunguang Design who had risen to their feet, past Su Qing's thermos still suspended in midair, past Lu Qinyuan's gaze cast from the side of the stage, and straight toward me. Lin Wan. She called me Lin Wan, not elder sister. There were no phoenix tree leaves on the shoulders of her black trench coat. That belonged to the ending of the previous chapter. This chapter marks a new beginning. She raised the brown paper file folder. Your mother's death is linked to the Lu family. Every smartphone in the press hall lifted simultaneously. Lu Qinyuan descended from the side of the stage. Today he wore a navy blue suit, an eagle-shaped tie clip fastened precisely over his heart. Just as he had at the charity gala. And just as he had in the Lu Group's boardroom when introducing my wife Lin Wan to all senior executives. He did not step in front of me. He merely walked beside me, standing shoulder to shoulder. Our shoulders touched. "Miss Lin," he began, his voice low yet crystal clear across the hushed hall. "Where did you obtain the document in your hand?" "Zhou Milan's personal effects." "Who sorted through Zhou Milan's personal effects and handed them to you?" Lin Weiner's lips parted slightly. "Zhou Mao?" Lu Qinyuan nodded once. "Zhou Mao was taken into custody yesterday afternoon by the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade. Did you know?" A wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the hall. Reporters frantically tapped their phone screens, likely dispatching urgent alerts to their editors. A senior vice president of the Lu Group, detained by economic crime investigators, carried infinitely more weight than any press release about gemstone launches. Lin Weiner's hand remained raised, holding the file folder, but her fingers tightened along its edge, creasing the paper with a fine sharp fold. "I know. Before he was taken away, he arranged for this file folder to be delivered to me, saying it contained evidence my mother had preserved for 20 years, a 1 yuan equity transfer agreement, and a 50,000 yuan wire transfer receipt. Lin Chinsawa was driven to her death by the Lu family." Her voice soared sharply on the words "driven to her death," like a violin string drawn taut to its breaking point, releasing its final pure shivering note. Lu Qinyuan slid his hand into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. Every lens tracked the movement. What he withdrew was not a USB drive. The USB drive had already been placed on the stage in Chapter 30. He withdrew a photograph, color-printed, the paper still crisp and fresh. He held it aloft so everyone in the hall could see. The image showed an office. Its safe stood wide open, neatly stacked with documents and several gold. Beside the safe stood a uniformed official holding a document and conducting an inventory. A timestamp in the lower right corner read 430 p.m. Yesterday. A sceniophorist photograph taken when Zhou Mao was detained. The Economic Crime Investigation Brigade retrieved the complete copyright chain of my mother's studio from the safe in Zhou Mao's office. Records of Zhongsheng Industrial's transfer to his offshore company 20 years ago, contracts selling the rights to Chunguang's competitors, and a receipt for 320 million yuan. Lu Qinyuan placed the photograph on the stage. But there was one thing missing from that safe. What thing? The so-called Zhou Milan's personal effects you hold in your hands. The dossier Zhou Mao claimed to have compiled from Zhou Milan's personal effects and entrusted to you. Lu Qinyuan picked up the brown paper file folder Lin Weiner had brought, broke its seal, and drew out 2 yellow documents. The 1 yuan equity transfer agreement and the 50,000 yuan wire transfer receipt. The paper forensic report on these 2 documents was finalized this morning. He pulled a second sheet from his pocket. Not another photograph, but an official analysis report. Its header bore the insignia of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau Forensic Science Institute. Under conclusions, it stated the submitted materials exhibit significant discrepancies from contemporaneous paper of the same type, across fiber composition, additive content, and aging degree. Comprehensive assessment concludes the paper was manufactured no earlier than 5 years ago. Miss Lin, Zhou Milan's personal effects were forged by Zhou Mao 5 years ago. Lin Weiner's hand fell. The brown paper file folder slipped from her fingers, landing softly on the marble floor with a faint, brittle whisper, like dry leaves snapping apart. Identical to the sound those two documents made when they fell at the end of the previous chapter, but this time she did not kneel to retrieve them. Why would he forge these? Because 5 years ago the Lu Group launched an internal audit targeting legacy asset management, including all accounts of Zhongxing Industrial dating back 20 years. Zhou Mao knew that if the audit uncovered that 50th Zanduan wire transfer, his entire embezzlement chain would collapse. He needed to plan a scapegoat, well in advance. Lu Qinyuan laid the forensic report beside the 2 forged documents Lin Weiner had brought onto the stand. He forged these 2 documents, portraying Zhou Milan as the mastermind, Lu Zhongsheng as the shadow puppeteer, and himself as a coerced subordinate. Then he concealed the documents among Zhou Milan's belongings left behind at the Lin residence. He waited 5 years for the perfect moment to have this legacy discovered. That moment is today. Lin Weiner spoke softly. Yes, today, the launch day of Homecoming. Your elder sister transformed the key your mother kept for 20 years into a work of art. Every media outlet in Beijing is gathered here. You chose this moment to publicly unveil these forged documents, maximizing their devastating impact. Zhou Mao conveyed this timing to you from detention, not because he believed you could exonerate him, but because he knew you hated your elder sister, hated her enough to believe any evidence that damned her. Silence settled over the press hall, broken only by the low hum of the air conditioning system. Lin Weiner stood beneath the spotlight originally trained on the Homecoming brooch, her black trench coat slightly unbuttoned, revealing a cream-colored sweater beneath. Cream. Ma Dong's color. After spending an entire afternoon weeding at Shengdong Cemetery, re-engraving the worn-away characters Ma Dong on Zhou Milan's gravestone, she began wearing this shade. Lu Qinyuan, you reveal all this to me today. Aren't you afraid I'll continue hating her? You may continue hating her, but you must not hate her with falsehoods. Lin Weiner remained silent for a long while. Light pooled at the collar of her cream sweater. Then she bent, retrieved the brown paper file folder from the floor, brushed off its dust, and placed it deliberately upon the stage. Beside the 2 forged documents, the forensic report, the USB drive, and the photograph taken during the seizure from Zhou Mao's safe. Elder sister, my mother said one last thing to me before she died. She said, Warner, I bought you clothes only once in my life. When you were 4, it was cream-colored. When it no longer fit, you fished it from the trash, then washed it clean, and folded it neatly. It still rests in the wardrobe. Her voice remained level. After uttering those words, I never visited her again, not out of hatred, but out of uncertainty, how to face her. A woman who taught me for 20 years how to seize what belonged to others, yet in her final days spoke only of a single cream-colored garment. She drew the collar of her black trench coat inward, concealing the exposed band of cream wool. When Zhou Mao instructed me to reveal this legacy at today's press conference, I asked him, why are you seeking justice for my mother? He said because she had only one friend in her life, me. I believed him. I rode the bus for 3 hours. He had arranged for the file folder to be delivered to me, accompanied by a letter containing only one sentence: Warner, seek justice for your mother. She withdrew a folded sheet of stationery from her trench coat pocket and unfolded it. Zhou Mao's handwriting. Neat, precise, each stroke deliberate like ledger entries. I read that sentence 6 times aboard the bus from Changdong to the city center. 6 hours round trip. By the 6th reading I noticed something. She turned the letter over. Its reverse side was Zhou Mao's letter was written on Chunguang jewelry stationery. She held the paper up to the light. In the upper left corner, visible only when backlit, was Chunguang jewelry's watermark, a single point of light faceted like a gemstone. Identical to the logo engraved on Master was tweezers, identical to the emblem on my employee badge, identical to the logo endlessly cycling across the massive LED screen in Chunguang Tower's lobby. Zhou Milan had only one friend in her life, Zhou Mao. And Zhou Mao had only one obsession in his life, Chunguang. 20 years ago, he used Zhongsheng Industrial to usurp the copyrights of my mother's studio. 3 years ago, he sold those rights to Chunguang's competitors. He assumed Chunguang would collapse, but it did not. Su Qin created the first snow collection. Master Gua trained apprentices capable of carving amber osmanthus petals, just 0.3 millimeters thick. You designed Breaking the Cocoon and Homecoming. She placed the letter back onto the stage. Zhou Mao fought his entire life and lost to Chunguang. So he forged these 2 documents, not to exonerate Zhou Milan, but himself. He sought to pin the copyright theft on Lu Zhongxing and the contract killing on Zhou Milan, to cleanse himself entirely, and then await his release. She gazed slowly across the stage, the forged documents, the forensic report, the USB drive, the seizure photograph, Zhou Mao's letter. Elder sister, I came today as his blade, but I have laid it down. She turned and walked toward the exit. The hem of her black trench coat stirred a faint, quiet breeze. At the doorway she paused, without turning back. Identical to the ending of the previous chapter, yet utterly transformed. Elder sister, Zhou Mao's stationery bears Chun Guang's watermark. Likely every sheet he ever used bore that same mark. For 20 years as a senior executive at Chun Guang, he signed countless documents on Chun Guang paper. His final document, addressed to me, contained only one sentence: seek justice for your mother. He used Chun Guang's paper to demand justice from me. He did not know. Chun Guang's watermark is translucent. Expose it to light, and nothing remains hidden. The door closed behind her. Silence lingered in the press hall for a long time. On the stage, Zhou Mao's stationery glowed softly under the lights. Chun Guang's watermark shimmering faintly, a single point of light cut into countless facets. Lu Qinyuan lifted the letter, held it to the light for a moment, then set it down. Lin Weiner laid down her, but Zhou Mao's arsenal holds far more than this single blade. He picked up the USB drive from the stage. The Economic Crime Investigation Brigade retrieved all communications between Zhou Mao and an overseas capital organization over the past 5 years, from servers belonging to his offshore companies. That organization's name is Undercurrent. When Lu Qinyuan spoke the 2 syllables, Anliu, the journalist in the auditorium, had not yet recovered from the image of Lin Weiner setting down the knife. All cameras were still trained on that closed door on the sheet of stationery bearing Qingwang's watermark on Zhou Mao's display table. Then the words fell, light as a pebble sinking into deep water. The surface remained motionless at first, then ripples radiated outward in widening rings. What is Anliu? Someone in the press section asked. Lu Qinyuan did not answer immediately. He took the black USB drive from the podium and plugged it into the laptop on the auditorium control console. The LED screen brightened. A world map appeared dotted densely with red marks. Beside each mark ran a line of small text. Company name, place of registration, registered capital, actual controller. Gray lines linked the red marks, stretching from the Cayman Islands to Hong Kong, from Hong Kong to Singapore, from Singapore to Switzerland, and from Switzerland back to Beijing. It looked like a spider's web with the center labeled in 2 characters, Anliu. Anliu is a transnational underground capital organization. It has existed for more than 15 years. Its core business is the appropriation of small and medium enterprises' intellectual property, laundering copyrights, patents, and trademarks through layers of shell companies and ultimately selling them to legitimate firms. In the past decade, over 300 independent designer brands, small technology firms, and family workshops worldwide have had their intellectual property seized by Anliu using the same methods. Lu Qinyuan's voice was low, each word struck like a nail driven into wood. 5 years ago, Zhou Mao sold the copyrights he had appropriated from Zhengxing Shiya of my mother-in-law's studio to a Qingguang competitor, an overseas shell company controlled by Anliu. The map on the big screen zoomed in, centering on Beijing. A red dot marked the CBD core, the office building opposite Qingguang Tower. Inside that building was a company called Xinrui Design, registered capital 5 million, the legal representative a stranger's name. But after piercing through the shareholding, the ultimate beneficiary pointed to Anlius Holding Company in the Cayman Islands. Over the past 3 years, Xinrui Design supplied by Zhou Mao with Qingguang's internal design drafts, process parameters, and supplier lists, preemptively registered 173 appearance design patents. Before each new Qingguang series was released, Xinrui would launch a batch of products of extremely high similarity using low-price tactics to snatch Qingguang's market share. Lu Qinyuan clicked to display a product comparison, the Peijin series black opal ring and Xinruis black opal ring side by side, their likeness exceeding 90%. But Xinruis release date preceded Peijin by a full 2 months. The auditorium erupted. Su Qing rose from behind the podium, her fog blue shirt sleeves rolled to her elbows. She fixed her gaze on the counterfeit on the screen, on the antiqued brush texture along the inner band. Master Guo's hand brushing is random in direction with no fewer than 40 strokes per square centimeter. This counterfeit used a machine brush, parallel strokes, uniform depth. Her finger rested on the inside of the fake ring on the display. But they didn't know Master Guo first runs a carving knife across the wax model before brushing. The depth of the knife cuts the pauses at each turn, the lift of the wrist at the instant of withdrawal. A machine can never replicate those subtleties. They stole the skin, but not the bone. Every phone in the press section was recording. Su Qing's voice was captured by 200 devices and streamed live to the world beyond the auditorium doors. Lu Qinyuan continued flipping pages. The screen displayed a set of communications, Zhou Mao's overseas email account, and 5 years of correspondence with Anlius Asia regional head. The emails were translated and listed line by line along a timeline. An email from 5 years ago, Zhou Mao provided Anliu with the complete operational procedure that Zhengxing Shirya used to appropriate the copyrights of Lin Chinsua's studio. It was not submitted as evidence, but sold as a successful case. Anliu paid Zhou Mao his first consulting fee, 2 million yuan. Remittance party Anliu Holdings Hong Kong Shell Company. Recipient Zhou Mao's private account in Singapore. An email from 3 years ago, Zhou Mao began furnishing Cheng Wang's design drafts to Anliu on a monthly basis. From Su Qing's first Snow series, to every young designer's sketches in the design department, to Master Guo's workshop's pattern parameters. Each file carried a price. A design draft ranged from 5,000 to 50,000, a set of process parameters 100,000. The email from 2 months ago was enlarged to fill the entire LED screen. Sender Zhou Mao. Recipient Anlius Asia Regional Head. Subject Pejian. The body contained a single line Chinsus, Pejian, series black opal ring antique brushing process. Attachments complete design draft process parameters analysis of Master Guo's hand brushing knife technique. Quotation, 500,000. Also Chinsu's true identity is Lu Xinyuan's wife Lin Wan. This information is provided free of charge. The air in the auditorium seemed to be sucked out. Every gaze turned to me at once. Lu Xinyuan's hand hesitated on the console, then he opened the attachment the design draft Zhou Mao had marked and sold for 500,000. It was my Pejian black opal ring. In the lower right corner of the sketch, I had penciled 2 characters, Pejian. The letters were small, written in pencil. I had almost forgotten them myself. Zhou Mao scanned it into a high-resolution digital file, set a price, and sold it to Anliu. Anliu Holdings Xinrui Design then launched the machine-brushed counterfeit 2 months before Pejian was officially released. Zhou Mao has been at Qingguang for 20 years. Since Su Qing's first Snow, he has been selling. He sold for 5 years. Lu Qinyuan closed the email page, and the screen returned to the global red dot map. The Economic Investigation Unit extracted receipt records from Zhou Mao's offshore accounts. Over the past 5 years, his sales of Cheng Wang's intellectual property total. He read a figure aloud. The number was drowned by the shutter clicks, but it also appeared on the big screen, 47 million yuan. And that's only Zhou Mao's. Over the past 10 years, from the more than 300 independent designers, small tech firms, and family workshops whose intellectual property Anliu seized the total amount, turned over and sold. He recited another number. A long line of digits flashed on the screen, long enough that people in the auditorium instinctively began to count the place's 23 billion yuan. Gu Yinxing rose from the back row. The collar of his navy Zhongshan suit remained crisply ironed. His salt and pepper hair reflected a silver sheen in the LED light. He did not step to the podium. He stayed where he stood, and his voice carried from the last row the dome, concentrating it into a thick echo. Anliu Holdings Hong Kong Shell Company was encountered by the Gu firm 3 years ago during a cross-border acquisition. They had 17 layers of nested equity. The topmost controller was registered in a Caribbean island republic. Gus's legal team spent 6 months peeling layer after layer. When they reached the 12th layer, they discovered something. All the lenses in the auditorium turned to him. The controller at the 12th layer was a personal account named Zhou. Behind the door Lin Weiner had just closed. It was as if something shattered at that sentence. Reporters across the hall began tapping their phone screens at once. Zhou Milan's personal account appeared in Anlius' 12th layer structure. Not Zhou Mao, but Zhou Milan. Zhou Mao had been selling design drafts for 5 years. Zhou Milan's name had lain in Anlius' equity pyramid for who knew how long. Gu Yinxing continued. Gus's legal team stopped peeling further because to go on would enter Anlius' core layer. That is a force a single enterprise cannot confront. They sealed the files and listed them as a risk warning. He took from the inside pocket of his Zhongshan jacket a very small silver USB drive, about the same size as Lu Xinyuan's black one. 3 years later today, I hand this file to those who should guard it. He descended the steps and placed the silver USB on the podium. Side by side with the black USB with forged documents, appraisal reports, evidentiary photographs, and Zhou Mao stationery. Lu Zhengsheng also rose. He came to the front of the podium without taking anything, merely nudging forward a purple clay tea jar. The Zisha jar's body had been stroked for many years. The osmanthus branch pattern had been worn smooth and lustrous. When Su Hua signed the 1 yuan equity transfer agreement that year, she added a line at the end. The transferor reserves the right to pursue any legal action against the transferee permanently effective. Zhou Mao couldn't read it, Zhou Milan couldn't read it. But Anlius people understood. He opened the tea jar. Inside was not a letter but a fax. The paper was thin and translucent. The thermal fax paper had faded over 20 years, yet the handwriting remained legible. The fax was dated the 3rd day after my mother's accident 20 years ago. Sender Anliu. Recipient Zhou Mao. The content was a single line. The pursuit clause Lin Shinsuwa added at the end of the agreement will cause a permanent blemish in the copyright chain. Recommend halting subsequent transactions. There was no signature, only alias emblem. Zhou Mao did not follow alias recommendation. He proceeded with the copyright transfer and thus transferred the blemish into Zhengxing Shiyes accounts. 20 years later, that blemish became the evidence that convicted Zhou Mao and became the first crack that tore open alias equity pyramid. Not that Zhou Mao was disobedient. It was the clause your mother added at the end of the agreement. He could not circumvent it. He placed the facts on the podium beside the silver USB. Suhua, the key you left has opened alias door today. The auditorium lights were turned to their brightest. On the podium, the objects that had converged here from different years and hands glowed faintly under the lights. My mother's pearl earrings, a pair reunited after 20 years apart. Gu Yangxing's osmanthus, kept for 30 years, stood beside this year's fallen blossom. Lu Qinyuan had gathered 3 years of design drafts. Zhao Chunlin had pasted notes for 20 years. Zhou Hai's cassette tapes from the repair shop archive. The forged documents Lin Weiner took from Zhou Mao and then set down. The sentence Zhou Mao had written to Lin Weiner on Qingguang stationery. Lu Xinyuan's black USB compiled over 20 years. Gu Yangxing's silver USB sealed for 3 years. Lu Zhengsheng's fax preserved for 20 years. And the geeky white magnolia brooch. The golden bead at its heart cast light through the petals onto all these fragments. The auditorium door was pushed open once more. Not flung open but pushed. Shin Manny stood in the doorway in a black trench coat, her hair a bit shorter than at our last meeting, holding a file. She walked through the sea of phones held aloft and placed the file on the podium. Gus team reached Zhou Milan's account 3 years ago. Today I peeled down to the 18th layer. The real controller at the 18th layer is not an individual, it is a foundation registered in the Caribbean. The foundation's name is Suhua. The auditorium fell into a silence broken only by the sound of hearts beating. My mother's name. The foundation at the apex of alias equity pyramid is called Suhua. Suhua. The 2 characters fell from Shun Man's lips into the air of the press hall like a red-hot iron bead dropping into ice water, silent, yet searing every ear in the room. I stood before the exhibition podium. My mother's name. The foundation at the apex of the dark current equity pyramid was named Suhua. Shin Man and I placed the document upon the podium. Its cover bore the title, Equity Penetration Analysis Report, beneath which unfolded a layered structural diagram. Beginning with a certificate of incorporation from a Caribbean island nation, the analysis pierced upward through 17 corporate layers, each annotated with company name, jurisdiction of registration, registered capital, and shareholder composition. All 17 layers consisted of shell companies registered across the Cayman Islands, the British Virgin Islands, Bermuda, Hong Kong, Singapore, Luxembourg, and Switzerland. Like a set of Russian nesting dolls, each layer enclosing the next, the innermost core was a foundation, Suhua Foundation. Registered in Liechtenstein, it had been established in December 20 years ago, the month following my mother's death. From its inception, this foundation served as the dark current's central asset pool. Over the past 2 decades, the dark current had illicitly absorbed intellectual property from more than 300 independent design brands, small tech firms, and family workshops, all funneled through those 17 shell entities into Suhua Foundation, then licensed back to legitimate enterprises under the guise of brand licensing. 230 billion yuan. Every cent flowed through those 2 characters, Suhua. Shin Man and I turned the penetration report to its final page. Yet this foundation possessed one extraordinary peculiarity. The last page displayed a bank statement. The account name read Suhua Foundation. The bank was a Swiss private institution. For 2 decades, this account recorded one fixed annual disbursement, modest in sum amounting to less than 100,000 RMB, paid to a psychiatric sanatorium in Switzerland. I traced that payment downward. Shin Man and I withdrew a photograph from her file folder, a building nestled at the foot of the Alps. Gray-white facade, red sloping roof, narrow windows adorned with pots of crimson geraniums. A small bronze plaque hung beside the entrance inscribed in German, translated as St. Margaret Sanatorium. Since 20 years ago, this sanatorium had received an annual payment from Suhua Foundation. The transaction memo contained only one word: osmanthus. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the press hall. Osmanthus. Each year, the dark current transferred less than 100,000 RMB from the Suhua Foundation to a Swiss psychiatric sanatorium, with osmanthus as the sole notation. Who resides there? I asked. Shin Man and I did not answer. Instead, she drew from the very bottom of her file a photocopy of an admission register, written in German with a photograph affixed to its upper right corner. The photograph depicted a woman, around 50, her hair completely white and cropped short against her scalp. She wore a pale blue hospital gown, seated in a wicker chair before the sanatorium's gray-white wall. Her eyes met the lens, but her gaze rested elsewhere, deep within herself, like a well long dried up, its surface still intact, yet the spring at its depths sealed forever. Beneath her chin lay a tiny mole. My fingers instinctively touched the same spot on my own jaw, a minuscule mark I often forgot existed. When Zhao Chunlin first saw me, he said, "Your mother has a mole right here." When Lu Zhengsheng first saw me, he said, "Siwa's bracelet." When Gu Yanxing first saw me, he said, "She has a mole right here." Lu Qinyuan pointed to that mole for Gu Yanxing to see. Gu Yanxing said, "So do you." And now in this photograph, this woman seated in a wicker chair at the Swiss sanatorium bore that same mole beneath her chin. Who is she? Xinman and I turned the admission register to its second page. In the patient name field, German script appeared, translated as Lin Xinsuhua. Silence descended upon the press hall, so absolute it felt as though time itself had paused. My mother, seated in a wicker chair at a Swiss sanatorium, her hair snow-white, clad in a pale blue gown, her eyes devoid of light. The dark current paid less than 100,000 RMB annually to sustain her there. Annotated simply Osmanthus, who died in that collision on the East City Highway. My voice emerged from my throat, not quite my own. Xinman and I retrieved the final document from her file, not a copy, but the original. Yellowed paper bore the heading, Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau Traffic Administration Vehicle Technical Appraisal Institute. Identical in format and typography to the brake fluid hose appraisal report Zhao Chunlin had safeguarded for 20 years. Yet this was no appraisal report. It was a forensic report dated November 21st, 20 years ago, the day after my mother's accident. Under deceased identity confirmation, it read female, approximately 28 years old, height 163 centimeters. Physical characteristics: a melanocytic nevus measuring roughly 1 millimeter in diameter on the left mandibular angle. Cause of death: cranial trauma and hemorrhagic shock resulting from vehicular collision. She turned the report to its final page. Taped into the DNA comparison conclusion section was a small slip of paper, handwritten in fountain pen ink now faded to deep brown. Zhao Chunlin's handwriting. DNA profile of submitted sample does not match preserved reference sample of Lin Xinsuhua. This report's conclusion is forged. Preserved by Zhao Chunlin. Zhao Chunlin, the retired master technician who waited 20 years in courtyard 147. He had not only kept the original brake fluid hose appraisal report, he had also preserved the original forensic. Upon it he affixed this note, signed his name, and locked it inside a blue tin box that once held Danish butter cookies, alongside a photograph of Ma Dong smoking across the highway and a single pearl earring retrieved from an evidence bag. He waited 20 years for someone to ask about this matter. No one came. Today Xinman and I retrieved that note from the tin box, taped it onto this forensic report, and placed it upon the press hall podium. The woman killed on the East City Highway was not my mother, a woman whose height, build, and even the mole beneath her chin closely resembled my mother's. Zhou Meilan had procured a stand-in. Ma Dong stood across the highway for a long time that day, smoking, watching as paramedics lifted her onto a stretcher. He saw blood on her face, watched her touch her ear, observed how her eyes mirrored Zhou Meilan's youth. He could not bring himself to act, not out of mercy for my mother, but because that woman bore Zhou Meilan's likeness. Not my mother's likeness, Zhou Meilan's. The stand-in had been selected to resemble Zhou Meilan in her youth. At the final moment, Ma Dong faltered, not for my mother, but for the ghost of Zhou Meilan's younger self. Where is my real mother? Xinman and I turned the St. Margaret Sanatorium admission register to its final page. The admission date, December 20 years ago, the month following the East City Highway collision. In the admitting party signature field appeared one name, Zhou Meilan, under relationship to patient sister. Zhou Meilan had institutionalized my true mother in a Swiss psychiatric sanatorium. With dark current funds, money siphoned from the copyrights of my mother's studio, she paid less than 100,000 RMB annually to keep her confined within that gray-white building at the foot of the Alps. The memo read Osmanthus. Until her dying day, she used Osmanthus to remind her who she was, what she had lost. The press hall door opened for the third time. Not slammed, not pushed, gently drawn open from outside. The hinge turned with a whisper, like a sigh suppressed too long. Every head turned. Lu Zhengsheng stood in the doorway, not stepping in, merely framed within the threshold. His silver-streaked hair caught the corridor light behind him, haloed in soft silvery radiance. His hands hung motionless at his sides, fingers slightly curled. His face betrayed no expression, just as it had during Lin Weiner's earlier accusation in this hall. Not composure, but the stillness of a man who had buried every emotion beneath his skin for so many years that his skin itself had hardened into a mask. Now that mask cracked from within. 20 years ago, Suhua called me one last time before her accident. She said, "Zhengsheng, if anything ever happens to me, watch over Wan Wan." I thought she meant death. She meant departure. He raised one hand from his side, holding a letter. A brown paper envelope, its edges yellowed with age, sealed with a Swiss postage stamp. The addressee read, to Lu Zhengsheng. The sender's address, St. Margaret Sanatorium. The postmark dated 15 years ago. I have held this letter for 15 years, unopened. He laid it beside the forensic report, the admission register Shunman NIS equity penetration report, Gu Yanxing's silver USB drive, Lu Qinyuan's black USB drive, Zhou Hai's audio tape hidden in the auto repair shop's archive cabinet, Zhao Chunlin's noted here for 20 years, my mother's pearl earring, separated for 2 decades now reunited, and Gu Yanxing's 30-year-old osmanthus blossom alongside this year's freshly fallen one. Today it is time to open it. He did not open it. He slid the envelope toward me. 1-1. This is from your mother. A letter from my mother. Not the one mailed 3 days before the accident to the Lin family ancestral residence. Not the one instructing Lu Zhengsheng to watch over me. This one had been dispatched 15 years ago, from that gray-white building at the foot of the Swiss Alps. She sent it 5 years after entering the sanatorium. I picked up the envelope. 15 years of alpine snow and mountain wind had worn the brown paper thin. Its edges frayed the stamp, depicting an unfamiliar peak. The seal remained tightly adhered, untouched for 15 years. I did not tear it. With my fingertip, I slowly traced the edge of the closure, its adhesive long dried and brittle. The paper and envelope made a faint sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. Inside was only a photograph. The photograph was of my mother. She stood under a osmanthus tree. It was not the small osmanthus tree trimmed by Zhou Milan in the corner of the Lin family's old house, nor was it the old osmanthus tree planted by Lu Zhengxing and Gu Yanheng 30 years ago in the Lu family's garden, nor was it the 30-year-old osmanthus tree transplanted by Lu Qinyuan from Suzhou. It was a very small osmanthus tree planted in a gray-tiled flower pot. The pot was placed on the windowsill of a very small window. The window was one of those tiny windows from St. Margaret's sanatorium. She stood in front of the windowsill wearing a light blue hospital gown. Her hair was whiter than in the photo on the admission registration form, but her eyes were no longer within herself. She gazed at the pot of osmanthus. The flowers were blooming golden yellow and delicate. She pinched one with her fingers, about to place it on the back of the photograph. I flipped the photograph over. There were words on the back. My mother's handwriting. Soft with connections resembling ripples in water and the strokes slightly curling upwards. Just like the letter she wrote to Gu Yanheng 30 years ago, like the one sent to Lu Zhengxing 20 years ago, and like the one written to me 3 days before the incident. Like all the words she had ever written. 1-1. The osmanthus is blooming again. There was no signature. Just this one sentence. The osmanthus is blooming again. I held the photograph, standing in front of the exhibition stage. The lights in the release hall shone on the words on the back of the photograph, on my mother's fingers pinching the osmanthus, and on that very small osmanthus tree in the gray-tiled pot. Gu Yanheng walked up from the last row. He took off the glass piece containing the osmanthus from 30 years ago from his collar and placed it next to the photograph. Suhua. The first osmanthus flower you plucked was sent to me. The second was sent to Zhengsheng. The third was sent to Wanwan. You distributed the osmanthus flowers until your death. But you never kept one for yourself. He opened the glass piece. The dried osmanthus flower from 30 years ago, and its golden petals trembled slightly under the light. He pinched it out and placed it between my mother's fingers in the photograph. This one I returned to you. In the photograph, my mother's fingers were pinching the osmanthus she had personally plucked 30 years ago. Dried, yet its color remained. Lu Qinyuan picked up the silver U-disc from the exhibition stage. Data on the hidden equity of the dark stream that Gu Yanheng had sealed for 3 years. The copyright that the dark stream siphoned from your mother's studio is 300,200,000. Zhou Mao sold it to the dark stream, which injected it into Suhua Foundation, and Suhua Foundation paid for St. Margaret's sanatorium, using the money earned from your mother's own copyright to support her for 20 years. The dark stream knew Zhou Milan had found a stand and knew that the real Lynch in Suhua was in Switzerland. They did not expose it, for Suhua Foundation needed a legitimate beneficiary. A woman imprisoned in a mental sanatorium isolated from the world was the perfect puppet beneficiary. They named the foundation after her, profited from her copyright, and used the money earned to pay for her confinement. A perfect closed loop. He plugged the silver U-disc into the console. A legal document popped up on the big. It was an application drafted overnight by the Lu family's legal team in conjunction with Gu family's cross-border legal team and a local law firm in Switzerland, applying to the Liechtenstein court to revoke the legal status of Suhua Foundation, reclaim all siphoned assets, and transfer the actual controllers to the International Criminal Court. This application will be submitted today. In the exhibition stage, from the photograph my mother sent back from Switzerland, she was pinching the osmanthus that Gu Yanheng returned from 30 years ago. The back of the photograph had the sentence she wrote 15 years ago. The osmanthus is blooming again. I picked up my phone. I dialed a number. It rang 6 times before the other party picked up. An old woman's voice spoke in German. Shin Manny whispered beside me. She said, St. Margaret Sanatorium, who are you looking for? I spoke in Chinese. Looking for Lin Chinsuhua. Her daughter. The other end was silent for a long time. Then the old woman's voice came again, this time slow, as if afraid the person on the other end wouldn't understand. Shinmana's voice sounded beside me. She said, "Please hold on, I will call her." Footsteps echoed on the phone, ascending the wooden stairs step by step. Then there was a knock on the door, followed by the sound of the door opening. Then the sound of a person's breath. Soft and shallow, like osmanthus falling from a branch. 1-1. My mother's voice. Old and hoarse, worn thin by the snow of the Alps and 20 years of medication. But I recognized it. Just like the words on the back of the photograph, just like the line in the letter she wrote to me 3 days before the incident. "Mom, we'll be watching you from above." Mom. Everyone in the release hall heard this word. 200 mobile phones were raised simultaneously, 200 cameras aimed at me at once. But I did not look at any lens. I held my phone, listening to the breath from the foot of the Alps on the other end. "The osmanthus is blooming again." The other end was silent for a long time. Then her voice came again, very softly. "I know. Your father planted it." Lu Zhengsheng stood beside the exhibition stage. His body swayed slightly, then steadied. "Suhua, that osmanthus tree bloomed again this year. It's full of flowers." The other end fell silent. But the breathing continued. Light and shallow, like osmanthus falling from a branch. It filled the small windowsill of that gray-white building at the foot of the Alps, filled the roots of that old osmanthus tree in the Lu family's garden in the capital, filled the persimmons that Zhao Chunlin hung on the stone slabs in the yard of No. 147. Dongxiang Lane, filled the radiance of the return date, white magnolia brooch, with its golden pearl. Lu Qinyuan took the phone from my hand. "Mom, I am Qinyuan, your son." On the other end, my mother's breath paused for a moment. Then she said 3 words, very softly and slowly, as if she had expended 30 years of strength on these 3 words. "I know." She knew. She had been confined in the Swiss sanatorium for 20 years, with Zhou Milan visiting her once a year, telling her everything that happened outside, with a knife. She bore a son for Lu Jingxing, sent to the Lu family, taking the surname Lu. Zhou Milan used this secret like a knife, stabbing her for 20 years. She listened every time and remained silent each time. And today, across the Alps and the entire Eurasian continent, separated by 20 years of medication and snow, facing her son whom she had never met, she said, "I know." Lu Qinyuan's fingers gripping the phone turned white. "Mom, this year the osmanthus bloomed. It's full of flowers." On the other end, her voice rang out again. "Pluck one and place it in Suhua's photograph." Suhua's photograph. She did not say my photograph. It was Suhua's photograph. She had divided herself into 2 people. One was imprisoned by Zhou Milan in the Swiss sanatorium for 20 years. Her hair turned completely white, her eyes devoid of light. The other stood under an osmanthus tree in the capital every autumn when the osmanthus bloomed, pinching a flower and placing it in front of her photograph. She honored the self who was imprisoned at the foot of the Alps for all those who remembered her. The lights from the ceiling of the release hall poured down. On the exhibition stage, from the photograph my mother sent back from Switzerland, her fingers pinched the osmanthus that Gu Yanhang returned from 30 years ago. The back of the photograph had the sentence she wrote, "The osmanthus is blooming again." I took the phone back from Lu Qinyuan. "Mom, this year I will pick some for you. I'll fill a whole box." On the other end, her breathing turned into a very faint sound, like the sound of osmanthus falling from the branch when blown by the wind. Not crying, but smiling. "All right." The call ended. The release hall was silent for a long time. Then applause erupted. Not from the media seats, but from the seating area of the Chunguang design department. Master Gua stood at the edge of the second row, his calloused hands raised to his chest, clapping slowly. Beside him stood Zhao Mingyu, the white marks on the cuffs of his gray work uniform worn deeper by the tweezers than before. He held no tweezers, but his clapping action mirrored Master Gua's exactly. Then Su Qing stood up, followed by all the designers from the design department. Then someone from the media seat stood up, and soon the entire release hall was standing. Applause surged down from the ceiling, flooding into every item on the exhibition stage. It filled the pearl earrings that had been separated for 20 years and reunited, filled the osmanthus that Gu Yanhang had preserved for 30 years, filled the letter that Lu Zhengsheng had guarded for 15 years, filled the notes that Zhao Chunlin had stuck for 20 years, filled the tape recordings hidden in Zhou Hai's file cabinets in the auto repair shop, and filled the forged documents Lin Weiner had taken from Zhou Mao and put down. It surged into the radiance of the return date, white magnolia brooches, golden pearl. I stood in the applause, holding my phone. The sound of breathing from the foot of the Alps had already ceased. But my mother's voice remained. "The osmanthus is blooming again." I turned around, facing all the standing people in the release hall. My mother has been confined in a Swiss sanatorium for 20 years. The dark stream has siphoned the copyrights of over 300 creators globally in her name. Today, this application for reclamation is submitted to the Liechtenstein court. This is not just a reclamation for my mother alone. It is for all creators who have been siphoned by the dark stream. I cannot finish reading the names of those 300 individuals. but their works are all sealed in the asset pool of Suhua Foundation. Every design draft, every patent, every piece of jewelry hammered out in the workshop all exist. I raised the document. Today it is time to return. The real battle begins from the pot of osmanthus at the foot of the Alps. The things Gu Yinji sent back arrived in the capital on the fourth day after Gu Yinqing finished that phone call. It was not a courier or a registered letter. It was delivered by a person. He had flown from Liesenschieding for more than 10 hours, then ridden 3 hours by car, and stood outside the iron gate of the Liu family's old residence. He was in his 60s, hair streaked with white, wearing a deep gray wool coat with a missing cuff button that revealed a worn brushed lining. He carried an old leather suitcase, brown cowhide rubbed pale at the corners, its brass clasps encrusted with verdigris. He said his name was Lao Zhou, Gu Yinji's steward in Liesenschieding, who had followed him for 30 years. Gu Yinqing stood behind the iron gate. Through the bars they regarded one another for a long time. Yinji sent you. Mister. Gu asked me to deliver this suitcase to you. Lao Zhou lifted the suitcase. The rusty clasp flashed in the morning light. He said he has kept what's inside for 30 years. It's time to return it. He handed the suitcase through the gate. Gu Yinqing took it. The case was heavy. The brown leather had acquired a patina from the years, warm to the touch. He set the suitcase on the stone table beneath the osmanthus tree. There was no lock. The brass clasp yielded with a snap. Inside, everything was arranged with care. On top lay a photo album. He opened it. The first page held a black and white photograph, 3 young people standing beside a very small osmanthus sapling. Gu Yinqing stood on the left, wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, a curve at the corner of his mouth. Gu Yinji stood on the right in a dark jacket. His mouth was pressed into a line, but there was a bright glint in his eyes. Not hatred, but the sharpness of youth with no channel for itself. My mother stood in the middle, white blouse and gray skirt, her hair gathered at the nape with a plain ribbon. When she smiled, her eyes curved like twin crescents, and each corner of her mouth formed a small parenthesis. 3 people. The sapling they'd just planted. 30 years ago. Gu Yinqing turned the photograph over. On the back a single line was written in fountain pen. The ink had faded to deep brown. It was Gu Yinji's handwriting, hard, each stroke pressed, as if to carve the words into the paper. Go. Suhua. The osmanthus is planted. Yinji. He closed the photo. Page after page followed the same osmanthus photographed each year. From seedling to sapling, sapling to tree to old tree. Leaves sparse, then lush, then thinning again. 1 picture for every year. 30 years, 30 photographs. In the final photograph, the osmanthus had grown as thick as the one in the Liu family garden, its bark fissured with age, its branches heavy with golden blossoms. On the back of that photo a line was written in fresh ink. Go. The tree has grown. I dare not return. Gu Yinqing closed the album and slid it back into the suitcase. Beneath the album lay a sheaf of documents. He rifled through them. Suhua Foundation's full record of equity transfers since its registration, the complete structure chart of 17 shell companies, the flow of every fund over the past 20 years, and the real names and contact details of every core member of the Shadow Network. At the bottom was a handwritten list on 3 pages in dense fountain pen script, more than 300 names. The global roster of creators whose copyrights had been swallowed by the Shadow Network. It was not printed. Gu Yinji had written each name by hand. Beside each he had noted the title of the usurped work, the date of seizure, the price at which it was resold, and the final purchaser. By the final lines his hand had changed, strokes softening, connections forming between characters, terminals lifting slightly. They looked like my mother's handwriting. He turned the list over. On the reverse was a single line. Go. Return these people's things for me. Gu Yinqing put the list back into the suitcase. At the very bottom, wrapped in deep blue velvet polished smooth by handling, lay one last object. He opened the cloth and found a key. A small brass key threaded with a red cord, now faded to pale pink. The bow of the key was engraved with a single character, Su. Which door does this key open? Lao Zhou stood beyond the gate, the cuff of his wool coat stirring in the morning breeze. In Mr. Gu's residence in Liesenschieding there is a small door in his study that has been locked. No one has entered for 30 years. This key opens that door. Gu Yinqing held the key. The brass felt cool in his palm. What is inside the room? Lao Zhou produced a photograph from the inner pocket of his coat. It showed the study door with the room beyond it open. The room was very small and windowless. Its 4 walls from floor to ceiling were lined with shelves. On those shelves there were not files or safes, but osmanthus. Dried osmanthus stored in transparent glass jars, stacked bottle by bottle from floor to ceiling. Each jar bore a label with a date. 1 bottle for each year from 30 years ago until now. The last bottle was only half full. Its label bore last week's date. Each autumn, when the osmanthus blooms, Mr. Gu would pick flowers from the tree in the courtyard. Dry them, jar them, label them with the date, and lock them in that room. He did this for 30 years. Lao Zhou's voice, thinned by the morning wind, was brittle. Last week, after he returned from the sanatorium, he filled this year's last jar. Then he asked me to bring the key back. Gu Yinxing held the brass key, the red cord dangled between his fingers and swayed in the breeze. Why didn't he come back himself? He said he could not return. Why, oi? Lao Zhou said nothing. He withdrew an envelope from his coat pocket. Brown craft paper sealed with wax stamped with the image of an osmanthus blossom. The addressee read, for Gu Yinxing personal. The sender was Gu Yinji, the address the small town on the northern slopes of the Alps in Liesitenscheiding. Gu Yinxing opened the envelope. There was a single sheet. Gu Yinji's handwriting matched the notes on the photograph and the list, a hard hand that gradually softened into interlinked strokes. Go. 30 years ago the Gu family opposed you marrying Suhua. I was the one who opposed it most fiercely. Not because of status, not because of family. It was because I loved her too. Gu Yinxing set the letter down, picked it up again, and read on. She chose you. I accepted that. But I did not leave. I stayed behind, built 17 shell companies for you, wrested the shadow network from Zhou Mao's hands and fashioned it into a cage that trapped her. I turned the osmanthus she loved into a code. Every year, I sent a bouquet to Zhou Milan on her birthday, reminding her how many years she had been confined. Every week, I drove 40 minutes to the sanatorium and watched her window across the garden. It was not imprisoning her, but imprisoning myself. For 20 years, I locked myself 40 minutes drive away, afraid to go far and afraid to draw near. The final line of the letter read, last week, she opened the window to me. She let osmanthus fall onto the snow. I picked it up. She opened the window to let me go. I returned the key to you. Not as a return of the Gu family's property, but as returning the osmanthus she picked. Go keep the key. Leave the osmanthus inside the room for her. The letter ended there and signed. Gu Yinxing folded the sheet back into its envelope and returned both to the suitcase. He closed the lid and snapped the brass clasp shut. Then he stood cross to the iron gate and opened it. Lao Zhou, come in and have a cup of tea. Lao Zhou remained outside and did not step forward. Mr. Gu, I won't come in. Yinji told me to leave it and go. He pulled his coat collar up. He said to bring one more thing when I returned. What is it? A photograph of the osmanthus tree in the capital this year. Gu Yinxing turned back toward the osmanthus tree beneath which the three of them had planted 30 years before. The tree had shed most of its leaves and its branches were bare. Yet the soil around its roots was carpeted with golden petals. He crouched and plucked one from the ground, placed it in his palm, and took a photograph. The petal in his palm was dry, its color preserved. He handed his phone to Lao Zhou. The steward stared at the screen for a long time before returning it. Yinji will be pleased to see it. He turned and retraced his steps, the outline of his deep gray wool coat receding into the dappled light under the plane trees at the lane's mouth. Gu Yinxing stood at the gate with that petal in his palm. He placed the osmanthus petal into the suitcase Gu Yinji had returned and put the brass key beside it. That evening in the Liu family study, Liu Qinyuan spread the documents from the suitcase across the desk in chronological order. The Suhua Foundation Equity Transfer records the 17-shell company structure, charts the trails of every fund, and the full roster of the Shadow Network's core. They matched exactly the equity penetration report Shinmani had obtained from outside, like two keys entering the same lock from either side at once. Gu Yinji has handed over the Shadow Network's core materials. With Liesitenscheiding's court freezing assets, Suhua Foundation's $230 billion across 27 global financial institutions and 173 pieces of intellectual property can now be pursued for restitution. His finger paused on Gu Yinji's handwritten list of 300 names. But these 300 creators' copyrights were traded by the Shadow Network for 20 years. Some purchasers of falsified copyrights may not even know they bought stolen goods. Pursuing recovery will not be a single sentence. It will be a hard fight. Can we win? We can. He turned to the last page of the list and read the line Gu Yinji had written, return these people's things for me. He had written the names across 3 pages. It was not a confession but a charge. A phone vibrated. A message from Su Qing. Chen Su Chengwang's design department received an email this afternoon from Switzerland. Sender Gu Yinji. A second message, the email contains a copyright restitution agreement. He has unconditionally returned all the design copyrights Chengwang had seized, including Su Qing's First Snow series, Your Breaking Cocoon series, and all Master was patterning parameters. A third message, he has signed the agreement. A fourth carried a screenshot. The body of Gu Yinji's email contained a single paragraph, Ms. Su Qing Chengwang's things have been returned to you. I held them for 20 years and did not lose a single piece. Master Gua's wire brushing parameters are locked in the safe in my study in Liesitenscheiding. I dust them once a week. When I dust them, I think about the depth the tool cuts, 3/10 of a millimeter. Suhua taught me that. She taught me to discern the thickness of an osmanthus petal. It is also 3/10 of a millimeter. What she taught me I used my whole life. I used it in the wrong place. Tell Master Gua for me, I never mastered his tool. I am sorry. I handed the phone to Liu Qinyuan. He read in silence for a long time. Gu Yinji returned Chengwang's He returned the names of 300 creators. He returned all Suhua Foundation's secrets. But there is one thing he did not return. What is it? He reached to the bottom of the suitcase and produced the brass key wrapped in deep blue velvet. The faded red cord dangled between his fingers, trembling in the study light. The 30 jars of osmanthus behind that door in Liesenscheiding. He did not say what to do with them. I took the key from his hand. The brass was cool in my palm. The red cord had faded to pale pink. The character Su engraved on the bow had been fondled by Gu Yenji for 30 years, its strokes polished bright at the edges. This key was not returned to his brother. It was returned to my mother. How do you know? Because he engraved Su, not Gu. He kept the key for 30 years with my mother's name on it. Outside the study window, a newly planted little osmanthus swayed in the night breeze. Its bare branches bore a small cluster of dried calyxes like a 5-petaled husk cradling moonlight. The phone vibrated again. This time it was a forwarded message from Gu Yenxing. Lao Zhou had sent it after returning to Liesenscheiding. It read, "This afternoon, Mr. Gu Yenji went to the Sheng Magellite Sanatorium. He did not go inside. He stood by the garden bench watch Miss Suwa's window across the garden for 20 minutes. Then he brushed the snow from the bench and left. The photograph showed the garden bench with snow swept aside. The seat was clean, and on it lay a small sprig of osmanthus, dry golden tied with red cord. The cord had faded to pale pink. I held the brass key. Moonlight fell on the Su carved into its. 30 years ago, Gu Yenji had nailed a small door in his study in Liesenscheiding and locked inside it every year's autumn osmanthus dried in jarret. 1 jar per year for 30 years. Last week my mother opened the window to him, and he returned the key. Yet the osmanthus remained inside that windowless room, stacked from floor to ceiling. Each jar bore a date from 30 years ago to the present. The final jar was only half full. Its label bore last week's date. After filling it, he locked the door and sent the key back to the capital. Then every afternoon, he went to the sanatorium, brushed the snow from the garden bench, and placed a sprig of osmanthus tied with the faded red cord upon it. The cord had faded to pale pink. Lu Qinyuan. Gu Yenji returned the key, but he did not return the osmanthus. He could not bear to. To whom should those 30 jars be returned? He reached out and laid his hand over mine, which still held the key. The brass warmed between our palms. This afternoon your mother took 1 sprig from the sanatorium windowsill. It was tied with that faded cord. He turned his phone so I could see the photo the Sheng Magellite Sanatorium nurse had sent Shinmani. My mother's hand reached out through the window gap and drew the sprig, the faded red cord still bound to it. The window had not been closed. She took it. The study light fell on the brass key in my palm. The carved character Su gleamed faintly. Outside, that small newly planted osmanthus lost its cluster of dried calyxes to the night wind. They fluttered onto the sill and into the soil, waiting for next autumn's bloom. Zhao Mingyu stood in the lobby of Chunguang Tower. His suit jacket's shoulder seemed creased once again. This time he wore not the light gray set, but a deep navy one. Yet the wrinkle fell in precisely the same place, just below the left shoulder, as if gripped and tugged from that exact angle. He saw me step out of the elevator. His jaw tightened, his Adam's apple rose and fell in a slow, deliberate roll. Then he forced out 2 words, Lin Wan. Mrs. Lu. His lips pressed into a thin, unyielding line. Zhao Jingwo stood half a step behind him, his dark blue Zhongshan suit collar slightly rumpled, clutching a leather briefcase. The very same one he'd held during his apology at Lu Group Tower, its handle gleaming faintly with sweat. Father and son stood at the center of the lobby. Crystal chandeliers cast light down from the vaulted ceiling, stretching their shadows across the marble floor, one long, one short. 2 gray-black silhouettes, fused by light and silence. Mrs. Lu. Zhao Jingwo spoke first, his voice rougher than before, like sandpaper dragged across damp wood. I am here today on behalf of Zhao Group to propose a collaboration with Chunguang Jewelry. Mr. Zhao, Chunguang has dedicated channels for business liaison. There is no need for you to come in person. This collaboration can only be discussed with you. He withdrew a document from his briefcase. The cover bore Zhao Group's logo in gold foil, shimmering softly under the lobby's ambient light. Zhao Group's jewelry distribution network. 87 flagship stores, 62 franchise outlets spanning 23 provinces nationwide. We wish to secure exclusive offline distribution rights for the Cocoon Break collection. Su Qing emerged from the elevator, her mist blue blouse sleeves rolled to her elbows, holding a thermos. She glanced at the document in Zhao Jingwo's hand, then at the crease along Zhao Mingyu's shoulder seam. Mr. Zhao, Chunguang's channel architecture does not include a tier for distributors. That was before. He opened the file and slid it towards Su Qing. The Cocoon Break collection generated over 300 million yuan online, but offline experience stores are limited to Chunguang's 5 flagship locations in Beijing and Shanghai. Consumers in 2nd and 3rd-tier cities cannot touch the pieces firsthand, resulting in at least a 40% loss in conversion. Zhao Group's 149 stores could launch Cocoon Break nationwide within a week. Mr. Zhao. Su Qing did not glance at the file. She unscrewed the thermos lid and took a slow sip. Tea fragrance bloomed softly into the air. Last year your group's jewelry division generated 230 million yuan in revenue. Chunguang's lowest performing store, the Nanjing West Road location, generated 170 million yuan. Value lies not in quantity, but in per-store output. She screwed the lid back on. Your average store yields less than 2 million annually. The Cocoon Break collection's first-day sales totaled 100 million yuan. Do you truly believe I require 149 stores averaging 2 million yuan each to sell a collection that shattered the 100 million yuan mark on day one? Zhao Zhengwo's face paled a shade. Zhao Mingyu stepped forward. The deep navy fabric of his shoulder seemed tightening further into an even sharper crease. Director Su. Though Zhao Group's per-store output falls short of Chunguang's, our stores occupy central commercial districts in second- and third-tier cities, reaching a clientele entirely distinct from Chunguang's. The design language of Cocoon Break, black opal antiqued wire texturing ember-inspired chromatic shifts, does not speak to affluent matrons purchasing Cartier in first-tier cities. It speaks to those battered by life, yet still clenching their teeth. And such people are far more numerous in second- and third-tier cities than in metropolises. A hush settled over the lobby. Su Qing held the thermos steadily, her gaze shifting slowly, from Zhao Mingyu's face to Zhao Zhengwo's, then back again. Who taught you to say that? Zhao Mingyu's Adam's apple rolled once. Myself. Yourself, oi. Su Qing placed the thermos gently on the reception counter, a soft hollow tap echoing in the quiet. Mr. Zhao, during your tenure as vice president of Zhao Group, you oversaw real estate, not jewelry. You presented jewelry channel data at last year's board meeting and reported per-store revenue as 18 million yuan instead of 1.8 million. You added an extra zero. After your father corrected you publicly, you never touched jewelry operations again. Zhao Mingyu's complexion flushed from pallor to crimson. Zhao Zhengwo's lips parted slightly. That line was Lin Wanner's. Su Qing held his gaze. Those battered by life, yet still clenching their teeth. That was her copy for the Nirvana collection. Nirvana was postponed if the copy went unused. She handed it to you, to deploy against my people. Zhao Mingyu stood motionless, his deep navy suit shoulder crumpled, as though seized, then abruptly released. Su Qing lifted the thermos. Mr. Zhao, evidence proving your fiancé's Nirvana collection plagiarized Lucent has already been submitted to legal affairs by Su Meng. Similarity stands at 82%. Though Lucent withdrew litigation, one condition of withdrawal was this: the Nirvana collection may never be launched, anywhere, in any form. She drew a folded document from her pocket and unfolded it. At the top sat Lucent's brand logo, beneath it English and Chinese text side by side. The English read Settlement Agreement, the Chinese Settlement Agreement. Clause 3 stipulated Ms. Lin Wanner and all affiliated brands are permanently prohibited from manufacturing, selling, or promoting any jewelry product incorporating the scorched feather design motif anywhere in the world. Ms. Lin signed this agreement yesterday afternoon. She did not inform you. Zhao Mingyu's fingers clenched the hem of his suit jacket. Zhao Zhengwo swayed slightly. The collar of his dark blue Zhongshan suit seemed to constrict a fraction tighter. Mrs. Liu, he turned toward me, his voice thickening with deeper gravel. I am not here today to speak for Mingyu. Zhao Group's jewelry division requires the Cocoon Break distribution rights because its cash flow has reached critical exhaustion. 17 projects suspended by Mr. Liu remain frozen to this day. After Mingyu's removal, the jewelry division remained leaderless for 2 months. Morale collapsed. He placed the briefcase on the reception counter and opened it. Inside lay a thick stack of financial reports. These are Zhao Group's jewelry division's complete internal financial records for the past 5 years, unaudited. I leave them here, not as negotiation leverage, but as, he paused, a father's sincerity in cleaning up his son's wreckage. Zhao Mingyu jerked his head sharply around. Father, silence. Zhao Zhengwo did not look at him, his gaze rested squarely on mine. Mrs. Liu, what Mingyu said to you at the engagement banquet, and what he did, I as his father failed to stop. What he owes you I will repay. A long silence filled the lobby. Crystal light fell upon the stack of reports, the paper edges curled faintly where Zhao Zhengwo's fingers had gripped them. I looked directly at Zhao Zhengwo. Mr. Zhao, your son does not owe me money. He owes me this, standing before over 100 guests, holding my stepsister's hand, while watching my father strike me, watching security drag me out. He stood on stage, microphone in hand, saying, "You have nothing left. Why would I still want you?" Zhao Zhengwo's lips compressed into a rigid line. That sentence, you cannot repay it. No one can. Zhao Mingyu took a single step forward. His deep navy suit shoulder was now hopelessly creased, like paper crumpled smooth, then crumpled again. He looked at me, lips parting. Lin Wan, Mrs. Lou, that sentence was mine. I won't let my father repay it for me. His voice had changed. Not the tone he used when apologizing at Lou Group Tower, like reciting lines under duress, but something drier, rawer, a sound scraped slowly from the deepest recesses of his throat. When I was with Lynn Warner, I believed she was more obedient than you. You were too self-possessed. You graduated top of your class at Paris Jewelry Academy, then returned home and quietly sketched designs for 3 years, showing none to anyone. When I pursued you, you said, wait until my designs become reality. I waited 6 months, yet your designs remained unrealized. Lynn Warner was different. She needed me. You never needed anyone. He paused. I chose the one who needed me, because I feared you. Feared that one day you'd no longer need me, and walk away without looking back. The lobby grew so still that only the low hum of the HVAC system lingered. But there's something you misunderstood. I held his gaze. That I didn't need you, and yet chose to stay with you. That was real. Lynn Warner needs you not for who you are, but for what you represent. Zhao Group's distribution network, Zhao Wealth, the title of Mrs. Zhao. She doesn't need you. She needs what lies behind you. Zhao Mingyu stood frozen, his Adam's apple rose and fell, but no sound emerged. Mr. Zhao, today you came as spokesperson for your fiancé, bargaining chip for Zhao Group, dutiful son for your father. But have you ever asked yourself, what do you want? He offered no reply. High heels clicked against marble at the lobby entrance. Lynn Warner walked in. Her black suit had been replaced by charcoal gray, her hair hung loose over her shoulders and fraying slightly, as if hastily brushed or not at all. No makeup graced her face, her lips were faintly chapped, her cheekbones stark beneath pale skin. She stopped beside Zhao Mingyu, not touching his arm, merely standing, 20 centimeters of empty space between them. Elder sister, her voice was soft, as delicate as the message she'd sent from the cemetery. I signed that settlement agreement. Nirvana will never launch. From her bag, she withdrew a document and placed it beside Zhao Zhengwo's stack of reports on the reception counter. Its cover bore the title, Application for Cancellation of Lynn Warner Brand Registration, stamped with the official seal of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I've dissolved the brand. Zhao Mingyu whirled around. Warner, Zhao Mingyu. She did not glance at him. Just now your father laid Zhao Group's jewelry financials bare, begging my elder sister to grant your family a lifeline. So I dissolved the brand I built over 3 years. Not because Lucent sued me, nor because Nirvana copied Ember. It's because, she turned to me, your mother resembled mine in her youth. Ma Dong never poured that bucket of gasoline beside the national highway. Your mother died. Ma Dong died. My mother was imprisoned. I spent an entire afternoon pulling weeds at the cemetery, my father's name carved on the tombstone. Her voice never wavered, not once. When I was 4, my mother taught me how to take things from you. I stole for 20 years, stole the pearl necklace, stole father, stole Zhao Mingyu. Each time I seized something, I remade it as mine, melted the necklace, and recast it, ensured father obeyed. Only my mother had Zhao Mingyu build Nirvana's distribution channels for me. She slid the cancellation application toward me. Today I dissolve the last thing I ever stole, not to return it to you, to discard it. A long silence followed. Zhao Mingyu stood beside her, his deep navy suit shoulder, grotesquely wrinkled mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Lynn Warner turned toward the exit, paused after 3 steps without turning back. Elder sister. In your Cocoon Break collection, the orange-eared fire flash at the heart of the black opal ring is named Ember. Yes, Ember is what remains, burned yet unextinguished. She pushed open the glass lobby doors, sunlight flooded in, gilding her charcoal gray silhouette with a faint luminous gold. My Nirvana has burned out. Yours still burns. The door closed behind her. Zhao Mingyu remained rooted, staring at the closed glass door. Zhao Zhengwo gathered the financial reports back into his briefcase, gripping the leather handle until his knuckles whitened. Mrs. Liu, I will raise the matter of Zhao Group's distribution rights no further. He tucked the briefcase under his arm and moved toward the exit, pausing beside Zhao Mingyu. Mingyu, let's go. Zhao Mingyu did not move. Father, she just said she dissolved the last thing she stole. The last thing was me. Zhao Zhengwo's body stiffened imperceptibly. She built that brand over 3 years, transferring 30% equity to Zhao Group to make me its channel partner. Today she dissolved it, and reclaimed not a single cent of that 30%. Zhao Mingyu's voice sounded crushed, flattened. She stole me, used me, discarded me. He turned and walked toward the exit. After a few steps he halted and looked back. Mrs. Liu, you asked me moments ago, what do I truly want? He pushed open the glass door. I don't know. Not in 30 years, not once. The door closed behind him. Only Su Qing and I remained in the lobby. Sunlight streamed through the dome's glass ceiling, illuminating the 2 documents on the reception counter, Zhao Zhengwo's financial reports and Lynn Warner's brand cancellation application. Side by side they lay, one a father's solemn gesture to salvage his son's ruin, the other a solitary inventory of everything stolen over 20 years, now deliberately abandoned. Su Qing retrieved the thermos from the counter, unscrewed the lid, and drank. Did you anticipate Lin Wanner dissolving her brand? No. She dissolved it, not because Lucent sued her, but because she visited the cemetery. Su Qing set the thermos down. She spent an entire afternoon pulling weeds from Ma Dong's grave. Afterwards she messaged you, nothing I stole ever stayed warm. Today she brought the final stolen thing, placed it before you, and declared it discarded. Sunlight shifted across the lobby floor. I picked up Lin Wanner's cancellation application. Its edge bore a faint crease, the imprint of her grave. My phone vibrated. Lu Qinyuan. Zhao Mingyu contacted Lu Group's HR department just now. He asked whether Lu Group still hires. Entry-level positions suffice. HR director asked why. He replied, I wish to begin anew, to learn for the first time how to make a decision for myself. I turned the screen towards Su Qing. She glanced at it. Zhao Zhengwo's son. Zhao Group's second heir. Applying for entry-level roles at Lu Group. Will you hire him? No. Not because he is Zhao Mingyu, but because he has yet to clarify what he truly wants. When he does, and arrives bearing something forged by his own hands, Lu Group's doors stand open, for anyone. That evening in the study of the Lu residence, Lu Qinyuan placed a document before me. Zhou Milan's trial begins next month. The prosecution recommends life imprisonment. Does Lin Wanner know? Yes. This afternoon after leaving Chunguang, she visited the detention center. Didn't she say she wouldn't go? She changed her mind. Lu Qinyuan slid over a photocopy of a visitation registration form. Dated today, Visitor Lin Wanner, detainee Zhou Milan. In the remarks section, only one line appeared, filled in by Lin Wanner, to tell her I've cleared the weeds from Ma Dong's gravestone. I stared at those words. She went to the detention center to tell Zhou Milan the weeds atop Ma Dong's gravestone had been cleared. For 20 years, Zhou Milan dared not bend. Lin Wanner bent for her. How did Zhou Milan react? She said nothing. During the full 30-minute visit, she remained silent. At the end, she rose, pressed her palm against the glass, toward the spot where Lin Wanner's handprint lingered. Lu Qinyuan's voice softened. Then she spoke one sentence. It was recorded. What did she say? You're stronger than your mother. Fragrance of osmanthus seeped through the window crack. The newly planted sapling outside had bloomed again, tiny golden clusters shimmering faintly in the dusk. My phone vibrated. Lin Wanner. Elder sister. I visited the detention center today. Mother touched my hand through the glass. She hasn't touched me in 20 years. She said you're stronger than your mother. That's the only compliment she's ever given me. I waited from age 4 until I've waited and received it. I placed the phone on the windowsill. Osmanthus blossoms drifted down, settling onto the wood grain. Lu Qinyuan. Lin Wanner waited 20 years for Zhou Milan's praise, and finally received. Yet she did not become Zhou Milan. She waited 20 years for one word of approval, and then walked away. Dusk deepened. Osmanthus continued to fall. My phone vibrated once more. Su Qing. Chen Su. The first design draft for the Rebirth collection has reached Master Gua. He said it's the quietest design he's seen in 7 years. Quiet as osmanthus falling onto stone. He asks, when shall we begin prototyping? I picked up the freshly fallen osmanthus blossoms from the windowsill, small, golden, fragrant, and replied with 3 words. Begin tomorrow. The Zhao Group board meeting stretched from 2 in the afternoon until 7 at night. Over those 5 hours, the chairman, Zhao Zhengwo's secretary, entered and left the conference room 17 times. Every pot of tea brought in was carried out untouched. The Longjing leaves had gone to mush at the bottom of the cups. No one drank. Zhao Mingyu sat on a chair in the corridor outside the meeting room. His navy suit had been changed for a light gray one, and the shoulder seams were neatly pressed, yet his posture looked more drained than when the shoulders had been creased. He leaned back against the chair, hands resting on his knees, fingers rubbing a button on his cuff until the thread loosened and a short tail of yarn drooped down. When the secretary came out with tea for the 17th time, he rose to his feet. He called, "Father," but a voice from behind the meeting room door cut him off. It was not a shout, but a low, unnerving timbre like distant thunder, each word hammering into the silence. Sit down. Zhao Mingyu did not sit. He pushed the door open and walked in. Around the long table sat 11 members of the Zhao Group board. None of their faces looked well. It was not the flush of anger, but a deeper kind of pallor, like red circled figures in an account book, the realization sinking in that the deficit belonged to oneself. On the projection at the end of the table, the sales curve for Zhao jewelry over the past 3 quarters slid downwards. From last year's 4th quarter, it declined. By the 1st quarter this year, it lay almost parallel to the axis, and into the 2nd quarter it fell off a cliff. 17 projects suspended by the Lu Group involved 2,360,000,000 yuan. Of those 17, 12 belonged to the jewelry division. Zhao Zhengwo stood before the screen, sleeves of his dark blue Zhongshan suit rolled up, a vein raised on his wrist. Zhao Jewelry's cash flow will not survive until next month. Someone at the board table set a pen down. It rolled to the edge and fell to the marble floor with a crisp sound. No one reached to pick it up. Zhao Jiangwo took a document from the desk. The cover bore the Lu Group logo. The eagle crest flashed coldly under the lights. He opened it and read aloud the letter. It began with the Lu Group Board's decision from this day forth all commercial cooperation with the Zhao Group in every field is terminated. The 17 suspended projects are formally terminated and will not be reviewed. Reason for termination: the partner's credit status has undergone a materially adverse change. He laid the paper on the table. The final sentence was added by Lu Qinyuan himself. The meeting room fell into a long silence. Zhao Mingyu stood at the door, the loose thread on his cuff, dangling his Adam's apple rolling once. Father, I will go see Lu Qinyuan. His father did not turn. What good would that do? Zhao Jiangwo's voice grew raspier. At the Lu building last time he said in front of us both that if you appear in any commercial venue within his wife's sight for each time she sees you, one Zhao project will be terminated. This is not one project being terminated. It is everything. Then I will go to Lin Weiner. Zhao Jiangwo turned. What did you call her? Zhao Mingyu's lips flattened into a line. Mrs. Lu. Last time in the Chungguang Hall you called her Mrs. Lu and she gave you a sentence. Do you remember it? Zhao Mingyu did not answer. His father recited the sentence slowly as if reading a verdict that had nothing to do with him. You have never once thought about what you want for yourself in 30 years. He sounded out the rest. She asked you that question. Have you thought it through? Light from the corridor lamp spilled in under the door and pooled by Zhao Mingyu's feet. No, he said softly, but I have thought of another thing. He looked up. I was the one who built Zhao Jewelry's distribution channels for Lin Weiner. I told the marketing department to rush the mock-ups for the Nyepan series. When Lucent's lawyer sent a notice, I told the legal department to stall until Nyepan launched, and the fact he raised his head. Mrs. Lu Lin Weiner, she knows all of this. Yet this morning, she sent me a message. Zhao Jingwo's brow twitched. What did she say? Zhao Mingyu took out his phone, opened the message, and laid it on the table. The screen showed the conversation between her and him. Her last message after that night in the Chungguang Hall had been a question about any entry-level position, anything at all. He had not replied then. This morning he did. The message read, Young Master Zhao, the day your father laid Zhao Jewelry's financial statements before me, you said you did not know what you wanted. For 30 years you never thought about it. Your fiancée shut down her brand and pushed you away. Now you are alone. There is a benefit to being alone. You no longer have to make decisions for anyone else. You only need to make choices for yourself. The design floor at Qingwang on the 15th floor needs an apprentice in the craft workshop. Master Guo will take you starting with setting melee diamonds. Monthly salary 8,000. No vice president's office, no assistant, no title of Zhao's second son. Only a pair of tweezers, protective goggles, and feet that stand 8 hours a day. She concluded, if you have made up your mind, come yourself. Everyone in the meeting read that message. Zhao Jingwo's hand clenched and unclenched the hem of his Zhongshan suit. She asked you to be an apprentice at Qingwang. He answered yes. Monthly pay 8,000. You replied yes. Start from setting melee diamonds. He said yes. Zhao Jingwo was silent for a long time. Evening light poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows and bathed his graying hair in a faint warm orange. He said, Mingyu, your mother told me something before she passed. She said, Old Zhao, you have always thought for our son. Pave his road, fill in the pits, even choose who he marries. Have you ever considered when he will take a step on his own? His voice shattered into fragments. I said he was too young. Your mother said he is 26, not a child. It is you who have been too afraid to let him grow up. Zhao Mingyu stood with the loose thread at his cuff. Father, my mother was right. He took his phone, opened the conversation with Lin Weiner. The cursor blinked in the input box for a long moment before he typed a line that everyone in the room watched appear on the screen. Mrs. Lu, I want to go to Qingwang. Not for Zhao Group, not for Lin Weiner, not for my father. I want to go for myself. He sent the message. He slid the phone into his pocket and turned toward the door. Mingyu, Zhao Jingwo called after him. He stopped. If you go to Qingwang, there will be no one to take over Zhao Jewelry's channels. I know. Zhao Jewelry might. I know. Are you still going? Zhao Mingyu's hand rested on the doorknob. Evening light streamed in from the window at the end of the corridor and fell across his shoulder line. The shoulders were neatly pressed, but his grip on the knob was like someone opening a door for the first time. Father, my mother said you were too afraid to let me grow up. She has been gone 3 years. Today I will take myself from your hands on her behalf. He pushed the door open and the corridor light flooded in. He walked out without looking back. The next morning the news that all cooperation between Zhao Group and the Lu Group had been terminated made the front pages of the capital's financial papers. Zhao Group's stock plunged at the opening. I saw the headline at my bench on Qingwang's 15th floor. Master Gua stood behind me, bent over the design for the first piece in the New Life series. He had sketched a concept of an osmanthus blossom fallen on a stone at the margin of the sheet, a pebble carved from white jade, its surface left unpolished to preserve the stone's natural sheen. Above the stone hovered a pale golden osmanthus blossom carved from amber, its petals thin, with a tiny South Sea golden pearl set in the heart. The pearl's glow filtered through the amber petals like the morning sun on a blossom that has just fallen upon a rock. The difficulty of carving amber petals is the thickness, Master Gua said, tapping the sketch. Too thin, and the petals will shatter when carved. Too thick, and the light will not pass through, and the golden pearl will sit like dead metal. 0.3 millimeters. His eyebrows twitched. A 0.3 millimeter amber slice, and you must carve the curvature of 5 osmanthus petals upon it. Do you know how many craftsmen at Chingwang can take that on? Only you. Master Gua's mouth tugged upward, not a smile, but the brief lifting of something from his chest to his lips before letting it fall back. Kid, he had called me since the first day. He taught me to set melee diamonds and never stopped. For your breakout series, I ground the brushed texture on that black opal ring until the 7th draft before I was satisfied. For this new life piece, I reckon I will have to reach a 12th draft. I will wait, I said. He set down his pencil and straightened up. Behind the bifocals, his eyes regarded me. This morning, Zhao Mingyu of the Zhao Group reported to Chingwang's personnel office. On his entry form under position, he wrote Craft Workshop Apprentice. Under referee, he wrote your name. Will you take him? The personnel office placed him in my workshop. He took off his glasses and pointed with the temple at the spare pair of tweezers in the corner of the bench, the handle engraved with Chingwang's logo identical to the pair he had once given me. I told him to come this afternoon. Start from setting melee diamonds. Sunlight lay on the workshop bench. The spare tweezers rested in the corner, the anti-slip pattern on the handle glinting faintly silver in the light. Zhao Mingyu walked into the workshop at 2 in the afternoon. He had swapped his light gray suit for Chingwang's gray work coat, the sleeves narrowed to make it easier to wear goggles and grip tweezers. He stood in the doorway clutching the newly issued tweezers so tight his knuckles were white. Master Gua sat at his bench without looking up. Zhao Mingyu, here. There is a tray of melee diamonds on the bench before you. Diameters range from 0.8 to 1. 2 millimeters, 200 stones in all. Before the end of your shift, you will set them all into that practice copper mount. I will inspect them. If they fail, you start again tomorrow. Zhao Mingyu stared at the tray. 200 stones flashed like a field of tiny white fire under the lamp. The purchase orders he had signed in the Zhao vice president's office had each been worth 100 times more than these 200 melee diamonds. And yet he had never once handled any of them with his own hands. He tightened his grip on the tweezers and sat down at the bench. Master Gua rose and stepped behind him. Loosen your grip on the tweezers by half a CUN. If you hold too tight, the stone will crack. Zhao Mingyu eased his hand by half a CUN. Loosen another half CUN. He eased another half CUN. Master Gua said no more, returning to his own bench to continue carving the 12th wax model for the new life piece's osmanthus amber slice. Only the faint metallic chime of tweezers picking up diamonds and the delicate tremor of the copper mount receiving them filled the workshop. When Zhao Mingyu reached the 3rd stone, the melee diamond sprang from the tips of his tweezers and flew away. It was a minute 1.08 millimeters, and it bounced into a gap in the bench where it could not be found. He sat staring at that seam. Master Gua's voice came from beside him, low, but every word clear. When I was young on my first day setting melee diamonds, I flung away 17 of them. After the 17th, I threw my tweezers down. My master picked them up and placed them in my palm and said one thing. Stones will crack, people will falter, but you must not throw away your tweezers. The tweezers are how you eat. If you break them, you break your own bowl. Master Gua lifted the 12th amber slice to the lamp and blew the wax shavings off its surface. You eased your hand twice just now. The first time it was because I told you to. The second time was your own. He set the wax model down. Only the half CUN you loosened on your own counts. Outside in the corridor, Su Qing passed holding her thermos. She peered through the workshop's glass window. Master Gua bent over his wax model, and Zhao Mingyu sat at the bench, tweezers poised, his hand finally relaxed. She did not enter. She lingered at the window a moment, then went on with her thermos. At 7 in the evening, Zhao Mingyu rose from the bench. The copper mount held 200 melee diamonds. Their arrangement was not neat, a few claws were not tightened enough, and under the light a few stones wobbled faintly. He took off his goggles, and a shallow red mark showed across his brow. Master Gua placed the copper mount under the microscope and checked each stone one by one. When he finished, he straightened. Not qualified. Zhao Mingyu's lips moved. I will redo it tomorrow. He set his goggles on the bench, wiped the tweezers clean with a cloth, and returned them to their fixture on the tool rack. Then he stood at the bench and did not leave. Master Gua, how much was the diamond that flew away today? The 0.8 millimeter ones are 20 yuan each. Zhao Mingyu pulled a 20 yuan note from his pocket and placed it on the bench. Master Gua glanced at it. The company accounts for a loss allowance. You need not pay. It is not compensation to the company, Zhao Mingyu said, rolling down his sleeve. It is compensation to that stone. It might have been set into someone's jewelry, worn against someone's throat for many years. I sent it into that seam, and it will never come out again this lifetime. He pressed the 20 yuan bill beneath the tool rack. I owe it an apology. Master Guo fell silent for a moment. Then he pulled the note from beneath the rack, folded it, and placed it into the pocket at the chest of Zhao Mingyu's work coat. Tomorrow bring it to the storeroom, and say Zhao Mingyu reimburses for 1 melee diamond. Light from the workshop slid across the corridor floor as Zhao Mingyu left. I was just coming out of the design department, and he saw me. His steps faltered. He greeted me, Mrs. Liu, Mr. Zhao. Today I set 200 melee diamonds. They did not pass. I will redo them tomorrow. His voice was low, but each word was enunciated. He hesitated. Master Guo said the half CUN I loosened of my own accord is what counts. I loosened half a CUN. Light fell across the shoulder of his gray work coat. No creases. The coat was new and the shoulder line smooth. Mrs. Liu, you once asked me what I want for myself. Yes. I want, his Adam's apple moved. One day to set by hand that diamond I sent flying. To set it into a piece that will stay with its wearer for many years. He walked toward the end of the corridor, took a few steps, then stopped. I have decided on a name for that piece. He said the name softly, geeky. Outside the window the evening settled, and the scent of osmanthus drifted in from the garden, heady and sweet. His phone vibrated in his pocket. The caller was Lu Qinyuan. A message read: Zhao Group lost 40% of its market value at today's close. Zhao Zhengwo did not sell any shares. Another line: he sent a company-wide letter this afternoon with only one sentence. A screenshot followed. The message time was 5:20 p.m. The single line said: my son went to Qingwang to be an apprentice today, starting from setting melee diamonds. Monthly salary 8,000. In my life, only today did I learn how to be a father. I set my phone down. Osmanthus blossoms were still falling outside the window. The workshop lights were still on. Master Guo was still carving the 13th wax model. He had not been satisfied by the 12th attempt at the amber slice's thickness. On the 13th model, the blade moved slowly across the wax. On a 0.3 mm amber, sliced the curvature of the 5 osmanthus petals, emerged petal by petal from the flakes of wax. Tomorrow Zhao Mingyu would step through that door, pick up the tweezers, and begin again with the first melee diamond. Geeky. He had named a piece that did not yet exist. Light from the workshop leaked through the doorway and pooled at my feet. It was the color of golden osmanthus. The Zhao Group board meeting stretched from 2 in the afternoon until 7 at night. Over those 5 hours, the chairman, Zhao Zhengwo's secretary, entered and left the conference room 17 times. Every pot of tea brought in was carried out untouched. The Longjing leaves had gone to mush at the bottom of the cups. No one drank. Zhao Mingyu sat on a chair in the corridor outside the meeting room, the loose thread on his cuff dangling. As on the third day after Lu Qinyuan issued the termination of cooperation letter, the stock price of the Zhao Group plummeted to its historic low. Zhao Zhengwo did not reduce his holdings. He pledged all his shares in Zhao's jewelry to the bank, securing a bridge loan to pay the suppliers and employees' wages first. When the financial director signed, his hands trembled, saying, "Director Zhao, this loan is due next month. If you can't pay it back, all your shares will be gone." Zhao Zhengwo twisted the cap of his pen back on and said, "My son is an apprentice at Qingwang with a monthly salary of 8,000. He can afford to lose a broken diamond worth 20 yuan. I can't afford to lose a father's dignity." The financial director fell silent. These were told to me by her law firm took on the debt restructuring case for Zhao's jewelry suppliers with documents bearing Zhao Zhengwo's signature every day. She said Zhao Zhengwo's signature changed. It used to be cursive, smooth, and flowing, reflecting decades of business acumen. Now each character was written slowly in a block style, as if afraid of being misread. Zhao Mingyu was unaware of all this. Every morning at 8:30 he arrived at the craft workshop, took the tweezers engraved with the Qingwang logo from the tool rack, wiped them with a velvet cloth, and then sat at his workbench to start inlaying the broken diamonds. He lost 20 yuan for that 0.8 mm broken diamond that flew away. The warehouse manager put the money into a separate envelope marked with the name Zhao Mingyu. Master Guo instructed him to place the copper blanks he inlaid each day under the microscope for self-inspection, marking any that were defective. His marked red dots evolved from dense on the first day to sparse by the third and to 0 on the 7th. On the last day, as he finished work, Master Guo examined the copper blank he had inlaid under the light for a long time before setting it down. "Starting tomorrow you will inlay real stones." Zhao Mingyu stood there, the cuffs of his gray work uniform marked with a faint white trace from the tweezers. He lowered his head, took off his goggles, revealing a faint impression on his forehead, as if his skin had memorized the position of the goggles. "Thank you, Master Guo. No need to thank me. Thank yourself. I can't teach you to loosen your grip by half an inch." Master Guo turned around to continue carving the amber osmanthus for new life. The wax mold had reached its 17th version. The curvature of the 5-petal osmanthus on the 0.3 mm amber piece was nearly perfect, but the setting position of the golden bead in the center still needed adjustment. A slight angle of less than 1 degree was off when the light passed through the amber petals. Master Gua said, being off by this degree means the osmanthus is no longer the morning osmanthus, but the noon one. The fragrance of noon osmanthus is scattered while that of morning osmanthus is concentrated. He wanted the morning one. Outside the craft workshop, Su Qing stood in the corridor holding a document. She saw me coming out of the design department and handed me the document. The acquisition plan for Zhao's jewelry channels. The Lu board approved it this morning. I opened the document. Xinguang Jewelry under the Lu Group would acquire all channel assets of Zhao's jewelry. 87 direct stores, 62 franchise stores, and a distribution network across 23 provinces nationwide. The acquisition price was clearly stated 15% higher than the market assessment. This 15% excess, Su Qing pointed to the number Lu Qinyuan said, is to be paid to Zhao Zhengwo, not to the Zhao Group. Why? Because Zhao Zhengwo pledged his own shares to pay employee wages. This money is meant for him to repurchase his shares. Su Qing closed the document. Lu Qinyuan said Zhao Mingyu's monthly salary at Xinguang is 8,000. His father can't be worth less than 8,000. Sunlight streamed onto the corridor floor from outside. I returned the document to Su Qing. Does Zhao Zhengwo know? He will know this afternoon. Lu Qinyuan will personally call him. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Zhengwo walked into the Xinguang building. His dark blue Zhongshan suit was neatly ironed. The worn cuffs were patched with fine stitches barely noticeable unless looked at closely. He did not carry a briefcase, standing empty-handed in the center of the first-floor hall looking up at the crystal chandelier in the dome. The light fell on his graying hair. Lu Qinyuan walked out of the elevator wearing a dark gray shirt with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, an eagle-shaped tie clip on his chest. He approached Zhao Zhengwo without any small talk and directly handed over the acquisition document. Zhao Zhengwo opened it and read from beginning to end. When he reached the price section, his finger paused on the number. 15% higher than the market price. Mr. Lu Qingwang's money isn't spent this way. It's my money, I know how to spend it. Zhao Zhengwo closed the document. Why? Because your son has spent 7 days inlaying broken diamonds at Xinguang, losing 1 and costing 20 yuan. The warehouse kept that 20 yuan in a separate envelope marked with his name. Lu Xinyuan's voice was not loud. He owes 20 yuan for a broken diamond. You owe him 30 years. This money is to repay your debt to him. Zhao Zhengwo stood there, the collar of his Zhongshan suit slightly heaving. His lips moved. Mr. Lu. Before she left, Zhao Mingyu's mother said, Old Zhao, you don't dare let him grow up. Today he has grown up. It wasn't me who allowed it. It was your wife who did. He clenched the acquisition document in his hand. I will accept this money, but it is not to redeem shares. It is to buy a new microscope for the craft workshop. The old one has a worn lens coating. The hall fell silent. Lu Qinyuan looked at Zhao Zhengwo. How much is the microscope? 200,000. Your son's broken diamond cost 20 yuan. You owe 200,000. He owes for the one he lost. I owe for everything I've lost from him over the past 30 years. The corner of Lu Xinyuan's mouth twitched. All right. Zhao Zhengwo signed the acquisition document, his handwriting a careful block style. He handed the document back. Mr. Lu, may I see the craft workshop? The door to the craft workshop cannot be opened from the outside. Master Gua's rule is to knock first to enter. Zhao Zhengwo nodded and walked towards the elevator. Just before the elevator door closed, his voice came through the gap. I will knock. At the entrance to the craft workshop on the 16th floor, Zhao Zhengwo stood outside, the corridor lights illuminating his graying hair. He raised his hand and gently knocked 3 times on the door. It was a light knock, as if afraid of shaking something inside. Master Gua's voice came from within. Come in. Zhao Zhengwo pushed the door open. Inside the craft workshop, Zhao Mingyu sat at the workbench gripping the tweezers, inlaying the first real stone, a 2mm pigeon blood ruby. His forehead nearly touched the goggles as he carefully positioned the gem into the prong, setting his hands relaxed. Master Gua sat at the adjacent workbench carving on the wax mold, not even lifting his head. Zhao Zhengwo stood at the door, not stepping inside, just watching his son inlay the pigeon blood ruby into. At the moment the gem was set, Zhao Mingyu gently released the tweezers, as if letting go of a bird he had held in his palm for a long time. Master Gua's voice rang out. You released it half a second too early. The gem shifted when the prong closed. Zhao Mingyu lowered his head to look under the microscope. The gem indeed had shifted slightly. When the prong closed, it moved less than 0.1 millimeter to the left. Do it again. Yes. He removed the pigeon blood ruby from the prong setting, repositioned it carefully, and sent it back into the prong. Zhao Zhengwo stood at the door watching his son set the same gem 4 times. On the 4th attempt, Master Gua said nothing about doing it again. He took the completed copper blank to the microscope and examined it before setting it down. Passed. Zhao Mingyu took off his goggles. The impression on his forehead was slightly shallower than the day before, as his skin was slowly getting used to it. He turned around and saw Zhao Zhengwo standing at the door. Father and son were separated by the workbench in the craft workshop with Master was hunched back, carving the wax mold in between the old microscope with a worn lens coating and the walls adorned with tweezers and goggles, all surrounded by the mixed scents of wax shavings and metal fragments. Dad, Zhao Jiangwo's throat moved slightly. I came to see you. Zhao Mingyu stood up. The cuffs of his gray work uniform had worn white marks and a band-aid was on his left middle finger. He had been scratched by the tweezers while inlaying broken diamonds yesterday. He wiped his hand on his work uniform and walked over. Today I inlaid real stones, a pigeon blood ruby. It took 4 attempts to pass. I saw it. Master Gua said I released it half a second too early and the gem shifted. I heard it. Zhao Mingyu lowered his head and extended the finger with the band-aid. Dad, these hands used to sign procurement orders for Zhao's jewelry, each worth millions. Now inlaying a 2mm pigeon blood ruby took 4 attempts. He withdrew his finger. In the past I never saw the stones in the orders I signed. The procurement orders only had those 3 words pigeon blood ruby. Today the one inlaid in the copper blank, I viewed it 4 times. Each time the color appeared different. The first was red, the second fiery, the third blood-like, and the fourth it was itself. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes turned red. Mingyu, your mother once said you liked to collect stones when you were a child. Your pockets were always filled with stones, and when washing clothes they would fall out everywhere. She said this child's heart is made of stone, slow to warm up, but once it does it stays warm. His voice cracked. I later forgot. I was too busy making you take over signing procurement orders and marrying Lin's daughter. I forgot that your pockets were once filled with stones. Zhao Mingyu opened the pocket on his work uniform. Inside lay that 0.8mm broken diamond. Not the one that flew away, but a new one he picked up from the warehouse this morning. He bought it himself. Dad, this broken diamond cost 20 yuan. I bought 2. One to replace the lost one kept in the warehouse envelope. This one, he took out the broken diamond, small and shining like a silver in the light of the craft workshop, is kept in my pocket. To remind myself that every procurement order I signed had one of these stones. I never looked at them. He put the broken diamond back into his pocket and patted it. Dad, the channels of Zhao's jewelry, Qingguang has acquired them, right? Zhao Jiangwo nodded. The acquisition price is 15% higher than the market price. Zhao Mingyu paused for a moment. The excess is paid by Lu Qinyuan. To repay my debt. You know, Master Gua told me. He said you would come this afternoon to sign the acquisition agreement. Lu Qinyuan added a clause in the agreement. The portion exceeding the market price of 15% is for redeeming Zhao Jiangwo's pledged personal shares. Zhao Mingyu's voice was very low. Dad, you don't need to collect that money for me. I will repay it myself. How will you repay? The stones I inlay will one day hang around others' necks on their ears and wrists. They will wear them for many years. The wages Qingguang pays me will be enough to repay slowly. He took the broken diamond from his pocket and placed it in Zhao Jiangwo's palm. This is the first one, 20 yuan. The rest I will repay one by one. Zhao Jiangwo looked down at the 0.8mm broken diamond in his palm. So small and light that it was almost weightless. Yet his fingers closed around it tightly, as if holding something heavier than all the channels of Zhao's jewelry combined. Master Gua's voice came from the workbench. Zhao Mingyu. Today's pigeon blood ruby passed. Tomorrow we start inlaying jadeite. White base with green. The base must be as white as ice, and the green must be as bright as the first water of spring. Understood. Zhao Jiangwo placed the broken diamond back into Zhao Mingyu's palm. Master Guo is calling you. Zhao Jiangwo turned and walked towards the door. He paused at the entrance and did not look back. Mingyu, your mother was right. Your heart is made of stone. Slow to warm up, but once it does it stays warm. He pushed the door open and the corridor light flooded in. I have been waiting for you. I've waited 30 years. A few more years of you inlaying stones won't matter. The door closed behind him. The craft workshop fell silent for a long time. Master Gua held the 17th version of the amber osmanthus wax mold up to the light, blowing away the surface wax shavings. The setting position of the golden bead in the center finally adjusted to the angle he desired, without a degree off. Zhao Mingyu, here. The pigeon blood ruby you inlaid earlier, you did it 4 times. In the first 3 you were always watching the stone. In the 4th you did not look at the stone. Zhao Mingyu was taken aback. In the 4th your hands knew where the stone was. You no longer needed your eyes to find it. Master Gua lowered the wax mold. This is called hand feel. Hand feel is not something you practice, it is taught to you by the stone. If you are willing to listen, it will teach you. You didn't listen before, so you did it 4 times. In the future, if you listen, you can pass on the first attempt. He picked up the tweezers and continued to carve the 18th version. It was not the amber osmanthus, but another piece. A golden osmanthus flower resting on a white jade pebble. The thickness of the amber petals was 0.3mm, with a 5-petal curvature and a golden bead in the center. It was no longer a wax mold, it was the first genuine material version. Outside dusk descended between the CBD buildings. The craft workshop's light cast master was hunched silhouette against the wall. A phone vibrated in his pocket. Lin Weiner. Sister Im at the Dongqing Cemetery. Today is my mother. I didn't go. I'm here to see my dad. The second message was a photo. The name, Ma Dong, on the tombstone had been repainted in gold. It was not the font uniformly engraved by the funeral home, but one she had someone redo. The strokes were delicate with the ends slightly curling up, just like her own handwriting. The third message. Sister, I know Zhao Mingyu is inlaying stones at Qingguang. He puts the broken diamonds in his pocket, saying he will repay each one. The fourth message. I used to think he owed me. Owed me a brand, owed me a channel, owed me a wedding banquet. Today, sitting in front of my dad's tombstone, I thought about it all afternoon and realized, he doesn't owe me. He owes me. I took him from you and used him for 3 years. He doesn't know what he wants because I didn't let him think. Whatever he wanted, I decided for him. My mother taught me to do that. The fifth message. I canceled him, just like I did with my brand. The sixth message. Sister, you said stones warm up slowly, but remain warm once they do. Is my dad Ma Dong, does his heart grow from stone? I stood in the corridor outside the craft workshop. The scent of osmanthus drifted in from the garden. That newly planted osmanthus tree had bloomed a few clusters again today. Golden and delicate. I replied to her message. Your dad did not pour that bucket of gasoline by the national road. His heart at the last moment warmed up. I sent it. Lin Weiner's messages paused for a long time. Then she replied, what about me? I typed for a long time, deleted it, typed again, and deleted again. In the end, I only sent one line. You cleaned the grass from the tombstone. Your heart has also warmed up. Dusk poured in through the windows at the end of the corridor. In the craft workshop, master was carving knife, brought the white jade osmanthus blossoms petal by petal to the surface of the stone. The news of Zhao Group's bankruptcy broke on Friday morning. Not the kind that hits financial headlines with a... This time it made the front page of the society section. The headline was starkly understated: Zhao Group files for bankruptcy reorganization, founder Zhao Zhengwo's personal assets reduced to zero. Beneath that plain headline appeared a photograph of Zhao Zhengwo walking out of Zhao Group Tower. His dark blue Zhongshan suit collar remained impeccably pressed. The fine tight stitches of the patch on his sleeve cuff were still visible. Yet the door he stepped through was no longer the same one he had hung the Zhao Group sign upon 30 years earlier. The sign had been removed and now leaned against the lobby wall, its gilded characters gleaming in the sunlight. Shinman and I sent me the news link with a single line: the money Zhao Zhengwo received from selling Zhao Group jewelry's distribution channels to Qingguang went entirely towards settling supplier debts and employee severance packages. His personal share pledges matured, the bank seized them outright. Not a single yuan remained in his personal assets. I stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the 15th floor of Qingguang Tower and read the message twice. Sunlight spilled across my phone screen as Shun Manni's second photograph appeared. Zhao Zhengwo's official personal asset inventory. Scrolling down line by line. Real estate vehicles, equity holdings, bank deposits. Each entry bore the terse annotation disposed. At the very bottom, the remaining assets field read simply zero. A footnote appeared at the bottom: Mr. Zhao Zhengwo voluntarily waived personal bankruptcy exemption and pledged to repay all remaining debts using his future labor income. 65 years old. I lowered my phone. The door to the workshop stood ajar. Master Guo's voice drifted out: Zhao Mingyu. Today you set emerald. White base, green veins. The white must be as pure as ice. The green as fresh as the first meltwater of spring. Zhao Mingyu replied yes. One word. Low in pitch, yet unwavering in tone. Zhao Mingyu learned of his father's total asset liquidation only in the afternoon. Not from the news. The workshop had no mobile signal, and per Master Guo's strict rule, phones were locked in cabinets by the entrance during working hours. It was Su Qing who fetched him from the workshop. She stood in the corridor, phone in hand, its screen lit with the photograph of Zhao Zhengwo emerging from Zhao Group Tower. Your father's situation has been reported. Take a look. Zhao Mingyu accepted the phone and stared down at it. In the photograph, Zhao Zhengwo walked out of that doorway. His Zhongshan suit sleeves rolled up, slightly revealing wrists corded with prominent tendons. His gait had changed. Once he leaned forward, always hastening toward the next matter demanding attention. Now he stood upright, stepping slowly as though at last he no longer needed to rush. Zhao Mingyu returned the phone to Su Qing. Master Guo is waiting for me to set the emerald, white base, green veins. He turned toward the workshop, paused after 2 steps, and said, Director Su, my father's personal assets have been reduced to zero. He's 65. Starting over from scratch. What will you do? My monthly salary is 8,000 yuan. Qingguang provides meals and lodging. He tugged his gray work uniform sleeve downward, covering the pale scar worn into his skin by tweezers. That's enough to support him. The workshop door closed behind him. Su Qing stood alone in the corridor, holding her thermos, watching the door settle shut. At 4:30 p.m., Zhao Mingyu placed the day's completed white base, green vine emerald copper setting beneath the microscope for final inspection. When he finished, no red markers appeared. He set the copper piece on the workbench and rose. Master Gua, the emerald passes today. May I leave an hour early? Master Gua was carving the final version of the rebirth white jade osmanthus motif. The white jade river stone had already been polished, its surface left unglazed to preserve the material's natural luster, cool and dewy to the touch, like a stone freshly drawn from a mountain stream. Each amber osmanthus petal measured precisely 0.3 millimeters in thickness. Its 5 arcs were flawlessly rendered, its golden pollen heart embedded with a South Sea gold pearl, its light calibrated across 17 iterations until the angle of translucence satisfied him completely. The gold pearl shimmered faintly within the amber, like dawn sunlight resting upon freshly fallen osmanthus blossoms. Without lifting his head, Master Gua murmured, "Go." Zhao Mingyu removed his work uniform, folded it neatly, and placed it in the corner of the workbench. He wiped his tweezers clean with velvet cloth and returned them to the tool rack. His protective goggles hung on their hook. From the cabinet by the door, he retrieved his phone. As its screen lit up, unread messages flooded in. Breaking news alerts about Zhao Group's collapse, condolences from former business associates, interview requests from media outlets. He opened none of them. Sliding the phone into his pocket, he walked out of Chungguang Tower. Zhao Zhengwo sat on the bus stop bench directly opposite Zhao Group Tower. Over his Zhongshan suit, he wore a deep gray cotton jacket, its collar still crisply ironed though the cuffs were frayed at the edges. Beside him rested an old canvas bag, its flap open to reveal a thermos and a stack of documents. When he saw Zhao Mingyu crossing the street, he rose from the bench. "Dad, finished work?" "Yes. Today I set emerald, white base, green veins. The white like ice, the green like the first meltwater of spring." Master Gua's words. A faint upward tug lifted Zhao Zhengwo's lips. "Did it pass?" "It passed." Zhao Mingyu sat on the bench and gently pulled his father down beside him. Passengers came and went at the bus stop, oblivious to this pair. One 3 months ago, the undisputed sovereign of Beijing's business elite. The other, formerly Zhao Group's vice president, once branded a prodigal heir. Now one wore a cotton jacket with frayed cuffs, seated on a public bus stop bench. The other wore Chungguang's gray workshop uniform, a band-aid taped to his left middle finger. "Dad, I saw the news." Zhao Zhengwo's hands clenched briefly on his knees. "Mingyu, I've earned vast sums in my life and lost just as much. But this time was different. This time I chose to clear everything. Supplier payments, employee severance, bank principal, and interest. Not a single cent left unpaid." His voice remained level, detached, as if recounting another man's story. "Before she passed, your mother said, 'Lao Zhao, you calculate everything.' What she never added was that for 50 years I calculated only how to earn, not how to repay." A bus pulled in its brakes, drowning out his final words for a moment. Doors opened, passengers boarded. "This morning I signed the final asset disposition agreement at the bank." Stepping outside, I passed Zhao Group Tower and saw the sign lying against the lobby wall. I stood there for a long time. His hands searched inside his cotton jacket pocket and withdrew a folded sheet of paper, which he unfolded. It was a yellowed photocopy of Zhao Group's original business license, issued 30 years prior. Its corners worn, its creases reinforced with transparent tape. It read Enterprise Name Zhao Industrial Co. Ltd. A legal representative Zhao Zhengwo, registered capital RMB 5000. It read Enterprise Name Zhao Industrial Co. Ltd. A legal representative Zhao Zhengwo, registered capital RMB 5000. In winter the food arrived cold, so she'd tuck the aluminum lunchbox inside her padded coat, holding it close to warm it. He refolded the license and slipped it back into his pocket. Today, standing before Zhao Group Tower, I suddenly remembered that aluminum lunchbox tucked inside her padded coat. All the money I've earned in my life, none of it ever burned as fiercely as that lunchbox did. Zhao Mingyu sat beside him. The bus shelter's roof sliced the afternoon sun into a slanted beam of light across his knees. His fingers rubbed a 0.8 millimeter diamond fragment, not the one he'd compensated the warehouse for, but one he'd purchased himself and kept in his pocket for a long while. "Dad, did you take the bus here today?" "Yes." "Which route?" "Route 42, from East City to here, 37 stops." Zhao Mingyu stood. The electronic display above the bus stop indicated the next Route 42 would arrive in 4 minutes. "Dad, come back to Chungguang with me." "What for?" Master Gua's Rebirth series. Its first piece was completed this afternoon. White jade osmanthus. Amber petals. A gold pearl nestled at its heart, shimmering within the petals. He helped his father rise from the bench. "You haven't touched raw stone in 30 years. Zhao Zhengwo's lips parted slightly. "Your mother used to say the same thing. Lao Zhao, you've sold jewelry your whole life. But have you ever truly felt them?" Route 42 pulled in. As the doors opened, Zhao Mingyu did not board. Instead, he took the old canvas bag from his father's hand and slung it over his own shoulder. The strap pressed a faint indentation into the gray fabric across his shoulder. "Dad, next Route 42 arrives in 12 minutes. I'll walk with you." Guang is only 3 stops away. Father and son walked along the sidewalk. In Beijing's autumn afternoon, sunlight filtered through the sycamore leaves, falling upon Zhao Jiangwo's silver-streaked hair and tracing the seam of Zhao Mingyu's gray work uniform. Zhao Jiangwo walked slowly. Zhao Mingyu matched his pace, slowing further until their steps finally fell into rhythm. Mingyu, when you were little I'd take you to the park. You always raced ahead. I'd call out slow down, but you never listened. Your mother said this boy takes after you. He walks like the wind. Not today. Zhao Jiangwo fell silent for a moment. A sycamore leaf drifted down and settled upon the autumn. Your mother passed the sycamores outside Zhao Group Tower, shed their leaves completely. I watched from my office window and thought leaves fall, but they'll grow again next year. Only now walking this path did I recall. The tree was removed by municipal authorities last year. I'd gazed at it from that window for decades, never once descended to run my hand over its bark. Zhao Mingyu reached down, plucked a freshly fallen sycamore leaf from the pavement. Its edges browned, its center still holding a trace of green, and slipped it into his father's cotton jacket pocket. Dad, this is this year's. You've touched it. Zhao Jiangwo slid his hand into his pocket, fingertips brushing the leaf's dry, cool edge. Brittles, I've touched it. Guang Tower emerged at the end of the sycamore-shaded path. Zhao Jiangwo paused at its entrance, lifting his gaze to the sun's reflection shimmering across the glass facade. Mingyu, I haven't entered a jewelry workshop in 30 years. Today you will. Zhao Mingyu pushed open Guang's glass doors. Crystal chandeliers cast light downward from the vaulted ceiling. Zhao Jiangwo followed the old canvas bag resting on his shoulder, the strap imprint on his gray uniform now slightly deeper than before. The 16th floor workshop door stood open. Master Gua stood before his workbench, the white jade osmanthus complete. The river stone rested upon black velvet, unpolished, its natural luster glowing with a soft, fatty sheen under the lights. Amber-carved osmanthus blossoms lay upon its surface, 5 perfect petals, each 0.3 millimeters thick, translucent in the light, their golden pollen heart pulsing softly as the South Sea gold pearl shifted minutely within. Light from the pearl radiated outward through the amber, like dawn sunlight resting upon freshly fallen osmanthus. Zhao Jiangwo halted at the threshold, not stepping inside. This is rebirth. Master Gua looked up. Zhao Jiangwo. Yes. Your son says you haven't touched raw stone in 30 years. I haven't. Master Gua lifted the white jade osmanthus from the velvet and placed it gently into Zhao Jiangwo's palm. Then begin with this one. Zhao Jiangwo lowered his gaze. The osmanthus rested in his palm, small. The river stone's smooth, cool texture conformed to his lifelines. The amber petals were so thin, he could feel the gold pearl's subtle tremors within. The pearl's light shone through the petals, spilling onto his silver hair, and onto the hand that hadn't held raw stone in 30 years. His fingers slowly curled inward, gently, fearing he might crush the delicate petals or that the stone might grow cold. This blossom reminds me of someone. Who? My wife. Her surname was Gue Osmanthus. His voice dropped to a whisper. She's been gone 3 years. Today for the first time I've touched the character for her name. Silence lingered in the workshop. Master Gua turned opened a drawer beneath his workbench and withdrew an ancient aluminum lunchbox. Chipped enamel revealed patches of dark gray metal beneath. He set it before Zhao Jiangwo. My wife used this for 20 years. She passed 11 years ago. Every noon, I carry my meal in it. In winter, when the food cools, I warm it beneath the work lamp. He opened the lid. Inside sat his lunch, cold. He placed the box beneath the high-intensity work lamp, heat gradually seeping into the aluminum. Cold. Then warm it. Zhao Jiangwo gazed at the lunchbox. Its chipped enamel exposing iron repeatedly heated over decades until a deep brown oxide layer formed on its surface. His wife's lunchbox tucked inside her padded coat. Master Gua's wife's lunchbox used for 20 years. 2 boxes cooled in different eras, then warmed beneath different lamps. He returned the white jade osmanthus to the velvet. Master Gua, may I warm this lunchbox once? Master Gua lifted it from the lamp and placed it in Zhao Jiangwo's hands. The gas stove is in the staff kitchen. Zhao Jiangwo carried the aluminum lunchbox out of the workshop. The staff kitchen lay at the corridors, and he walked slowly, the old canvas bag resting on his shoulder, his Zhongshan suit collar still immaculately pressed. The gas ignited, a blue flame licking the lunchbox's base. The chilled meal warmed, gradually releasing a faint pale vapor. Zhao Mingyu stood at the kitchen doorway, watching his father spoon the reheated food into a bowl. Dad, you haven't entered a kitchen in 37 years. 37 years and 4 months. Zhao Jiangwo extinguished the flame. The morning she passed, she warmed my last meal. I ate it and left to attend a meeting. That evening I returned home to find she was gone. The lunchbox was still warm. He lifted the bowl of steaming food. Today I warmed a meal for Master Gua for the first time in 37 years and 4 months. The steam from the kitchen dissipated into the afternoon light. Zhao Jiangwo carried the aluminum lunchbox back to the workshop and placed it beside Master Gua's workbench. Master Gua accepted it, lifted a chopstickful, and chewed thoughtfully. Heated evenly. Better than your son's stone-setting technique. A faint smile lifted Zhao Jiangwo's lips. That evening as I exited the design department, Zhao Jiangwo emerged from the workshop. He paused upon seeing me in the corridor. Mrs. Liu. Chairman Zhao. No longer chairman. He adjusted his Zhongshan suit sleeve. Today at Xinguang, I touched my first raw stone in 30 years, white jade osmanthus. Gold pearl trembling within the petals. My wife's surname was Gue Osmanthus. She's been gone 3 years. Today for the first time, I touched the character of her name. Corridor light glinted off his silver hair. Thank you. For what? For sending Mingyu to Xinguang as an apprentice. In the month he's been setting stones, he's reset me too. He walked toward the elevator. The old canvas bag rested on his shoulder, the strap imprint on his gray uniform pressed there by Zhao Mingyu's hand. As the elevator doors opened, his voice carried from down the hall. Mrs. Liu, my wife's name was Gue Shulan Gue for Osmanthus, Shu for Virtuous Lawn for Orchid. She's been gone 3 years. Today for the first time I spoke her full name. The elevator doors closed. I stood in the corridor. Workshop lights spilled through the door's narrow gap. Master was still carving his next piece. Zhao Mingyu sat before his workbench, tweezers poised to set a new diamond fragment into a copper base. The aluminum lunchbox sat beneath the work lamp, its contents eaten, washed clean, its chipped enamel exposing bare iron. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Shinman and I. Wan. The Zhou Milan case goes to trial next Tuesday. Zhou Hai has fully confessed to Ma Dong's murder, including the gasoline can. Second message, Zhou Milan's attorney filed for psychiatric evaluation today, denied. Third message, she asked someone in detention to deliver a message to Lin Wanner. Fourth message, tell your sister, do not carve Zhou Milan on Ma Dong's tombstone. I held my phone in the corridor's glow. Osmanthus fragrance drifted in from outside, the newly planted sapling, its buds now fully bloomed. Golden, delicate, fragrant. I typed a reply, she need not worry. Lin Wanner engraved only Ma Dong, nothing else. Sent. At the corridor's far end, the workshop light remained on. In Lu Xinyuan's study, there is a wall of filing cabinets. I've never counted how many drawers are in that cabinet. There are 6 rows each with 12 drawers, totaling 72 drawers, each containing the merger cases, equity structures, board resolutions, and litigation documents of the Liu family empire over the past 26 years. The day he handed me the key, he only said one sentence, everything is inside. Open it yourself to see what. That day was Tuesday, 3 days before Zhou Milan's second trial. I used that key to open the innermost drawer of the bottom row. I didn't search from top to bottom, but from the number engraved on the key. The key handle had a small yellowed label with 19962004 written in pen. My mother had an incident 20 years ago. The documents from 20 years ago were in the drawer numbered 1996 to 2004. When I pulled the drawer out, it made a faint metallic scraping sound. Inside there were only 3 items: a yellowed business registration file, a box of tapes, and a rusty key to a repair shop toolbox. The cover of the business registration file was stamped with the words Chengdong Repair Shop with the registration number, legal representative, and registered capital clearly written. The legal representative is Zhou Hai. The registered capital is 500,000. I opened the file and saw Ma Dong's name on the page detailing the shareholders. He held a 30% stake. The relationship column with Zhou Hai read brother-in-law. The date was from the spring 20 years ago, 1 month before Zhou Milan married into the Lin family. Zhou Hai gave 30% of the repair shop's shares to Ma Dong. It wasn't a salary nor a dividend, but shares. A temporary worker at a repair shop had obtained 30% of the shares. Because Zhou Hai knew that what Ma Dong did for Zhou Milan was worth that price. I took the tape out of the drawer. The tape case was transparent, containing a brown tape with a label that only had 1 line of date, December 4th, 20 years ago. For days after Ma Dong's death, Lu Xinyuan's voice came from the study door. That tape was recorded by Zhou Hai 20 years ago. I turned my head. He was standing at the door holding 2 cups of freshly brewed tea. He wore a dark gray home shirt with the collar unbuttoned and the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. He walked and placed the tea on the desk and sat down across from me. Zhou Hai had a habit. Before discussing important matters with people, he would press the recording button under the table. It wasn't to guard against others, but to guard against Zhou Milan. He knew how Zhou Milan's words could be sweet as honey one moment and sharp as a knife the next. He pressed the play button on the recorder. The tape started to turn, the brown ribbon winding from the supply reel to the take-up reel. First there was a rustling background noise, then the sound of chair legs scraping across the concrete floor, followed by Zhou Hai's voice. 20 years younger, yet the cautiousness squeezed from his throat was identical to that in the interrogation videos from the detention center. Milan Ma Dong's affairs have been taken care of. He has been cremated. The cemetery is bought in the northwest corner in the innermost position. The tombstone has his name engraved. Zhou Milan's voice came from the tape. The Zhou Milan of 20 years ago had a voice that was crisper than now, not yet dulled by 20 years of lies. Who told you to engrave his name? If you don't engrave his name, the cemetery won't allow him to be buried. Then don't bury him in the cemetery. The tape fell silent for a few seconds. Zhou Hai's voice lowered. Milan, Ma Dong is your ex-husband. He did that thing for you. You won't even let... Zhou Milan did not answer. The tape was only filled with the rustling background noise like autumn wind blowing through dry corn stalks. Then her voice came through very softly, barely making the recorder's level move. Zhou Hai, do you know why Ma Dong was willing to make that cut? Because you asked him to. No. It's because... Hate whom? Lin Chinsawa. The background noise on the tape suddenly intensified, as if something had been knocked over on the table. Zhou Milan's voice continued like a very dull knife, slowly grinding. When Ma Dong was young, he pursued Lin Chinsawa. In college, he chased her for 2 years. She never looked at him. Later, she married into the Lin family, and Ma Dong married me. I thought that was in the past. Until that day, I asked him to wait for Lin Chinsua's car on the Chengdong highway. He asked me if the man she married treated her well. I said no. He said then he'll go. The tone of Zhou Hai's voice on the tape changed. You know he hates her, and you still let him go. He hates her. He has hated her for so many years. I let him go, and his hate became real. From then on, he could live well with me. But he died. The tape was silent for a long time. The background noise rustled. Then Zhou Milan's voice sounded again, this time even softer, as if it came from a faraway place. That day when he returned from the highway, he sat at the door of the repair shop and smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. I went to find him. He said one sentence to me. He said, Milan, she looks like you. The you from your youth. He waited by the highway for a long time carrying a gas can. After she crashed into the mountain wall, he walked over to take a look. She was stuck in the driver's seat, blood on her face. He said her eyes looked like mine. Zhou Milan's voice cut off. It wasn't the tape that stopped, but she couldn't continue. The tape continued to run, the background noise rustling for several seconds. Then her voice resumed. He said, Milan, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not because the hate fell to the ground, but because her eyes look like you. I hated her for so many years, and in the last moment I realized that I hated you. The recording stopped for a moment, followed by a very soft sound like a finger brushing against the tape recorder's casing. Zhou Hai, remove the name from the tombstone. He was not the one who killed for me. He was killing for the person he hated for so many years. Not for me. The recording ended here. The tape was still turning, the background noise rustling, then the play button popped up with a crisp click. The study was quiet for a long time. Lu Qinyuan pushed the tea toward me. After Zhou Hai recorded this tape, he didn't give it to anyone. He locked the tape together with the business records of the repair shop and the key to Ma Dong's toolbox. It was locked for 20 years. Until the Lu family's legal team went to Qingdong repair shop to collect evidence, he took these 3 items out from the very bottom of the safe. Why did he keep it for 20 years? He said, waiting for someone to ask. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted in. The small osmanthus tree that had just been planted was full of blooming buds, golden yellow and delicate, gently swaying in the night breeze. I arranged the business records, tape, and toolbox key on the table. 3 items. One was the shares Zhou Hai gave to Ma Dong, one was the name Zhou Milan had Zhou Hai grind off, and one was the key to Ma Dong's toolbox. The toolbox that had contained the knife that cut my mother's brake line. Lu Qinyuan, can this tape be used as evidence? Yes. Zhou Hai has confirmed the authenticity of the recording during the interrogation. The prosecution has included this recording in the evidence list for the second trial. Does Zhou Milan know? Yes. Her lawyer listened to this tape the day before yesterday. After listening, the lawyer asked her if she wanted to undergo a mental evaluation. She said no. Why? She said if the evaluation showed no illness, she would have to plead guilty. If the evaluation showed illness, she would have to admit that she had been ill her entire life. She didn't know how to choose. I took a sip of tea. The long jing leaves unfurled in the hot water, standing upright one by one. The temperature of the cup transmitted through my fingertips. Lu Qinyuan. My mother looked like Zhou Milan when she was young. What Ma Dong saw in the last moment was not the person he had hated for so many years. It was the image of the person he married when she was young. He couldn't bring himself to do it, not because the hate had fallen to the ground, but because love had never left. Lu Qinyuan took the tape out of the recorder and placed it back in the transparent case. Zhou Milan understood. That's why she had Zhou Hai grind off the name on the tombstone. It was not because Ma Dong killed for the person he had hated. It was because in the last moment Ma Dong chose love. On Wednesday, Zhou Milan's second trial was held. I did not attend. Lu Qinyuan went and returned to place the trial record in front of me. The record was thick, each page bearing the court seal. I flipped to the page of Zhou Milan's final statement. The clerk's handwriting was very neat. Defendant Zhou Milan's final statement. The morning I sent Ma Dong to the Chengdong highway, he asked me which clothes to wear. I said to wear the dark blue one. He asked why. I said dark blue doesn't show dirt. I didn't know he was going to die that day. If I had known, I would have let him wear the off-white one. When he chased me when he was young, he wore the off-white one. I disliked him for being poor, so I didn't agree. Later he married me. Then I asked him to kill. He went. After he returned, he sat at the door of the repair shop and smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. When I went to find him, he was wearing that dark blue outfit with oil on the cuffs. He asked me, "Mylan, can I change my clothes?" I asked what to change. He said change to the off-white one. I didn't give him a change. The next day, he drove onto the Cheongdong highway. He was slow to brake for 2 seconds. The trial record flipped to the last page. The judge announced a recess to be followed by a ruling. Lu Qinyuan sat across from me holding tea without drinking it. After Zhou Mylan said that the court fell silent for a long time. Her lawyer did not provide a supplementary defense. The prosecutor did not ask questions. The judge did not interrupt. Everyone listened to her finish her statement. Did Lin Weiner go? Yes. She sat in the last row of the public gallery. When Zhou Mylan was taken out by the court police, she passed right in front of her. The two were separated by the railing of the public gallery. Zhou Mylan stopped and looked at her. Lin Weiner did not stand up. Zhou Mylan said one sentence. Weiner, in my life, I have only bought you one piece of clothing. When you were 4 years old, it was off-white. Lu Qinyuan set down his cup of tea. Lin Weiner did not reply. Zhou Mylan was taken away by the court police. After leaving the court, Lin Weiner sat in the public gallery for a long time. When everyone had left, she was still sitting there. I went to ask her, and she said one sentence. That off-white dress, I wore it for 3 years. Once I couldn't wear it anymore, my mother threw it away. I picked it up from the trash can, cleaned it, and folded it neatly. It is still in the cabinet now. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted in from outside. I closed the trial record. She knows that's Ma Dong's color. She knows. Lu Xinyuan's voice was soft. When she was 4 years old, wearing that off-white dress, playing with building blocks in the corner of the living room, she memorized every word Zhou Mylan taught her about how to steal from others. But she wore Ma Dong's color on her body. For 3 years. In the evening, on the 15th floor of the design department, Su Qing placed the second design draft of the New Life series on my desk. The white magnolia brooch. The thickness of the petals decreases from the heart to the edge by 0.3 millimeters, just like the vernal equinox piece I did for my graduation project at the Paris Jewelry School, yet also different. The vernal equinox is plain jade without any inlays. The white magnolia of New Life has a very small golden bead embedded in the heart. The light from the golden bead shines through the white petals. Su Qing sat down beside me, unscrewing her thermos. Lu Qinyuan showed me Zhou Mylan's trial record. Your mother looked like her when she was young. What Ma Dong saw in the last moment was the person he married, not the person he hated. Do you hate? I thought for a long time as the twilight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling window. I don't hate her anymore. In her life, she only bought Lin Weiner one piece of clothing. Off-white. Lin Weiner wore it until it no longer fit, and my mother threw it away. She doesn't know. Su Qing was silent for a moment. Chinsu. In the second piece of the New Life series, you embedded a golden bead in the heart of the white magnolia. The light from the golden bead shines through the petals. That light is the gas that Ma Dong didn't pour out by the highway. It is the sky light your mother saw under the mountain wall. It is the only off-white dress Zhou Mylan bought for her daughter in her life. It is the color Lin Weiner picked up from the trash can and folded neatly to put in the cabinet. I lifted the design draft of the white magnolia into the twilight. The white petals were translucent, and the golden bead in the heart swayed slightly in my imagination. The light shone through the petals, falling onto Su Qing's thermos, onto the open trial records on the table, and onto the osmanthus plant raised by Master Guo on the windowsill. Su Qing, I've thought of a name for this piece. What is it? The Return. It is not New Life. It is what Ma Dong didn't wait for by the highway, what my mother didn't wait for under the mountain wall, what Zhou Mylan didn't wait for in the detention center, what Lin Weiner didn't wait for in the last row of the public gallery. The Return. The news of Lu Zhengsheng fainting came at 3 in the morning. When Lu Xinyuan's phone vibrated on the bedside table, I was dreaming of the persimmon tree in the courtyard of No. 147 East City Alley. The persimmons on the tree were ripe, falling one by one to the blue brick ground, splattering into golden-red pulp. Zhao Chunlin stood under the tree, pushing a box of Danish cookies into my hands, saying, I've waited 20 years for someone to ask about this matter. In my dream, I received the box, opened it, and found not photographs or notes, but a whole box of osmanthus flowers. Golden yellow, finely crumbled, still carrying the morning dew. Then I woke up. Lu Qinyuan was sitting on the edge of the bed, the light from his phone screen illuminating his face, slicing his profile into light and shadow. He didn't turn on the light, but I saw the knuckles of the fingers gripping the phone turn white. My dad fainted in the study. The butler found him. The ambulance just arrived. He put down the phone, stood up, and went to the wardrobe to get dressed. His movements were still steady as he buttoned his shirt from the bottom up, but when he reached the third button, he struggled twice, without succeeding. He pinched the button between his fingers, paused for about half a second, and then fastened it again. He succeeded. I'll go with you. The private doctor of the Liu family surnamed Qin had served at the Liu family's old residence for 30 years. By the time we arrived, he had already completed the preliminary examination on Liu Zhengxing. Transient fainting, due to sudden high blood pressure, no life-threatening danger, but he needed to rest. In the old residence's bedroom, only a floor lamp was on, casting warm yellow light over the large bed, where Liu Zhengxing lay, in 4 needle in the back of his hand, a clear liquid dripping steadily from the infusion bottle. He was awake, his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Dad. Liu Qinyuan sat down by the bed. Liu Zhengxing's hand reached out from under the blanket, and the 4 tube moved with his hand. He patted Liu Qinyuan's hand lightly twice with a gentle touch. It's nothing. Old problem. Your Uncle Qin is making a fuss. His voice was hoarse, but each word was still pronounced clearly. You even brought your wife here. In the middle of the night. I stood at the foot of the bed. Liu Zhengxing's gaze shifted to me, landing on my face, and then to the jade bracelet on my left wrist. A Hetian jade bracelet, the one my mother had worn for 30 years. His gaze lingered on the bracelet for a long time. The bracelet of Suhua. He said the same thing as when he first met me. But this time he added, she was younger than you are now when she wore this bracelet. 24 years old. Just graduated. The first time my osmanthus tree bloomed, she stood under it holding the bracelet up next to the flower branches, saying, Zhengxing, look, the jade and the osmanthus are the same color. His fingers moved gently on the blanket, as if touching something that was no longer there. Qinyuan. There is an iron box in the drawer of the study. Help me get it. Liu Qinyuan was gone for a while, and when he came back, he held an iron box. It wasn't a cookie box like Zhao Chunlin's, but an old-fashioned tea canister made of purple clay with a branch of osmanthus engraved on its surface. The canister had been fondled by Liu Zhengxing for many years, the patterns of the osmanthus branch worn smooth and shiny. Liu Zhengxing took the tea canister, did not open it, but placed it beside the pillow. Wanwan's your mother called me once before the incident happened. I told you in the beginning of the 2nd volume. She said if there ever comes a day when she is no longer around to help her watch over you. His fingers gently stroked the lid of the tea canister. I never told you, but she said another thing during that call. The purple clay tea canister turned in his hands. She said, Zhengxing, I have kept a matter from you for many years. Qinyuan, he is your child. The bedroom fell silent, only the sound of the liquid dripping from the 4 tube remained. Drop after drop. Liu Qinyuan sat by the bed motionless. The hand that held Liu Zhengxing's hand did not tighten or loosen, just maintaining its position, as if he were frozen in the moment he heard that sentence. What did my mother say? His voice was low, almost as if it came from underground. Your mother said Qinyuan is your... Liu Zhengxing repeated the sentence, slowly enunciating each word clearly, as if reading a verdict he had taken many years to accept before she married into the Liu family. She was already pregnant with you. Your biological father is not me. Liu Qinyuan withdrew his hand from Liu Zhengxing's. It wasn't a sudden withdrawal, but a gradual loosening, lifting his fingers one by one, until only Liu Zhengxing's hand remained on the blanket, the 4 tube, swaying slightly in the light. Then who was my biological father? Liu Zhengxing unscrewed the lid of the purple clay tea canister. Inside the canister was not tea, but a letter. A craft paper envelope, the edges yellowed with a stamp sealing it, the stamp depicting the zodiac sign from 30 years ago. The recipient was addressed as Liu Zhengxing. The sender's name was written in that field, Lin Qinsuhua. Your mother sent this to me 30 years ago, on the day you were born. Liu Qinyuan took the letter. When he opened the seal, his hand was steady. The letter paper came out unfolding. My mother's handwriting, the same as in the letter. She wrote to me, soft with the connections flowing like ripples, the end of each stroke slightly curling upwards. Zhengxing, the child was born today. A boy. 6 pounds and 8 ounces. Very healthy. I didn't tell his father. I won't tell him. This child I entrust you and your wife to raise. Don't let him know his background. Let him carry the Liu surname, be a child of the Liu family. His biological father. He is a person I cannot marry. Suhua. Liu Qinyuan finished reading the letter. From beginning to end, every word. Then he folded the letter neatly, placed it back in the envelope, and put the envelope back into the purple clay tea canister, screwing the lid on. Throughout the process, his hand never trembled. Who did she mean by the person I cannot marry? Liu Zhengxing had been silent for a long time. The liquid in the 4 tube dripped drop by drop. Your mother had someone she dated in college. Not Lin Zhengwo. He was a young teacher a few years older than her. His surname was Gu. His name was Gu Yanqing. His voice was dry. The Gu family is overseas, engaged in industry, and has a good background. He and Suhua dated for 2 years, reaching the point of discussing marriage. But the Gu family opposed it. Not because of Suhua as a person, but because they opposed Gu Yanqing marrying a girl from the mainland. In that era, there was a deep divide between overseas and the mainland. Gu Yanqing withstood the pressure from his family. He didn't give up. But your mother gave up. She told him, let's break up. Not because she didn't love him, but because she didn't want him to break ties with his entire family for her. After saying that she left without telling him, she was already pregnant with you. Liu Zhengxing's fingers paused on the purple clay tea canister. Later she married Lin Zhengwo. not for love. To find a father for you who could give you a legal identity. When Lin Jiangwo pursued her, she set a condition. After marriage, he wouldn't ask her anything, nor would she ask him anything. Lin Jiangwo agreed. He thought she was just cold by nature. He didn't know that she had another person in her heart. She carried that for a lifetime. Lu Qinyuan stood up from beside the bed. He walked to the window and pulled the curtains open a crack. The sky at 4 in the morning was still completely dark. The outline of the old osmanthus tree in the garden stood silently in the dark, the last few clusters of flowers still clinging on, illuminated by the moonlight into a faint silver hue. Gu Yanqing. Is he still alive? Yes. The head of the Gu family conglomerate. The largest overseas Chinese-owned industrial group. Lu Zhengsheng pulled out a business card from under his pillow. It was very old, the edges worn. The business card only printed a name and a string of phone numbers. Gu Yanqing. No titles, no company. 3 years ago he came back to find me. He didn't know your mother had already passed away. I told him Suhua had a car accident 20 years ago. He stood in my study for a long time without saying a word. Before leaving, he left this business card for me saying, Brother Xingxing, if one day that child wants to know his background, have him call me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Qinyuan took the business card. He stared at the string of phone numbers for a long time. Your mother wouldn't allow it. She said let Qinyuan be a child of the Lu family. Don't let him know he was abandoned by his biological father. She believed until her death that Gu Yanqing had abandoned her. Lu Xingxing's voice broke. She didn't know Gu Yanqing never abandoned her. He searched for her for 30 years. From overseas back to the mainland. From the mainland back to Beijing. By the time he found her, she had already been gone for 20 years. Lu Qinyuan put the business card into his pocket. He turned around and walked to the bed, squatting down. Squatting by Lu Xingxing's bedside, he held the hand that Lu Zhengsheng had left on the blanket. The 4 tubes swayed slightly between their hands. Dad, you raised me for 30 years. From the day I was born to me standing here today. 30 years of tuition, food, money, clothes, books. The first time I rode a bicycle, you ran behind me. The first time I failed an exam, you sat in the study with me correcting my mistakes. The first time I fought, you took me to apologize. These cannot just be counted by the Lu surname. He tightened his grip on Lu Zhengsheng's hand. I won't make the... Lu Zhengsheng's eyes reddened. He lay there with the 4 needle in the back of his hand, his white hair spread across the pillow. His son, who he had raised for 30 years, squatted at his bedside holding his hand and saying he wouldn't make the call. Qinyuan, your mother had you take the surname Lu because she was afraid you would be looked down upon by your biological father's family. But Gu Yanqing never gave up on her. He searched for her for 30 years. Your mother never knew until her death. He placed his other hand on Lu Xinyuan's hand, enveloping his son's hand. Between them, the things she didn't know you should know for her. The light of dawn seeped through the cracks in the curtains, turning from complete darkness to deep gray. Lu Qinyuan squatted by the bed, resting his forehead on the overlapping hands of father and son. His shoulders did not shake, his back straight from beginning to end. But I saw a vein in the back of his neck throbbing slightly beneath the skin. I walked over and sat down on the floor beside him. Without touching him, I just sat there. The color of the sky outside transformed from deep gray to grayish white, then to light gold. The outline of the old osmanthus tree in the garden gradually emerged from the night, the last few clusters of flowers illuminated by the morning light into a golden hue. Lu Qinyuan looked up. His eyes were dry. I want to see that tree. In the garden of the Lu family's old residence, the osmanthus tree that Lu Zhengsheng had planted in his youth had a trunk thick enough for a person not to be able to hug it. The bark was covered in cracks, both vertical and horizontal, deep and shallow, resembling the veins on an elderly person's hand. Morning light leaked through the branches and leaves falling on the soil around the roots. Lu Qinyuan stood under the tree looking up. He stared for a long time. My mother wrote in the letter Suhua, the osmanthus has bloomed. The person she wrote to was Gu Yanqing. How do you know? Because he planted the osmanthus. Lu Xinyuan's hand pressed against the tree, trunk, the cracks of the bark aligning with his palm lines. Lu Zhengsheng told me that this osmanthus tree was planted for an old friend when he was young. That old friend liked osmanthus. I always thought he was talking about my mother. Now I realize he was talking about Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing liked osmanthus. My mother liked Gu Yanqing. Lu Zhengsheng planted this osmanthus tree not for my mother. It was to remember the things that the person she liked. Lu Zhengsheng loved my mother. Loved her for a lifetime. Raised her son, planted osmanthus for her, and guarded the secret she never knew until her death. He fainted today not because of high blood pressure, but because he received a letter. He pulled a folded piece of letter paper from his pocket. Not the one from my mother, but another one. Very new, the edges of the paper were neat, the creases still showing signs of being pressed down. It arrived this afternoon. Written by Gu Yanqing. I took the letter paper, unfolding it. Gu Yanqing's handwriting was very firm, starting and ending sharply like it was carved into wood with a knife. Brother Xingxing, it's been 3 years since we parted. I searched for Suhua for 30 years, only to find out when I found her that she had been gone for 20 years. You raised her son for 30 years, raising him into the ruler of the Lu family empire. In my lifetime, Gu Yinxing earned countless fortunes, yet I didn't even get to see the last face of the one I loved. I'm not worthy to acknowledge her son. But there is one thing I want him to know. Inside the last letter his mother wrote to me, there was a dried osmanthus flower. The osmanthus has been dried for 30 years, but the color remains. That osmanthus flower was picked from the tree you planted. Suhua. Lu Qinyuan folded the letter paper neatly and placed it back in his pocket. Gu Yinxing searched for her for 30 years. He didn't know she had given birth to a son for him. My mother never told him until her death. Lu Zhengsheng kept it from him for 30 years. Today, receiving this letter, he fainted. Not because the secret was revealed, but because Gu Yinxing said the osmanthus was picked from the tree you planted. He has guarded this tree for most of his life, only to learn today that my mother had picked flowers from it. The morning light poured down from the top of the osmanthus tree. The leaves on the tree turned into a semi-transparent golden yellow in the light. The few clusters of flowers that hadn't fallen, yet swayed gently in the morning breeze, the petals small and fragrant. I pulled Lu Xinyuan's hand out of his pocket, opening his palm that bore the pattern of the tree bark. In his palm was a small piece of dried bark, very small, just pressed on moments ago. I picked up that piece of bark and placed it in his palm. Your mother picked osmanthus flowers from this tree. She sent them to Gu Yinxing. He didn't know. Gu Yinxing kept the osmanthus for 30 years, and the color remains. He also didn't know. Lu Qinyuan clenched the piece of bark in his palm. Today the osmanthus is still here. The color is still here. The window of the old residence revealed that Lu Zhengsheng had sat up at some point. He leaned against the headboard, looking through the glass at the osmanthus tree in the garden, at Lu Qinyuan standing beneath it. The morning light shone on his hair, white as snow, and on the 4 tubes stuck in the back of his hand. His lips moved slightly as if saying something. I couldn't hear it through the glass, but Lu Qinyuan saw it. He let go of my hand, walked back into the old residence, entered the bedroom, and approached Lu Zhengsheng's bed. Dad, what did you just say? Lu Zhengsheng's voice was hoarse, yet each word was very clear. I said, the osmanthus has bloomed again. This year it blooms longer than before. Lu Qinyuan sat by the bed holding Lu Zhengsheng's hand and holding it for a long time. The osmanthus tree outside the window stood quietly in the morning light. The last few clusters of flowers on the tree had not fallen yet. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Qing. Chinsu. Master Gua has made the prototype for the return date, white magnolia brooch, for the 31st time. The angle of the light coming from the golden beads finally matched. Second text. I asked him how he found it. He said, this morning he moved the workbench to the window. The osmanthus outside the window has bloomed. The light from the golden beads and the light from the osmanthus are at the same angle. Third text. He asked you when can the return date be shown to the customers. I stood under the osmanthus tree, the morning light shining down on me. Lu Qinyuan was in the bedroom holding Lu Zhengsheng's hand. The osmanthus that my mother had picked still retained its color after 30 years. The osmanthus tree that my mother had picked from is still blooming. I replied with 4 words. Today. In Lu Qinyuan's study there stood a filing cabinet with 72 drawers. I had opened only the innermost one on the bottom row. The drawer labeled 19962004 contained the industrial and commercial archives of the East City Auto Repair Shop, an audio cassette recorded by Zhou Hai 20 years ago, and the key to Ma Dong's toolbox. I believe that was all Lu Qinyuan had safeguarded for me. Today he led me before this very cabinet in his study and withdrew a key from his pocket. It was not the same key he had given me earlier, the one whose tag bore the inscription 19962004. This one bore no label at all, its handle was bare, unadorned. The upper 6 rows of this cabinet, 12 drawers per row, hold 71 folders, 26 years of Lu Group's merger and acquisition records, equity structures, board resolutions, and litigation files. He placed the key into my palm. The center drawer holds nothing belonging to the Lu Group. His hand covered mine as he guided it to insert the key into the lock of the central drawer. The soft click of the tumblers turning sounded like a sigh suppressed deep within the chest. As the drawer slid open, it revealed no file folders, no binders, no cassettes. Only a steel box. Unlike Zhao Chunlin's Bluent Castle tin box, once used to store Danish butter cookies, this one was silver white, forged from stainless steel, utterly plain, its surface devoid of pattern or inscription, clean as a mirror that had never yet reflected a single soul. I lifted the lid. At the top lay a photograph, a young woman standing beneath an osmanthus tree. White blouse, gray skirt, her hair tied back with a simple muted ribbon. Her smile curved her eyes into twin crescents. Tiny parentheses framed the corners of her mouth. My mother, identical to the photograph Zhao Chunlin had given me. Yet the reverse side bore no writing. Its edges were softly worn, blurred, not by 2 decades of handling, but by 3 years of repeated reverent touch. Beneath the photograph lay a stack of design sketches. I turned them one by one. The first depicted a magnolia brooch carved from white jade, the petal thickness diminishing precisely 0. 3 mm from calyx to rim. The second showed osmanthus-shaped earrings, white jade petals with golden beads nestled at their centers. The third, an opal ring, its iridescence shifting from deep sapphire to ink-black green, threaded through with a flicker of tangerine flame. The fourth featured jadeite drop earrings, crisp white base veined with a single tendril of emerald green. The fifth, an amber necklace encasing an entire perfectly preserved leaf. My graduation thesis. Every sketch I'd drawn over 3 years at the Paris School of Jewelry Design, some of which I myself had never retained, lost after submission vanished into academic oblivion. How do you have these? I asked. Lu Qinyuan stood behind me, silent. I continued turning the pages. Beneath the sketches lay a sheaf of documents bearing the French letterhead of the Paris School of Jewelry Design. A photocopy of my academic record, student name, Lin Wan, a student ID, course schedule, transcript, faculty evaluation. In the faculty evaluation section, a single sentence had been underlined in pencil, lightly, deliberately: "This student does not design jewelry. She gives voice to the stones themselves." The line had not been drawn with a ruler. It trembled faintly, as if the hand that traced it had shaken. Beneath the transcript lay an airline boarding pass stub. Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris, to Beijing Capital International Airport. Date: June of the year I graduated, 3 years ago. Passenger name: Lu Qinyuan. Seat number 1A. You attended my graduation ceremony. I did. I sat in the last row. When you ascended the stage to receive your gold prize for graduate design, your hair was longer, tied low at your nape. You wore a white shirt, sleeves rolled to your elbows. Before stepping on stage, you rubbed your fingers together for a long while. Yet once you reached the podium, you stopped. His voice came from behind me, soft, measured, as though reciting a lesson rehearsed countless times. When your professor presented the award, he spoke a phrase in French, one you did not translate. That phrase meant: "You are the finest student I have ever taught, and I shall never encounter another like you." I laid the boarding pass stub down. Beneath it rested an admission ticket to the Paris Jewelry Exhibition, held 3 years ago. Its detachable stub had been torn away. The main portion bore date and venue name. The date matched that of the boarding pass. On the day of the Paris Jewelry Exhibition, you handed me a glass of water. I don't recall it. You stood beside the exhibition hall's water dispenser, holding a cup you were about to drink. I passed you. My expression must have been grim. You glanced at me, then silently extended the cup. Without a word, you turned and walked away. The water was tepid, approximately 40 degrees Celsius. After drinking it, I instructed my assistant to investigate you. I flipped the ticket over. Its reverse was blank, except for a slender line of script in faded sepia ink written in fountain pen along the corner. She wore a white shirt today. Lu Qinyuan, you've been investigating me since that day. Not investigating, he said, reaching around me to retrieve the ticket and place it back inside the box. Collecting. Every sketch you ever drew, published or unpublished, submitted as coursework, or sketched idly for pleasure. Your professor's evaluation. The news report announcing your gold prize. Even the potted osmanthus you kept on the windowsill of your Paris apartment. The one you failed to keep alive, let wither, then replaced with another. At the very bottom of the steel box lay another photograph, not of a person, but of a window. Through it a small apartment room was visible, its sill holding a desiccated osmanthus plant. Its corner bore a date inscribed in ink, winter 3 years ago. The osmanthus tree my mother had planted in the corner of the Lin family ancestral residence in Beijing had been pruned small by Zhou Mylin. I had tried to grow an osmanthus plant on my Paris windowsill, and failed. Lu Qinyuan photographed it. He began gathering every fragment of my life, fragments even I no longer remembered, before my mother's passing, before I ever met him. I returned the photograph to the box. Beneath it at the very bottom lay a folded sheet of paper. Unfolding it revealed a draft marriage contract, printed yet densely annotated in Lu Qinyuan's handwriting. Rights, obligations, duration, breach clauses, all revised repeatedly, each margin filled with precise, incisive commentary. His script was austere, each stroke sharp, decisive. Yet in the final clause, the additional provisions section, he had crossed out and rewritten the line 4 or 5 times. The final version read, "Party A shall not fall in love with Party B." One earlier iteration remained legible beneath the crossings, "Party A may fall in love with Party B." I held the draft before him. "This clause, you rewrote it 4 times. He gazed at the line he had so painstakingly altered. The first version read, "Party A shall not fall in love with Party B." After writing it, I knew it was wrong, so I struck it through. The second read, "Party B shall not fall in love with Party A." Still wrong. I struck it through again. The third, "Neither party shall fall in love." His voice remained level. After writing that, I set down my pen, sat in silence in my office, staring at those words for a long time. Then I struck it through and wrote the fourth version, "Party A may fall in love with Party B." After writing it, I struck that 1 through 2. Why A? Because love cannot be legislated. My mother loved Gu Yinxing her entire life, and never told him. Gu Yinxing searched for her 30 years, found her only 2 decades after she had already passed. Lu Zhengsheng loved my mother for most of his life, raised her son, planted osmanthus trees for her, guarded the secret. She died without knowing. He took the draft from my hand, folded it neatly, and returned it to the deepest recess of the steel box. When I wrote the 4th version, I did not yet know any of this. I only knew this: if you ever love me, it must not be because a contract permits it. And if I ever love you, it must not be because a contract permits it. He closed the lid of the steel box. So I struck through the 4th version too, and finalized the clause: Party A shall not fall in love with Party B. Not to restrict you, but to remind myself love must never take the shortcut of contract. Silence settled in the study, deep and still. Through the crack in the window, the fragrance of osmanthus drifted in from the garden outside, where the newly planted young osmanthus tree now bloomed fully, every bud unfurled. Lu Qinyuan stood before me, the silver-white steel box resting in his hands. Lu Qinyuan, you began collecting fragments of my life 3 years ago: my graduation, designs, my professor's evaluation, the withered osmanthus on my windowsill. Why didn't you come forward? Because at that time Zhao Mingyu stood beside you. You investigated Zhao Mingyu thoroughly. You knew exactly who he was. I did. But then, you had not yet been disengaged by the Zhao family, nor cast out by the Lin family, nor stood alone in the rain receiving my text message. You had not yet reached that moment, the moment when you would finally turn and look back at me. His grip on the box tightened slightly. I could wait. My mother waited for Gu Yinxing her entire life. Lu Zhengsheng waited for my mother most of his. I waited only 3 years. For 3 years you gathered my design sketches, one by one, even photographing the withered osmanthus on my windowsill. Because I did not know when you might turn back. If you never did, these fragments would be all that remained to me. I reached out and placed my hand over his, the one cradling the steel box. His skin was warm, just as it had been when he held my hand outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, just as it had been when he rested his palm upon my shoulder in the banquet hall. This man's body temperature seemed eternally fixed, neither feverish nor cool, precisely calibrated to draw warmth slowly, steadily into my fingertips. Lu Qinyuan, the 4th version you struck through: Party A may fall in love with Party B. No contract is needed. I breached it on day 1. His hand turned beneath mine, our fingers interlocking. I know. That additional clause you added at the contract's end, requesting I investigate the circumstances of your mother's death. Before signing that agreement, you had already entrusted me with your life. He clasped my hand tightly. When one person surrenders their life to another, love has already taken. The osmanthus scent flooded the room. Sunlight cast the silhouette of the young osmanthus tree onto the study wall, branches trembling gently in the breeze. I took the steel box from Lu Qinyuan's hands and opened it. My mother's photograph lay on top, white blouse, gray skirt, standing beneath the osmanthus tree. I turned it over. The reverse was blank. From the desk, I picked up a pencil and wrote a single line on the back: Lu Qinyuan, the osmanthus has bloomed. I returned the photograph to the box and closed the lid. This line, I wrote it for my mother to send to Gu Yinxing, and also for my mother to send to herself. She did not know Gu Yinxing had never ceased searching for her. She did not know Lu Zhengsheng had planted osmanthus trees for her all his life. She did not know that after accepting that cup of water at the Paris jewelry exhibition, you spent 3 years gathering every fragment of my life, even those I myself had forgotten. I placed the steel box back into the drawer. As I slid it shut, the metal runners whispered a faint, clean sound. But she knew one thing. What? Her final gesture, reaching for her ear, was to find her pearl earring. She had worn it for 30 years. The pair had been separated for 20 years. Today they rest reunited in my palm. She did not know Gu Yinxing searched for her 30 years. She did not know Lu Zhengsheng waited for her most of his life. She did not know you would gather every fragment of my life, even those I myself had forgotten. But she knew this: everything she had loved, and everything she had left behind, would return. Lu Qinyuan locked the drawer. He placed the key into my palm. This cabinet, the center drawer, is yours from now on. What does it hold? Letters written by my mother. Osmanthus blossoms picked by your mother. The hue of osmanthus Gu Yinxing preserved for 30 years. The trees Lu Zhengsheng planted all his life. The withered osmanthus you grew and lost on your Paris windowsill. Every design sketch you ever drew. The cup of water, 40 degrees Celsius, you handed me. He closed my fingers around the key. And the 3 years I waited for you to turn back. That evening on the 15th floor of Shunguang Tower, Design Department, Su Qing placed the finished homecoming magnolia brooch before me. The 30th own revision, crafted by Master Gua. Petals carved from white jade, thickness tapering precisely 0.3 millimeters from calyx to rim. A tiny golden bead nestled at the heart, its light bleeding softly through the translucent jade. Like my graduation piece, Vernal Equinox, from the Paris School of Jewelry Design, yet profoundly different. Vernal Equinox was pure jade, unadorned. Homecoming bore that single golden bead at its core. Master Gua said the angle at which the golden light emerges matches exactly the angle of osmanthus light streaming through the window this morning. Su Qing held the brooch before the dusky window, golden luminescence seeping from the petals pooling softly in her palm. He asked me to tell you vernal equinox was your solitary creation. Homecoming belongs to many. Ma Dong's gasoline, unpoured across the highway. The last slant of sky my mother saw at the cliff's base. The only ivory-colored dress Zhou Mylan ever bought for her daughter. The same shade Lin Wanner retrieved from the trash, folded carefully and placed in her closet. The man Zhao Chunlin waited 20 years for. The osmanthus trees Lu Zhengsheng planted all his life. The osmanthus Hu Gu Yinxing preserved for 30 years. She pinned the brooch to my lapel. The golden bead rested against my clavicle, its light bleeding through the white jade petals. Chinsu, this piece launches officially tomorrow. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Lu Qinyuan. Gu Yinxing arrives in Beijing tomorrow. He saw the preview for Homecoming. He says, the angle of light radiating from the golden bead at the magnolia's heart matches exactly the angle of light from the osmanthus bloom he preserved for 30 years. Second message, he wishes to meet you. I stood in the dusk, phone in hand. At my collar the golden bead shimmered faintly within the white jade. I replied, tell him, the osmanthus tree my mother picked from still blooms. Sent. Outside the newly planted young osmanthus tree folded its blossoms quietly in the fading light. At dawn tomorrow they will bloom again. Gu Yangxing's car halted before the Lu family's ancestral residence, where osmanthus blossoms carpeted the ground. He instructed the driver not to enter. The vehicle stopped outside the iron gate. He stood beside it, one hand resting lightly on the door, the other hanging motionless at his side. Clad in a charcoal gray trench coat with the collar upright, his hair silvered, but his posture unbent and resolute, he gazed for a long while at the osmanthus tree in the old garden. The steward invited him inside, but he waved gently and said, "I'll wait here." Lu Qinyuan saw him from the study window, not rushing down, but pausing there, drawing the curtain aside just enough to peer through. Morning light slipped through the narrow gap, falling across his profile. He watched the elderly man in the charcoal gray coat standing beyond the iron gate for nearly 5 minutes. Then he let the curtain fall and turned away. He waited 30 years. These 5 minutes make no difference. He took my hand and descended the stairs. As we passed the living room, Lu Zhengsheng sat on the sofa. The 4-needle had been removed from the back of his hand, leaving only a small white medical patch. Seeing Lu Qinyuan leading me out by the hand, he did not rise, only slid the purple clay tea caddy forward across the table. "Qinyuan, take this. Inside is the letter your mother wrote to him." Lu Qinyuan accepted the caddy. Its surface, polished smooth by decades of Lu Zhengxing's touch, bore the delicate luminous relief of osmanthus branches. He held the caddy in his palm for a moment, then pushed open the heavy door of the ancestral residence. Gu Yinxing still stood beyond the iron gate. A few osmanthus blossoms rested upon the shoulders of his charcoal gray coat, unbrushed, untouched. When he saw Lu Qinyuan emerge from the doorway, the hand resting on the car door lowered, and the fingers of the other hand, briefly clenched then released, relaxed at his side. They stood facing each other across the iron grill, between them a carpet of golden osmanthus blossoms, fine and scattered, shimmering faintly in the morning light. "You are Qinyuan." Gu Yinxing spoke first, not as a question. "I am. You don't resemble your mother." Her eyes curved like crescent moons. "Yours are straight and unwavering." His words echoed Zhao Chunlin's almost exactly. Then he paused, voice softening. "But your chin, that is hers." Here, he touched his own chin with a fingertip, a tiny mole almost imperceptible. "You have it too." Lu Qinyuan's hand rose unconsciously to his chin, the mole so minute he often forgot its presence. His fingers found it, lingering there for a breath. "Mr. Gu, this is the letter my mother wrote to you." He extended the purple clay caddy through the iron grill. Gu Yinxing accepted it. His fingers lingered over the caddy's surface before unscrewing the lid. Inside lay the letter, 30 years old, sealed in a brown paper envelope, its edges yellowed, postage stamp affixed to the flap. He withdrew the letter, unfolded it. My mother's handwriting flowed like water, graceful connected strokes that curled upward at their endings. He read it once, refolded it carefully, returned it to the envelope, placed it back inside the caddy, and screwed the lid shut. Throughout, his hands remained perfectly steady. Yet in those fleeting seconds, from the first line to the last, the light in his eyes dimmed, then rekindled, flickering like embers stirred by a silent wind. She wrote that the child's father was a man she could never marry. He cradled the caddy in both hands. "She never told me, until her dying day, that man was me. She never knew you never abandoned her." Gu Yinxing's lips parted slightly. The iron grill cast striped shadows across his face, fragmenting his expression into shifting bands of light and shade. "I searched for her 30 years, tracing her from overseas back to the mainland, from the mainland to Beijing. 3 years ago I found Lu Zhengsheng. He told me Su Hua died in a car accident 20 years prior. I stood in his study for a long time, silent. His voice, worn smooth by time, revealed only its thinnest, most fragile layer, delicate as rice paper stretched taut. He asked if I wished to meet Xinyuan. I declined, not from unwillingness, but from unworthiness. She bore me a son, and for 30 years I remained ignorant. To her final breath, she believed I had forsaken her. In my life, Gu Yinxing amassed countless enterprises, yet never learned how the woman I loved met her end. The iron gate swung open, pushed inward by the steward. Gu Yinxing stood at the threshold, hesitating, not stepping across. Lu Qinyuan stepped back, yielding the entrance. Mr. Gu, the osmanthus tree my mother once picked from still blooms. Would you care to see it? Gu Yinxing crossed the threshold. In the garden stood the ancient osmanthus tree, its trunk so thick a single person could not embrace it. Its bark was deeply fissured, vertical and horizontal, deep and shallow grooves etched by decades. Beneath it, Gu Yinxing tilted his head upward and watched longer than Lu Qinyuan had watched that morning. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, catching the silver strands of his hair and dusting the osmanthus blossoms resting on his charcoal gray coat. This tree, I planted it with Zhengsheng. His voice softened. That year Su Hua had just graduated. She said she loved osmanthus. So Zhengsheng and I went to the nursery and chose the smallest sapling. She said small ones lived longest. What she didn't know, we hadn't chosen the smallest. We chose the oldest sapling in the nursery. Ancient trees transplanted endure. She never knew. So many things she never knew. He pressed his palm flat against the trunk, the ridges of the bark aligning precisely with the lines of his own hand. Yet she knew one thing. What? Her final gesture, touching her ear, was searching for that pearl. She'd worn it for 30 years. Separated for 20, the pair reunited in her daughter's palm. She knew. What she loved, what she left behind, would always return. Gu Yinxing withdrew his hand from the trunk, its surface imprinted with the bark's intricate topography. I wished to meet her daughter. I stood behind the osmanthus tree, separated by its golden blossoms, by the fragrance drifting through morning light, and by the quiet space between Gu Yinxing and Lu Qinyuan. I stepped forward and stood before him. Gu Yinxing looked at me, his gaze tracing from my face down to the jade bracelet circling my left wrist. Hatao, pale green jade, the very one my mother wore for 30 years. His eyes lingered on it, long and still. Su Hua's bracelet. Do you recognize it? She wore it when she was younger than you, 24, fresh from graduation. The year our osmanthus tree bloomed for the first time, she stood beneath it holding the bracelet beside a branch, saying, Yinxing, look, jade and osmanthus share the same hue. He repeated the sentence, nearly identical to Lu Zhengxing's recollection, save for one word Lu Zhengsheng had recalled, Zhengxing, look, whereas Gu Yinxing remembered, Yinxing, look. The same words, spoken to two men in the same season beneath the same osmanthus tree, with the same jade bracelet raised beside the same blossom. When she spoke to Lu Zhengxing, she kept Gu Yinxing hidden in her heart. When she spoke to Gu Yinxing, she concealed Lu Zhengsheng there instead. Mr. Gu, my mother's letter instructed me to seek out Lu Zhengsheng. She called him a friend from her youth. She never mentioned she wouldn't. She uprooted me entirely from her life. His voice remained level. Yet she kept you. That mole on your chin, it is hers. The angle at which light passes through the golden bead at the heart of the white magnolia brooch you designed. It matches precisely the light caught in the osmanthus bloom I've preserved for 30 years. He drew a small velvet box from the inner pocket of his trench coat. Opening it revealed no jewel, but a single osmanthus blossom, dried and pressed flat, sealed between two thin panes of glass. Its golden petals retained their color, identical to those falling from the branches this very dawn. It was enclosed in her final letter to me. No words written, only this flower. He lifted the glass pane into the morning light. The 30-year-old blossom glowed translucent gold, its delicate veins rendered with startling clarity, as if plucked yesterday. I understood her meaning. When osmanthus blooms, no words are needed. He returned the glass pane to the velvet box and handed it to me. This blossom, she picked it from this very tree. I kept it for 30 years. Today I return it to the tree she planted. I accepted the velvet box. The blossom encased in glass felt weightless, delicate, its golden hue suspended in the autumn of 30 years past. Mr. Gu, when my mother touched her ear in her final moments searching for that pearl earring, Ma Dong took it, hiding it for 20 years. Zhao Chunlin retrieved the other from evidence storage and safeguarded it for 2 decades. Yesterday they reunited in my palm. I opened the velvet box and placed the pouch containing the pearl earrings inside, beside Gu Yinxing's osmanthus blossom. 37 pearls rested in my left pocket, the golden bead in my right. Against my chest, my mother's letter, written 20 years ago, enclosed a pinch of fresh blossoms from the young osmanthus tree Lu Qinyuan had transplanted this year. Now in my left palm lay Gu Yinxing's 30-year-old osmanthus, in my right the pearl earrings, separated for 20 years now reunited. Mr. Gu, my mother did not know you never abandoned her. But she knew the color of the osmanthus she picked would endure for 30 years. She knew the pearl earrings she wore would reunite even after separation. She knew the tree she planted still blooms today. I plucked a freshly fallen blossom from beneath the osmanthus tree and placed it in Gu Yinxing's palm, golden delicate still damp with morning dew. This is this year's. Gu Yinxing closed his fingers gently around it. His grip was tender, as if fearing it might crumble or grow cold. He held it for a long while before opening his hand and placing the new blossom beside the old one inside the velvet box. One dried, one fresh, both golden, both fallen from the same branch. The one from 30 years ago, she picked it. This one, her daughter picked it. He closed the box and returned it to the inner pocket of his trench coat, over his heart. I kept her for 30 years. Today she gave those 30 years back to me. That evening the white magnolia brooch homecoming debuted formally in the launch hall on the 15th floor of Su Qing placed it upon a black velvet display stand illuminated by a spotlight from directly above. Petals carved from white jade tapered in thickness, decreasing by 0.3 millimeters from heart to edge. At its heart nestled a tiny golden bead, its radiance filtering through the translucent jade, casting light upon the black velvet, like dawn sunlight, falling upon freshly fallen osmanthus. Gu Yinxing sat in the rear row, his charcoal gray trench coat replaced by deep navy blue, the glass-encased osmanthus pinned discreetly at his collar. He spoke to no one, merely sat watching the golden light emanating from the brooch's heart piercing the white jade petals. Su Qing's voice carried from the stage. Designer Chen Su dedicates this work, Homecoming, to her mother once plucked an osmanthus blossom and sent it to someone. He kept it for 30 years, its color unchanged. Today the osmanthus tree her mother once picked from still blooms. That person has come. Gu Yinxing remained seated in the back row, motionless, though his fingers tightened on his knees. The hall lights dimmed, leaving only the spotlight upon the display. The golden light trembled faintly within the jade petals. Lu Qinyuan entered through the side door and sat beside me. In the darkness his hand found mine, our fingers interlacing tightly. Gu Yinxing has pinned the osmanthus to his collar, both the one from 30 years ago and the one you picked today side by side. He kept her for 30 years. Today she has returned. The spotlight gradually brightened, the golden light spilling from the petals flooding the entire hall. The launch concluded. Gu Yinxing rose from the rear row and walked to the display stand. He stood there gazing down at the brooch upon the black velvet. Golden light fell upon his silvered hair. Su Qing approached. Mr. Gu, Shen Guang will produce Homecoming in series. But the first piece, Chen Su says, is yours. She lifted the brooch from its stand and placed it in Gu Yinxing's palm. He bowed his head. The white magnolia rested in his hand, small light. Its golden heart pulsed softly, its glow spilling onto his silver hair, and the twin osmanthus blossoms pinned at his collar. His fingers slowly closed around it. She never knew I never abandoned her. He clasped the brooch tightly. Today she knows. Outside the hall floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the garden, where the newly planted young osmanthus tree stood, its buds quietly closing in the twilight. Yet beneath its boughs stood two men, Lu Zhengsheng and Gu Yinxing, separated only by the tree itself. Lu Zhengsheng held the purple clay tea caddy, Gu Yinxing cradled the white magnolia brooch. The last clusters of blossoms clinging to the upper branches glowed amber gold in the fading light. Lu Zhengsheng spoke first. Yinxing, you kept her for 30 years. Zhengsheng, you raised her son for 30 years. Osmanthus blossoms drifted down, settling upon both their shoulders. This tree, we planted it together. Lu Zhengsheng pressed his palm against the trunk. On the day we planted it, she stood right here, holding her bracelet beside a branch, saying jade and osmanthus share the same hue. She told you, and she told me, the same words, from the same spot, raising the same bracelet beside the same branch, speaking to both of us in turn. She knew we both loved her. She knew. That is why she never chose, until her final breath. She uprooted you from her life entirely, and placed me forever in the role of an old friend from her youth. She did not refuse to choose. She chose, and knew that choice would wound the other. She could not bear it. Twilight seeped into the garden from every corner, the osmanthus tree dissolving into a deep, indistinct silhouette. Gu Yinxing fastened the white magnolia brooch to Lu Zhengsheng's lapel. Zhengsheng, this homecoming belongs to you. You raised her son for 30 years. You planted osmanthus for her entire life. You guarded the secret she never knew she kept, even unto her death. I kept her for 30 years, a single osmanthus blossom. You kept her for a lifetime, her whole self. Lu Zhengsheng lowered his gaze to the brooch on his lapel, the golden bead glowing faintly in the dark. Yinxing, in my study wall are 72 drawers. The central one holds fragments collected by my son, For the woman he loved, every sketch she ever drew, the osmanthus she grew and let wither on her Paris windowsill, the cup of water she handed him. Exactly 40 degrees. He placed the purple clay caddy into Gu Yinxing's palm. Inside is Su Hua's letter to you. I safeguarded it for 30 years. Today, I return it to you. Gu Yinxing held the caddy. The purple clay surface, smoothed by decades of Lu Jingxing's touch, the osmanthus motif, worn luminous and gleaming. Zhengsheng. 30 years ago when we planted this tree together, she stood here. Today, she still stands here. They stood beneath the osmanthus tree. Twilight descended from the treetops, gilding their silver hair with the same warm honeyed light. I stood behind the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Qinyuan's arms slipped around my shoulders from behind. They waited 30 years, and now they have arrived. Arrived at what? At your mother's return. She never truly left this osmanthus tree. In the twilight, osmanthus continued to fall. The ancient tree and the young one separated by the breadth of the garden, swaying gently in unison beneath the same dusky sky. Petals drifted down, settling on Lu Jingxing's and Gu Yinxing's shoulders, dusting the window pane, alighting upon the backs of our interlaced hands. I turned to face Lu Qinyuan. Twilight streamed through the window, catching the clean line of his charcoal gray shirt's shoulder. In his eyes gleamed something bright. Not tears, but light. The same golden luminescence of osmanthus caught in twilight. I rose onto my toes and kissed him. Softly, like an osmanthus petal landing upon stone. His fingers tightened briefly upon my shoulders, then relaxed. Not a push away, but an affirmation. Confirming this moment was real. Confirming the one I had waited for so long had finally turned back toward me. Our foreheads touched, our breath mingled. Lu Qinyuan, you waited 3 years. My mother waited for Gu Yinxing her entire life. Lu Zhengsheng waited for her most of his. I refused to wait any longer. His fingers threaded into my hair and kissed me back. Not gently, but with the full weight of 3 years' silence, pouring every unspoken word into that single fierce embrace. Outside, osmanthus blossoms rained down the courtyard. Our reflections shimmered in the window pane, blending with the golden blossoms, with the last slant of twilight, with the quiet, enduring light of homecoming. Halfway through the press conference, the main door burst open, not ajar, but violently flung inward, its solid wooden panels slamming against the wall with a deep, thunderous crash. Every pair of eyes in the auditorium snapped toward the entrance. Before the spotlight operator could pivot the beam, the figure had already stepped into the luminous circle at the center of the hall. Lin Weiner. She wore a black trench coat, her hair unbound and falling freely. Her face bore no trace of makeup, her lips were parched and split with a fine fissure, as if she hadn't sipped water in days or had stood motionless for hours beneath a biting wind. Her eyes burned red. Not the red of tears, but a smoldering crimson forged deep within bone and marrow, suppressed too long until flame finally erupted. She clutched a brown craft paper file folder in one hand. Su Qing rose from behind the podium, her fingers resting on her insulated cup. In the front row media section, smartphones began rising like startled birds. Gu Yinxing sat in the very last row, a glass shard encasing a dried osmanthus blossom pinned to his collar. He did not stir. Lu Zhengsheng sat beside him, a white magnolia brooch fastened to his lapel, likewise unmoving. Lu Qinyuan withdrew his hand from my shoulder and stood. Lin Weiner walked to the center of the auditorium, halting beneath the very spotlight that had moments earlier illuminated the homecoming brooch. A few withered sycamore leaves rested on the shoulders of her black trench coat, likely carried in from the avenue outside lined with French plane trees. She raised the craft paper folder high. Lin Wan. She called me Lin Wan, not elder sister. Your mother's death is tied to the Lu family. Silence swallowed the auditorium whole. Only the low hum of the central air system remained. Every smartphone lifted simultaneously out, every lens converged upon her. She stood bathed in that solitary beam of light, as though upon a vast, empty stage, facing 200 pairs of eyes fixed unblinkingly upon her. This dossier, I found it among Zhou Milan's personal effects. She tore open the folder and withdrew a stack of yellow documents, holding them aloft so all could see. 20 years ago, a subsidiary under the Lu Group was named Zhongxing Industrial Co. Ltd. Its legal representative was Lu Zhongxing. Her fingertip traced across the page. 3 months before Lin Shensuhua's fatal accident, Zhongxing Industrial entered into an equity transfer agreement with her design studio. The terms Lin Shensuhua transferred 51% of her studio's equity to Zhongxing Industrial. A hushed murmur rippled through the room. A journalist rose from the front row, lenses zoomed in tightly. 1 yuan for 51% equity. This wasn't business. It was coercion. Lin Weiner flipped the agreement to its signature page and held it high. The signature of my mother, Lin Shensuhua. For characters written with delicate strokes, their endings curling upward ever so slightly, just as all her handwriting always appeared. Yet this signature bore greater pressure. so forceful that the paper's reverse side bore faint indentations where the pen tip had gouged its path. Her fingers must have clenched tightly as she signed. 3 months after signing this agreement, her brake fluid line was severed. She died in a collision on the East City Highway. Lin Weiner lowered the document and shifted her gaze from the page to my face. Ma Dong severed the brake line. Zhou Milan ordered him to do it, but the money came from Zhongsheng Industrial's accounts. 50,000 yuan. That same 50,000 yuan wire transfer confessed by Zhou Hai. The remitter was not Zhou Milan's personal account, but Zhongsheng Industrial's. She drew forth a second document, a yellowed bank transfer receipt. Remitter Zhongsheng Industrial Co. Ltd. Payee Zhou Hai. Amount exactly 50,000 yuan. Remarks field consulting fee. Date November 13th, 20 years ago, 1 week before my mother's accident. The air in the auditorium seemed to vanish. Eyes darted from Lin Weiner to me, then to Lu Qinyuan, and finally settled upon Lu Zhongsheng seated in the back row. Lu Zhongsheng sat still, the white magnolia brooch Gu Yanqing had just pinned to his collar gleaming softly under the lights, the golden beads shimmering faintly. His expression betrayed nothing. Not composure, rather the absolute stillness of a man who has lived 60 years and weathered too much every superfluous emotion worn away by time, leaving only the bedrock layer. Aged weary, utterly devoid of any impulse to defend himself. Lin Weiner held both documents side by side beneath the light. One the 1 yuan equity transfer agreement, the other the 50,000 yuan wire transfer receipt. Lu Zhongsheng acquired controlling interest in Lin Chinsuhua Studio for 1 yuan. 3 months later, Zhou Milan used Zhongsheng Industrial's 50,000 yuan to hire Zhou Hai, who in turn hired Ma Dong to sever her brake line. Her voice resonated through the hall, each syllable captured by 200 microphones. Lin Wan, you married the son of your mother's killer. All lenses pivoted toward me. Lu Qinyuan stood before me, not shielding me, merely standing there. His silhouette cleaved the auditorium's light into stark halves, and I stood within the shadowed half behind him. His right hand hung loosely at his side, fingers slightly curled, as if gripping something invisible. I stared at the nape of his neck. That vein pulsed again beneath his skin, once then again. Lu Qinyuan. He did not turn. Your father's subsidiary, Zhongsheng Industrial. Did you know? His voice came low from ahead. Yes. Zhongsheng Industrial served as Lu Group's asset management platform 20 years ago. Its legal representative was my father, but actual operations were managed by a senior executive of that subsidiary. Who was that executive? He remained silent for a long, suspended moment. Every smartphone filmed, every lens waited for his answer. His silhouette stood motionless beneath the light. Then he turned to face me. His eyes held something I'd never seen before. Not anger at accusation, nor shame at exposure. Something deeper, something buried for decades. His name is Zhou Mao. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the auditorium. Zhou Mao, the current senior vice president of Lu Group. The same Zhou Mao whose mouth curled downward in the 36th floor boardroom. The same Zhou Mao who raised a champagne flute to toast me at the charity gala, murmuring, "Forgive my rudeness earlier." The same Zhou Mao who approached Lin Weiner while she stood by the buffet table, and whose words left her expression shattered, then painstakingly reassembled, like broken glass pressed back together. 20 years ago he ran Zhongsheng Industrial. That 50,000 yuan transfer bore his signature. Lu Qinyuan continued, each word measured and deliberate. I've pursued this for 20 years, ever since I assumed control of Lu Group. Zhongsheng Industrial's original ledgers were scrubbed clean before I took office. Zhou Mao erased every trace, except 2 things. He couldn't fully destroy the notarized copy of the equity transfer agreement archived at the local notary office and the central bank's original wire transfer record. He withdrew a small black USB drive from his inner jacket pocket, unmarked, sleek, unassuming. I obtained the notary office's archival copy 3 years ago. The central bank's record, I secured it last month. On the day Zhou Milan visited Ma Dong's grave at East City Cemetery under bail, Zhou Mao placed a phone call to her. Call logs and cell tower triangulation data have now been fully preserved. He raised the USB drive. Every piece of evidence on this drive points to one person, Zhou Mao. 20 years ago he laundered that 50,000 yuan through Zhongsheng Industrial's accounts, on behalf of Zhou Milan. Not to aid her, to seize control of your mother's studio. Your mother's design copyrights were valued at over 20 million yuan even then. For 1 yuan Zhou Mao acquired 51%. 3 months later she was dead. The copyrights reverted entirely to Zhongsheng Industrial. Later, when Zhongsheng Industrial dissolved, they were transferred to an offshore company registered under Zhou Mao's personal name. Last year he sold that entire portfolio to a rival of Chun Guang Jewelry for 320 million yuan. He placed the USB drive upon the podium. The golden bead of the homecoming brooch cast its warm luminescence upon the tiny black device. Lin Weiner, the 2 documents you hold, Zhou Mao gave them to you. He offered you a narrative. The Lu family orchestrated your sister's mother's murder. But he omitted his own role within that story. Lin Weiner's hand trembled as she held the papers. Not with fear, but with the shudder of a pawn suddenly aware of its own manipulation. Did Zhou Mao say my mother was used? Zhou Milan wasn't used, she was complicit. Zhou Mao provided the funds, Zhou Milan supplied the personnel, Ma Dong executed the act. Your mother knew from the outset that the 50,000 yuan originated from Zhongxing Industrial. She withheld that truth, not to shield Zhou Mao, but herself. She understood once the money's origin was uncovered, she wouldn't merely face charges for hiring a killer. She'd be convicted of colluding with a Lu Group executive to embezzle assets. Multiple charges stacked, she wouldn't even qualify for life imprisonment. She would face immediate execution. Lin Weiner's arms dropped. The two documents slipped from her grasp, fluttering down like autumn leaves before settling onto the marble floor. The equity transfer agreement. The wire transfer receipt. 20 rolled paper landing with a whisper, like dry leaves crumbling to dust. Then why did my mother preserve these documents? She didn't. Zhou Hai did. Lu Qinyuan picked up the equity agreement from the podium and turned to its final page. Beneath the signature block a line of minuscule ink script, faded to deep brown. Read evidence retained by Zhou Hai. 1996. 11:13. The same Zhou Hai who pressed the record button beneath the table on the audio tape. He carried out every task for Zhou Milan and preserved evidence of each. Not to guard against Zhou Mao, not to guard against the Lu family, but against Zhou Milan, his own elder sister. He knew her tongue honey when turned one way, a blade when reversed. He feared that one day that blade would pierce his own flesh. Lin Weiner stood beneath that solitary beam of light, sycamore leaves still clinging to her black trench coat. She gazed downward at the documents on the floor for a long, still moment, then knelt, gathering each page with meticulous care, arranging them in precise order, and returning them to the craft paper folder. She sealed the folder shut and lifted her head. Lu Qinyuan, where's Zhou Mao now? Lu Group's legal department filed a formal report. The Economic Crimes Investigation Unit placed him under compulsory measures this afternoon. Lin Weiner rose. She turned toward me. Elder sister, I did not come today to overturn my mother's case. Zhou Mao sent me. He said, if I publicly revealed these two documents on the day you launched Homecoming, he would ensure my mother's case was reopened for retrial. Her voice remained flat, as if recounting someone else's story. I believed him. I rode the bus for 3 hours to East City, collected this folder from his hands. Then 3 hours back. 6 hours round trip. All the while I pondered one thing: Zhou Milan taught me how to steal from others, as Zhou Mao taught me how to become another's pawn. I studied for 20 years. Today, I choose not to learn anymore. She placed the craft paper folder beside Lu Qinyuan's black USB drive on the podium. These belong with those entrusted to safeguard them. She turned toward the exit. Her trench coat's hem stirred a soft breeze. The sycamore leaf on her shoulder lifted, then drifted down onto the marble floor. At the threshold she paused, without turning back. Elder sister, before coming here today, I visited East City Cemetery. Zhou Milan had erased the inscription on Ma Dong's tombstone. She ground away the two characters, Ma Dong, with stone, then carved her own name over it, Zhou Milan. 3 characters. Even in death, she sought to bury his name beneath hers. Her voice floated back from the doorway, caught and thinned by the auditorium's vaulted ceiling. I ground her and recarved Ma Dong. Only Ma Dong. After finishing, I sat before the tombstone and recited, word by word, everything Zhou Milan ever taught me, speaking each sentence aloud to Ma Dong. When I finished, I stopped learning. The door closed silently behind her. The auditorium held its breath for a long, suspended silence. On the podium, the golden bead of the homecoming brooch cast its glow upon the craft paper folder, the black USB drive, and the sycamore leaf fallen from Lin Weiner's shoulder. I stepped forward and lifted the folder. Its seal had been carefully resealed by Lin Weiner, meticulous as if guarding against the scattering of what lay inside. Lu Qinyuan's hand covered mine. When your mother signed this equity transfer agreement, her hand must have clenched tightly. How do you know? Because the final clause reads, the transferor reserves perpetual and unconditional right of recourse against all legal acts of the transferee. She added this sentence to the agreement's very end. Zhou Mao failed to comprehend it, as Zhou Milan likewise missed its meaning. But your mother understood. It was the key she left for herself. Right of recourse, perpetual and unconditional. She signed away her studio's control for 1 yuan, but she did not sell herself. She surrendered her life, yet kept the key. He retrieved the full text of the equity agreement from the USB drive and navigated to the final clause on the last page. The line added by my mother, written in firm, decisive strokes with a fountain pen, its pressure so intense that indentations remained visible on the reverse side. Read, the transferor reserves perpetual and unconditional right of recourse against all legal acts of the transferee. Lin Chinsuhua. She inscribed this phrase at the agreement's terminus. Zhou Mao signed. Zhou Milan signed. The notary office affixed its official seal. Neither understood. For 1 yuan they acquired control of her studio, but they could not purchase away the sentence she embedded at the document's end. Right of recourse, perpetual and unconditional. 20 years. She waited, and she endured. The auditorium lights brightened anew. Gu Yinxing rose from the last row and approached the podium. He removed the glass locket containing a dried osmanthus blossom from his collar and placed it beside the homecoming brooch. Su Hua, your daughter has used the key you left behind. Lu Zhengsheng also rose, detaching the white magnolia brooch from his lapel and placing it beside the glass locket. Su Hua, Zhengsheng Industrial was mine. When you signed the 1 yuan transfer agreement, you did not know its legal representative was me. You died without knowing. Yet one thing you did know, right of recourse perpetual and unconditional. You wrote it at the agreement's end, for me. You knew someday I would read it. 2 brooches, one preserving osmanthus blossoms from 30 years past, the other radiating golden luminescence, rested side by side with the craft paper folder, the black USB drive, and the sycamore leaf fallen from Lin Weiner's shoulder. Outside, dusk poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The newly planted young osmanthus tree stood silhouetted against the fading light, its buds gently closing their petals. Deep within the garden, the ancient osmanthus tree, planted 30 years ago by Lu Zhengsheng and Gu Yinxing, still held its final clusters of flowers high in the boughs. I lifted the black USB drive from the podium. Lu Qinyuan, Zhou Mao was taken into custody this afternoon. Yes, the Economic Crimes Investigation Unit recovered the complete copyright chain of your mother's studio from his office safe. Records of the transfer from Zhengsheng Industrial to his offshore entity 20 years ago, the subsequent sales contract to Chun Guang's competitor, and the 320 million receipt, all confirmed. How long will he serve? Convictions for embezzlement, money laundering, and copyright infringement. Cumulative sentencing begins at 20 years. Dusk sank to its deepest indigo. The osmanthus tree's outline softened into a dark, elegant silhouette against the twilight. I closed my palm around the USB drive. Tiny. Light. Within it resided the key my mother had guarded for 20 years, the evidence Lu Qinyuan had hunted for 20 years, the proof Zhou Hai had concealed for 20 years, and the person Zhao Chunlin had awaited for 20 years. And the 2 characters Lin Weiner had carved anew, after grinding away Zhou Mailin's name from Ma Dong's tombstone, stroke by careful stroke. Ma Dong. Lu Qinyuan. He tightened his grip upon my hand. I wish to do something. What? I want to use every single key my mother left behind. The USB drive warmed softly in my palm, heated by my body's warmth. Outside, the osmanthus tree swayed gently in the dusk. Its final clusters of blossoms, golden delicate, began to fall. They descended, fine luminous, drifting down upon the entire garden. Golden, delicate, covering the garden completely. Zhou Mailin's final verdict was announced on November 17th. 3 days before the hearing, the first snow of the winter fell in the capital. It was light, melting as it touched the ground, but the stone path in the eastern cemetery was soaked into a deep gray. Shen Manny messaged that Lin Weiner went to the cemetery that day and sat for an entire afternoon in front of Ma Dong's tombstone. The 2 characters Ma Dong that she had re-engraved were washed by the snowmelt with a thin layer of ice gathered in the strokes. She used her hand to scrape out the ice shards getting stuck in her fingernails. Then she stood up and walked away without looking back. On the morning of the hearing, many people gathered at the court entrance. They were not media, but designers. Young and old, some in work uniforms, others in suits wearing lapel pins they had designed themselves and bracelets they had crafted. They held up a banner with a red background and white characters, the words embroidered 1 stitch at a time. The craftsmanship was not exquisite, with a few stitches crooked and the threads not properly tucked. But every word was clear. Su Hua, the osmanthus has bloomed. The person who embroidered this banner was Su Qing. She had stayed up all night stitching the names of all the designers from the Chengwang design department at the bottom of the banner. Guo Shifu's name was also there, embroidered besides Su Qing's. The few most crooked stitches were done by Guo Shifu himself. He said he had held tweezers all his life, and tweezers were more obedient than needles. I stood at the bottom of the court steps as Su Qing handed the banner to me. 300 designers. Those who couldn't come have their names on it. I unfolded the banner. On the red background, besides the 6 large characters, Su Hua the osmanthus has bloomed, the bottom was densely filled with names. Some names I recognized. Su Qing, Guo Shifu, Zhao Mingyu, everyone from the Chengwang design department. Some names I did not recognize in English, French, Japanese, and Arabic. Su Qing said that these were designers whose copyrights had been swallowed by dark currents over the past 20 years. They were scattered across 17 countries, had never met, and were unaware of each other's existence. Today their names were stitched onto the same banner, held by the same person standing in the melting snow. Shen Manny walked out from the side door of the court, wearing a black coat with a very small osmanthus lapel pin pinned at the collar, made by Guo Shifu overnight, the white jade carved into petals with a golden pearl embedded in the center. It was the same craftsmanship as the return date pin, but reduced to half the size, just right to pin at the collar. She walked up to me. Zhou Milan was brought over from the detention center. The escort vehicle just arrived. Did she request to see anyone? No. She only requested to bring one thing to court. The bailiff has checked and allowed it. What is it? Shinmani didn't answer. She pushed open the door of the court. The lighting in the courtroom was the spectator seats were filled. Gu Yinxing sat in the front row to the left, his navy blue Zhongshan suit's collar pressed flat. Lu Zhengsheng sat next to him, holding a purple clay tea can. Zhao Chunlin rushed over from No. 147 East City Alley, still wearing the blue work uniform that had frayed at the cuffs. Zhao Jingwo sat next to him, his cotton coat, sleeves also frayed. Two fathers dressed in clothes with worn cuffs sat side by side. Lin Weiner sat in the last row. The collar of her beige sweater peeked out from her black coat. She did not cover it. The color of Ma Dong. She sat there, her gaze falling on the empty chair at the defendant's seat. When the bailiff brought Zhou Milan in, all eyes in the spectator seats shifted at once. She had lost a lot of weight. The navy blue prison uniform hung loosely on her, with the sleeves growing long enough to cover the back of her hands. Her hair had turned completely white, not the kind that fades from hair dye revealing the roots, but a white that came from the roots themselves, as if something had bleached it from within. As she walked in, the shackles dragged on the marble floor, making a soft metallic scraping sound. She walked to the defendant's seat, sat down, and rolled the cuffs of her prison uniform up, revealing the jade bracelet on her wrist. My mother's jade bracelet. Made of Hetian greenish-white jade with a fine crack on the inner circle. I also had one on my left wrist. A pair. My mother wore one of them the day of the accident. After the crash, Zhao Chunlin retrieved it from the evidence bag, locked it in a blue cookie tin for 20 years, and returned it to me. The other one was taken by Zhou Milan, worn on her own wrist. She wore it for 20 years. The court's light fell on the two jade bracelets. One on my left wrist, one on her right wrist. Both made from the same piece of jade, Hetian greenish-white, jade warm and smooth, like solidified mutton fat. My mother wore hers for 30 years, Zhou Milan wore hers for 20 years. The two bracelets had been apart for 20 years today, in the same courtroom, separated by a few meters between the defendant's seat and the spectator seats, illuminated by the same cold white light. The presiding judge announced the court session. The prosecutor's reading of the indictment was lengthy. Charges included intentional homicide, copyright infringement, money laundering, and illegal detention. Zhou Milan sat in the defendant's seat listening. Her face showed no expression, unlike the pale hue when I exposed her in the Liu family living room, or the trembling when she touched Lin Weiner's palm through the glass during the detention center visit. It was a more profound thing. A person listening to all the charges, realizing there was not a single one she could deny, thus her face became void of any emotion. The prosecutor read the last charge: illegal detention. Victim Lin Chinsuhua. Place of detention Swiss St. Margaret Sanatorium. Duration of detention 20 years. Zhou Milan's fingers moved slightly in the sleeve of her prison uniform. Defendant Zhou Milan, do you have any objections to the facts of the indictment? She stood up. The shackles dragged slightly on the marble floor. No objections. The presiding judge flipped to the last page of the case. Defendant's final statement. Zhou Milan stood there. All eyes in the courtroom were on her. The jade bracelet on her right wrist glimmered softly under the cold white light, just like the one on my left wrist. She raised her right hand, holding the bracelet up to the light. The jade bracelet rotated slightly in the air, the fine crack on the inner circle casting a delicate shadow. This bracelet belongs to Suhua. She wore it for 30 years. I took it for 20 years. Her voice was not loud, as if she were speaking about someone else's affair. 20 years ago, I sent Ma Dong to wait for her on the East City Highway. Ma Dong asked me if the person she married treated her well. I said no. He said then he would go. He went. He stood across the highway smoking, watching that car crash into the mountainside. The person in the car was not Suhua, but a substitute I found. A woman who looked like me. Someone in the substitute looked like Zhou Milan when she was young. At the last moment, Ma Dong's heart softened, not because the substitute resembled my mother, but because she looked like Zhou Milan. He could not bring himself to do it, and after returning, he could not carry on driving back onto the same highway. He stepped on the brakes 2 seconds too late. After Ma Dong's death, I sent Suhua to Switzerland, with the money from the dark currents, with the money siphoned from her studio's copyrights. Every year, I paid less than 100,000 yuan, keeping her in that grayish-white house at the foot of the Alps. The notes read Osmanthus. I take off the jade bracelet from my wrist and put it on the table of the defendant's seat. She wore this bracelet for 30 years. I wore it for 20 years. Today, I return it to her. The courtroom fell silent for a long time. The sound of the presiding judge's gavel echoed like a muffled thunder. Defendant Zhou Milan is sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional homicide, deprived of political rights for life, sentenced to 10 years for copyright infringement, and fined 50 million yuan, sentenced to 8 years for money laundering, sentenced to 15 years for illegal detention. The sentences are to be served concurrently with a decision to execute life imprisonment, depriving her of political rights for life. The sound of the gavel falling reverberated throughout the courtroom. Zhou Milan stood there, the sleeves of her prison uniform hanging loosely. She did not cry nor tremble. She pushed the jade bracelet she had taken off forward. "One. Your mother's bracelet, I return it to you." As the bailiff led her out of the courtroom, she walked past Lin Weiner. The mother and daughter stood across the spectator railing. Lin Weiner stood up, the collar of her beige sweater fully exposed. The color of Ma Dong. She wore this color standing in front of Zhou Milan. "Mom." Zhou Milan's footsteps halted. The shackles made a light sound on the marble floor. "You wore my father's color." Zhou Milan lowered her head, looking at the piece of beige on Lin Weiner's collar. She stared for a long time. Then she raised her hand, reaching over the railing, her fingers brushing against that piece of beige sweater collar. "I bought this for you when you were 4. Beige. The color Ma Dong wore when he pursued me. After he died, I never bought this color again. I only bought it for you that once." Her hand retreated. "Weiner, in this lifetime I have only bought you clothes once. You picked it up from the trash, washed it clean, and folded it neatly. You are still wearing it." She turned around, following the bailiff toward the side door of the court. When she reached the door, she stopped and did not look back. "You cleared the weeds from Ma Dong's tombstone. You re-engraved the name. Good job." The side door closed behind her. Lin Weiner stood in the last row of the spectator seats, the collar of her beige sweater faintly illuminated by the courtroom's cold white light. She reached out, pulled her collar in, then sat down, sitting upright. I stood up from the first row of the spectator seats and walked to the front of the defendant's seat. On the table lay the jade bracelet Zhou Milan had taken off. Made of Hetian greenish-white jade with a fine crack on the inner circle. I picked it up. The bracelet still carried the warmth from Zhou Milan's wrist. Warm. I took off the one from my left wrist, as well, placing both bracelets side by side in my palm. Made from the same piece of jade, worn by the same pair of hands for 30 years, separated for 20 years. Today, under the cold white light of the courtroom, they became a pair once more. I slid both bracelets back onto my left wrist. The Hetian greenish-white jade clinked together, producing a soft, delicate sound, like 2 hearts beating simultaneously. Lin Weiner walked over from the last row and stood in front of me. "Sister." My mom returned the bracelet. I also returned something. She took out a folded piece of paper from her pocket and unfolded it. It was a copy of a design draft. The bottom right corner of the draft had my signature, Lin Wan. The date was from my 2nd year at the Paris Jewelry Academy. That was my first attempt at a design that combined Hetian jade and fragmented diamonds. The draft was drawn rather childishly, the thickness of the white magnolia petals tapering incorrectly from the center to the edge, circled by the instructor in red pen with a note in French beside it. Su Qing had translated that sentence for me. "Your hands can't keep up with your eyes, but your eyes see what other." This design draft was found among Zhou Milan's belongings. It is not from the forged batch. It is real. She took it from your mother's studio's archives, hidden in the drawer of her bedroom in the Lin family's old house. Hidden for 20 years. Lin Weiner handed me the draft. The things she hid I returned for her. I accepted the design draft. The edges of the paper were crumpled from her grip. She had held it tightly while taking the bus for 3 hours from the Lin family's old house to the court. Just like that day when she received the forged archive bag from Zhou Mao and took the bus back from the East City 6 hours round trip. But this time she was not holding a knife. "Lin Weiner." Zhou Milan hid my mother's design draft. "If you returned it, what about your own?" She was silent for a long time. The court's light fell upon her beige sweater collar and on her empty hands. "When I was 4, I played with blocks in the corner of the living room. My mother taught me how to steal from others. I remembered every word. For 20 years. She rolled up the sleeves of her beige sweater, exposing her wrist. There was nothing on her wrist. No bracelet, no necklace, no watch. Only the delicate blue veins beneath her skin. She taught me to steal, but did not teach me how to keep my own things. I stole for 20 years, everything I got was someone else's. Today I returned the last piece of someone else's. From today onward, my own things. I will draw myself." She turned around and walked toward the court exit. The hem of her black coat stirred a gentle breeze. When she reached the door, she stopped and did not turn back. "Sister, your design draft miscalculated the thickness of the white magnolia petals. But the version you miscalculated is better than any version I've drawn." The door closed behind her. The courtroom quieted down. Gu Yinxing stood up from the first row of the spectator seats, walked to me, and placed the glass piece that contained osmanthus from 30 years ago in my palm, along with the design draft Lin Weiner returned. "Soa's design draft has returned. The color of the osmanthus is still here." Lu Zhengsheng also stood up. He placed the purple clay teakin next to the design draft. "Your mother's letter is inside. Today, everything has returned." I held the fragments in my palm. My mother's jade bracelet, a pair. Gu Yinxing kept the osmanthus for 30 years. Lu Zhengsheng guarded the letter for 20 years. The design draft returned by Lin Weiner. Outside the window, the last leaf from the ginkgo tree in the courtyard of the court fell. golden yellow landing on the stone path that had melted halfway. As I walked out of the court, the snow had stopped. Below the steps, the banner embroidered with the names of 300 designers was still in Su Qing's hands. With a red background and white characters, the 6 characters, Su Hua the osmanthus has bloomed, were slightly dampened by the snowmelt, the soaked area deeper in color, like another layer of red seeping out from beneath the red background. Guo Shifu stood next to Su Qing, holding a sprig of osmanthus. It was not fresh. There were no osmanthus flowers left in the capital this season. It was picked and dried by him in the summer. The color of the dried osmanthus was not as bright as the fresh ones, but a deeper, heavier golden yellow, like the base color left after time had worn it down. He placed the dried osmanthus in the banner between the 2 characters, Su Hua. The osmanthus is gone, but the color remains. East City Cemetery. After Lin Weiner came out of the court, she did not go home taking bus no. 42 from East City to East City. Ma Dong's tombstone had been washed by the snowmelt with a thin layer of ice gathered in the engraved strokes. She crouched down, using her finger to scrape out the ice one piece at a time. Cleared it all. Dad, my mom was sentenced today. Life imprisonment. She pulled the collar of her beige sweater and she erased the name on your tombstone and engraved her own. I carved it back. Only yours. She took out a very small carving knife like the ones in Guo Shifu's workshop with the logo of Chengwang engraved on the handle. She received the knife from Zhou Mao and after returning from East City Cemetery, went to Chengwang workshop to find Guo Shifu, saying she wanted to learn to carve stone. Guo Shifu gave her this knife. She carved for an entire afternoon on Ma Dong's tombstone, not carving letters, but a single osmanthus flower. Very small 5 petals with a tiny dot in the center, carved beside the 2 characters Ma Dong. She put the carving knife back in her pocket, standing up. Dad, my mom only bought me clothes once in her life. Beige. Your color. I wore it. From now on I will buy my own. She turned around and walked out of the cemetery. In the courtyard of No. 147 East City Alley, Zhao Chunlin returned from the court and dug out the blue tin box that held Danish cookies from under the loquat tree. All the things inside the box had been given away, photos, notes, earrings. The box was empty. He placed the empty box on the windowsill, picked up the kettle from the stove, poured a cup of tea, and sat under the loquat tree. Persimmons dried on the stone slab, covered in sugar white as the first snow. Old Zhao, everything has been returned. His voice fell upon the empty blue tin box. Waited 20 years, and here it is. In the evening at the Liu family old house. The old osmanthus tree that Liu Zhengsheng and Gu Yinxing planted 30 years ago had shed most of its leaves. But a cluster of flowers still remained on the branches, dried and withered, yet not fallen. The color remained. Gu Yinxing stood under the tree, taking off the empty glass piece from his collar, the osmanthus from 30 years ago that had been given back to my mother. The glass piece was empty. He picked off that cluster of dried osmanthus and placed it inside. Suhua, the last flower of this year. Picked for Zhengsheng. Liu Zhengsheng stood beside him, taking the cluster of osmanthus and placing it in the purple clay tea can alongside the letter from 30 years ago. Yinxing, you kept her for 30 years. I returned to you the letter from 30 years ago. Today she has come back. Inside the tea can the dried osmanthus and the yellowed paper lay together. Fallen from the same branch, separated for 30 years. I stood by the window in the study watching the 2 elders standing under the osmanthus tree in the garden. On my left wrist, the 2 jade bracelets were worn side by side, warm and smooth, like solidified mutton fat. Lu Qinyuan walked up from behind and embraced me, his chin resting on the top of my head. Your mother in the Swiss sanatorium should also have learned by now. Learned what? Zhou Milan was sentenced. The bracelet has been returned. Her daughter has pried open the door of the dark currents. I took out my phone. The number for St. Margaret's sanatorium was saved first. I dialed, and it rang for a long time. No one answered. The dusk outside surged over from the garden, the outline of the osmanthus tree slowly sinking into the deep gray twilight. The phone vibrated. A text message in German. Shin Manny translated it, and it only contained one line. Ms. Suhua picked a flower from the garden of the sanatorium this afternoon. Placed it on the windowsill. She said for 1-1. I raised my phone to the twilight. That line of text was illuminated by the last light of day. On the windowsill, the small osmanthus tree that Lu Qinyuan had planted this year still had its last cluster of flowers unfallen. The response from the Liechtenstein court arrived half a month earlier than expected. When Shun Manny forwarded the email to me, it was 3:17 in the morning. I was leaning on the work desk in Lu Qinyuan's study, revising the craft sheet for the 17th time. Master Guo mentioned that the thickness of the white magnolia petals decreases from the center to the edges, but it still lacked a bit. The kind of difference that isn't just a few tenths of a millimeter, but rather after the light passes through the edges of the shadow on the velvet fabric aren't soft enough. He said, Chun Su, the shadow is hardened. The petals are alive, so the shadow should be alive too. Just as I was revising for the 17th time, my phone vibrated. The email subject was in German, and Shun Manny added a Chinese note when forwarding Liechtenstein court, Suhua Foundation Asset Recovery Case. Acceptance Ruling. I clicked on the attachment. It was a PDF scan of the ruling document stamped with the red seal of the Liechtenstein court. The German text was accompanied by a Chinese translation that Shin Manny had painstakingly worked on all night. I flipped directly to the last page, the ruling result. The application for asset preservation by the applicant is granted. From this day forward, all accounts of Suhua Foundation in 27 financial institutions worldwide are to be frozen, with the frozen amount equivalent to approximately 230 billion yuan. At the same time, all transfer licensing and pledge actions regarding 173 intellectual properties registered under the foundation are to be frozen. The global copyrights of over 300 creators that the Dark Current has usurped through Suhua Foundation are all frozen. I held my phone leaning over the craft sheet, still not finished revising the shadow of the white magnolia petal for the 17th time. Outside the window, the sky was still pitch black. The newly planted osmanthus tree swayed gently in the night breeze, the last cluster of withered osmanthus flowers still intact. I turned my phone screen towards Lu Qinyuan, who was asleep on the sofa beside me. He lay on his side, the collar of his deep gray home shirt wrinkled, one arm draped over the armrest of the sofa, fingers slightly curled, still maintaining the posture of holding my hand, even in sleep. The light from the phone illuminated his face, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, then he opened his eyes. The ruling from the Liechtenstein court has come down. He sat up. The wrinkles in his shirt collar deepened, but he didn't care. He took the phone and read the ruling from start to finish, scrutinizing every single word. After reading, he set the phone down. 230 billion frozen. 173 intellectual properties frozen. Next, he gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. The Dark Current will move. Move what? Suhua Foundation is the core asset pool of the Dark Current. 230 billion being frozen is equivalent to stopping the heart of the Dark Current. They will stop at nothing to overturn the ruling. He stood up from the sofa, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, and opened the curtains slightly. In the early morning of the capital, the entire city sank into a deep gray twilight. Only a few office buildings in the distant CBD still flickered with scattered lights. The core layer of the Dark Current won't appear by themselves. They will activate all shell companies and simultaneously file objections in over a dozen jurisdictions. Each objection will require the legal teams of the Liu and Gu families to respond. This is a transnational legal war. Can we win? He turned around. The morning light had not yet risen, and the study's lighting cast a faint shadow on his jawline. We can, but not through legal means. He picked up the craft sheet that I had revised for the 17th time. The shadow of the white magnolia petal. I had drawn 17 versions on the edge of the manuscript with a pencil, each version having different edge characteristics. Some too sharp, some too scattered, some like they were cut with a knife, others like they had spread out in water. He looked through them, and then pulled out the 17th version. The shadow in this version has a living edge. How did? Because you stopped drawing. In your previous 16 versions, each one was searching for that edge with a pencil. In the 17th version, you didn't search. Your hand knows where the shadow should fall. You put down the craft sheet. Master Guo was right. When the hand knows, there's no need to find it with the eyes. The sky outside changed from deep gray to light gray. He handed me back my phone. The shell companies of the Dark Current will attack from over a dozen jurisdictions, and we will respond layer by layer. But they don't know. The statement your mother wrote at the end of the agreement is the shadow of the 17th version. The transferor retains the right to pursue all legal actions against the transferee, permanently valid. Zhou Maolon cannot circumvent it, nor can the Dark Current. Because all the copyrights they usurp trace back to your mother's studio. Your mother welded the lock core shut with a single sentence 20 years ago. They spent 20 years disguising that door as their own, but the key to the lock core has always been in your mother's hand. He picked up a pencil from the desk and wrote a line in the blank space of the ruling document. The pencil writing was light with connections between strokes, and the end of each stroke slightly lifted. Just like when he wrote breaking the cocoon on the design draft, and when he wrote return date on the draft for the white magnolia pursuit. Permanently valid. Lin Shinsuhua. He pushed the ruling document in front of me. The day your mother signed the 1 yuan equity transfer agreement, she had already written today's ruling. At 8 in the morning, Gu Yanjing's call came in. Lu Qinyuan switched to speakerphone. The ruling from Liechtenstein, the legal team of the Gu family has received it. His voice came through the receiver, accompanied by the faint static characteristic of an international call. The Dark Current initiated the first wave of objections at dawn today. 7 jurisdictions: Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Singapore, Hong Kong, Cayman, the Virgin Islands, Bermuda. 7 shell companies simultaneously filed requests to the local courts to rescind the asset freezing order. The reason is that Suhua Foundation has no equity relationship with the Dark Current. What evidence do they have? They presented another equity penetration report. Contrary to what Shin Manny had uncovered, The report indicated that the ultimate beneficiary of Suhua Foundation is Linshin Suhua herself, unrelated to the dark current. They pushed your mother out as a firewall. My mother had been confined in a Swiss sanatorium for 20 years while the dark current named the foundation after her, profiting from her copyrights and using the money earned to pay for her confinement. Now that the situation has blown up, they pushed her out, claiming that this foundation has always been hers. A perfect scapegoat, a woman isolated in a mental sanatorium, unable to defend herself. Lu Xinyuan's hand tightened next to the speaker. Uncle Gu, when was that reverse equity penetration report from the dark current issued? The date was last month, but paper authentication shows that the actual formation time is no more than 72 hours. They forged it overnight. 72 hours. That means after the ruling from the Liechtenstein court came down, the dark current completed the cross-border legal mobilization of 7 shell companies and forged an equity penetration report tracing back 20 years, simultaneously filing objections in 7 jurisdictions. His voice was not loud, but every word was like a nail driven into wood. This is not something a shell company can accomplish. The core layer of the dark current has moved. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the call. When Gu Yanjing spoke again, his voice was a tone lower than before. Xinyuan, the Gu family's legal team found something while retrieving the Suhua Foundation account transactions from that private bank in Switzerland. For the past 20 years, every November 17th, that is yesterday, the day of Zhou Mailan's final judgment, there has been a fixed expense in the Suhua Foundation account. The amount is very small, less than 1,000 yuan when converted. The payee is a flower shop near St. Margaret's Sanatorium. The remarks section contains only one word: osmanthus. Every year on Zhou Mailan's birthday, the dark current spends less than 1,000 yuan from the foundation account, named after my mother, to buy a bouquet of osmanthus from that flower shop at the foot of the Alps and delivers it to St. Margaret's Sanatorium. For 20 years, the remarks section just says osmanthus. Does Zhou Mailan know about this? She knows. She mentioned it while in custody. She said that every year on her birthday, the nurses at the sanatorium would place that bouquet of osmanthus on Suhua's windowsill. Suhua knows it was from her. She would take the flowers down from the windowsill and plant them in the soil of that gray-tiled flower pot. When the flowers withered, she didn't throw them away. The withered osmanthus flowers were neatly piled in a circle around the edge of the flower pot. For 20 years, it was filled up. Zhou Mailan used this way to tell her, "I'm still alive, I remember you every year." My mother used the way of piling the edge of the flower pot to tell her, "I know. I won't throw them away." Uncle Gu, what variety of osmanthus is from that flower shop? Golden osmanthus. Just like the one your mother picked from the old tree at the Liu family mansion. Golden osmanthus. The same variety. The dark current buys osmanthus from that flower shop at the foot of the Alps every year, which is the same variety as the old osmanthus tree planted in the capital by Liu Zhengsheng and Gu Yanjing 30 years ago. It's not a coincidence. Someone in the core layer of the dark current knows the origin of the osmanthus, knows the variety of the tree in the Liu family mansion, and knows my mother's habit of picking flowers every autumn. This person on every Zhou Mailan's birthday with osmanthus costing less than 1,000 yuan torments 2 women at the same time, making Zhou Mailan know that Suhua is still alive and confined, making Suhua know that Zhou Mailan still remembers her and comes to remind her every year. Who is this person? Gu Yanjing did not answer. There was the sound of paper rustling on the other end of the call, then his voice spoke again. The legal team of the Gu family traced the procurement chain of the flower shop. The osmanthus from that flower shop has been sourced from the same supplier for the past 20 years. The supplier is in Zurich, registered under the name Zurich Flower Import and Export Company. If you penetrate down through the equity of this company, the 17th layer aligns with the 13th layer of Suhua Foundation, both having the same actual controller. Name. The other end of the call fell silent for a long time. The registered name is Zhou Mao. But Zhou Mao only sold the copyright to the dark current 5 years ago. This flower company's registration was done 20 years ago. Zhou Mao from 20 years ago did not have the capability to construct a 17-layer cross-border equity structure. Gu Yanjing's voice came through the receiver like a key handed over from a very distant place. The person who helped him build this structure is named Gu Yanji. On this end of the phone, Lu Xinyuan's finger paused beside the hands-free device. Gu Yanji, the younger brother of Gu Yanhang. The brother who left overseas when the Gu family split 20 years ago. 30 years ago, the Gu family opposed Gu Yanhang marrying my mother. The most vehement opposition did not come from the elders of the Gu family, but from Gu Yanji. Where did Yanji go after leaving the Gu family 20 years ago? Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein, the registered location of the Suhua Foundation. The core of the undercurrents, the surname is Gu. Morning light streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The newly planted osmanthus tree had the last cluster of withered flowers on its branches illuminated into a translucent golden hue, still hanging on not yet fallen. Lu Qinyuan turned off the hands-free device. He picked up his phone and dialed Shinman's number. Manny, investigate Gu Yanji. Track his movements, assets, and associated companies over the past 20 years, starting from Liechtenstein peeled back. He hung up the phone and turned to look at me. The core of the undercurrents has the surname Gu, but the name undercurrent was not created by Gu Yanji. Who created it? He picked up the photo my mother sent back from Switzerland from his desk. On the back of the photo, she wrote a line, 1-1. The osmanthus has bloomed again. His finger pointed at the two characters for osmanthus. Osmanthus. In the notes of the undercurrents, it has been osmanthus for 20 years. The substitute looked like Jo Mylan when she was young. The notes referred to her as osmanthus. It was not Jo Mylan who wrote it, but the core of the undercurrents. That person knew my mother liked osmanthus, knew the variety of the osmanthus tree in the Liu family's old house, and knew her habit of picking flowers every autumn. That person used osmanthus as a password, used osmanthus to pay for her confinement, and tortured her once a year with osmanthus. Gu Yanji hates your mother. Hates her to the extent of using her most beloved flower to lock her away for 20 years. Why does he hate her? Lu Qinyuan put down the photo. Because Gu Yanhang loves her. Gu Yanji hates his brother. Hates him to the extent of imprisoning the woman his brother loves at the foot of the Alps for 20 years, sending a bouquet of osmanthus every year on her birthday. No, every year on Jo Mylan's birthday. To remind her that she is here because of Gu Yanhang. In the morning light outside the window, the withered cluster of osmanthus finally fell down. When it detached from the branch, it was light as a sigh finally released after being suppressed for 20 years, landing on the windowsill, falling into the soil of Lu Xinyuan's newly planted osmanthus tree. The phone vibrated. Shinmani. Gu Yanji left the country 20 years ago, destination Liechtenstein. There have been no records of his entry in the past 20 years. But his name appeared in an old court file in Liechtenstein. He was not the defendant, but a witness. He notarized the registration for Suhua Foundation. The second point. There is a sample of his signature in the file. Compared to the signature in the silver-white USB drive sealed by Gu Yanhang, containing the minutes of the undercurrents core layer, meeting the handwriting comparison result shows. It is the same person. The third point. Gu Yanji is still alive. He lives in a small town at the foot of the Alps. It is a 40-minute drive from the St. Margaret Sanatorium. The fourth point. He goes to the sanatorium once a week. Not to see Suhua, but to sit on a bench in the garden looking at the window of Suhua's room across the entire garden. He watches for 20 minutes. Then he leaves. The fifth point. The nurse at the sanatorium said he had been watching for 20 years. I held the phone standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The morning light illuminated the entire study. That freshly fallen cluster of withered osmanthus lay on the wooden grain of the windowsill, golden and delicate. Gu Yanji drives for 40 minutes every week, sitting on the bench in the garden of the St. Margaret Sanatorium looking at my mother's window across the entire garden. He has been watching for 20 years. He is at the core of the undercurrents, the true actual controller of Suhua Foundation, the one who used osmanthus as a password to imprison my mother for 20 years. He also goes to the sanatorium every week to sit for 20 minutes. Lu Qinyuan took the phone from my hand, reading Shinmanis for messages. Then he put down the phone and picked up the car keys. Let's go. Where to? To Gu Yanhang. Gu Yanji owes his brother an explanation. He has owed it for 30 years. The car drove out of the Liu family's old house. Most of the leaves of the old osmanthus tree had fallen, the branches were bare. But around the roots of the tree the soil was covered with a thick layer of golden petals, shining like a ground of broken gold in the morning light. Gu Yanhang stood under the tree holding a purple clay tea canister. Lu Zhengsheng stood beside him. The two old men stood by an osmanthus tree that had lost all its flowers. Lu Qinyuan parked the car outside the iron gate, holding my hand as we walked in. Gu Yanhang looked up. I know about Yanji. When did you find out? 3 years ago. When Gus' legal department peeled back the equity structure of the undercurrents to the 12th layer, I saw Jo Mylan's name. When it was peeled to the 17th layer, I saw Yanzi's signature. He twisted open the lid of the purple clay tea canister. Inside was not a letter, but a very old passport with a deep red cover and the corners worn white. He opened the passport, and on the photo page was a young man whose features bore a resemblance to Gu Yanhang, but with a narrower jawline, his lips pressed down as if competing with the camera. Yanji is 5 years younger than me. When the Gu family opposed my marriage to Suhua, he opposed the loudest. I thought he was standing up for the family. Later he left the Gu family for Liechtenstein, and I thought he wanted to carve out his own path. He turned the passport to the last page. The exit stamps were densely packed, but there was not a single entry stamp. He left for 30 years and has never returned. It's not that he doesn't want to come back. It's that he can't come back. He locked himself in the very core of the undercurrents for 20 years. Lu Zhengsheng took out that fax from his pocket. The fax that the undercurrents sent to Zhou Mao 20 years ago suggests to terminate subsequent transactions. The signature was stamped with the logo of the undercurrents. Yinji saw the clause for the right of recourse that Suhua added at the end of the agreement, knowing that there was a permanent flaw in the copyright chain. He suggested Zhou Mao terminate the transaction, but Zhou Mao did not listen. From that day on, Yinji regarded Zhou Mao as a discarded piece. But he did not erase Suhua's right of recourse. He kept that sentence for 20 years. He turned the fax over. The back was blank, but in the light you could see the watermark embedded in the paper fibers, like the multifaceted light point cut from Chen Guang's letter paper. The fax paper used by the undercurrents 20 years ago was Chen Guang's. Yinji used Chen Guang's paper to send a fax to Zhou Mao. Used osmanthus, which Suhua loves most, to pay for her confinement. Used the equity nesting technique taught by the Gu family to build 17 layers of shell companies for the undercurrents. All the tools he used in his life were taken from the Gu family, from Suhua, from Chen Guang. Not a single one was his own. Gu Yanhang put the passport back into the purple clay tea canister, sealing the lid. He hates me. Hates Suhua. Hates to the extent of taking away all their most precious things, locking them into the core of the undercurrents, and then driving 40 minutes every week to the sanatorium to look at Suhua's window. He is not imprisoning her. He is imprisoning himself. The morning light filtered through the bare branches of the osmanthus tree. Gu Yanhang handed me the purple clay tea canister. Wan. Inside is Yanzi's passport from 30 years ago. He left without it. I have kept it for 30 years. Today it's time to return it to him. I took the tea canister. The purple clay surface had been rubbed smooth and shiny by Gu Yanhang for 30 years, the texture of the osmanthus branches polished to a shine. Inside was the passport left by Gu Yinji when he left the Gu family 30 years ago. He locked all his identities into the undercurrents, leaving only this passport for his brother. The phone vibrated. Shenmani. The St. Margaret Sanatorium called this morning. Ms. Suhua said she wanted to see someone. The second point. Gu Yinji. I held the phone standing beside the roots of the tree covered in osmanthus. Uncle Gu. My mother wants to see Gu Yinji. Gu Yanhang was silent for a long time. The shadow of the bare branches fell on his gray hair. Yinji has been waiting for this sentence for 20 years. He turned around and walked towards the old house. I will make the call. Tell him, Suhua wants to see him. Lu Zhengxing stood under the osmanthus tree, plucking the last withered leaf from the branches and putting it in his pocket. Your mother has been locked up in Switzerland for 20 years. She has never asked to see anyone. Today she wants to see Yinji. He took the withered leaf from his pocket, placing it in the palm of his hand. The leaf was completely dry, the veins still clear like a miniature skeleton of a tree. She does not want to see him. She wants to let him go. In the evening at the foot of the Swiss Alps. In the garden of the St. Margaret Sanatorium, a thin layer of snow had fallen on the benches. Gu Yinji sat on the bench wearing a dark gray coat, the collar turned up. His hair was completely white, just like Gu Yanhang's. He came every week to sit for 20 minutes watching the window for 20 years, and today the window was open. A very thin hand reached out from the gap in the window, fingers pinching a flower, a withered osmanthus, golden in color, still retaining its hue. The hand relaxed, and the osmanthus fell from the windowsill into the snow. Gu Yinji stood up from the bench. He walked over, bent down to pick up the osmanthus, and placed it in the palm of his hand. It was dried, yet the color remained. He held the osmanthus in his hand, standing in the snow for a long time. Then he placed the osmanthus back on the windowsill, turned around, and walked along the path he came from. A trail of footprints was left in the snow, extending from the bench to beneath the windowsill, then back again, disappearing at the end of the garden. The nurse at the sanatorium said he did not look back after he left. The osmanthus on the windowsill was blown away by the wind, falling into the snow. Golden and small. For 20 years, every week for 20 minutes, he watched a window across the garden. Today the window was open. Suhua let him go. When Gu Yinji stepped out of the sanatorium's gate, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Gu Yanhang. Yinji, the passport is with me. It's been 30 years. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. Snow fell onto his white hair. Brother. Suhua opened the window for me today. I know. She let the osmanthus fall into the snow. I know. I picked it up. I know. The snow fell heavier. The outline of the Alps sank into the deep gray dusk. Brother. The passport doesn't need to be returned. I can't go back. The call was disconnected. Gu Yanhang held the phone standing under the osmanthus tree of the Lu family. The dusk surged down from the branches. He opened the purple clay tea canister and took out the deep red passport. He opened the photo page, and the young Gu Yinji was pressing his lips down. He closed the passport, placed it back into the tea canister, and tightened the lid. Yinji, you won't come back. I will keep the passport for you. The dusk sank to its deepest point. The dome of the Lu Art Center is the tallest in the capital. Standing in the center of the hall and looking up, one can see the 3-story-high glass dome outside, where daylight spills through the gaps in the clouds, sliced into countless straight beams by the glass falling onto the marble floor and the shoulders of the guests in the hall. The auction is set for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2:40, Su Qing sent a message saying that Zhou Mao had applied to watch the live broadcast in the prison reading room. It was not his own application. Shen Manny, acting as the victim's attorney, submitted a written opinion to the prison administration suggesting that the detained Zhou Mao be allowed to watch the asset disposal process related to the case to promote his confession and repentance. The administration approved it. When Zhou Mao was brought to the reading room by the prison guard, the television on the wall was already turned on, showing the dome of the Lu Art Center. He didn't know what was being auctioned today. The prison guard only told him there was a live broadcast of asset disposal related to the case that he needed to watch. He sat on a plastic chair in the reading room wearing a dark blue prison uniform, the buttons on his sleeves neatly fastened, just as he had when signing documents in the office of the vice president of Lu. At 2:50, Su Qing sent a photo. Zhou Mao sat in front of the television, his hands resting on his knees, his back very straight. The marks left on him by 20 years of his career at Chengwang could not be concealed by a prison uniform. His gaze fell upon the dome of the Lu Art Center on the screen, the place where he stood for 20 years. Over the past 20 years, he had held countless press conferences there, signed countless documents, and sent innumerable emails to Anliu, using Chengwang's letterhead. Today, he sat in the prison reading room on a plastic chair watching that dome through the screen. He still didn't know what was being auctioned today. At 3 o'clock sharp, the lights of the dome dimmed, leaving only a beam of spotlight in the center of the exhibition stage. Lu Qinyuan walked out from the side door wearing a dark blue suit and an eagle-shaped tie clip pinned to his chest. He walked to the center of the stage without taking the microphone. Today there is only one item for auction. The entire frozen assets of Suhua Foundation across 27 financial institutions, 23 billion RMB, 173 pieces of intellectual property, and complete equity of 17 shell companies. The screen switched to the asset freeze ruling from the Liechtenstein court, the red seal magnified to cover the entire screen. The source of these assets is the intellectual property that the Anliu organization has embezzled from 373 creators over the past 20 years. Today, all will be publicly auctioned. Starting price, he read out a number. That number was echoed by the dome, resonating in waves. The big screen displayed simultaneously 1 yuan. The hall fell silent for a moment, and then whispers bubbled up from all directions like the sound of water boiling. 230 billion in assets, starting price 1 yuan. Su Qing's second photo came in. Zhou Mao sat on the plastic chair, his back no longer straight, his body slightly leaning forward, staring at the line of numbers on the screen. 1 yuan. He embezzled copyright for 20 years, sold it for 47 million. Anli resold it for 320 million, which accumulated into 230 billion for Suhua Foundation. Starting price 1 yuan today. He was probably calculating this account, tallying all the documents he had signed in his life, trying to figure out how much they ultimately amounted to. The starting price of 1 yuan is the price for the equity transfer agreement that Ms. Lin Shen Suhua signed 20 years ago. Lu Xinyuan's voice descended from the dome. She transferred the control of the studio to Zhongxing Industrial for 1 yuan. Today she is reclaiming everything she lost for 1 yuan. There is only one rule for bidding. The buyer must commit to returning all acquired intellectual property to the original rights holders or their legal heirs without compensation. 373 creators distributed across 17 countries. Their names, the big screen began to scroll. Over 300 names rose one by one from the bottom of the screen, crossing the dome and disappearing at the top. There were names in English, French, Japanese, Arabic, and Chinese. Su Qing's name, Masterg, was named the name of an independent designer from Paris, the name of a family workshop in Tokyo, and the name of a young artist studio in New York. Each name stayed on the screen for 2 seconds. To display all 373 names required 12 minutes. No one spoke. Everyone in the hall looked up, watching those names pass over the dome one by one. Su Qing stood next to the media seating area, the sleeves of her mist blue shirt rolled up to her elbows. When she saw her name rise on the screen, her fingers tightened around the thermos cup. That was the first Snow series, the first work she completed when she was promoted to chief designer at Chengwang. The use of white jade was very bold, and the industry gave it high praise, but the sales were mediocre because Anliu Holding Shell Company had launched a plagiarized version 2 months before her release, snatching away market share at a low price. She had always thought it was because she hadn't done well enough. Today, seeing her name cross the dome, she realized it. At 3:12, the last name crossed the dome, disappearing at the top of the big screen. The dome fell silent again. The auction begins. After Lu Xinyuan's voice fell, no one raised a paddle. The hall remained quiet for about half a minute, then someone in the second row near the aisle stood up. Gu Yanqing. The collar of his dark blue Zhongshan suit was ironed flat, and his graying hair was illuminated silver by the spotlight from the dome. He did not raise a paddle, but walked to the front of the stage, empty-handed. The joint legal team of Lu and Gu, representing 373 creators, bids 1 yuan. He placed that 1 yuan bill on the stage. It was not a new bill, but an old one with deep creases that had frayed edges and the corners taped with transparent tape. It was the 1 yuan that Gu Yinxing had taken from his wallet 30 years ago, when Gu Yan knew he was leaving the Gu family. When Gu Yan knew he returned the suitcase last week, this bill was pressed at the very bottom of the album wrapped in a piece of paper. The note had Gu Yan's handwriting. Brother, the 1 yuan taken away back, then, is returned to you. Gu Yinxing placed the 1 yuan bill on the stage, identical in value to the one Zhou Mao paid when my mother signed the 1 yuan equity transfer agreement 20 years ago. It was not the same bill, but the same weight. Lu Qinyuan picked up the gavel from the stage. The joint legal team of Lu and Gu bids 1 yuan. First time. The hall was so quiet that only the sound of wind passing through the glass seams of the dome could be heard. Second time. Su Qing's third photo came in. Zhou Mao stood up from the plastic chair. He stood in front of the television in the prison reading room, the sleeves of his prison uniform trembling slightly. It was not a tremble of fear, but the emptiness seeping from his bones when the entire building he had built over 20 years was bought for 1 yuan. He was probably waiting for the third strike of the gavel. Third time. Sold. The sound of the gavel falling was amplified by the dome echoing throughout the entire hall for a long time. Su Qing's fourth photo. Zhou Mao sat back down on the plastic chair. It was not sitting, it was collapsing. His back leaned against the chair, his hands resting on his knees, the buttons of his prison uniform still neatly fastened, but his fingers were open as if the things he had held for 20 years had suddenly vanished, and his fingers didn't know where to go. He lowered his head, looking at his empty hands. The prison guard turned off the television. The screen went dark, reflecting the fluorescent lights of the reading room and his shadow in the prison uniform. On the big screen, 373 names rose again. This time they did not disappear, all remaining on the screen, dense and numerous like a cluster of stars. Next to each name, corresponding intellectual property began to pop up. Design draft numbers, patent numbers, trademark registration numbers, copyright registration numbers. 173 pieces of embezzled copyright, each returning to its original owner. Su Qing's first Snow series returned to her name. Mastered was manual drawing parameters returned to the Qingwang workshop. The ember necklace of that independent designer from Paris returned to her hands. An original piece from Lucent's Autumn-Winter Haute Couture collection last year, plagiarized by Lin Weiner, resold by Amliu, and sold for 500,000 by Zhou Mao as the basis for the Nirvana series. Today it returned to the designer's name. The silver teapot hammer pattern technique from that family workshop in Tokyo, the ceramic glaze formula from that young artist studio in New York, the pattern drawings from that elderly couple's handmade leather workshop in Milan, all returned. The final image frozen on the screen was a design draft. White magnolia brooch with petal thickness decreasing by 0.3 mm from the center to the edge. My graduation design, vernal equinox, taken by Zhou Mao from the archive of the Paris Jewelry Academy graduation exhibition, sold to Amliu, which was then resold to a Swiss jewelry brand. That brand launched a replica of vernal equinox last year renamed First Bloom, priced at 30,000 Swiss francs. My mom saw that page in a jewelry magazine brought to her by the nurse at St. Margaret's Sanatorium. She tore that page out, folded it, and pressed it under the gray-tiled flower pot. It was pressed for a year. Last week, when Gu Yan knew he brought Osmanthus to the sanatorium, she took that page from under the flower pot and asked him to take it back. Gu Yan knew he placed the magazine page at the bottom of the suitcase. Today, next to vernal equinox on the screen, it was marked, returned. Rights holder Chun Su Lin Wan. I stood beside the stage. The return date, white magnolia brooch, was pinned to my collar. The light of the golden bead shone through the petals, falling onto the big screen's returned text. Lu Qinyuan walked up to me. Your mother's graduation design is not vernal equinox. What is it? He took a photo out of his pocket. It was a photo that Zhao Chunlin found at the very bottom of the blue cookie tin in the yard of No. 147, Easttown Alley, locked together with the brake fluid identification report, forensic report, and pearl earrings for 20 years. In the photo, my mom was young, standing in the graduation exhibition hall of the Paris Jewelry Academy, with her graduation design behind her. It was not a white magnolia brooch, but a necklace. A white jade osmanthus flower, 5 petals, with a very small golden bead embedded in the center. The light of the golden bead shone through the petals. Like return date, yet different. Return date is a white magnolia, the gasoline that Ma Dong did not pour down across the highway, the only off-white dress that Zhou Milin ever bought for her daughter, the color Lin Weiner picked up from the trash can and neatly folded in the cabinet. My mom's graduation design is osmanthus, the tree planted by Lu Zhengsheng and Gu Yinxing 30 years ago, the 30 bottles of dried flowers locked away by Gu Yan knew in his study in Liechtenstein for 30 years, the withered osmanthus flowers she collected every autumn from the windowsill, tied with a faded red string. Her graduation design is called Su Hua, just like her own name. Lu Qinyuan turned the photo over. On the back was a line of text, my mom's handwriting. Osmanthus is the quietest flower in the world. It does not compete for color, only gives off fragrance. There was no signature, only a small drawing of an osmanthus flower. 5 petals with a dot of ink in the center. Where is this necklace? He did not answer. The lights of the dome lit up again, and the auction was over. Guests began to leave one after another. Su Qing walked over and handed me her phone. The screen displayed an email from St. Margaret's Sanatorium in German, spoken very slowly. Shin Man's translation popped up simultaneously. Ms. Su Hua picked a branch of osmanthus from the windowsill this afternoon. She placed the flower in the gray-tiled flower pot. Then she took out a velvet bag from the bottom of the pot tied at the opening in dark blue. When she opened it, inside was a necklace. A white jade osmanthus flower with a golden bead in the center. She put it on. For the first time in 20 years. I held the phone. My mom wore her own graduation design, which had been swallowed by Anliu for 20 years, locked in that small door in Liechtenstein, along with 30 bottles of osmanthus by Guyen Nu, and today was delivered to the sanatorium. When he returned the suitcase last week, he also placed this necklace at the bottom of the box. Old Zhou brought it back to Liechtenstein. Guyen Nu wrapped it in deep blue velvet and delivered it to the sanatorium this morning. My mom picked the osmanthus that he left on the bench from the windowsill, took the necklace from the bottom of the pot, and put it on. Su Qing's 5th photo. Zhou Mao was taken out of the reading room by the prison guard. The surveillance in the corridor captured his figure clad in a dark blue prison uniform with the cuffs neatly buttoned. When he paused at the door of the reading room, he turned back and took a look at the already turned-off television. The screen was black, reflecting his own face. He just asked the prison guard a question. Su Qing swiped to the last page of the photo. The visitor registration form for the prison reading room had a line written by the guard in the remarks column. Inmate Zhou Mao asked, among those 373 names, is Zhou Milan one of them? How did the guard respond? No. Zhou Milan's name is not on the creator's list. She has never created anything in her life. She only embezzled. The people in the hall had mostly left. The lights of the dome dimmed one by one, leaving only the beams still shining in the center of the stage, illuminating that 1 yuan bill. The one that Guyen Nu had returned to his brother, with frayed edges from deep creases and corners taped with transparent tape. Gu Yanqing stood in front of the stage, picked up that 1 yuan bill, and placed it back in the inner pocket of his Zhongshan suit. Yan Nu took it for 30 years. Today it was returned. Lu Zhongsheng stood beside him holding that purple. Suwa's necklace has also returned. The two old men stood apart, separated by a beam of light that had not yet extinguished. That beam fell on the final image frozen on the big screen. My mom's graduation design, Suwa. A white jade osmanthus flower with a golden bead in the center. Yanqing. Yan Nu locked the osmanthus for 30 years. Today Suhua wore it. Your brother returned it. Gu Yanqing took the 1 yuan bill from his pocket and placed it in the purple clay tea can along with the letter from 30 years ago. What he returned was not money. It was that part of Suhua taken away 30 years ago returned. The dusk outside deepened. Outside the dome of the Lu Art Center, the last beam of daylight seeped through the gaps in the glass, falling into that beam of light that had not yet extinguished. 2 1 yuan bills separated by 20 years. One was the equity transfer payment Zhou Mao gave my mom buying her studio. The other was the one returned by Gu Yan Nu to Gu Yanqing, returning the osmanthus tree she had once picked. I stood under the dome. The light of the golden bead of the return date, white magnolia brooch, fell on the photo of my mom's graduation design, Suwa. A white jade osmanthus flower with a golden bead in the center, the light of the golden bead shining through. 20 years ago, she stood in the graduation exhibition hall of the Paris Jewelry Academy, wearing this necklace. 20 years later, she took it out from the bottom of the flower pot in the sanatorium at the foot of the Alps. Today, her daughter reclaimed everything she lost for 1 yuan under the dome of the Lu Art Center in the capital. My phone vibrated. The number from St. Margaret's Sanatorium. I answered, and the nurse's voice in German spoke very slowly. Shin Man's translation popped up simultaneously. Miss Suhua told me to let you know that she put on the necklace today. The thickness of the osmanthus petals is still 0.3 millimeters. The light of the golden bead hasn't changed. A faint sound of footsteps came from the other end of the phone, stepping on the wooden stairs. Then came my mom's breathing. Mom, the necklace is on. Mom, did you watch today's auction? The nurse helped me set up the live broadcast. I saw the end, and I saw your vernal equinox return. There was silence on the other end for a while. Her breathing softened like osmanthus petals blown off the branches by the wind. When Yan Nu returned Suhua to me, it was wrapped in a piece of deep blue velvet. The velvet was taken out from that small door in the study in Liechtenstein, wrapped for 30 years. He locked the osmanthus inside, and he locked the necklace inside too. Last week, he returned the key to your Uncle Gu. Today, he returned the necklace to me. Did he say anything? No. He tucked a dried osmanthus flower in the velvet. It was dry, tied with a red string. The red string had faded to a pale pink, like the one he left on the bench every day. The dusk completely settled outside the glass of the dome. In the hall, only the beam of light still shining in the center of the stage illuminated the photo of my mom's graduation design, Suhua, on the big screen. A white jade osmanthus flower with a golden bead in the center. The light of the golden bead faintly glowed in the dusk. On the other end of the phone her voice rang out again. 1-1. Yin Nu returned the osmanthus. He returned the necklace. He locked 30 bottles of dried osmanthus behind that door and gave the key to your Uncle Gu. He himself did not come back. He cannot come back. I know. So I keep the window open. The dusk at the foot of the Alps settles earlier than in the capital. In the garden of St. Margaret's sanatorium the window is open. The osmanthus in the gray-tiled flower pot on the windowsill has withered, and several dried osmanthus flowers piled up by the edge of the flower pot were blown away by the wind. My mom picked up the withered osmanthus flower tied with a faded red string and placed it back in the flower pot. The window remains open. The invitation was handwritten by Lin Weiner herself. 173 pieces from the designers of the Chengwang Design Department to the founders of independent studios in Paris, from the third-generation heir of a family workshop in Tokyo to the elderly couple running a handmade leather goods workshop in Milan. She wrote for a week until her right middle finger developed a light callus. Every name on the invitation was handwritten without the use of printed text. She said printed text is flat while handwritten text has ups and downs, hiding the heartbeat of the writer at the end of each stroke. The banquet was set in the domed hall of the Luz Art Center. It was the same hall as on the day of the auction, with a 3-story high glass dome, the tallest in the capital. Su Qing brought all the osmanthus flowers from the Chengwang Design Department, dried by Master Gua in the summer, dug up by Zhao Chunlin from under the loquat tree in the courtyard of No. 147 East City Alley, and picked by Gu Yinxing from the 30-year-old osmanthus tree at the Liu family's old residence. The dried osmanthus flowers were placed in transparent glass bottles lined up along both sides of the hallway from the entrance to directly beneath the dome, just like the 30 bottles of osmanthus that had been locked behind that small door in the Liechtenstein study for 30 years. Su Qing had never seen that room, but the corridor she arranged looked exactly like the shelf behind that door. Lin Weiner stood at the entrance of the hall wearing a cream-colored sweater the color of Ma Dong. It was the first time she wore this color in public without a black coat over it. The neckline of the sweater was ironed many times, standing stiffly against her jawline. She had dismantled the cream-colored sweater that Zhou Milan had picked up from the trash when she was for using the yarn to reknit this one. While dismantling, the yarn broke many times. Each time it broke, she tied a knot hiding the ends inside the sweater. She said she didn't hide them outside because those broken places didn't need to be seen by others. It was enough that she knew. 173 guests. She started welcoming them one by one from the Chengwang Design Department. Su Qing wore a misty blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows and pinned the first snow brooch on her shirt. After the auction, the copyright was returned to her, and she took out the original wax mold, which had been pressed at the bottom of the safe for 7 years, and Master Gua helped her create the finished product. When she walked in wearing it, she gently pressed her finger on the brooch, as if holding on to her 7 years ago self, who thought she hadn't done enough. Master Gua walked behind Su Qing, wearing a dark blue work uniform with the Chengwang jewelry logo printed on the left chest pocket. The threads at the cuffs had been sewn again with very fine stitches. He held a pair of tweezers engraved with the Chengwang logo, the anti-slip texture on the handle polished shiny after 7 years of use. Su Qing asked him how he brought the tweezers, and he said the auction returned the parameters of the drawing knife, and today he brought the tweezers not to work, but to show them how many people remembered the techniques it had engraved. Zhao Mingyu walked behind Master Gua. The sleeves of his gray work uniform bore white marks made by the tweezers, which had become a permanent imprint that could not be washed away. He exposed the mark, not rolling up his sleeves to hide it. Once an apprentice learning from broken diamonds, he was now the deputy group leader of the Chengwang inlaying process, leading 3 apprentices. The female companion he brought today was Gui Shulan. Not a photo, but a yellowed old photo he found from Zhao Zhengwo's wallet, enlarged and set in a brooch he designed himself. The brooch was carved into the shape of an osmanthus flower from white jade with a golden bead embedded in the center, crafted the same way as return date taught to him step by step by Master Gua. It took him 3 months, ruining 17 versions before the 18th passed. The brooch was pinned on the left collar of his gray work uniform with Gui Shulan's photo next to the golden bead in the center. His father Zhao Zhengwo also came today wearing a cotton jacket with frayed cuffs exposed without covering. He stood in a corner of the hall looking at the brooch with his wife's photo on his son's collar for a long time without approaching, just pulling down the cuff of his jacket, which didn't budge. 3 people from Paris arrived. That independent designer and the original creator of the Embers necklace from Lucent's last autumn-winter haute couture collection. Lin Weiner had once plagiarized her work, transforming the burnt feathers into the main product of the Nirvana series ashes. Today, and flew in from Paris wearing a gray-green sweater after more than 10 hours. When she entered the hall, Lin Weiner stepped forward. Ms. And your Embers necklace has had its copyright returned to you after the auction. And did not respond. She looked at the cream-colored sweater Lin Weiner was wearing. Did you knit this sweater yourself? Yes. I unraveled an old sweater my mom bought for me 20 years ago. It broke many times while I was taking it apart. Each time it broke, I tied a knot and reached out and flipped up the hem of Lynn Wayner's sweater. The inside was filled with dense knots like a page of a book filled with annotations. She counted 173 knots. Yes, 173 creators, each one knot, and took out the embers necklace she brought from the velvet box. The black diamonds were set into the shape of burnt feathers, and the smoky crystals polished to have the texture of ashes identical to the original piece from Lucent's last autumn-winter haute couture collection. She put it around her neck. Then she took out a very small brooch from her pocket, carved into the shape of a feather from white jade, not burnt complete pure white, with a very thin layer of gold at the edges. She pinned the brooch on the collar of Lynn Wayner's cream-colored sweater. The Nirvana has burned out. This is Mr. Suzuki, the third-generation heir of the family workshop in Tokyo, brought the hammer whose parameters had been swallowed by the undercurrents, the handle worn down by 40 years of grip. He placed the hammer on the display table right beside Master Gui's tweezers. The elderly couple from Milan brought the pattern blueprints of their handmade leather goods workshop with the edges worn down from repeated folding, just like the paper strips Zhao Chunlin had stuck together for 20 years. The founder of the Young Artist Studio from New York was a girl 2 years younger than me, carrying the manuscript of the ceramic glazed formula still dusted with kiln ash. She said kiln ash was part of the formula and could not be wiped off. People from 17 countries entered one after another. Each language, each skin color, each craft that had been swallowed by the undercurrents and reclaimed through the auction. Lynn Wayner stood directly beneath the dome, the collar of her cream-colored sweater adorned with the white jade feather brooch given by Anne. In her hand was a copy of the handwritten list of 373 names by Gu Yinji. She held it up. This list was written by my uncle Gu Yinji. She used the word uncle. For the first time, he wrote 3 pages of 373 names, with each name annotated with the work that had been swallowed and the path to its return. Last week, he sent me the list along with a letter. She took out the letter from the pocket inside her cream-colored sweater. The craft paper envelope had a wax seal pressed with the pattern of osmanthus, just like the letter Gu Yinji had returned to Gu Yinqing. She opened the seal and pulled out the letter paper. Gu Yanzi's handwriting from hard to soft, from forceful to nuanced. Wayner, I wrote down the names on the list. Your mother's name is not on it. She has never created anything in her life, only swallowed. But your name is also not on it. The things you created were buried under the words your mother taught you. Dig out the buried things. Write your own name. She flipped the letter over. The back was blank. She took out a fountain pen from her pocket and wrote a line on the blank space. Not Lynn Wayner, but Chinsu. My name. Then she set the letter down and picked up another list from the display table. The one that the Chengwang design department had urgently printed yesterday, the paper still warm. The list had only one line of title, Newborn Series Co-Creator Roster. She flipped to the first page. In the creators column, the first name was Lynn Wayner. Work title returned to 0. The work description had only one line, a cream-colored sweater reknitted from a broken past. The yarn broke 173 times, tied into 173 knots. She held up the roster, letting the light from the dome shine through the paper. The line of text glowed translucent. My mom taught me how to steal from others for 20 years. I returned each stolen item one by one. Today I put in the thing I knitted myself. Not a return, but a placement. After her words fell, the dome hall fell silent for a long time. Then Mr. Suzuki picked up his hammer from the display table and walked in front of Lynn Wayner. He placed the hammer in her hand. The hammer was heavy, the grooves on the handle pressed against her palm. Miss Wayner, just hold the hammer. She grasped the handle. The weight of the hammer pressed her arm down an inch. She steadied herself. The depth of each strike with the silver teapot hammer pattern is 0.2 millimeters. Your grandmother taught your mother, but your mother did not learn. Today I will teach you. The first lesson: loosen your grip on the hammer by ½ an inch. Lynn Wayner relaxed her fingers ½ an inch. Loosen another ½ inch. She loosened another ½ inch. Mr. Suzuki took the hammer back from her hand. Remember, on this day next year, come to Kyoto. The second lesson. And picked up the embers necklace from the display table and placed it around Lynn Wayner's neck. The black diamond feather rested against the collar of her cream-colored sweater with the burnt edges next to the complete white jade feather brooch. Wayner, we're both the embers and newborn. The elderly couple from Milan placed the pattern blueprints of their handmade leather goods in Lynn Wayner's hands, the frayed edges of the blueprints touching her fingers. This blueprint was taken by the undercurrents for 10 years. Starting today, its reproduction rights are entrusted to you. It is not a gift, but a custody. The young girl from New York placed the manuscript of the glaze formula stained with kiln ash on top of the blueprints. Kiln ash cannot be wiped off. If wiped, the formula will no longer work. Su Qing placed the last page of the newborn collaborative contract on top. Party, a Chengwang jewelry party, B. Lynn Wayner. The cooperation duration was written as long-term, and the renewal conditions stated party, he continues to create. Lynn Weiner held the stack of contracts, blueprints, and formula manuscripts standing directly beneath the dome. Anna's black diamond feather necklace rested against her collar, and the white jade feather brooch was pinned above the necklace. She set the contracts down and pulled out a design draft from the bottom of the stack. It was her own drawing with pencil lines very light, as if afraid that pressing too hard would hurt the paper. The petals of the white magnolia decreased in thickness from the center to the edges by 0.3 millimeters. The craftsmanship parameters were the same as my spring equinox, but the curvature of the petals was different. Spring equinox petals spread upwards facing the light. The petals she drew curled inward, as if protecting something in the heart of the flower. She placed the design draft on the display table side by side with my restoration draft of spring equinox. Sister, the first work I drew is not a creation. It is an apology. She flipped the design draft over. The back had a line written in pen pressed hard enough to leave indentations. Sister, I'm sorry. She wrote these 3 words countless times. The blank edges of the paper were filled with these 3 words in various sizes and depths, writing over the entire back of the design draft. I picked up the design draft filled with "I'm sorry." The paper had been repeatedly erased and revised, the pencil marks underneath visible through the traces left by the eraser. While drawing the white magnolia petals, she kept revising, altering the curvature of the petals many times. It was not that she couldn't draw well, but that she didn't dare to draw well. She felt that drawing well would mean forgiving herself, and she didn't feel worthy of forgiveness yet. Thus, each petal curled inward, protecting the heart of the flower, hiding what was inside. I picked up a pencil from the display table. On the front of her design draft filled with "I'm sorry," I drew a very small golden bead in the position of the white magnolia's heart, just like the one in the heart of the return date and the one in Su Hua. After the golden bead was drawn, the inward curling petals suddenly became radiant. The curves that protected the heart of the flower were no longer defensive, but were waiting for a golden bead to come in. Weiner, the petals of the white magnolia curl inward to catch the light. I placed the design draft back in her hands. You caught it. Lynn Weiner lowered her head, looking at the golden bead I had added with the pencil in the heart of the flower. Very small, the sheen of the pencil glimmered a silvery gray metallic light under the dome's illumination. Sister, can I keep this golden bead? Keep it. She rolled up the design draft and placed it in the pocket inside her cream-colored sweater, right against her heart. As the banquet progressed into the latter half, the lighting in the dome hall dimmed a notch. Master Guo picked up the tweezers from the display table and walked to the center of the hall, followed by Zhao Mingyu, who was holding a tray containing small diamonds, ranging from 0.8 millimeters to 1.2 millimeters, just like the one Zhao Mingyu had accidentally flicked away on his first day in the workshop. Mr. Suzuki picked up the hammer. The couple from Milan unfolded the pattern blueprints. The girl from New York spread out the glaze formula manuscript, and kiln ash fell onto the velvet surface of the tray, and placed the design draft of the Ember's necklace next to the manuscript. Lynn Weiner stood among them. She held the engraving knife, the one she had used to engrave Osmanthus on Ma Dong's tombstone in the East City Cemetery, given to her by Master Guo, with the Chengwang logo engraved on the handle. She placed the engraving knife in the tray alongside the small diamond's hammer pattern blueprints, glaze formula, and design draft. The tools and works of 173 creators filled the entire display table. Su Qing flipped to the signature section of the last page of the newborn collaborative contract. Lynn Weiner's 3 characters were left blank. She handed her the fountain pen. Weiner, sign your own name. Lynn Weiner took the pen, bent down, and signed her name on the last page, not in cursive, but in clear regular script. As she wrote the character Lin, the vertical stroke of the wood radical was drawn very long, just like how Lin Zhangwo used to drag the last stroke of the character Wan in the family school contact book. She had never seen Lin Zhangwo's signature, but her hand remembered the strokes of the same surname. As she wrote the character Wan, the final stroke under the roof radical tilted slightly upwards, similar to my mother's handwriting, also akin to Gu Yanzi's final strokes. When writing the character the last stroke was hooked up without dragging, ending decisively. It was her own. She closed the contract. The lights in the dome hall brightened again. Zhao Zhangwo walked over from the corner. The frayed cuffs of his cotton jacket were still exposed, not covered. He walked to the front of the display table and placed an envelope on the tray. The envelope was addressed Weiner. Weiner, your father, Lin Zhangwo, did not come today. He asked me to bring this to you. Lin Weiner opened the envelope. Inside was a photo. In the photo, she was 4 years old, wearing that cream-colored sweater, standing in the corner of the living room of the Lin family's old residence. She was holding a block, about to place it on a half-assembled tower. The tower was very tall, taller than her entire body, crooked, but it did not collapse. She looked at the camera, her lips curving up. Not the kind of smile that came from stealing from others later, but the kind of smile a 4-year-old child has when building a tower taller than herself. That was the first time she had built something on her own, and also the last. Afterwards, Zhou Mylan began teaching her how to steal from others. She flipped the photo over. The back had a line written by Lin Jiangwo, Weiner. I remember the tower you built by yourself when you were 4. She held the photo for a long time, then placed it back in the envelope, and put the envelope back in the pocket of her cream-colored sweater, together with the design draft filled with "I'm sorry" and the golden bead in the heart of the flower. As the banquet came to a close, people in the dome hall began to leave one after another. Gu Yinxing stood directly beneath the dome, flipping to the last page of the album sent by Gu Yinji. 30 years ago, 3 people stood next to a newly planted osmanthus tree. Gu Yinxing on the left, Gu Yinji on the right, and my mother in the middle. He closed the album and placed it in the leather case on the display table alongside the brass key, the list of 30 bottles of osmanthus, and the 2 letters Gu Yinji had written to him and Lin Weiner. Lu Zhengsheng stood beside him. Yinxing. Yinji did not come today, but he brought Weiner back. Gu Yinxing closed the lid of the case and fastened the brass latch. He brought everyone back, but he did not return himself. Outside the window, the night in the capital sank into the deepest shades outside the dome of the Luz Art Center. In the St. Margaret Sanatorium at the foot of the Alps, that window was open. The osmanthus in the gray-tiled flower pot had withered, and a few dried flowers piled up on the pot's edge were blown away by the night wind. My mother picked up the withered osmanthus tied with a faded red string and placed it back in the flower pot. The window remained open. She was waiting for Gu Yinji, waiting for him to bring all 30 bottles of osmanthus from behind that small door in Liechtenstein and place them on her windowsill. Once she opened the window for him, she would never close it again. When Lin Weiner walked out of the dome hall, she paused without turning back, just like many times before, yet different. Sister, today I wrote my own name into the newborn roster. Not a return, but a placement. She walked down the steps. The silhouette of her cream-colored sweater gradually blended into the night. The phone vibrated. The number was from St. Margaret Sanatorium. I answered. My mother's voice traveled from the foot of the Alps, stretched thin by the undersea cable. 1-1. Yinji came today. He sat on the garden bench. He didn't come close, just sat for a long time. When he left, he brushed the snow off the bench. He left a branch of osmanthus, tied with a red string. Did you receive it? I did. I placed it in the flower pot. The window remains open. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Her breathing became lighter. I saw the cream-colored sweater Weiner wore today on the nurse's phone. She knitted it well. The knots are tied to 173 names. Mom. She wove herself into it. The dusk deepened at both ends of the phone. The capital and the foot of the Alps were separated by the entire Eurasian continent, but the dusk was the same deep blue. I know. So I asked Yinji to come again tomorrow, to check on her. Gu Yinji sat on the bench in the garden of St. Margaret Sanatorium for 20 years, not a lifetime, but when he first arrived his hair was still black. Now it was entirely white. Just as white as Gu Yinxing's, just as white as Lu Zhengxing's, just as white as my mother's. The same snow had bleached the hair of all 4, scattered across the foothills of the Alps and Beijing, separated by the entire Eurasian continent. Yet their silver strands gleamed simultaneously in the morning light of their respective dawns. Today he did not sit on the bench. He rose from it. As he stood, his knees emitted a faint creak, a sound like a long unopened door nudged gently ajar. He straightened, fully drew the collar of his charcoal gray overcoat inward, and stepped forward, not along the garden path, but directly across the lawn toward that window. A thin layer of snow lay upon the grass, yielding a delicate crystalline crunch beneath each footfall, leaving behind deep gray imprints on the pristine surface. For 20 years, he had never approached this window. Each week for 20 minutes, he watched from across the garden, waiting to see whether it would open. Today he walked close. The window stood open. A gray-tiled flower pot rested on the inner sill. Inside it grew a withered osmanthus tree, but a single cluster of desiccated blossoms clung to its branches, golden yellow, their hue miraculously preserved. A few dried osmanthus flowers had tumbled from the pile beside the pot, settling onto the wood grain of the sill. My mother sat in the wicker chair behind the window, clad in pale blue hospital attire, her hair completely white and cropped short, lying close against her scalp. A camel-colored blanket draped over her legs. In her hand, she held one withered osmanthus bloom tied with a faded red cord. She gazed out at the falling snow, not at Gu Yinji. Yet her hand did not tremble. Gu Yinji halted before the windowsill. Snow settled upon his streaked hair, upon the shoulders of his charcoal gray overcoat, upon those hands. Hands that had locked away osmanthus blossoms in a study in Liechtenstein for 30 years. He stood outside. My mother sat within, separated only by the gray-tiled flower pot. The osmanthus had withered, yet its color endured. Yinji. My mother spoke first. Her voice had aged, grown hoarse, thinned by alpine snow and 2 decades of medicine. Yet when she uttered those 2 syllables, the intonation echoed exactly as it had 30 years earlier in the courtyard of the Gu family residence. A gentle upward lift, the final notes softly tapered, as if afraid that speaking too firmly might wake him from a dream. Gu Yinji's lips moved slightly. Suhua, come closer. There's snow on the sill. He extended his hand and brushed the snow from the windowsill. The motion mirrored precisely how he had swept snow from the garden bench for 20 years. Light slow sweeping outward from the center of the snow, cascading off the sill's edge, and landing upon the lawn into the footprints he had just left behind. The wood grain emerged darkened to charcoal gray by 20 years of snowmelt. You swept snow from that bench for 20 years, 20 minutes each week. If left unbrushed, dampness seeps into the wood. The bench rots, and once rotted no one can sit upon it. You swept for 20 years. Yet you never sat there yourself. I swept for those who would sit there later. My mother placed the withered osmanthus blossom, tied with its faded red cord, onto the windowsill, resting it upon the freshly cleared wood grain. Those who would sit here have come today. Sit down. Gu Yinji did not sit. Instead, he lifted the withered blossom. The red cord dangled between his fingers, swaying gently in the alpine breeze beneath the Alps. The cord had faded to a soft pink, the same shade as the red cord tied to the brass key. For 30 years he had cut that single red cord in two. One half secured the small door of his Liechtenstein study, the other bound the osmanthus blossom placed upon the sanatorium bench. Both links, washed by the same hands for 3 decades, had faded to identical tones of pale pink. Suhua, the red cord has faded. Let it fade. Its fading is the color your hands have washed into it. Gu Yinji returned the withered osmanthus to the sill, then withdrew from the inner pocket of his charcoal gray overcoat a tiny glass vial. It was empty. A label affixed to its surface bore today's date. He set the empty vial beside the withered blossom on the windowsill. Suhua, 30 years, 30 vials. Today is the last. My mother regarded the empty vial. There are no osmanthus blossoms today. There are. Gu Yinji drew forth a second object from his coat pocket. A fresh osmanthus branch. Not dried, but vibrant. Golden petals still glistening with dewdrops. Osmanthus does not bloom here beneath the Alps at this season. He held the branch before the windowsill. The dewdrops refracted the morning light into a faint, delicate arc of rainbow. This is the final bloom from the old osmanthus tree in Beijing this autumn, brought back by Lao Zhou. I nurtured it for 40 days in my greenhouse in Liechtenstein. It bloomed today. He slipped the fresh branch into the empty vial. Dewdrops slid down the inner glass wall, pooling at the bottom, a tiny shimmering reservoir. He sealed the vial tightly and placed it on the sill. 31 osmanthus vials, 30 desiccated ones locked behind the small door of his Liechtenstein study, a one fresh blossom blooming now upon the windowsill beneath the Alps. My mother lifted the glass vial containing the fresh osmanthus, holding it up into the morning light. Dewdrops condensed into fine mist upon the inner glass, and through that mist and the transparent barrier the golden petals glowed with the same hue as the first blossoms of the young osmanthus tree planted 30 years earlier in the Liu family ancestral garden. She lowered the vial. Yinji, you've brought Beijing's osmanthus to the foothills of the Alps. Not brought. Returned. Gu Yinji reached again into the inner pocket of his overcoat and withdrew a third object, a photograph. It showed the ancient osmanthus tree in the Liu family ancestral garden taken this autumn. Its boughs hung heavy with golden blossoms. Beneath them stood 2 men, Gu Yinxing and Lu Zhengsheng, both dressed in navy blue, both with white hair, standing side by side beneath the tree, eyes averted from the lens. Gu Yinxing gazed downward, cradling a freshly fallen blossom in his palm. Lu Zhengsheng looked upward, tracing the blooms still clinging to the branches. Their shoulders touched, separated only by the narrowest seam. That seam was filled with soil dusted with fallen osmanthus blossoms. Brother and Zhengsheng, taken this autumn by Lao Zhou. My mother accepted the photograph and studied it for a long while. Her fingertips traced lightly along its edge as though caressing the bark of that very osmanthus tree. They've aged. Yes, they've aged. Their hair is as white as ours. She lowered the photograph, placing it beside the glass vial. Then she rose from the wicker chair, the camel-colored blanket slipping from her lap. As she stood, her knees issued the same faint creak, identical to the sound Gu Yinji made rising from the bench. 2 people whose hair had been whitened by the same snow, separated only by a pane of glass. Yet their knees echoed the same quiet groan as a long-closed door slowly swung open. She reached beneath the windowsill, withdrew a velvet pouch from beneath the gray-tiled flower pot, navy blue drawstring closed, and opened it to reveal the necklace, her graduation thesis, Suhua. A white jade osmanthus bloom, its center studded with a golden pearl. After the auction, Gu Yinji entrusted Lao Zhou to return it, as she retrieved it from beneath the flower pot and wore it. For days now the white jade had absorbed the warmth of her skin, acquiring a faint lustrous sheen. She unclasped the necklace and laid it upon the windowsill. Beside the photograph, the fresh osmanthus branch, the withered blossom tied with its faded red cord, and the empty vial. Yinji, this necklace I have worn for 30 years. Taken by undercurrents for 20, you returned it. Today I place it here. not to give it back to you, but to set it where you have swept the snow clean. Gu Yinji lowered his gaze to the 5 objects aligned upon the sill: the necklace, the photograph, the fresh osmanthus, the withered blossom, the empty vial. In the morning light, they formed a precise line. He reached out and lifted the necklace, the white jade osmanthus resting in his palm, golden light radiating softly from its heart. He turned it over. On its reverse, 2 characters were engraved, Suhua, not carved by her, but by Gu Yinji himself. 30 years earlier, on the day of her graduation exhibition, he had watched her work from the corner of the gallery, then gone backstage, found this necklace, and inscribed those 2 characters upon its back with a fine engraving tool. After carving, he replaced it, without telling her. She had worn it for 30 years, unaware of the inscription hidden beneath. Now he raised it into the morning light, letting the characters glow translucently. Suhua, these 2 characters I engraved 30 years ago. Today at last you see them. My mother's gaze settled upon the engraved characters on the necklace's reverse. She gazed for a long time, then reached out, not toward the necklace, but toward Gu Yinji's hand which held it. Her fingertips brushed his knuckles, lightly as an osmanthus petal might settle upon stone. Gu Yinji's hand trembled, then steadied. Yinji, you engraved my name upon the back of the osmanthus. You engraved it for 30 years. Today I see it at last. It is not too late. No, it is not too late. She took the necklace from his hand and fastened it once more around her neck. The white jade blossom rested against the collar of her pale blue hospital gown. The golden pearl shimmered faintly in the morning light. I wear it again, not the necklace itself, but the 2 characters you engraved. Gu Yinji stood outside the window, snow dusting his shoulders. He brushed it away, the same motion he used on the windowsill. Then he withdrew his hand, deliberately avoiding contact with the remaining 4 objects upon the sill. He left the empty vial at the far right. Suhua, 31 vials of osmanthus, all return to you from this day forward. The small door in Liechtenstein will no longer be locked. The key is with brother. You may visit whenever you wish. And you, I shall continue my weekly 20 minutes, sweeping the snow from the bench, waiting for the day you go to see the osmanthus. My mother lifted the withered osmanthus blossom, tied with its faded red cord, and reattached it to a bare branch of the withered tree in the gray-tiled pot. The cord swayed gently in the breeze. Yinji, you swept snow for 20 years. From today onward, you need not sweep anymore. Gu Yinji's lips parted slightly. Let the snow fall upon the bench. When it accumulates fully, then you may sweep. Not weekly for 20 minutes, but once per accumulation. Sweep once only when full. Gu Yinji stood outside the window. Snow settled upon his streaked hair, upon the shoulders of his charcoal gray overcoat, upon those hands that had held osmanthus blossoms captive for 30 years. He did not brush it away. Agreed. Once full, once swept. My mother picked up the photograph of Gu Yinxing and Lu Zhengxing standing beneath the osmanthus tree and placed it inside the glass vial. The fresh osmanthus petals pressed gently against the photograph's front, separated only by glass and mist, rendering the 2 white-haired men standing side by side beneath the blossoms as soft blurred silhouettes of navy blue. She sealed the vial tightly and placed it at the far left of the sill. The empty vial remained at the far right, its label bearing today's date, its interior vacant. Left full, right empty. Between them, the withered osmanthus blossom tied with its faded red cord. Yinji, this vial is empty today? Next autumn you will place the first blossom inside. Agreed. Next autumn, the first blossom. Morning light poured down from the snow line of the Alps. The snow in the garden ceased falling. The footprints Gu Yinji had left upon the lawn were softened by a fresh dusting, edges blurred like a sentence written over 20 years, finally reaching the base of the windowsill. He turned and retraced his steps, his charcoal gray overcoat receding gradually into the snow-laden haze at the garden's edge, stopping only when he reached the bench. A thin layer of new snow rested upon the bench. He did not brush it away, letting it lie undisturbed, then continued walking, vanishing into the alpine morning light. A nurse from St. Margaret Sanatorium photographed the 5 objects upon the windowsill. The image reached my phone via Shinmani, Beijing time afternoon. In the photograph, the gray-tiled flower pot sat centered upon the sill. Upon one of its withered branches hung the withered osmanthus blossom tied with its faded red cord. To the left of the pot stood the glass vial containing the fresh osmanthus and the photograph of Gu Yinxing and Lu Zhengxing. Dewdrops condensed upon its inner walls, softening the 2 white-haired figures in the photo into tender adjacent blurs of navy blue. To the right sat the empty vial, sealed tight, its label marked with today's date, its interior void. The windowsills, wood grain darkened by decades of snowmelt, bore a faint, delicate trace, the mark left by fingers brushing away snow. That trace stretched from the left end of the sill to the right, halting just before the empty vial. I handed the phone to Lu Qinyuan. After studying the image, he zoomed in, filling the screen with the faint finger-swept line Gu Yinji had left upon the windowsill. A pale, almost imperceptible streak upon the charcoal gray wood grain, beginning at the full vial on the left, passing the withered osmanthus at center, stopping just before the empty vial on the right. He swept the snow clean, leaving behind this trace. What does this trace signify? From full to empty. He has returned every osmanthus blossom of 30 years. This year is empty. Next year your mother will place the first inside. At dusk in the Liu family ancestral garden, Gu Yinxing sat upon the stone bench beneath the osmanthus tree, before him an old brown leather trunk, the one Gu Yinji had sent back via Lao Zhou. He opened it and removed its contents one by one: an album, an inventory list, navy blue velvet cloth, and a brass key. He flipped the album to its final page, the photograph of the three of them beside the newly planted osmanthus tree, and studied it for a long time before closing the album and returning it to the trunk. He lifted the brass key, the faded pink cord dangling between his fingers, matching precisely the tone of the cord, now tied once more to the withered branch. One cord severed into two halves, one locking the small door of the Liechtenstein study, the other binding the osmanthus branch upon the sanatorium windowsill. Today both halves had returned to where they belonged. He placed the key back inside the trunk, closed the lid, and clicked the copper clasp shut. Yinji has returned the osmanthus, returned the red cord, swept the snow clean from the windowsill, leaving a trace stretching from full to empty. He placed the empty vial upon the sill, awaiting Suhua's first blossom next year. He kept nothing for himself. Liu Zhongxing stood beside him holding a purple clay tea caddy. Yinxing, he did keep something. What did he keep? That trace. Twilight descended through the bare branches of the osmanthus tree. Two white-haired men sat side by side upon the stone bench, separated only by the old brown leather trunk. Inside it rested the inventory of 30 osmanthus vials, photographs of the three of them in youth, and a brass key tied with its faded red cord. Zhongsheng, Yinji returned the key, but he did not dismantle that small door. Better to leave it. When Suhua visits the osmanthus next year, there will be a door for her to open. Twilight sank into deepest indigo. At the sanatorium beneath the Alps, that window remained open. Upon its sill the 5 objects dissolved into 5 distinct layered shadows beneath the night's embrace. At the far right stood the sealed, empty vial, its label bearing today's date. Though empty, its inner walls held condensation from the alpine air, refracting the lamplight spilling from within the room. The empty vial was not empty. It held an entire day, perfectly preserved. The discharge procedures at St. Margaret's Sanatorium took the entire morning. It wasn't that the paperwork was complicated, but that my mother sat at the windowsill for too long. The nurse moved each item out of the room, and my mother had to examine each one. The withered osmanthus tree in the gray-tiled flower pot, the dried osmanthus flowers that had been stacked for 20 years, the bottle of fresh osmanthus flowers, sent by Gu Yinji, full on the left, empty on the right, and the withered osmanthus flower tied, with a faded red string in the middle. The nurse asked her if she wanted the dried osmanthus flowers. She said yes, she wanted every single one. The nurse found a larger glass jar and filled it with all the dried osmanthus flowers from the edge of the flower pot. My mother tightened the lid and wrote 2 characters on the label. All. Shinman and I accompanied me to pick her up. We flew from Beijing to Zurich, took a train to a small town at the foot of the Alps, and then a 40-minute taxi ride to the sanatorium's entrance. When I arrived, my mother had already changed out of her light blue patient gown and was wearing a plain gray sweater that Lin Weiner had knitted and sent over. She unraveled that old beige sweater and knitted 2 new ones, one for herself and one sent to Switzerland. My mother sat in a rattan chair wearing the plain gray sweater with a camel-colored blanket draped over her legs. The glass jar filled with dried osmanthus flowers was cradled in her arms. Mom. She stood up from the rattan chair, and the camel-colored blanket slipped down. Her knees did not creak when she stood up. It wasn't that they had stopped creaking, but it was just that she had waited too long to. She walked up to me, reached out her hand, touched my chin, and found that very small mole. Then her finger lingered there, as if confirming something she had searched for a long time, that had finally not been lost. Wan, your mole is still there. Yes, it's always been there. Her hand moved from my chin to my left wrist, feeling the 2 jade bracelets I wore side by side. The Hetian jade bracelets had been worn by my mother for 30 years, and by Zhou Meilan for 20 years, separated for 20 years, and then reunited on the day of the court's judgment. She felt the fine crack on the inner circle of the bracelets. Both had cracks, but they were not the same, merely 2 natural patterns that emerged from the same piece of jade. The bracelets are back. Yes, they are. Zhou Meilan returned them. She turned my wrist over, and the 2 jade bracelets gently touched under her fingers, producing a faint, crisp sound. She listened for a moment, then released her hand, and placed the glass jar filled with dried osmanthus flowers into my hands. This is 20 years' worth of dried osmanthus flowers. From the edge of the flower pot. You keep it for Mom. I accepted the glass jar. It was heavy, 20 years of autumn compressed into a glass jar. The golden petals had all withered, but the color remained, with each petal's edge slightly curled like the corners of a book that had been turned by time. On the label of the jar, my mother had written the two characters, all with the end of the stroke slightly raised, exactly like when she wrote the osmanthus flowers have bloomed 30 years ago. The nurse pushed the wheelchair in, which had an old leather suitcase on top, brown leather with corners worn white and the brass buckles covered in green rust. It was identical to the one Gu Yanji had entrusted old Zhou to return to Beijing. The nurse said this was brought by Ms. Su Hua when she was admitted, locked for 20 years without being opened. My mother walked over, took a small brass key from her pocket tied with a faded red string. She inserted the key into the lock, but the brass rust gripped the key. After twisting it twice, without success, it finally opened on the third turn. Inside the suitcase was only one thing, wrapped in deep blue velvet. She opened the velvet. It was another necklace. White jade osmanthus with a gold bead in the center, its light slightly shimmering in the morning light at the foot of the Alps. It was identical to the Su Hua necklace she designed for her graduation project. Not the same necklace, but a matching pair. Back then she made two, one engraved with Su Hua carved by Gu Yanji on the back, and 30 years later she saw it on the windowsill. The other was engraved with Wan, which she had engraved herself, locked it in this suitcase, brought it to Switzerland, and hadn't opened it for 20 years. She picked up the necklace engraved with Wan and put it around my neck. The white jade osmanthus rested against my collarbone, the gold beads light shining through the petals in the same angle as the gold bead on the return date, white jade magnolia brooch. Master Gu once said that the light of the gold bead and the light of the osmanthus are at the same angle. Wan. This necklace, Mom has worn it for 30 years. Only today did I put it on. The two characters on the back of the necklace pressed against my skin, cold for a moment, then warmed by my body temperature. I loaded the glass jar of dried osmanthus flowers, the gray-tiled flower pot, and the old suitcase into the taxi. When my mother stopped at the door, she turned back to glance at the long bench in the garden. The snow had stopped. The bench was covered in fresh snow, and no one had brushed it. Gu Yanji did not come. She said it was unnecessary for him to come. He knew it himself. The taxi drove out of the sanatorium's gate. In the rearview mirror, that gray-white building gradually shrank into the snow line of the Alps. The long bench in the garden covered in snow became a small dark spot and then disappeared. On the flight from Zurich to Beijing, my mother sat by the window, cradling the glass jar filled with dried osmanthus flowers. She hadn't slept for 10 hours, keeping her gaze fixed outside the window. Above the clouds lay vast stretches of the Milky Way, which she watched all night. As the plane descended, the morning light streamed through the gaps in the clouds, and she opened the glass jar, plucking a dried osmanthus flower from within and placing it on the edge of the window. The golden yellow petals were illuminated by the first light that passed through the window. Wan, this flower is from 20 years ago. The plane landed in Beijing. When the cabin door opened, my mother picked up the dried osmanthus flower from the window's edge, returned it to the glass jar, and tightened the lid. She stood up, the hem of her plain gray sweater momentarily lifted by the airflow in the cabin before settling back down. She stepped out of the cabin. At the end of the corridor, Lu Qinyuan stood at the arrivals area, dressed in a deep navy coat with an eagle-shaped tie clip at the collar. When he saw my mother walking out of the corridor, his back straightened for a moment. Then he took a step forward, but stopped again. My mother walked up to him. "Qinyuan, Mom." She reached out her hand, and just like when she touched my chin's mole, she gently touched the mole on Lu Qinyuan's chin. It was very small, so small that he often forgot its existence. Her finger lingered on the mole for a long time. "Your mother's mole has grown on your chin." Lu Qinyuan's Adam's apple moved slightly. She never knew until her death that you never gave up on her. She knew. My mother withdrew her hand. The gesture of her touching her ear at the last moment was to find that pearl earring. She wore it for 30 years. The earring had been apart for 20 years, and in Wan's palm it became a pair again. She knew that the people she loved and the things she left behind would all return. Zhengsheng and Yanxing are standing outside the arrivals area. Both were dressed in deep navy coats, their hair white, standing side by side, just like in that photo taken by Gu Yanji with old Zhou. Their shoulders brushed against each other, separated only by a narrow gap. When my mother walked out of the arrivals area, the morning light filled that gap. Zhengsheng, Yanxing. She called out their names just like 30 years ago when she called them by the osmanthus tree that had just been planted at the Lu family's old residence. First Zhengsheng, then Yanxing with a breath between. Lu Zhengsheng pushed the purple clay tea canister he was holding forward. "Su Hua, your letter is inside. I have kept it for 30 years. Today I return it to you." My mother took the tea canister. The purple clay canister had been rubbed by Lu Zhengsheng for 30 years, the pattern of osmanthus branches smoothed and polished. She did not open it, cradling it in her arms alongside the glass jar filled with dried osmanthus flowers. Gu Yanxing took out the brass key wrapped in deep blue velvet from the inner pocket of his coat, the one returned by Gu Yanji tied with a faded red string. He placed the key in my mother's hand. Yanji returned the key. "That small door hasn't been taken down. Inside are 30 jars of osmanthus stacked from the floor to the ceiling, waiting for you to see." My mother held the key. The brass warmed by Gu Yanxing, the red string dangling from her fingers, gently swaying in the morning breeze of Beijing. Yanji didn't come today. He's in Liechtenstein, sweeping the snow off the bench. My mother placed the key back in the velvet back into the inner pocket of her coat, close to her heart. Then she turned and looked outside the arrivals area. Lin Weiner stood at the back of the crowd, her plain gray sweater the same color and stitching as my mother's. The threads from the same old sweater were unraveled to knit two new ones, one sent to Switzerland and one worn by herself. My mother walked towards her. The crowd parted automatically, creating a path. She walked up to Lin Weiner, reached out her hand, and lifted the hem of her sweater. The inner side was densely packed with knots, 173 of them. She touched each knot with her fingertips, stopping when she reached the last one. Weiner, 173 knots. Every one of them you made for yourself. Lin Weiner's lips moved slightly. Grandma, what my mom owes you I cannot repay. But I unraveled the threads and knitted them anew. My mother withdrew her hand from the hem of her sweater, then opened the neckline of her own plain gray sweater. The inner side also had knots. Not more, not less, 173 of them. Lin Weiner unraveled the old sweater and knitted two new ones, each with 173 knots. She laid the two necklines side by side, the rows of knots pressing against each other in the morning light. Weiner, the knots you made, Grandma made them too. What you repaid her, Grandma has accepted. Lin Weiner stood there, the neckline of her plain gray sweater opened, the 173 knots illuminated by the morning light appearing as 173 tiny bumps. She lowered her head, closed the neckline, and pressed her fingers against the edge as if pressing down on something that had been leaking air. At the Liu family's old residence, the 30-year-old osmanthus tree in the garden had lost most of its leaves, branches bare, but the soil around the roots was thickly covered with golden yellow petals. My mother stood beneath the osmanthus tree, placing the purple clay tea canister next to the roots, setting the glass jar, filled with dried osmanthus flowers, beside the tea canister, and then taking out the deep blue velvet-wrapped brass key from the inner pocket of her coat, placing it on top of the glass jar. For items, the tea canister, the glass jar, the brass key, and the photo of the three of them standing next to the newly planted osmanthus tree 30 years ago. She brought the photo back from Gu Yanji's album. She arranged the four items in a row next to the roots of the osmanthus tree. Zhengsheng Yanxing. 30 years ago the three of us planted this tree. Today the tree is still here. Yanji didn't come. His key is here. Liu Zhengsheng and Gu Yanxing stood beside her, the three of their white hair illuminated by the same morning light into the same silver hue. Suhua. Yanji returned the key, the osmanthus, and the snow on the windowsill has been brushed clean. He himself did not return. He has returned. My mother took out the fifth item from the inner pocket of her coat, the empty bottle. The label read today's date. The bottle was empty and the lid tightly closed. She placed the empty bottle next to the four items. He left the empty bottle on the windowsill to tell me that next autumn the first osmanthus flower wait for me to put it in. He left a place. Leaving a place means returning. The twilight fell from the osmanthus tree's bare branches. Footsteps could be heard outside the garden, light footsteps on the fallen osmanthus petals. Gu Yanji stood at the entrance of the garden, dressed in a deep gray coat, his hair entirely white, just as white as Gu Yanxing's, as white as Liu Zhengsheng's, as white as my mother's. He held a branch of osmanthus flowers, not withered but fresh. In this season at the foot of the Alps, there are no osmanthus flowers. He had grown it in a warm room in Liechtenstein. The last branch of the year. He walked to the osmanthus tree and placed the fresh osmanthus flower into the empty bottle in front of my mother. The droplets of water on the petals slid down the inner wall of the glass, pooling at the bottom a small puddle. He tightened the lid and then picked up the bottle, placing it back in my mother's hands. Suhua. The last branch of the year has been placed inside. My mother held the bottle containing a fresh osmanthus flower. The golden yellow petals seen through the glass and mist were the same color as when this tree first bloomed 30 years ago. Yanji. Who will place the first branch next year? You will. The bottle is in your hands. My mother placed the bottle next to the roots of the osmanthus tree alongside the tea canister, glass jar, brass key, and photo. The five items formed a row in the twilight. She stood up, brushing off the few withered osmanthus petals that had fallen on Gu Yanji's deep gray coat, mimicking his gestures of brushing the snow off the bench and the windowsill, lightly, slowly sweeping from the center outward. The withered petals fell from his shoulders, landing on the thick layer of fallen flowers around the tree roots, indistinguishable between which petals fell this year and which fell 30 years ago. Yanji, you brushed the snow for 20 years. Today I will brush it once for you. Gu Yanji stood there, the osmanthus on his shoulder brushed clean. He reached out his hand, not to shake my mother's hand, but to pluck a withered petal that had stuck to her sleeve when she brushed his shoulder, returning it to the fallen flowers around the tree roots. Suhua, the petals have returned. They will bloom again next year. The twilight deepened. The five people stood under the osmanthus tree, their hair dyed the same deep blue by the same twilight. The 30-year-old old osmanthus tree and the newly planted small osmanthus tree gently swayed their bare branches in the same twilight, while the golden yellow petals around the tree roots were blown up by the night wind only to fall back down. They will bloom again next autumn.